Chapter 1. The crossing. Hey, hurry up and come back. It's far too dangerous. A mountaineer, standing at a safe distance, shouted frantically, cupping his hands around his mouth, his face etched with concern. His brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with apprehensions. Take a moment to rest. Don't push yourself, another urged, his face revealing a mixture of worry and unease, his hands nervously rubbing together. On a steep and perilous peak, a man was scaling the cliff with bare hands as muscles were taut, his clothes drenched in sweat, which streamed down his cheeks and arms. Upon hearing the shouts, he merely lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes searching the azure sky where wispy clouds drifted lazily in that fleeting moment. The memories of the past few years flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, everything resembling a surreal dream. In his youth, he had been mercilessly diagnosed with a terminal illness at that moment. The trajectory of his life had irrevocably shifted without a trace of hesitation. He resolutely abandoned his job, shedding all burdens and responsibilities, like a bird breaking free from its constraints, embarking on a quest to pursue the experiences he had missed. Due to the relentless pace of life, he sought out various extreme challenges, leaping from great heights to savor the thrill of skydiving, climbing steep cliffs with unwavering determination and exceptional skill, mastering martial arts, pouring sweat onto the training ground, each move infused with power, practicing diverse dances, surrendering to the rhythm of the music, unleashing the fervor within, tasting an array of exquisite wines, letting the rich flavors blossom on his palate, indulging in culinary delights, allowing each unique taste to etch itself into his memory. At this moment, he had just endured an intense series of physical training sessions, his body utterly exhausted, yet he had not afforded himself a moment's respite before arriving at this precipice to engage in free climbing. The other enthusiasts on the mountain, upon realizing his predicament, were filled with unease. They gathered at the edge of the cliff, eyes locked onto the precariously swaying figure above, their brows knitted in worry. However, he had already depleted his strength, his arms beginning to cramp uncontrollably, every muscle protesting in agony. How pitiful it is, he mused inwardly, to find no one or nothing to hold dear. Is this the end? This world, both strange and familiar. A hint of solitude and relief flickered in his gaze as he sighed softly, and his hands gradually released their grip, and he felt himself drifting downwards like a delicate leaf falling from a great height. He gazed serenely at the sky, an air of calm enveloping him. Death, it seemed, held little terror for him. Witnessing this, those above were instantly thrown into a panic. "Don't do it!" a girl screamed in horror, her eyes wide and round, her face a canvas of fear, her voice shrill and piercing, echoing through the air. Others quickly followed suit, and chaos erupted around them. "Quick, call the police. Summon an ambulance," a man shouted anxiously, his voice trembling with palpable panic and helplessness. The crowd responded fervently. Some frantically fumbled for their phones to dial emergency services, while others, in a state of desperation, sought assistance from the authorities. Yet it was all too late. The silhouette of a young man swiftly vanished from sight, leaving behind a chilling silence and a profound sense of astonishment. In the year 1501 of the Haiwan calendar, on the island of Sulawesi, an unexpected commotion unfolded. This once tranquil and idyllic island was suddenly besieged by an unwelcome horde. Pirate ships, brimming with menace, anchored aggressively in the harbor, their hulls swaying gently with the undulating waves, the ominous skull insignia flapping fiercely in the wind. A cadre of fearsome pirates disembarked, their countenances marred by brutish features, exuding an aura that instilled dread. "Seize her. Do not let her escape," one pirate bellowed, his face contorted in a grimace, brandishing a long knife that whistled through the air. "Ha ha ha, that's a bounty of 79 million berries. There's no way you'll get away." Another pirate grinned greedily, his eyes glinting with avarice, nearly drooling with desire. "Child of the devil, there's no escape for you," a third pirate hissed through clenched teeth, his face a mask of seething hatred. At that moment, Sulawesi Island erupted into chaos, a scene aptly described as pandemonium. The pirates, armed and ferocious, hunted through every dwelling, leaving no potential hiding spot unexplored. They stormed into homes like a pack of feral beasts, kicking down doors and instilling sheer terror in the hearts of the residents, who screamed in horror. Some brave souls attempted to rise against the marauders, striving to thwart their malevolence, yet they were swiftly overpowered, collapsing in agony. The island was plunged into utter disarray and panic as the pirates searched for their quarry. They wreaked havoc, shattering shop windows and scattering glass shards across the ground, looting valuables without remorse. Innocent bystanders were caught in the turmoil, suffering injuries or theft. Their cries and shouts intertwining in a cacophony of despair amidst the chaos. A figure discreetly concealed in a corner observed the unfolding nightmare with trepidation. Her eyes reflected sheer fear and unease, her body trembling slightly in another part of the island. Within the confines of a dilapidated, deserted house, a small boy cradled his head in anguish, his expression contorted, mumbling incoherently. It hurts. Time passed relentlessly, and after an hour, a faint luminescence began to envelop his form. As this ethereal glow gradually enveloped him, the unbearable pain began to subside. Half an hour later, the light faded, and the boy slowly regained consciousness. I'm alive, he sighed in relief. But soon, he sensed an anomaly. Something feels off. Why does my voice sound so childish? Confusion etched across his face. His brows knitted tightly together. The young boy was filled with bewilderment as he looked down at his small hands, which were soft and plump. He then touched his face, feeling its softness, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth? How did this happen? Have I turned into a child?" His eyes widened in disbelief. After the initial shock, the boy gradually calmed himself, pondering quietly, "Perhaps the heavens took pity on me for suffering from a terminal illness at such a young age, granting me a second chance at life. Moreover, I seem to have something remarkable brewing within me." A hint of mischievous delight curled at the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze falling upon the back of his right hand, where an intricately designed sword-shaped pattern resided, as if it were poised to leap off his skin. At any moment, he caressed the enigmatic design, a surge of unusual sensations coursing through him, as if a mysterious force was awakening within simultaneously. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply within the recesses of his mind. In the encompassing darkness, he perceived a tiny golden figure, about 3 centimeters in size, floating serenely while emitting a faint yet captivating glow. This golden figure was intimately linked to his soul. He could sense its presence and power, albeit currently feeble and destined to become an immortal. Never mind that I should first venture outside to discern this place, he muttered to himself. Rising carefully and making his way towards the door. As he stepped out onto the street, he encountered a band of ferocious pirates, ransacking and rummaging through homes. A jolt of fear coursed through him, turning his face pale as he quickly sought refuge in a corner. It was evident that these pirates were not benevolent. He had no desire to become embroiled in their chaos. After all, he was merely a small child now. Though an adult's soul resided within him, his physical capabilities were still that of a child, utterly incapable of contending with those seasoned pirates who danced with danger. Moreover, judging by the pirates' actions, they were certainly not champions of justice. If he recklessly approached them to inquire about his surroundings, it would likely lead to unnecessary trouble, perhaps even peril. With this thought, he resolved to remain hidden and observe the situation, seeking opportunities to glean information about this world while also devising ways to safeguard himself against unforeseen dangers. However, when he overheard the conversation between 2 pirates, he was left utterly flabbergasted. "Pirate, do you really think the devil's child, Nico Robin, is here?" he asked, scratching his head with a look of uncertainty. "Pirate B, how should I know? But the captain said she's here, so what can we do? Besides, even if she isn't, this quaint little town offers ample compensation." He grinned, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth, a sly smile dancing across his face. "Pirate, true enough, there are plenty of women here still. It is rather strange. Why would the captain suddenly know that the devil's child is here when we were sailing along just fine?" He stroked his chin. Curiosity etched upon his face. "Pirate B said, stop daydreaming and hurry up to look for it." With that, he impatiently shoved Pirate A. After that, the 2 turned and departed in the shadows. A young boy murmured to himself, "Could it be that the demon child they mentioned, the one named Nico Robin, is the same person I remember? This can't be possible, can it?" His face was a canvas of shock and confusion. His mind flooded with visions of Robin from the anime. He cautiously navigated through the alley, and upon discovering a bounty poster depicting a little girl, inscribed with the words "Demon Child, Nico Robin, bounty of 79 million berries," he finally grasped where he had arrived. "Damn, have I transcended into the world of One Piece?" he exclaimed, his expression shifting from disbelief to exhilaration. Despite his incessant grumbling, the gleam in his excited eyes revealed his immense joy at being in this world. After all, this was a realm where strength was paramount. Here, he need not worry about mortgage payments. All he needed was to continuously enhance his abilities. "I must find Robin immediately. Although I don't know what year it is, if I can locate her and become friends, it would surely be worthwhile. Who knows, she might even reciprocate my affections." He imagined the future version of the beautiful and mature older sister, Grinning foolishly as he wiped the drool from his mouth, however, he would later regret this decision when chased by a man wielding ice. Thus, he wiped his mouth and joined the vast throng in search of Nico, Robin, though their intentions were the same. The outcomes would diverge meanwhile. The innocent girl hiding in the corners remained oblivious to the lecherous gaze fixed upon her. "Mommy, teacher, why? Why?" Robin, concealed within a garbage bin, stifled her cries, desperately trying to suppress any sound, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Her shoulders trembled slightly, curled up in a ball, her heart incessantly questioning why her hometown was destroyed by the Navy and why her dear friends were lost. Like a rat hunted down, she hid in the darkness, yet she was merely a 9-year-old girl. Her tears flowed silently, a testament to her remarkable strength. Chapter 2. Nico Robin. Robin perked up her ears, holding her breath until the searching footsteps faded into the distance, and then she cautiously emerged from her hiding. Placed barefoot, she moved as gracefully as a startled fawn, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of even the slightest sound. The harrowing and brutal experiences of the past year had left scars etched deep within her heart, instilling a profound understanding that she could not linger in one spot for too long. Otherwise, she would inevitably attract the cold grasp of her enemies. She remained vigilant, moving stealthily while her gaze darted around, urgently seeking a new hiding spot. However, as she once again slipped into a shadowy corner, believing she had successfully eluded her pursuers, she was entirely unaware that every movement of hers was being meticulously observed by a ghostly figure lurking behind the shadow concealed itself within the darkness. Emitting not a sound, nor daring to advance, it merely retreated a fraction, like a silent specter, quietly trailing Robin. Robin continued to evade the pirates, sometimes curling herself into narrow crevices, and at other times swiftly changing positions during their lapses. Ultimately, with no other options, she had no choice but to hide within a dumpster that reeked of decay. Yet those searching pirates lingered like sharks scenting blood, unwilling to depart, seemingly fixated on this location. As time passed, more and more pirates congregated, conducting a thorough search. The shadow, witnessing the growing numbers, realized waiting was no longer an option and hastened forward. It casually pointed in one direction, raising its voice in a clear, youthful call. "It seems there's a discovery over there." The sound rang out, crisp and bright, tinged with the innocence of childhood. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately surged toward the indicated direction, clamoring, "Hurry, don't let her escape." Seeing the pirates had departed, the shadow quickly approached the dumpster, gently tapping 3 times on its side. Then, clearing its throat, it lowered its voice and said, "I've drawn them away. You're safe for now. You may come out." Robin, who had just begun to relax upon hearing the crowd disperse, was startled by the sudden knocking, causing her to shudder, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Recognizing the youthful tone from outside, Robin surmised it to be a child. A sense of relief washed over her, and she thought to herself that dealing with a mere child would be well within her capabilities. With that in mind, she forcefully pushed open the lid and stood up, only to find a little boy clad in an orange short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his feet adorned with blue canvas shoes. His black hair danced lightly in the breeze, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight as he regarded her, hands tucked into his pockets, maintaining a deliberate distance of 2 meters. The scene momentarily rendered Robin speechless, but she quickly regained her composure as she climbed out of the dumpster. Her expression turned icy, and with a hint of menace in her voice, she warned, "You'd best remain silent, otherwise I won't hesitate to kill you." With that, she attempted to turn and flee. However, the boy seemed undeterred by her warning, displaying no fear as he countered, "Are you certain? I suggest you follow me if I shout that you're here. Just think about how you'll evade those nearby if you waste time eliminating me." Robin's steps froze abruptly, astonished that she could be threatened by a child even younger than herself. Slowly, she turned, her face darkened with a frightening intensity as she coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "Oh, is this the Robin from my childhood?" The young boy, Long Chui, mused quietly to himself. He shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Regardless of the situation, with my slight frame, I cannot overpower you. I merely wish for you to accompany me. The place I have in mind is considerably safer than your current hiding spots." Robin regarded Long Chui with suspicion, her eyes brimming with doubt and unease. Her hands instinctively clenched, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Yet, Long Chui did not afford her much time for contemplation. He abruptly seized her hand and dashed up the mountain. "Enough of your wild imaginings," exclaimed Long Chui, laughing as he ran, his face radiant with a bright smile. "I harbor no malice. Do you not remember? The last time you taunted those individuals, I was already aware of your actions. Had I truly wished you harm, I could have easily divulged your whereabouts to them." "Oh, how rude of me. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Long Chuyi. Upon hearing this, Robin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that if this boy named Long Chuyi had malevolent intentions, he could have easily compromised her position to the adversaries. Could it be that he is genuinely just an ordinary child? Nonetheless, Robin remained acutely vigilant. After all, in this perilous world, human nature is inscrutable, and anyone could harbor undisclosed motives. Thus, she silently followed Long Chuyi until they arrived at the entrance of a cave. From within, a deep growl echoed, reverberating through the tranquil forest, causing Robin's heart to tighten with apprehension. Surely, he does not intend to cast me into the cave to feed that bear, she pondered. And at this thought, her body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. As Long Chuyi embarked on his quest for Robin, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a cave nestled within the mountains. Upon his initial entry into this cavern, the sight before him left him utterly astonished, a mother bear fiercely guarding her two cubs. The moment the mother bear laid eyes on Long Chuyi, her gaze instantly filled with hostility, and a low growl emanated from her throat, as if she were poised to rend this intruder to shreds at any given moment. A sudden tightness gripped Long Chuyi's heart, fear constricting it in an instant. However, as the mother bear charged toward him, his body unexpectedly emanated a mysterious white light. Upon contact with the mother bear, an unprecedented sense of familiarity washed over her. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, and with it, the white light vanished without a trace. Long Chuyi was filled with bewilderment, yet before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the once ferocious she-bear transformed into an entirely different creature. Approaching him with an unexpected gentleness, emitting soft purrs from her throat akin to a devoted canine. Thus, Long Chuyi forged a remarkable bond of friendship with the she-bear. Returning to the present, Long Chuyi looked at Robin with a playful grin, noticing the expression of sheer terror on her face. Suddenly, an impulse to tease the little girl surged within him. He deliberately adopted a sinister demeanor, lowering his voice as he said, "Well, do you dare to go inside? There's a ferocious adult bear lurking within. It could swallow you whole with just one mouthful." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly clawed the air. Upon hearing this, Robin instinctively stepped back several paces, her small face turning pale with fright. However, when she caught sight of Long Chuyi's triumphant expression, reminiscent of a schemer reveling in his ploy, she quickly realized she had been played. With a huff of indignation, her cheeks flushed with annoyance, she declared loudly, "Hmph. What is there to be afraid of?" With that, she puffed out her chest, feigning a fearless demeanor, and strode boldly toward the cave. Long Chuyi initially intended to make a jest to amuse her, but to his astonishment, she dared to venture inside. A sense of concern began to creep into his heart. After all, that bear recognized only him. If Robin inadvertently provoked it, the consequences would be dire. He hurriedly followed, muttering, "Do not run about. If that bear becomes enraged, do not say I did not warn you." Upon entering the cave, the pair immediately spotted the bear lazily sprawled on the ground, its dull eyes fixed on them with indifference. When the bear lifted its head and beheld Long Chuyi, a flicker of affection gleamed in its eyes, accompanied by a soft rumbling sound from its throat, yet it promptly resumed its repose, drifting back into slumber. Long Chuyi swiftly grasped Robin's small hand, offering gentle reassurance, "Do not be afraid. He is my dear friend and will not harm you." Certainly not attempting to take advantage of the moment to hold the little girl's hand, Robin gazed at the boy before her, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. This bear was evidently wild, and observing the boy's attire, he did not appear to belong to the mountains. Moreover, if he had indeed been friends with this bear since childhood, the cave would not be in such disarray. Thus, it became apparent that their acquaintance was a recent development. How, then, had this boy forged a friendship with a wild bear? Contemplating this mystery, Robin chose to stay, gently withdrawing her hand from Long Chuyi's grasp, and subsequently settled down in a clean spot. Long Chuyi awkwardly touched his nose, primarily captivated by the presence of the goddess from his previous life as anime before him. Unable to restrain his emotions, it was certainly not due to any superficial affection. Why does my finger carry a hint of floral fragrance? Long Chuyi sat beside Robin, scratching his head, and inquired, "So, what will you do in the future?" Robin simply replied with 3 words, "To survive." His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable sense of determination. Long Chuyi silently murmured to himself, "Oh, how awkward this is. I have no idea how to converse with girls." In his previous life, he had been nothing more than a cog in the corporate machine, with little time to pursue romantic interests, let alone engage in casual conversation with the fairer sex. Thus, the two sat in silence until the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the rumbling of his stomach. Even the most foolish of beings, Long Chui, understands the necessity of foraging for sustenance. Ah, are you hungry? Allow me to procure some food for you. Wait for my return. With that, he dashed out, his little legs propelling him forward with such urgency that he nearly stumbled. Robin observed the comical silhouette of Long Chui, a subtle smile unconsciously gracing her lips, revealing a flicker of amusement. Is he truly seeking something for me? Sorrow, is this the friend you spoke of? Can a creature like me, a demon, truly have friends? She murmured softly, her gaze filled with confusion yet tinged with a hint of hope. Chapter 3. A modest trial in the forest upon the mountain. The trees stood tall and lush, their branches sprawling and verdant. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows across the ground. In the midst of a thicket, the diminutive figure of Long Chui concealed himself, his eyes wide with astonishment as they fixated on a wild boar not far ahead. This boar was no ordinary creature. Its size rivaled that of an automobile. One cannot help but marvel at the fantastical nature of this pirate world. Long Chui gazed in awe at the colossal beast, curiosity and excitement shimmering in his eyes. He then lowered his gaze to his hands, grasping firmly a somewhat sharp stone. How foolish of him to be preoccupied with outrageous thoughts in the small town, neglecting to equip himself with a weapon. I hope you can muster some strength. Otherwise, my life hangs in the balance today. Long Chui silently prayed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. To vanquish such a formidable creature, especially for someone as small as Long Chui, seemed utterly implausible. However, since the mysterious white light had reappeared, the little golden figure in his mind had begun to emanate golden rays, and an indescribable sensation coursed through his body, confirming that his strength had surged exponentially. It was this newfound power that compelled Long Chui to test his abilities, leading him to seek out this giant wild boar as his subject. Observing the boar as it leisurely foraged for food, Long Chui took a deep breath, suddenly springing into action. With a powerful push against the ground, he surged forward like a released arrow aimed directly at the beast. Little did he anticipate that the boar had already assumed an aggressive stance the moment he rose. A sudden jolt coursed through Long Chui's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. This boar had already detected my presence. But why had it refrained from attacking until now? Could it be that it perceives me merely as a toy, toying with me as a cat does with a mouse? The beast, sensing an unseen observer, relied on its instinctive acuity to discern that the essence of the gaze was exceedingly faint. It was precisely this realization that sparked its mischievous intent to play with Long Chui. At this moment, Long Chui found himself with no path of retreat. The arrow was on the string, and he had no choice but to release it. Having surged forward, he resolved to exert every ounce of his strength. His singular aim was the boar's eyes. As he closed the distance to approximately 10 meters from the wild boar, the creature charged fiercely towards him. Despite its massive and cumbersome frame, it exhibited astonishing speed, shrinking the gap to a mere 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The boar lowered its head, its intentions clear, aiming to impale Long Chui with its formidable tusks. As Long Chui slightly turned to the side, at the critical moment when the boar was about to collide with him, his reflexes kicked in and he swiftly extended his left hand, seizing one of the creature's tusks. The boar, undeterred, thrust its head upward with great force, propelling Long Chui into the air, resembling a garment swaying on a clothesline in a tempest, fluttering chaotically in the wind. Had he not clung tenaciously to the tusk, he would have been flung far away. In desperation, he wielded the sharp stone in his right hand, aiming for the boar's eye. However, the incessant shaking of the boar's head rendered his efforts futile. Either he was unable to muster the strength to strike or he simply missed his target. The boar's head shook with increasing vigor as it charged towards the looming tree behind them. Long Chui also noticed the movements of the enormous pig, fully aware that aside from the sturdy trees behind, there was nothing else. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he discarded the stone in his right hand and grasped the coarse bristles of the pig's hide with both hands, desperately climbing onto its back. Just as he was about to collide with the great tree, Long Chui managed to ascend to the pig's neck without harm. He then clenched his fists and, summoning all his strength, struck the creature's head with tremendous force. Blow after blow, he unleashed dozens of punches, and to his astonishment, a faint golden glow began to emanate from his fists. His speed increased with each strike, eventually coalescing into a shimmering beam of light. The enormous pig howled in agony, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge the unwelcome passenger on its back. Yet at that moment, Long Chui's once feeble aura suddenly surpassed that of the great pig. Previously, Long Chui's presence had been akin to a flickering match on the verge of extinguishment, while the pig's was like the roaring flames of a gas stove. Now, however, Long Chewy's energy resembled a vibrant bonfire, fierce and formidable. Thus, after nearly 20 minutes of relentless assault, the great pig ultimately paid a heavy price for its arrogance. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, Long Chewy rose to his feet, his right hand emanating a faint white glow as he gently cradled his fractured left hand. Despite the significant enhancement of his strength, he found himself pinned beneath the weight of the enormous boar. Not only was his right foot broken, but his arm bent painfully backward, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Ouch, this hurts terribly. I have gone too far this time, he gasped, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, his lips murmuring in distress. Nevertheless, he reflected on his abilities, noting that the golden radiance likely corresponded to his warrior prowess, while the white light seemed to signify auxiliary capabilities. The small golden figure, akin to a spring, appeared to replenish the energy of both types of light. Despite the agony that made him grimace, Long Chewy pondered deeply, recognizing that the almost translucent glow must relate to his physical constitution. Furthermore, following this battle, he distinctly sensed that his strength had increased, and he was now more adept at wielding these two forms of light. After nearly 2 hours, thanks to the miraculous power of the white glow, Long Chewy managed to regain enough strength to walk, albeit with considerable pain. He hoisted the flattened head of the boar onto his back, treating it as a form of weight training, and trudged step by step toward the cave. Another hour passed, and he finally returned to the cave, having spent nearly 3 hours on this hunting expedition. Robin, who had initially planned to leave quietly, was reluctant to bring misfortune upon Long Chewy due to her presence. Yet, deep within her heart, there lingered a glimmer of hope, the hope that Long Chewy could become her first friend. Just as she wrestled with her conflicting emotions, she suddenly noticed an unusual sight at the cave entrance. There stood Long Chewy, leaning forward, gripping the boar's hind legs with all his might, struggling to drag it forward. The boar's head had become grotesquely deformed, as if crushed by a heavy hammer, presenting a terrifying visage. As the figure drew nearer, Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as she finally recognized him. "Is that really Long Chewy?" she exclaimed, rushing over to assist him. Once the boar was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, Long Chewy collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. I'm alive." That was exhausting. Robin stared in shock at the bloodied, tattered figure before her, marveling inwardly at his youth. How could he, with bare hands, have slain such a massive beast? "Hey, Robin, can I call you that?" Long Chewy panted, his face alight with eager anticipation. Robin, snapping back to reality, nodded gently. "Could you gather some twigs and firewood from around here? I am utterly drained and need to rest for a while," he said with a weary smile still lingering on his face. Without uttering a word, Robin silently nodded and turned to leave. My strength has improved even further. It seems I must continue to train." Long Chewy lay sprawled on the ground, grinning foolishly, his face radiating a sense of contentment. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, Long Chewy and Robin exerted considerable effort and finally succeeded in igniting a campfire. However, a new dilemma arose. Lacking any cutting tools, they were utterly unable to prepare their catch for cooking. At that moment, Robin ventured out once more, leaving behind a remark. "Why don't you go to the town and purchase some food? They wouldn't capture you anyway." Upon hearing this, Long Chewy was instantly taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. He felt so awkward he wished to vanish into the earth, unable to comprehend how a mere child could so bluntly critique him. "Hmph, I went hunting merely to test my strength, not because I forgot." Long Chewy turned his head away, conjuring excuses in his mind in an attempt to salvage some dignity. After a while, Robin returned, bearing a knife, some seasonings, and a few bandages. Upon spotting the bandages, Long Chewy's eyes brightened, and a silly smile spread across his face. "Robin, are these bandages meant for me?" However, Robin merely replied coolly, "Yes, they're for your hanging." With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing those words, Long Chewy felt as though his heart had shattered into countless pieces, mumbling in a pitiful tone, "Why is this little girl so cruel?" Subsequently, Long Chewy, Robin, and a little bear enjoyed a sumptuous feast of roasted pig. As Long Chewy ate, he pondered, "I feel a surge of strength within me. Could it be?" After the meal, Long Chewy was pleasantly surprised to discover that his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, noticeably faster than usual. Could this be the ability of life restoration? Oh my, this golden light, which is actually a weak golden hue, is akin to armed hockey. And the white light possesses restorative properties akin to Conqueror's hockey. The white light carries a sense of affinity. The pattern on my hand resembles a sword, Surely, I will become a great swordsman in the future, a formidable character wielding conqueror's haki. With these thoughts, Long Chuyi was overwhelmed with excitement. Lying on the ground and grinning endlessly. Beside him, Robin observed the grinning boy, her mood buoyed as well, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Long Chuyi had yet to realize that the radiant white light enveloping him emanated from an external source. At that moment, his body was surrounded by an invisible, dazzling glow. Robin, too, remained oblivious to the subtle shift in her own feelings, despite her previous doubts and wariness towards Long Chuyi. She found herself gazing at the young boy before her, warmth gradually seeping into her eyes. This ethereal light went unnoticed by those around them. Yet it quietly transformed the dynamic between her and Long Chuyi. Chapter 4. The battle before dawn had fully broken. A faint blush of light appeared on the horizon. Long Chuyi emerged from the cave, disregarding the lingering pain from his unhealed wounds. He sought out a massive stone in the forest, bearing his torso, and commenced his weight training for the day. In this world where strength reigned supreme, power was the essence of survival. To exist without formidable strength was sheer folly. Moreover, the pirates below rampaged unchecked. This sanctuary would inevitably be discovered, compelling him to seize every moment to enhance his abilities. 199. Long Chuyi gritted his teeth. Veins bulging on his forehead, every muscle taut with effort. Sweat streamed down his cheeks and chest, pooling onto the earth beneath him. 200. His roar reverberated through the tranquil woods. At that moment, a small figure stealthily concealed herself at the cave's entrance. Robin held Long Chuyi's orange shirt, casting furtive glances at his training. The year of fleeing had instilled in her an unwavering vigilance. The slightest rustle would rouse her. Earlier, when Long Chuyi had ventured out to train, he had gently draped his shirt over her still sleeping form. As he approached, she awoke, her body tensing, hands instinctively crossing in preparation to unleash her devil fruit powers, ready to incapacitate him should he harbor any ill intentions. However, Long Chuyi merely covered her with the garment. This simple gesture sent a tremor through Robin's heart, instantly dissolving her defenses and flooding her with an unprecedented warmth and care. She watched his small figure stride toward the outside, memories rushing back like a tidal wave, the terror of fleeing, the endless solitude, and the cherished recollections of family and friends tucked deep within her heart. Her eyes began to glisten, tears pooling at the corners, yet she resolutely stifled her emotions, maintaining the facade of slumber. 500. Long Chuyi's thunderous shout jolted Robin from her reverie. She hurried back into the cave, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Phew. I'm exhausted, Long Chuyi panted, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground. He raised his hand, fists clenched, savoring the surge of strength, a satisfied expression adorning his face. All right, time for more weighted running. After a brief respite, he hoisted a large stone in each hand. Lacking ropes, he strained under their weight, running around a towering tree. Meanwhile, Robin ventured deeper into the mountains in search of fruits and prey. At noon, Robin called in the dragon, still in training, into the cave for a meal. Long Chuyi gazed at Robin, whose face bore several scratches, and with a playful smile inquired, "Did you go hunting?" Robin responded with a soft hum, her voice barely a whisper. "Were those marks left by your prey?" Long Chuyi stifled a laugh, pointing to his own face and then to the food simmering in the pot. Robin immediately felt a flush of embarrassment, slightly turning her head away to hide her discomfort from him. Haha, don't you possess the powers of a devil fruit? How could you still be scratched? Especially when there are large bears around. Couldn't you have commanded them to catch a few? Long Chuyi finally erupted into hearty laughter, relishing in the chance to retaliate for the teasing he endured the previous day. However, his amusement was short-lived as he suddenly felt a pair of soft little hands reach from behind his neck, firmly grasping his cheeks and pulling them outward. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, nearly brought to tears. It turned out that Robin had employed the powers of the flower fruit to grip his face. Observing Long Chuyi's pitiable, pleading expression, Robin found him utterly adorable. As the hand that was exerting the pressure was connected to her own body, she could distinctly feel the smoothness of his delicate cheeks, causing her to blush. Flustered, she quickly released her ability, seated herself beside the pot, and lowered her head to stir the chicken soup within. Upon first encountering Robin, Long Chuyi was delighted that she spared him, and with a beaming smile, he settled beside her, lavishing her with compliments. Robin, you are truly kind and adorable, virtuous and gentle. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry you will surely be blessed for generations. These words made Robin blush even more, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. The bear, sensing the atmosphere, lifted its head to glance at Long Chui, who was playfully teasing Robin by the fire, and disdainfully huffed before resuming its slumber. After finishing lunch, Long Chui immediately set off to train. Through diligent effort over this period, he had developed sufficient strength to easily overpower 3 versions of his former self, instilling him with confidence and a burgeoning sense of hope for the future. As evening descended, Long Chui was running laps around the cave when he unexpectedly crossed paths with a group of pirates. Seeing him as nothing more than a filthy child, they disregarded him entirely, encircling him instead. One pirate, with a face full of contempt, sneered, "What are you doing here, brat? Look at you, so filthy." In a feigned display of vulnerability, Long Chui replied, his voice trembling slightly, "My mother is ill, and my father has passed away. I came to the mountains in search of medicinal herbs." However, the pirates remained unmoved by his plight. 3 of them advanced, binding him tightly, delivering a few kicks for amusement, and then they began their ascent up the mountain, toying with him like a plaything. Long Chui, in order to await the opportune moment for a stealthy assault, suppressed the fury swelling within him and chose to endure in silence. He lay quietly upon the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, silently observing the retreating figures of the pirates. Once they vanished from sight, he sprang to his feet, wrenching his hands forcefully, causing the ropes binding his wrists to snap asunder. In that instant, he resembled a poised cheetah, launching himself at full speed towards the pirates. His heart raced wildly. Adrenaline surged to its zenith, and his eyes, sharpened by the effects of his sympathetic nervous system, dilated with intensity. This would mark his first act of taking a life in 2 lifetimes. He understood fully that from this moment forth, he must adapt to the merciless laws of survival in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong. In mere minutes, Long Chui closed the distance to the pirates. He nimbly ascended a robust tree, cautiously surveying the situation below, his mind racing with combat strategies while he subtly summoned the brilliance of the golden figure within his consciousness. I must first eliminate the last knife-wielding foe, seize his weapon, and then employ guerrilla tactics amidst the underbrush, he calculated inwardly. Just then, an exquisite opportunity presented itself. Long Chui decisively leaped down, pouncing fiercely upon the last few pirates. With a roar, he struck, his fist shimmering with a golden light, landing a devastating blow to one pirate's head. The unfortunate pirate barely had time to utter a cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Swiftly, Long Chui seized the fallen pirate by the ankle, swinging him with force, causing the 3 surrounding pirates to lose their balance in the face of this sudden onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Long Chui deftly picked up the fallen pirate's knife and gun without hesitation. The sharp reports of gunfire shattered the stillness of the forest, and 3 pirates fell in response. It was only then that the remaining pirates finally registered the threat, but Long Chui had already vanished into the dense underbrush. "Capture him!" the pirate leader bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Subsequently, Long Chui engaged in a fierce guerrilla battle against the throng of pirates. Curse it, outsmarted by a mere brat. The pirate leader seethed, grinding his teeth in fury as he and his lackeys scoured the woods for Long Chui's whereabouts. The once tranquil forest was now rife with gunfire, shattering the serenity of days past. Inside the cave, Robin, alerted by the gunshots, immediately became vigilant. Grasping a small knife used for cutting meat, she dashed toward the source of the noise, her heart silently praying, uncertain whether her plea was for her own safety or for the young warrior engaged in battle. "Ah, that detestable brat! I will surely kill you." The pirate leader's furious shout echoed through the woodland, witnessing Long Chui finally cease his flight and eliminate his last subordinate. The pirate leader's wrath reached its zenith. Long Chui, however, paid no heed to the impotent fury of his opponent. He cast aside the empty gun and, with his left hand emanating a luminous white light, gently placed it upon his wounded abdomen. During the recent fierce battle, despite possessing a semblance of the armament hockey in the form of yellow light, his mastery of it was merely 2 days old, and thus the energy was insufficient to envelop his entire body, resulting in an injury to his midsection. Subsequently, a faint smirk of disdain graced Long Chui's lips as he taunted, "Is that all you can do? Don't claim I didn't offer you a chance. Come and try to tear me apart if you dare." He made a provocative gesture with his right hand, continuing his mockery, "With your pitiful skills, how can you even consider yourself a leader? If I were one of your subordinates, I would have usurped your position long ago. You, wretched brat. I shall make you regret ever being born into this world. Ah, die." The pirate captain, utterly enraged, propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, hurtling towards Long Chuyi like a cannonball, causing the earth beneath him to crack under the sheer force of his launch. Long Chuyi, unfazed, continued to emanate a soft white glow from his left hand, healing his injuries. As his opponent charged towards him, he turned and sprinted away without uttering a word. "You ugly brute, if you have the skill, come catch me," he taunted while running, glancing back mockingly. Thus began an intense chase between the two. The pirate captain, being an adult with a wealth of combat experience from years spent skirting danger, swiftly seized Long Chuyi by the leg. In an instant, Long Chuyi was lifted like a hammer and violently slammed to the ground repeatedly. After enduring dozens of impacts, the pirate captain finally paused, hoisting Long Chuyi into the air. At that moment, Long Chuyi's head was awash in blood, droplets cascading down from his hair that stood on end. "Kid, why are you screaming?" Why the silence now?" the pirate captain bellowed menacingly. Coughing, Long Chuyi retorted, "Is this all you've got?" Cough, cough. Despite appearing gravely injured, he had managed to shield his head with a golden light during each impact with the ground. With a resounding thud, he was kicked like a football towards a nearby tree. Upon colliding with the trunk, the tremendous force created a deep dent, and he truly sustained serious injuries, coughing up a mouthful of blood. After a brief pause, however, Long Chuyi suddenly burst into laughter, wiping the blood from his lips and pushing himself up from the ground. His gaze locked onto his adversary, blood-soaked and hair matted with crimson. He presented a terrifying visage. This sight sent a shiver through the pirate captain. This boy could not be allowed to live. He silently resolved, charging recklessly once more. This time, Long Chuyi stood his ground. A golden light flared from his hands, a faint yellow aura enveloping his feet as he propelled himself off the ground, rushing toward the pirate captain. The two engaged in a brutal melee, exchanging powerful blows. As time passed, the pirate captain found his stamina waning, astonished that he was being outmatched by a mere child, and faced the absurd prospect of being bested by a young boy. With a mighty effort, the pirate captain hurled Long Chuyi away with a punch, then charged again. Taiji, bone shatter. Seizing the opportunity, Long Chuyi deftly deflected the punch aimed at him, channeling all his golden energy into his right fist, delivering a fierce strike to the pirate captain's right leg. A sharp crack echoed as the bone shattered instantaneously. "Ah!" the pirate captain cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. 8 extremes, 6 great openings. Due to his height limitation, Long Chuyi's range of attack was restricted, but he seized this moment to concentrate the last of his golden energy into his left elbow, delivering a devastating blow to the pirate captain's sternum, creating a visible indentation as shattered bones pierced into the vital organs within his chest cavity. Long Chuyi swiftly delivered an uppercut, causing the pirate leader to stagger backward. After a few futile struggles, he succumbed to silence. Breathing heavily, Long Chuyi collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. In the final moments before he closed his eyes, he glimpsed a frantic figure rushing toward him. Before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness completely. Chapter 5. A subtle atmosphere. As Long Chuyi engaged in fierce combat with the pirate leader, Robin was consumed by anxiety, tightly clutching a sharp dagger as she sprinted toward the fray. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her face etched with worry and urgency, as if tears were on the verge of spilling over at any moment. Suddenly, a branch unexpectedly snagged her foot, causing her to stumble and crash to the ground. A searing pain shot through her knee, yet she did not flinch. Instead, she quickly rose and hurried forward once more. She herself could not fathom why she felt such concern for this child she had only known for 2 days. Their exchanges had been sparse, yet deep within her heart, an inexplicable affection was quietly blossoming. Was it merely the fear of losing him, returning to a life of solitude? Or was it the dread of his life being endangered because of her? As Robin ran, tears blurred her vision, and she lost her footing, falling again. She scrambled to her feet, hastily wiping away her tears, bending to retrieve the dagger that had fallen to the ground, her gaze resolute as she continued toward Long Chuyi's direction. When Robin finally arrived, panting heavily, the scene before her took her breath away. Long Chuyi lay lifelessly on the ground, murmuring faintly, his voice barely audible. Moments later, he closed his eyes and fell unconscious. Panic surged within Robin as she rushed forward, trembling as she reached out to check for his breath. Feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing, her heart finally settled, relieved that he was not in immediate danger. After a deep sigh, Robin slowly stood, her gaze fixed on Long Chuyi's small frame, disbelief etched in her expression. Could this truly be the strength the child possessed? She then approached the fallen pirates, bending down to collect their discarded weapons. With considerable effort, She hoisted Long Chu-yi onto her back, carefully navigating the edges of the jungle, ensuring there were no further threats before cautiously returning to the cave in the mountains. Upon returning to the cave, Robin gently laid Long Chu-yi on the soft grassy mat he had previously prepared for her, then hurriedly stepped outside to fetch water from a nearby stream. Upon her return, she held a damp cloth, tenderly wiping away the blood from Long Chu-yi's body, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of the pirates. Her movements were exceptionally cautious, as if she feared causing pain to the unconscious figure before her. Subsequently, she kindled a small fire and patiently fed him spoonfuls of broth. However, when confronted with the wounds adorning his body, Robin found herself at an impasse. The pirates had commenced their search in the mountains, and she dared not risk venturing into the city for medicine. Furthermore, she worried that her sudden appearance and disappearance would render their hideout more susceptible to discovery. Reluctantly, she resorted to the bandages she had fortuitously acquired the previous day, meticulously tending to his injuries. Fortunately, as time passed, his breathing gradually steadied, and the wounds began to heal. A flicker of solace emerged within Robin. At least he still held a glimmer of hope. At that moment, it seemed as though Long Chu-yi's consciousness had transcended into another realm. A radiant golden light enveloped him, emanating from the little golden figure, casting a brilliant glow. The warmth enveloped him like a gentle embrace from a mother. In this golden sea, he felt a powerful force nourishing his body and spirit, gradually restoring his vitality. As night fell, Robin managed to swallow a few morsels of food before quietly kneeling beside Long Chu-yi, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on his handsome yet youthful face, lost in thought. It was not until the stroke of midnight that she succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Long Chu-yi awakened with a languid stretch. He gasped, having survived and feeling invigorated. Upon waking, he did not immediately open his eyes. Instead, he relished in the joy of survival and the exhilaration of newfound strength. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, only to discover a heavy weight resting upon him. Curious about what it was, he glanced down to find Robin soundly asleep. Her small head nestled against his abdomen, rising and falling with each breath. Long Chu-yi felt a surge of joy within. How delightful to receive such a benefit so early in the morning. However, he quickly regained his composure. Noticing the sorrow etched across Robin's sleeping face, the deep shadows beneath her eyes, and her small hands tightly clutching his orange short sleeve. With great care, he withdrew one hand and gently placed it atop Robin's head, tenderly caressing her. His gaze softened considerably as he spoke in a quiet voice. "You need not fear any longer, for I have arrived." With that, he closed his eyes and gradually drifted back into slumber. Robin awoke the moment Long Chu-yi withdrew his hand, realizing she was holding on to him. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks a deep crimson. She felt too shy to face him and opted to feign sleep. Yet, as she felt the gentle caress atop her head and heard his words, her heart swelled with joy and sweetness, even bringing her to the brink of tears. From that moment on, a small fissure quietly opened within Robin's heart, reserved solely for this little boy. Seeing Long Chu-yi slip back into sleep, Robin found herself overwhelmed with happiness, yearning for that tenderness. She embraced him once more and fell into a particularly sweet slumber. In her dreams, she encountered her mother, rushing into that warm embrace, sharing her experiences and fortunes. In reality, her lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a hint of sweetness. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen to its zenith in the sky. Yet, within the cave, the atmosphere had grown awkward enough to make one's toes curl. Robin's face was as red as a ripe tomato. Her hands nervously clasped together as she stood quietly by the wall, her head bowed. Long Chu-yi, in agony, clutched his lower back and rolled about on the ground. This predicament must be traced back to 10 minutes prior. At that moment, light streamed into the cave, dazzling Long Chu-yi's eyes. He rubbed his eyes and opened them groggily. Robin, who had originally been resting on his stomach, had unknowingly shifted to the side, and now their faces were mere inches apart. Long Chu-yi gazed, bewildered, at the adorable face before him, and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, leaned closer. As fate would have it, Robin suddenly moved his head forward, and, due to their height difference, Long Chu-yi's lips met Robin's directly. Before Long Chu-yi could fully comprehend the situation, Robin's large eyes, filled with indignation and embarrassment, suddenly widened. The two pairs of eyes locked in a gaze for 3 seconds. Immediately following, with a sharp clap, Long Chu-yi was sent flying 3 meters away by a slap from Robin. With her arms crossed, Robin instantaneously activated the powers of her devil fruit. As Long Chui regained his senses, he was about to craft a rebuttal when a pair of hands tightened around his neck, while 4 others pinned his legs down. With a simultaneous exertion of force, he contorted like a shrimp, arching his back. Suddenly, a crack echoed, followed by a cry of anguish. Time rewound to the present. Couldn't you allow me a moment to explain? To act so swiftly is rather ruthless, it hurts tremendously. Long Chui writhed on the ground in pain, continuously lamenting Robin's actions. Once he had regained a semblance of composure, he added playfully, as a form of punishment, you shall henceforth embrace me in slumber. Under the watchful gaze of Robin's benevolent smile, Long Chui unreservedly and unequivocally forgave him. Following this incident, the atmosphere between the two shifted to a delicate nuance. Chapter 6. Dawn breaks. Long Chui secretly made a profound decision in his heart that afternoon. He would embark on an exceedingly perilous endeavor to shatter the shackles of his existence. After enduring a harrowing battle, he came to a profound realization, despite possessing extraordinary abilities. His current strength remained woefully inadequate. In the face of formidable adversaries, he often found himself overwhelmed, struggling even against ordinary petty pirates, let alone the terrifying monsters capable of collapsing mountains with a mere punch. If strength could be acquired through combat and prowess enhanced through arduous training, he must compel himself to unearth his utmost potential. Thus, he found himself before a majestic waterfall, gazing at the tumultuous cascade, its grandeur sending shivers down his spine. Long Chui could not help but ponder, will I truly relinquish my life here? This fleeting thought flickered through his mind, stirring a twinge of trepidation within him, causing his steps to falter. It was not surprising. In his previous life, who had trained beneath a waterfall, especially one as turbulent as this? Such scenes were reserved for the realms of animated tales. Instinctively, he glanced towards the small golden figure nestled deep within his consciousness, as if it were the wellspring of his strength and the beacon of his courage. The small golden figure seemed to sense his gaze, flickering gently as if to offer him encouragement and fortitude. Long Chui steadied himself, took a deep breath, and encouraged himself. Come on. I cannot easily back down. Clad in orange shorts and bare-chested, he resolutely stepped into the frigid waters, advancing toward the waterfall step by step. As he drew closer, the force of the rushing water intensified, yet he gritted his teeth, showing no sign of retreat. He extended his hand to test the tumultuous current. But the moment he made contact, an overwhelming pressure surged toward him, as if a 1,000-pound weight had suddenly been affixed to his arm, bending his body uncontrollably. Ah! With a gasp, Long Chui cried out in terror, only to be violently thrust into the water by the waterfall's impact, sweeping him toward the center of the lake. Water splashed everywhere, and his body was tossed about chaotically, leaving him utterly disoriented. With a sudden splash, he finally emerged from the depths, gasping for air and coughing incessantly. Wiping the water from his face, he was filled with astonishment. Goodness, this is too intense. How can an ordinary person endure this? Yet, a tenacious spirit resided within Long Chui, compelling him to confront the waterfall head-on. Time and again, he was swept away by the torrent. Yet he stubbornly fought his way back. 3 days passed, and Long Chui finally managed to find his footing around the waterfall, enduring for several minutes at a time. The following day, Robin arrived at the shore, quietly observing the resilient and fervent figure beneath the waterfall. She constructed a modest temporary shelter nearby, sleeping within its confines at night, while Long Chui lay outside after his training, separated only by a wooden board. Thus, their days flowed by in a repetitive cycle. One morning, 2 weeks later, a deafening roar shattered the morning tranquility, jolting Robin awake from her slumber. She hurried outside, following the sound, only to behold a young man, with skin as pale as snow and standing about 5 feet tall, bracing himself in the heart of the waterfall. Clenching his jaw, his face flushed with exertion, every muscle taut, he strained against the overwhelming pressure of the cascading water. 10 minutes elapsed, and blood began to seep from the crevices of Long Chui's clenched teeth. Yet he steadfastly persevered. On the shore, Robin's hands were tightly clasped together, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh, her gaze fixed on Long Chui, filled with concern and anticipation. 3 minutes later, he suddenly coughed up blood, splattering onto the water's surface. Nevertheless, he did not yield, continuing to withstand the onslaught. As seconds ticked away, half an hour later, Long Chui's condition deteriorated drastically. His head spun, a deafening hum echoed in his ears, and his senses grew increasingly blurred, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, about to be overwhelmed by the relentless current, a brilliant golden light erupted from his forehead. With a crack, it felt as though something within him shattered. Immediately, A force so powerful it was nearly suffocating erupted from him, instantaneously dispersing the surrounding water. A radiant golden light swiftly enveloped Long Chui, forming a resplendent golden shield around him. Standing unwavering, his eyes tightly shut and hands pressed together, he seemed to enter a state of profound enlightenment. Beside him, Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before her. She watched in disbelief as Long Chui's formerly jet-black hair began to turn white, growing at an astonishing rate until it cascaded down to his waist. Simultaneously, a faint golden glow emanated from his body, and his height surged by 20 centimeters, reaching a striking 1.70 meters. Even more astonishing for Robin was the transformation of Long Chui's visage. His features became more defined and captivating, with a mysterious mark appearing on his forehead. He exuded an aura of mystique and allure, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, radiating an extraordinary presence. Robin stood transfixed, her mind brimming with awe and curiosity about Long Chui's enigmatic abilities. Having been a top student in O'Hara, she had perused nearly every book in the Grand Library, possessing a considerable understanding of the world, yet she had never encountered anyone with powers as wondrous as his. This left her marveling at Long Chui, who appeared to be a treasure trove of enigmas, consistently delivering unexpected surprises. The transformation of Long Chui lasted merely 5 minutes before gradually fading away, reverting him to his original form, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness, being swept into the lake's center by the waterfall. Observing this, Robin adeptly approached a makeshift wooden raft and swiftly paddled towards Long Chui. Previously, Long Chui had been rendered unconscious multiple times, and knowing that Robin, as a devil fruit user, could not swim, he had thoughtfully constructed this raft to facilitate his rescue. Robin retrieved Long Chui from the water, bringing him back to the shore. She gently caressed his face, a smile of relief gracing her lips. From the depths of her heart, she felt a profound joy for Long Chui's success, grateful for the opportunity to forge a friendship with such a remarkable individual. The mere thought of friendship caused Robin to instinctively touch her lips, recalling that fateful day, her cheeks flushing with warmth as an unfamiliar sensation surged within her. When Long Chui regained consciousness, his eyes fluttered open to find Robin roasting 3 rabbits and several vegetables by the campfire. He instinctively smacked his lips, his stomach growling in response, at that moment feeling as though he could devour an entire roasted cow. By now, evening had descended, and Robin's perfectly roasted rabbits were devoured by Long Chui in mere moments. However, the meager meal left him still unsated, akin to having eaten nothing at all. Determined, Long Chui ventured into the woods, effortlessly locating 2 large wild boars, which he swiftly dispatched. "Why did you 2 die?" the king of hell inquired. The bewildered pigs replied, "We have no idea. We were just sleeping and suddenly found ourselves here." This time, Long Chui allowed Robin to feast first, only indulging himself after she had satisfied her hunger. Ultimately, Long Chui devoured 2 roasted pigs, 5 roasted rabbits, and 30 grilled fish, marking the conclusion of a most extravagant dinner. Long Chui reclined on the ground, letting out a resounding belch, contentedly caressing his belly. He turned to Robin with a smile and said, "Thank you, Robin. Tonight's dinner was absolutely delightful." Robin responded with a soft hum, and after a few moments of silence, finally spoke up. It seems that your abilities are quite rare. I have never encountered anyone with powers like yours." Long Chui seemed to have anticipated her question and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Indeed, my abilities are likely unparalleled in the world. They stem from here." He gestured towards his temple. "The white light possesses healing powers, while the golden light is imbued with offensive capabilities. That is approximately the extent of it." His reluctance to disclose the full breadth of his powers was not rooted in distrust of Robin, but rather in concern for those who sought her out. He felt too feeble at present, lacking the strength to confront those who coveted his abilities, having merely unlocked the first seal of his potential. It was akin to being the strongest in a novice village, only to discover his insignificance upon pushing open the gates to a higher realm. Robin rested her chin on her hand and thoughtfully remarked, "It sounds somewhat reminiscent of the powers of a devil fruit, yet yours is an innate gift." Long Chui quietly observed the little girl, who was deeply engrossed in her thoughts. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him, witnessing her liberation from constant fear. Able to freely pursue her desires, brought him immense joy from the depths of his heart. Although their interactions were infrequent, an unspoken understanding had already developed between them. Coupled with the subtle hints of affection, Long Chui felt that Robin was on the verge of fully accepting him, considering him a true friend. He yearned for Robin to open her heart to him, to confide in him the sorrows and grievances she had long buried. In that moment, Long Chuyi silently vowed, "When that day arrives, I shall become your strongest pillar of support." Long Chuyi shook his head, regaining his senses, and urged the still deep in thought Robin, "All right. It's getting late. Hurry off to bed. A bet is a bet, so don't forget to honor your promise." Upon hearing this, a flush instantly crept over Robin's face, and she hurried toward the small shed. "Get some good rest. Remember to behave," Long Chuyi called out cheerfully. Robin's face grew even redder, and her steps quickened as she hastily ducked into the small shed. Chapter 7. The dawn breaks. The events that ensued must be traced back to a time when Long Chuyi fell into a faint. It was an ordinary day, and Long Chuyi stood before the waterfall, his eyes ablaze with an unyielding fire. Time and again, he hurled himself toward the waterfall, splashes erupting around him. Each attempt lasting several minutes, yet he remained unable to penetrate its depths. After all this time, still no success. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed in frustration. Anxiety gnawing at him. He instinctively sensed the small golden figure within his consciousness, noticing it had grown an inch and its radiance was more pronounced. Yet this change seemed woefully inadequate. Should I go all in and dive straight into the core? His inner conflict raged, and after a moment of hesitation, he resolutely gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intensely on the waterfall, and shouted, "To hell with it. If I fail, I'll just be a better man 20 years from now." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he propelled himself into the waterfall like a cannonball. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. The immense force of the waterfall struck him hard, plunging him underwater and causing him to lose consciousness. By the time Robin realized what had happened, it was too late. Long Chuyi had vanished. Her heart tightened, terror enveloping her. "Long Chuyi," she screamed, her voice echoing across the vast expanse of the water. In a panic, she began to paddle the raft towards the waterfall, her hands trembling from exertion. After nearly half an hour of searching, she finally discovered the unconscious Long Chuyi amidst the grass on the riverbank. Swiftly, she tended to him, and once everything was settled, a wave of fear washed over her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. At that moment, she was filled with fury. Though she could not articulate the source of her anger, she felt an overwhelming rage at Long Chuyi's reckless actions. As night fell, Long Chuyi slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Robin sitting quietly by the campfire. Yet, an almost palpable chill seemed to envelop her, sending a jolt through him. As he began to speak, a wave of cold washed over him, as if a frigid serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He promptly closed his mouth, thinking to himself, "A wise man knows when to be prudent." He quickly submerged his consciousness, hoping to evade Robin's terrifying gaze. Yet, upon witnessing the state of consciousness, he could not help but burst into laughter. It turned out that although the little golden figure had reverted to a mere 3 centimeters in size, it radiated a golden light that illuminated a radius of 5 meters. This golden glow, akin to the manifestation of armed color in combat, implied that the more brilliance the little golden figure emitted, the greater the reservoir of golden light available to Long Chuyi, thereby enhancing his advantage in battle. Wait a moment. If a single entry could yield such a bounty of golden light, wouldn't multiple entries propel me to new heights? Ha ha ha. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his face lighting up with a foolish grin. In a fit of excitement, he abruptly leapt to his feet and, like a madman, dashed toward the waterfall. This unexpected action left Robin momentarily stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, her expression one of utter disbelief. As she watched Long Chuyi joyfully sprint towards the heart of the waterfall, only to vanish as he had during the day. Robin sat there in a daze for several seconds before unleashing a thunderous roar. Long Chuyi, with no other recourse, Robin was compelled to reenact the earlier scene, searching frantically. After a grueling half-hour, she finally located the unconscious Long Chuyi. Upon awakening, Long Chuyi was unsurprisingly met with a barrage of blows from Robin's 16 hands, leaving his face marred with bruises and several prominent bumps adorning his head. Hiss hiss. What a predicament! Long Chuyi knelt obediently on the ground, hands resting on his knees, his posture unyieldingly upright. Meanwhile, Robin lounged with a crossed leg, propping his chin on his hand, seated on a tree stump beside the campfire, his gaze icy as it bore down on him. Why, one might wonder, would you recklessly throw your life away? Robin mused aloud, his voice tinged with a weariness and resignation. What? Long Chuyi queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. However, a fierce glare from Robin silenced him instantly. He straightened his posture and dared not utter another sound. With a tone both flat and laced with a chilling undertone, Robin prompted, "Pray tell, our brave warrior, How is it that you managed to faint twice in the most tumultuous waters yet still remain among the living? Ah! The starkness of your calm demeanor belies the terror of your words, Long Chui thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing such sentiments. Eager to appease, he quickly replied, Hiki, Robin-chan, the gains have been quite substantial. He then launched into an animated account of how his strength had been augmented. In truth, after plunging in for the second time, he had not experienced significant changes. His physical power had increased somewhat, yet the golden radiance remained unchanged from before. Long Chui speculated that the golden light might possess a certain phase. To enhance its brilliance, one must surpass the pressure currently endured. In other words, to achieve a greater radiance at this moment, the only path is to stand in the midst of the waterfall. The following day, just as Long Chui intended to attempt this once more, he was intercepted by Robin, who had risen even earlier than he. Long Chui asked softly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Robin, is there something wrong? Robin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him, causing a chill to creep into Long Chui's heart. After a moment, Robin finally spoke, let us take a break. Your wounds have yet to heal. Long Chui touched his chest, where a ghastly wound resided, inflicted by the violent pressure of the waterfall that had slammed him against the water's surface twice the previous day. Oh, you mean this? The wound has healed, he asserted, striking his chest forcefully, producing a resounding echo. See, there's nothing wrong, right? Go back, Robin suddenly bellowed, her eyes turning crimson. Robin, what is wrong with you? Long Chui was taken aback by her reaction, realizing her outburst. Robin hastily wiped her eyes and reverted to her usual cold demeanor. It's nothing. After all, I'm merely a harbinger of misfortune. What could possibly be the matter? With that, she turned to leave, but Long Chui, despite his naivete, understood he could not allow Robin to depart so easily. He swiftly grasped her small hand. Can we talk? Don't think you can brush me off. Otherwise, I want to let go. The two remained locked in that position for 5 or 6 minutes. Finally, Robin turned her head, her eyes glistening with fresh tears. Why are you trying so hard? Given your current situation, there is no need to rush for strength. Before Robin could finish her sentence, Long Chui interrupted her. He gazed at her with unwavering determination, his tone grave yet resolute. Robin, stop deceiving yourself. You know it. Since I faced that small group of pirates, our fates have been irrevocably intertwined. At his words, Robin's emotions surged, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. But I only bring misfortune. You will lose your life because of me. In the past, many kind souls had taken Robin in, but all met tragic ends. Their fates haunted her like a nightmare, plunging her into profound guilt and fear. A kind woman had once sheltered her, only for her entire family to be brutally slaughtered by pirates seeking Robin, leaving her utterly alone. Robin vividly remembered the woman, blood streaming from her lower body. Her face swollen and bruised, her clothes tattered. With her remaining eye, she gazed at Robin, filled with endless pain, hatred, sorrow, and despair. Ultimately, under Robin's tearful watch, the woman drew her last breath. Since that harrowing experience, Robin had ceased to hope for sanctuary. Long Chui gently embraced the distraught Robin, having grown to nearly the same height as her after this period of training. It's all right. I will become stronger than anyone, and we will survive together, he said softly. Trust me, will you? Robin wept inconsolably against Long Chui's shoulder, her cries subsiding only after a considerable time, though she remained choked with emotion. After a while, she finally extricated herself from his embrace, yet she did not release the hand he held. Long Chui harbored a tinge of regret as he secretly inhaled the delightful floral scent that lingered around Robin. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Robin lowered her gaze. Long Chui raised an eyebrow and, with a playful smile, proposed, How about this, Robin? Let us make a wager. If I can endure the waterfall for 2 weeks, you must abide by my wishes thereafter. Conversely, should I fail, I shall heed your every command. What say you? Thus, it was only fitting that later, Long Chui would call out to Robin, urging her to comply. A week passed, and Long Chui's strength burgeoned under the relentless onslaught of the waterfall. He had fully acclimatized to its pressure, and his little golden figure had grown to 20 centimeters, radiating light that illuminated a 100-meter radius. By naval rank standards, Long Chui's prowess now equated to that of a competent lieutenant commander. Once he had completely adapted to the waterfall's force, he finally carved out time to descend the mountain. By then, the pirates had vacated, and numerous Navy personnel were organizing the evacuation of the surviving villagers. Some villagers, filled with agitation, vociferously berated the Navy for their tardy arrival. Soon, the small island was left devoid of inhabitants. This revelation surprised Long Chui. After meandering a few more rounds and confirming the absence of any townsfolk, he hastened back up the mountain to relay the news to Robin. Consequently, the duo descended. And although the people had departed, some household items remained. At that moment, Long Chui was luxuriating in the comfort of Robin's lap, while she, her face flushed with embarrassment, fed him fruit. This was not due to Robin's frivolity. It was simply that Long Chui was exceedingly brazen. Initially, he insisted on holding hands during idle moments, which escalated to demanding 4 embraces daily and eventually led to his desire to rest his head on her lap, resulting in a rather forceful reprimand from Robin. Yet, his thick skin rendered him undeterred. He would lean against her at any opportunity, and even punishment failed to dissuade him. In a final act of audacity, he threatened, "If you one day let me rest my head, then we shall sleep together in an embrace by night." The very thought of such an image left Robin utterly mortified, compelling her to reluctantly acquiesce. Unbeknownst to Long Chui, all his audacious antics were being keenly observed by those lurking in the shadows. After enjoying a brief respite of merely 2 days, Long Chui immersed himself once more into rigorous training. He performed squats until his leg muscles were utterly exhausted, then proceeded to execute squats while in a handstand. During this handstand exercise, he employed a luminous aura that enveloped his legs, allowing them to recover before his arms succumbed to fatigue. He then reverted to squatting with his legs, perpetuating this cycle repeatedly. Time and again, his limb muscles were strained to the brink of collapse, only to regenerate anew, subsequently facing the same fate. With each iteration, the strength of his limbs grew exponentially. Subsequently, he shouldered a 5-kilogram stone and ran laps around the small island, later fastening on his body a weight comparable to that of a naval warship. He mused to himself, "What a jest! If I can withstand the force of a waterfall, surely this is but a trivial challenge, is it not?" From the very outset, Long Chui's body underwent a remarkable transformation, akin to a phoenix rising anew from the ashes. Robin gazed in astonishment at Long Chui's relentless training regimen, leaving even those hidden in the shadows utterly astounded. A figure lurking nearby could not help but murmur, "Have today's youth truly become this formidable?" In response, Robin took it upon himself to care for Long Chui, fervently preparing copious amounts of food. Each time Long Chui collapsed from his relentless training, he required substantial nourishment to replenish his energy. As a week passed, one fateful night, a grand vessel began its slow approach towards the desolate island. Chapter 8. Dawn breaks in the stillness of the night. The surface of the sea shimmered under the silvery glow of the moonlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. 10 kilometers from the shore, Long Chui struggled against the weight of a heavy burden as he swam, each stroke a fierce battle against the surging undercurrents. Suddenly, a colossal ship surged through the waves towards him, perhaps due to the thick darkness of the night. Those aboard the vessel remained blissfully unaware of Long Chui's presence beneath the water's surface. Long Chui's expression changed abruptly, his heart racing with trepidation. He quickly inhaled deeply, propelling himself into the depths like a nimble dolphin. Once the colossal shadow of the ship had completely passed, he cautiously emerged, gasping for breath. His gaze followed the receding vessel, his brow furrowed in a tense furrow, eyes brimming with vigilance. He discerned clearly that the ship bore the flag of pirates, making its way towards the island where he was situated. This was intolerable. He could not allow these marauders to set foot on the island. Robin was still there. Gritting his teeth, a flash of determination ignited in his eyes. He untied the rope that secured his waist, displaying remarkable speed and strength, akin to a cannonball launched into the air, as he pursued the pirate ship. Silently, he maneuvered to the stern, seizing a dangling rope, and nimbly ascended the ship's railing like an agile monkey. Once aboard, he discovered 2 pirates leaning against each other, soundly asleep, each clutching an empty bottle. Lost in a deep slumber, Long Chui's gaze suddenly turned icy as he silently scaled the ship's railing, treading lightly towards the 2 slumbering pirates. As he drew near, his palms radiated a blinding golden light, and without hesitation, he pierced their throats with his hands. In an instant, crimson blood surged from their necks, splattering the ground. The 2 pirates had no time to utter a sound before losing their lives in the midst of their sweet dreams. 2 nearby pigs, witnessing the scene, muttered, "Why does this moment feel so eerily familiar?" As Long Chui was about to advance further towards the vessel, a pirate happened to catch sight of his blood-soaked figure. An enemy attack. The pirate shrieked in terror, his eyes wide with fear, his face a canvas of dread. However, his scream lasted but a fleeting moment before Long Chui sent him flying with a single punch. The pirate's body struck the ship's wall with the force of a cannonball, crashing through it as if it were mere parchment. In response to the commotion, The other pirates hastily converged, drawn together by the sound of alarm. At this moment, Long Chui, who once possessed a rather diminutive stature, has grown to approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Yet, when compared to the towering pirates surrounding him, he still appears remarkably insignificant. However, this petite figure emanates a formidable aura that commands respect and caution. His gaze is resolute and piercing, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of all things. A cascade of lustrous black hair dances gently in the sea breeze, adding an air of mystery and authority. The pirates, upon encountering this unexpectedly bold child, display expressions of utter disbelief. Their eyes widen and mouths agape, as though they have laid eyes on a creature of legend. "You little brat, who are you to trespass upon our ship?" One of the pirates bellowed, his face contorted with ferocity as he brandished his weapon threateningly. Long Chui slowly surveyed the surrounding pirates, his eyes glimmering with a frigid light as he coldly declared, "This path is impassable." No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure suddenly flickered, instantly appearing before one of the pirates. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch, his fist enveloped in a faint golden glow. The pirate barely had time to react before he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the deck with a dull thud. Witnessing this, the other pirates swiftly raised their weapons, shouting as they charged towards Long Chui. Yet, he exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, he deftly maneuvered among the pirates, his golden fists descending like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with immense power that rendered the pirates utterly defenseless. With each resounding thump, one pirate after another fell to the ground, groaning in agony. The pirates were astounded by Long Chui's formidable strength, yet they did not waver. Coordinating with one another, they attempted to besiege him. Suddenly, a pirate brandished a large sword, swinging it towards Long Chui, the blade gleaming fiercely with an intimidating presence. Long Chui sidestepped with agility, evading the attack as swiftly as a specter, rendering him nearly impossible to capture. He then retaliated with a backhanded punch that struck the pirate's abdomen like a bolt of lightning. The pirate crumpled to the ground in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, another pirate attempted a sneak attack from behind, thrusting a longsword towards Long Chui's back. However, it was as if Long Chui possessed eyes on the back of his head. He executed a precise backward kick that struck the pirate squarely in the chest. With a piercing scream, the pirate was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. More pirates surged forward relentlessly, and Long Chui found himself ensnared in a grueling battle. His body began to bear several wounds, yet he appeared impervious to pain, his gaze unwavering and brimming with determination. "Die!" shouted a pirate, swinging a spiked club towards him. In a fierce response, Long Chui unleashed a powerful punch that collided with the club. With a resounding crack, the pirate's arm shattered, and the weapon clattered to the ground. "Kill him!" cried the gathering pirates, encircling Long Chui, tightening the noose around him. Despite his multiple injuries, his expression remained resolute, devoid of fear. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from his body, and the wounds began to heal instantaneously. This miraculous sight left the pirates dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Thus, Long Chui recovered and re-engaged in battle, his strikes more ferocious than before, each attack infused with boundless might. The pirates fell one after another, terror etched on their faces as they gazed upon him. Just as Long Chui effortlessly vanquished a multitude of pirate crew members, a colossal figure emerged from the ship's hold. Towering at 3 meters, his muscular frame draped in a black cloak, he bore a long scar across his face, his eyes glinting with ferocity and cruelty. "Little brat," he sneered, surveying Long Chui from a height. "I must concede that for your age, such strength is commendable. But you have chosen the wrong adversary. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" This imposing figure was none other than the captain of the pirate ship. Looking down upon Long Chui with a disdainful smirk, Long Chui gazed at the captain, a flicker of caution evident in his eyes. He could sense the formidable aura emanating from this captain, clearly not an ordinary pirate. Suddenly, the captain transformed, morphing into a colossal rhinoceros man. It became apparent that he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing the power of the rhinoceros fruit. Upon assuming this fearsome form, the captain's speed and strength surged dramatically. He charged towards Long Chui, his massive horns seemingly capable of piercing through anything, his gaze filled with ferocity. With a powerful swing, Long Chui unleashed a meticulously gathered punch, the golden radiance of his fist colliding with the rhino's horn, producing a resounding crash. The tremendous force sent Long Chui hurtling backwards, tracing an arc through the air, while the rhino man merely performed a graceful somersault before landing effortlessly on the ground. "Is this truly the extent of your strength, little demon?" the captain bellowed, charging forward once more, his nostrils flaring with fierce breath. Long Chuyi took a deep breath, channeling his focus to confront the captain's relentless assaults. He deftly evaded the Rhino Man's strikes, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. In a moment of evasion, Long Chuyi suddenly spotted an opening, without hesitation. He unleashed a powerful punch, golden light striking fiercely at the captain's eye. The captain, racked with pain, let out a furious roar and retaliated with a punch to Long Chuyi's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Clutching his blood-stained left eye, the captain charged toward the spot where Long Chuyi had been propelled, launching an even more frenzied onslaught. In that instant, Long Chuyi found himself in a precarious situation. Long Chuyi realized that this approach was unfeasible. With his current strength, he could not breach the opponent's defenses. He needed to devise a strategy to swiftly defeat the captain, lest he find himself in peril. Thus, he resolved to employ his most formidable ability, the liberation of power. Dragon Chuyi closed his eyes, focusing intently. Suddenly, his body began to undergo a transformation. He grew 20 centimeters taller, his black hair turned into flowing white locks, and he radiated a golden glow. His strength surged tenfold. The captain observed Dragon Chuyi's metamorphosis with a look of terror on his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and charged at Dragon Chuyi once more. A frenzied determination etched across his features. At this moment, Long Chuyi was imbued with an overwhelming power, his gaze cold and unflinching as he advanced. His fists, radiating a golden luminescence, collided once more with those of the Minotaur captain. This time, the captain was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground. As he attempted to rise, Long Chuyi denied him the opportunity, rushing forward with a flurry of punches that mercilessly drove the captain's head into the ship's deck. Following this, he delivered another devastating blow. However, a massive hand intervened, startling Long Chuyi and causing his brow to furrow slightly, though his expression remained impassive. Reacting swiftly, he seized the large hand with his left, exerting tremendous force to hurl the captain into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Bloodied and battered, the captain's face was a grotesque mask, yet he wore a mocking smile as he soared backward, crashing into the cabin and stirring up a cloud of dust. According to the principle that where there is smoke, there are no injuries, a light chuckle soon echoed through the air. Is this truly the extent of your power? Then, it seems this game is about to conclude. As the voice faded, a shadow emerged from the dust, revealing the captain with his horn elongated by 10 centimeters. Sharp and poised to strike at Long Chuyi. Long Chuyi calmly faced the onslaught of fists that rained down upon him like a tempest. The force exerted by his opponent exceeded twice that of previous encounters. Each blow felt akin to being struck by a basketball-sized bullet. Yet, his adversary was not without suffering. While Long Chuyi was able to heal his wounds with a radiant light, the captain was riddled with holes yet remained unyielding to defeat. This left Long Chuyi in awe of the extraordinary nature of the world of pirates. The two engaged in combat for what felt like an eternity. Both had returned to their normal appearances, and Long Chuyi's release had long since concluded. Had he not targeted the captain's injuries, the captain would still have been a formidable enhanced rhinoceros man, with no surplus vitality to sustain him. As the battle reached its climax, Long Chuyi cast aside all notions of martial ethics. Seizing the opportune moment, he flipped onto the captain's back and, utilizing his diminutive stature, nimbly ascended to the top of his head. With a portion of his arms liberated, he swiftly severed the rhinoceros horn. The captain, in agony, grasped at Long Chuyi. But as he was thrust towards the ground, Long Chuyi reversed his grip on the severed horn and drove it into the captain's brow, delivering a forceful kick that followed. Thus, the captain collapsed upon his once proud horn, never to rise again. The vessel drifted slowly with the waves towards a small island. At the bow of the ship, Long Chuyi stood silently, having succumbed to unconsciousness. His body was marred with scars, particularly his arm, which, having forcibly released its power, now resembled a withered branch, shriveled and deformed. Meanwhile, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. As the ship approached the island's shore, Robin became aware of its presence. Watching the pirate vessel from a distance, she felt a surge of anxiety, her hands instinctively gripping her clothing tightly. The ship appeared ominously deserted, devoid of any crew. As time passed and the vessel drew nearer, Robin's unease intensified, her heart racing with trepidation. When the ship finally docked at the island's edge, Robin was astonished to discover it entirely vacant. Cautiously, she approached to investigate, a chill creeping over her. At that moment, a figure emerged on the deck, drenched in blood, yet standing resolutely. Robin gazed at the figure, a flicker of shock crossing her eyes. Her attention swept over Long Chui's form. Surrounding him lay numerous corpses, clearly expired moments prior, still exuding a pungent scent of blood. As she beheld these lifeless bodies, a wave of dread washed over her. She could not fathom what had transpired, yet it was evident that a fierce battle had taken place. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated Long Chui, he appeared exceptionally divine and radiant. Robin regarded him with a burgeoning sense of inexplicable reverence. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Is he a deity?" Chapter 9. Friends. Promises 4 months had passed since Long Chui had bravely challenged a pirate ship alone, and the year was drawing to a close. After the grueling battle, Long Chui's strength has ascended to the rank of Navy Brigadier General, and if he were to exert himself fully, he could even contend with a slightly weaker Vice Admiral. In the naval hierarchy, apart from admirals, Vice Admirals represent the pinnacle of power. They successfully repaired a pirate ship, preserving it as a backup escape vessel, and discovered a substantial cache of weapons aboard. At this moment, Long Chui stands at an impressive height of 1.70 meters, a remarkable stature for a 6-year-old. Nearly as tall as Robin. He stands upon the beach, arms crossed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he watches the person before him laboriously performing push-ups. "Robin, are you struggling to keep up?" Long Chui teases, his expression playful yet laced with encouragement. "If you can't hold on any longer, don't force yourself. I'll still tell you stories." The one endeavoring to do push-ups is none other than Robin. The sand beneath her is already drenched with sweat, yet she grits her teeth. Beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, her arms trembling slightly, but she continues her efforts undeterred. The months they have spent together have fostered a profound connection between them. Be it Long Chui's recovery from grave injuries, during which Robin provided meticulous care and concern, sitting vigil by his bedside with worry etched in her eyes as she tended to his wounds, or Long Chui's unwavering guidance of Robin's future path and affirmation of her worth, as he steadfastly assures her of her unique significance. These experiences have drawn their hearts ever closer, though they have never explicitly uttered the word friend. The depth of their bond can be palpably felt through their daily interactions, mutual understanding, and the unspoken harmony of life together. During this time, Long Chui has shone like the sun, dispelling the cold and darkness Robin endured the previous year with his warmth and radiance. His companionship and encouragement have made her considerably more cheerful than in the original narrative. However, as time progresses, Long Chui realizes he has reached a training plateau. Despite his relentless dedication to physical exercise, progress has become painfully slow. Consequently, he resolves to no longer train with the same fervor as before, allowing himself time to contemplate and explore alternative avenues. In an era devoid of video games, Long Chui finds himself grappling with boredom and a sense of idleness. It is then that his gaze falls upon Robin. After some reflection, he resolves to personally teach her various combat techniques and survival skills. Thus, under the guise of his philosophical musings and playful sarcasm, Robin begins to accept Long Chui's training. Each morning, they venture to the beach for physical conditioning, while afternoons are devoted to practicing combat techniques. After all, one must have a sparring partner for combat training, and that inevitably involves some degree of physical contact. Despite her initial reluctance, Robin gradually acclimated to this lifestyle, her brow furrowed in discontent. This led to the scene on the beach, where she donned athletic shorts and a short-sleeved top, her perspiration soaking through her attire, accentuating her youthful yet vibrant figure. Her face was etched with fatigue and anguish, her brows tightly knitted. However, from Long Chui's expression of sheer enjoyment, it was challenging to ascertain whether he harbored a peculiar penchant for reveling in the suffering of others, or if he was merely captivated by the emerging curves of Robin's physique. After all, the goddess of a past life now stood before him, blossoming yet vulnerable, inviting a certain degree of obsession in anyone who beheld her. Wouldn't that evoke a tinge of the macabre in anyone? Long Chu earnestly encouraged Robin, "Keep it up. Just 2 more to go. You can definitely do it." Yet, his gaze occasionally flickered toward her, particularly fixating on her athletic pants that tightly embraced her figure, a hint of unspoken desire glimmering in his eyes. After Robin completed her training for the afternoon, she collapsed onto the beach, utterly exhausted. Rolling over, she gasped for air, her face dusted with sand, cheeks flushed from exertion and fatigue, while her black hair clung to her forehead, damp with sweat. She tightly shut her eyes, attempting to ignore the searing gaze beside her. In her heart, she vowed, "Once I regain my strength, you shall see what I am capable of. Don't think I haven't noticed you stealing glances. Hmph. As the saying goes, forgive all before sleep, and upon waking, conquer the world." After resting, Long Chu also faced the consequences of his actions. In the shadows, Xiao He observed Robin and Long Chu playfully teasing each other, a smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a child's innocence. He pondered, Sorlo, could you be right? What a perplexing situation. Then, a gurgling sound emanated from his pocket. It was his phone book. He picked up the receiver. Moshi Moshi. Hi. I'll head back right away. After hanging up, he glanced at Robin, who was diligently roasting meat by the campfire, a smile dancing on her lips. The scene was truly picturesque. It would have been even more delightful if he could toss that cheeky little brat, who was playfully tugging at her hand, into the sea to feed the fish. Xiao He thought with a hint of irritation. He then vanished, leaving only a few shards of ice behind. A month later. Today marked the last day of the year. Long Chu rose early, the sun just beginning to rise, casting a soft, pale light across the sky. Unlike his usual routine of training, he busied himself in the town, searching for various ingredients. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he discovered fresh vegetables and fruits, along with some meats and fish. He even stumbled upon a bag of flour, which nearly made him leap for joy. In his past life, suffering from a terminal illness, Long Chu had learned many skills he would not have otherwise, including cooking. Though his culinary skills may not have reached the level of a banquet chef, he was certainly capable of managing the kitchen of a modest restaurant. For this special day, he resolved to prepare a lavish lunch to celebrate the arrival of the new year. When Robin found him, she appeared utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. After all, during their time together, it had always been Robin who cooked, while Long Chu had never showcased his culinary talents. Faced with Robin's astonished expression, Long Chu raised his chin and confidently proclaimed, "Today, allow me to showcase the allure of Huaxia cuisine." He skillfully washed and chopped the ingredients, his movements flowing seamlessly like water. Before he commenced the cooking process, he began by pan-frying some fish, the sizzling sound emanating from the pan, as the delightful aroma instantly filled the air. Next, he stir-fried a selection of vibrant greens, their lush color dancing in the pan. And finally, he prepared a pot of fragrant soup, steam rising in gentle swirls. Robin stood nearby, captivated by every action, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, occasionally leaning in closer to inhale the enticing scents. Soon after, the two indulged in a sumptuous feast, with Robin's eyes sparkling as he ate, exclaiming joyfully, "Delicious." On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Long introduced the dishes adorning the dining table, along with their names, significances, and historical origins. For instance, the braised pork. With a mysterious smile, whispered to Robin, "This dish is called Hongyun Dangtu, and consuming it will bring you good fortune." Furthermore, the fish, aptly named Nian Nian Yu Yu, symbolizes abundance year after year. Today also marks a 3-day break for Robin from her training, allowing her to embrace the profound meanings of the new year. Long Chu began to weave a tale. "I am an orphan, subsisting on the meager charity of the streets. Those days were truly arduous." A flicker of melancholy passed through his eyes, only to be replaced by a glimmer of hope. "I later discovered that with the arrival of each new year, a multitude of wild creatures would abound. I knew then that as long as the new year commenced, I would not suffer from hunger. Henceforth, I began to celebrate the arrival of the new year for myself." Upon hearing this, Robin's eyes brimmed with compassion, and she gently replied, "I shall celebrate with you." As the evening unfolded, Long Chu took Robin's hand, and together they began to prepare dumplings. Long Chu demonstrated to Robin his techniques deft and practiced. In no time, a beautifully crafted dumpling took shape. Robin, earnest in her learning, found her creations to be crooked and misshapen, causing her to break into a light sweat upon her brow. In her haste, she inadvertently ended up with a comical smudge upon her face. As Long Chu gazed at her appearance, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter, which Robin echoed, and the two finished wrapping dumplings amidst their joyful banter. Once the dumplings were boiled to perfection, they lay down on the bed, gazing at the stars above. Robin, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "Chu, do you have any plans for the future? For instance, what do you intend to pursue?" She turned on her side, her eyes sparkling brightly as she looked at Long Chu. After a moment of serious contemplation on the carpet, Long Chu replied, "Well, to be honest, I have yet to decide on anything specific. For now, I simply wish to behold the world's breathtaking landscapes while striving to become the strongest in existence." He sat up, cradling his knees, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Robin chuckled, "Hee, Chu, you truly possess both ambition and determination." A smile of admiration graced her face. Long Chu smiled and raised his nose with pride, proclaiming, "Of course, Becoming the strongest in the world is merely a trivial matter. He then added, moreover, I shall assist you in realizing your dreams. Turning to Robin, his gaze was filled with sincerity. Robin sighed softly, a hint of worry in her voice as she replied, however, being with me may lead us to be at odds with the entire world. She lowered her head, a flicker of desolation passing through her eyes. Long Chui confidently waved his hand and nonchalantly declared, rest assured, I have proclaimed that I shall become the strongest in the world. When that time comes, no matter who comes seeking trouble, I shall unhesitatingly bring them to their knees. Rising to his feet, he brandished his fists, exuding an air of formidable authority. Upon hearing this, Robin smiled and nodded, then turned over to gaze at Long Chui on the ground. Her eyes brimmed with trust and tenderness as she softly remarked, I believe that day will come. You will surely achieve it. Long Chui nodded resolutely, his eyes shimmering with confidence as he proclaimed, I will certainly do it. With fervor, Long Chui abruptly sat up from the mat, his gaze fixed intently on Robin, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He extended his little finger, brimming with anticipation, and said to Robin, let us make a pact, my friend. This unexpected gesture left Robin momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Rising gracefully, she descended from the bed and knelt before Long Chui, similarly extending her little finger. Their fingers intertwined firmly, and then, sealing their promise with their thumbs, they affirmed their commitment to one another. A beautiful smile blossomed on Robin's face as she gently remarked, yes, I believe in you, my friend. Those words flowed like a warm current, enveloping Long Chui's heart in comfort. In return, he responded with a joyful smile, his eyes sparkling with sincerity and kindness. In that moment, their bond was irrevocably forged. During the days of separation, whenever Robin felt lonely and helpless, she would glance at her little finger, reminiscing about the vow made on that fateful night. This simple act would consistently imbue her with strength and courage, enabling her to continue onward with a smile. And when they were reunited, this connection would solidify into an indestructible bond, becoming the most cherished treasure in their lives. Chapter 10. The gathering storm in the year 1502 of the Haiyuan calendar. Above the vast and boundless expanse of the western sea, sunlight poured down, causing the surface of the water to shimmer with fragmented golden reflections. Oh, Captain, how majestic! Exclaimed a tall, lean pirate, raising his goblet. His face flushed with excitement as he shouted hoarsely, nearly overflowing with exuberance. Ha ha ha, brothers, let us drink, bellowed the bearded pirate, his laughter resounding heartily as he downed the contents of his cup, the liquid cascading down his chin and soaking his shirt. Wagga, I'm all in, declared a one-eyed pirate, forcefully pushing a pile of gold coins forward, his eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the gambling table, veins bulging on his forehead. A large pirate ship glided smoothly across the waters, carving a white froth in its wake. The pirates on deck indulged in unrestrained revelry, relishing what appeared to be a joyful moment. Some raised their cups in jubilant toasts, spilling liquor everywhere. Others congregated around gambling tables, their shouts and laughter intertwining with the crisp clatter of dice and bowls, creating a cacophony that resonated across the sea, the scene bordering on madness. Yet, beneath this facade of merriment lurked boundless darkness and sin, akin to the undercurrent swirling beneath a calm surface. Please, I can still do it. Don't kill me. I beg you, cried a young girl, her voice trembling with sobs, her body shaking uncontrollably with fear. Above on the deck, a towering figure loomed, standing 4 meters tall. He resembled a mountain, casting a shadow that enveloped everything before him. Kneeling in front of him was a young girl, clad in tattered garments, her modesty barely preserved. The young girl's body was marred by a mosaic of bruises and scars, old and new intertwining to create a profoundly harrowing sight. Uncontrollable tears streamed down her cheeks, each droplet crashing onto the deck like heavy raindrops, her eyes brimming with fear and despair, reminiscent of a fawn ensnared in a dire predicament. She lacked even the courage to raise a hand to wipe away her tears, terrified that any slight movement might ignite a catastrophic consequence. As she tore away the remnants of her already tattered clothing, her anguished pleas echoed in the air, each note steeped in desperation that tugged at the heartstrings. To her left lay a headless corpse of a woman, the skull brutally crushed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, spreading across the floor and staining the surrounding planks of vivid crimson, releasing a pungent metallic odor. Both women had endured the torment of this man for an entire 2 days. Despite the unimaginable suffering and humiliation they had faced, their bodies and spirits battered and broken. They clung fiercely to their last vestiges of dignity, refusing to yield to this demonic figure. However, today, The woman had been met with the utmost cruelty simply for instinctively glancing around during her torment, having witnessed her companion's brutal demise. The fear of death struck the young girl like a heavy hammer, crashing into her heart with overwhelming force. She could no longer bear the immense psychological strain. Her mental defenses crumbled, and she succumbed to the man. He did not even lift his eyelids, not sparing her a glance. One hand lazily propping up his head as he gazed into the horizon where sea met sky, as though everything before him was of no concern. The other hand reached out casually towards the girl's head, roughly pulling her closer to himself. The girl dared not resist, her body stiffened like a plank of wood, and she could only lower her head in the direction of that large hand. At this sight, the pirates on the ship erupted into a cacophony of lewd laughter. Their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted in unison, "Hail to the captain!" 20 minutes later, deprived of breath for so long, the girl's face had turned a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Her eyes bulged, bloodshot and frantic, lips darkening from lack of oxygen. Her body began to convulse uncontrollably, hands flailing in the air as if grasping for the last vestiges of life. Yet, under the man's overpowering grip, all her struggles appeared futile. Ultimately, her movements slowed to a halt, until they ceased entirely, the breath of life dissipating with her final struggles. The man, expressionless, seized her head and, as if discarding a piece of worthless refuse, tossed her into the sea. With a sudden splash, the water erupted, only to quickly return to tranquility. Thus, the girl's pleas and submission merely garnered her an additional 20 minutes of life. Ultimately, her lifeless body sank gradually to the ocean floor, becoming sustenance for the fish, vanishing without a trace. The captain's actions were no longer a source of astonishment for the crew. They had grown accustomed to his incessant peculiarities and baffling commands throughout their time together. The man beside him, summoned by a wave of the captain's hand, approached briskly. Tall and clad in a well-tailored black suit, he removed his aristocratic black top hat and bowed slightly, a respectful smile gracing his features as he addressed Captain Halota. "How may I assist you?" Captain Halota narrowed his eyes, their cold gaze resembling that of a venomous serpent as he scrutinized the man before speaking slowly. "Richmond has yet to return. Do you have any news of him?" The man straightened, a hint of tension crossing his face as he promptly replied. "He mentioned that his rival, Coriol, seems to be searching for something, so he ventured out, presumably to get ahead of Coriol's intentions. They have always been at odds." Captain Halota frowned, displaying unmistakable dissatisfaction. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Have the mob send a few individuals to investigate. Also, the dogs have been overfed these past few days. It's time to reduce their rations." With an air of impatience, he waved his hand, signaling the man to depart. The man bowed respectfully once more before turning and leaving with measured steps. As the man exited, Captain Halota surveyed the pirates on deck and suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, a chilling sound that echoed across the water. With a grand gesture, he called out, "Lads, today I am in high spirits. Choose 5 from the high-end slave cage to play with, wahaha." "Oh, Captain, how magnificent!" The pirates cheered excitedly, their voices rising and falling like a pack of sharks sensing blood. "On Sorrowful Island, behold my flair!" exclaimed Long Churi, bare-chested, his muscles gleaming healthily under the sun. Blindfolded with 2 strips of black cloth, he stood tall and still, resembling a proud pine. He sensed a stone hurtling towards him from behind and, intent on showcasing his agility, attempted to evade it. Yet, to his astonishment, the stone had originated from the front, striking him squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. Long Chui gasped in pain, hastily reaching up to rub his forehead, grimacing as his features contorted in agony. With a strained voice, he shouted, "Bring it on." No sooner had he spoken than stones began to rain down upon him from all directions. In a flurry of panic, Long Chui ducked and dodged, leaping left and right like a comically frantic monkey. After narrowly evading this barrage of stones, he found himself battered and bruised, resembling a creature covered in lumps. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. At that moment, Robin emerged gracefully from the woods, akin to a dancing butterfly. Approaching Long Chui, a playful smile graced her lips as she gently lifted the fabric obscuring his vision, revealing one of his eyes. With a cheerful tone, she inquired, "Hey, Chui, shall we continue?" Long Chui forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears and said, "Please, allow me to rest for a moment." Robin couldn't help but cover her mouth, bursting into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, echoing through the forest. Long Chui lay on the ground, a visage of agony etched upon his face, inwardly lamenting, "How absurd! Is this truly a reasonable method for cultivating observation hockey? Yet, Luffy employs this very technique, and many tales of transmigration depict it as well. The pain is unbearable. Indeed, at this moment, Long Chui was fervently endeavoring to hone his observation hockey. As the golden light ceased to intensify, the augmentation of his physical prowess dwindled to a sluggish crawl akin to a snail. It suddenly dawned upon him that he could practice this skill to bolster his strength. Consequently, in an effort to ingrain the sensation of pain within his body, he concentrated all his physical attributes into the small golden figure, much like pouring water. Thus, his body became exceedingly sensitive. Even a gentle kick from a 3-year-old child would evoke an intense ache, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. Subsequently, he beckoned Robin to accompany him into the forest for practice, while simultaneously honing her devil fruit abilities. Robin was more than willing, unleashing her powers, causing an abundance of arms to sprout around them, densely packed and hurling stones at Long Chui like a tempestuous storm. Indeed, this barrage served as a cathartic release for her, dissipating the frustration she had harbored from being previously tormented by Long Chui. Long Chui observed Robin's gloating demeanor with a sense of discontent, prompting him to devise a plan to teach her a lesson. Thus, he forcefully bound a strip of black cloth over her eyes. Armed with a slender wooden stick, he exerted a gentle pressure as he circled around Robin, striking her from all directions. His primary focus was on her rear, ensconced snugly in denim. The pain was not exceedingly pronounced, yet with each strike, she distinctly felt the stick momentarily halt, accompanied by a slight recoil against her flesh, which filled Robin with embarrassment. Even with her eyes covered, she could vividly envision Long Chui's mischievous gaze fixated upon her. What further incensed her was, Long Chui solemnly proclaimed that this practice would enhance one's vigilance, ensuring one remains perpetually alert. He added that when the enemy strikes, they will not concern themselves with whether the target is one's backside. Consequently, Long Chui found himself subjected to a frenzied assault from Robin's 16 arms. Those arms moved like nimble whips, relentlessly lashing out at Long Chui. Long Chui was crying out in agony, alternating between cries of pain and pleas for mercy. At that moment, Robin exchanged all the stones he had previously collected for sharp little knives, then gazed at Long Chui with an expression of feigned innocence. A smile that concealed a hint of menace, as if to say, "Be wary next time." Upon encountering the assortment of small blades, Long Chui's visage instantly paled to a ghostly hue, his legs buckling beneath him as he fell to his knees in supplication. Without hesitation, he profusely apologized to Robin, vowing never to repeat his transgressions, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. While Long Chui and Robin were engrossed in their playful banter, they remained oblivious to the ominous tempest brewing in the distance, dark clouds coalescing like a surging tide, poised to unleash chaos upon them. This impending storm would usher in unforeseen trials and tribulations. Chapter 11. An unexpected awakening on the island of Palasibo. A lavish villa stood majestically. Its interior was adorned with opulence, each detail exuding an astonishing aura of wealth, akin to a palace of the present era. In the grand hall, a man clad in a striking red suit sat upon a chair embedded with countless precious gems. The brilliance of the suit accentuated his commanding presence, radiating an innate air of superiority. He sat upright, his gaze sharp, as if he could perceive all that transpired. Beside him stood a captivating woman, her beauty undeniable yet her demeanor respectful. She held a meticulously crafted notebook, methodically reporting significant matters to the man in the suit. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the door was thrust open. A subordinate rushed in, panic etched across his face, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Boss, trouble has arisen." The unexpected interruption caused the woman to instinctively close her notebook, halting her previously fluid report. The man's expression darkened instantaneously, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he coldly inquired, "What is it? Speak quickly." His voice was deep and frigid, laden with an icy undertone. The subordinate swallowed hard, striving to steady his rapid breaths as he anxiously replied, "Boss, our funds are dwindling, severely impacting our ability to finance weapon production. If we cannot secure new funding promptly, the unfinished weapons will become worthless scrap." Upon hearing this, the man's brows furrowed tightly, pressing for details. "Is there an issue with the pirates?" The subordinate quickly responded with deference, "Yes, boss. The pirate requested that we send a few individuals to the waters surrounding Saloxi Island to seek news of Richmond. He also mentioned that we have been excessively arrogant lately and that funding would be deducted going forward." Before he could finish, the man in the suit slammed his palm against the table, causing the ornaments to rattle. He bellowed in rage. What does he think he is? His furious shout reverberated through the hall, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Yet, he soon recognized that despite his seething anger, he must swallow his pride. After all, engaging in a confrontation with the pirates might not yield favorable outcomes for the Mafia. In the realm of pirates, there exists a vice captain endowed with the formidable power of a Zoan-type devil fruit. With sheer strength alone, he is capable of causing the blood of half his subordinates to spill on the spot. Moreover, there is also the captain, Hmph, whose bounty reaches an astounding 90 million berries, and who possesses the same Zoan-type devil fruit ability. The man in the suit inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he spoke slowly. Send word to the factory to temporarily reduce weapon production and dispatch a few individuals to Saroshi Island for reconnaissance. His subordinate acknowledged with a swift response and hurriedly departed. Once the subordinate had exited, a woman nearby inquired, "Boss, shall we eliminate them?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes, her tone imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. The man in the suit rubbed the corner of his eye, contemplating for a moment before responding in a grave tone. "No, their strength in these waters is formidable, and now is not the time to act. Let them revel in their arrogance for a few more years. When the moment is ripe, I shall personally extinguish them." As he uttered these words, a cold glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze, as if he could already envision the day of the pirate's demise. Rising from his seat, the man adjusted his suit with elegant poise and composure, declaring, "Prepare yourself. I shall go and ascertain the situation myself." The woman replied affirmatively, "Understood." A few minutes later, she arrived at the entrance to the basement. Upon opening the door, a cacophony of discordant sounds assaulted her senses. There were the pleas of women, brimming with boundless despair and fear, shouts of anger and defiance, and the furious roars of men, as if they sought to shatter the very world around them. These sounds intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. The woman furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain crossing her features, yet she gritted her teeth and stepped inside. On Saroshi Island, Long Chewy secretly chuckled to himself, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Higi, take this." With a swift motion, he swung the wooden stick in his hand, aiming directly for Robin's head, as if poised to deliver a decisive blow. However, what he never anticipated was that Robin seemed to have foreseen his attack. Just as the stick was about to descend, she gracefully sidestepped, effortlessly evading Long Chewy's strike. In that moment, both were momentarily stunned. Long Chewy remained frozen in his attacking stance, disbelief etched across his face, while Robin stood there, dazed, slowly removing the black cloth that had obscured her vision. Long Chewy's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Robin, stammering, Robin, you wouldn't have awakened, would you?" His voice trembled, as if he could scarcely believe the reality before him. Robin, regaining her composure, covered her mouth and let out a light chuckle, her smile as enchanting as blossoms unfurling in the warmth of spring. She looked at Long Chewy and replied, "Yes, Chewy-kun, it seems I have awakened." Upon hearing those words, Long Chewy felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, shattering in an instant. His gaze dimmed, and the world around him appeared to plunge into a dismal gray. Weakly, he sank to the ground, hands pressed against the earth, his face a portrait of despair as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He cried out, "No." At this moment, snowflakes swirl, and the north wind howls. "I refuse to believe it." Long Chewy shouted, his voice laced with defiance and stubbornness. Then, he instructed Robin to evade 10 times. Remarkably, she managed to dodge successfully 6 out of 10 attempts. This revelation chilled Long Chewy to the core, his countenance falling into utter dejection as he lamented, "Come on, buddy. How many days have you been practicing? Have you really mastered it so effortlessly? What of all my arduous training over the past month? Is it a mere joke?" he exclaimed, sitting up in shock as the realization dawned upon him. "The fool is none other than myself." As he spoke, he shook his head in resignation, his expression steeped in gloom. Observing Long Chewy's increasingly dark demeanor, Robin felt a pang of anxiety. She instinctively crossed her arms, ready to activate her abilities should Long Chewy resort to any rash actions. Yet, as he approached her, he suddenly came to a halt. Long Chewy lowered his head, his dark hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression indecipherable in that moment. His fist was clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Just as Robin was on the verge of taking action due to the tension, Long Chewy suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, the swiftness of his movement startling Robin. He then embraced Robin's legs tightly, a sycophantic smile gracing his face, as he sweetly implored, "Robin-chan, could you teach me? I beg you, please teach me, Robin-chan." The tone of his voice was both coy and melodious, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. This left Robin utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly agape, as she pondered, What is happening? Subsequently, Long Chui inquired with genuine curiosity about the sensation of observation hockey, wondering if it brought about any peculiar transformations. His eyes sparkled with the light of inquiry, reminiscent of a child yearning for answers. Robin shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty, revealing only that when she was struck, a fleeting image of the external world appeared in her mind, albeit in shades of gray and white. Just before a wooden stick came hurtling towards her head, Long Chui continued to inquire, apart from that, are there any other changes? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping to glean further valuable insights from Robin. Robin took a moment to reflect before responding, well, I sense that the world has become somewhat clearer. Yet there are no significant alterations. During training, if your speed is excessively rapid, I may still struggle to fully perceive your movements. Long Chu nodded slightly. Sinking into a contemplative state, he mused that Robin had likely just awakened her observation hockey and had yet to fully adapt to and master this newfound ability. However, with regard to consciousness, he could sense his own awareness, and within that consciousness existed a small golden figure. If he could perceive the external world through his consciousness, would that mean he had awakened his observation hockey? Yet, it seemed that he merely possessed an additional set of eyes within his mind to observe the outside world. In that case, what need had he for his physical eyes? After all, if he closed them, he could still see the world outside through his consciousness. How absurd. In contemplating this, had he inadvertently rendered his own eyes unnecessary? He couldn't help but scoff, his face a portrait of exasperation. I suppose I might as well cover my eyes and endure the blows, he lamented. Curse it, no more benefits from Robin Chan in the future. With a grumble, he reluctantly covered his eyes and began to evade the barrage of stones. His movements appeared somewhat clumsy, swaying from side to side like a headless fly. He endeavored to sense each stone, yet despite his utmost efforts, he could not evade them. With each impact, he winced and cried out, ouch, that hurts. As time passed, the island echoed with a cacophony of anguished wails. Ouch, that hurts. Robin, no, don't throw it there, it could be fatal. These cries were laden with pain and pleas for mercy, evoking sympathy in any listener. However, in stark contrast to Long Chu's suffering, Robin's mood was one of delight. Internally, she reveled in her triumph. Hmph, you dared to strike me. Just wait until I crush you. At that moment, she had finally found the opportunity for revenge against Long Chu. Subsequently, she discarded the stones in her hand and picked up a durian shell that was conveniently nearby, not bothering to question its origin, but noting that it still bore a small iron ball. Moreover, she had prepared an array of various weapons, a box brimming with apples studded with toothpicks, over 30 elastic slingshots, and even a cage containing an exceptionally fierce little dog. As for the ferocity of this dog, suffice it to say that once Robin had seized it and confined it within the cage, it had not released its grip on the bars. With a flourish, she commanded the little dog while simultaneously gripping a slingshot. With a swift motion, the fierce little creature launched forth like a cannonball aimed at Long Chu. What followed was a series of sounds. First, the vicious snapping of the dog's jaws, sharp and menacing. Next, the resounding cry of Long Chu, echoing through the air. Ah, where did this dog come from? Chapter 12. Departure from the island. The waters surrounding Saroshi Island. A small speedboat meandered languidly in circles, resembling a headless fly in search of something elusive. On board, a weary young man clad in a black suit gazed listlessly at his surroundings, unable to contain his frustration any longer. Boss, we've turned the sea upside down. Yet not a single pirate in sight. How much longer must we search? My little darling at home is eagerly waiting for my return. The man referred to as boss displayed a greater sense of caution than his subordinate. Upon hearing this complaint, a grim furrow appeared on his forehead, and he swiftly delivered a punch to the young man, snapping irritably. Silence. His gaze remained fixated ahead, his brow knitted in anxiety, filled with trepidation. The eerie silence was unsettling. After completing this final round, a report to the boss was imperative. It was no wonder he felt apprehensive. Since Roger ushered in the era of pirates, they had ravaged the seas, leaving their mark everywhere, from the notorious to the insignificant. Yet here, not a single pirate was to be found, and even the merchant ships were alarmingly scarce. Such an anomaly was deeply troubling. The young leader bellowed, everyone, stay alert and increase speed. Once we finish this area, we'll search the island. Yes. The 25 subordinates responded in unison, quickly taking their positions as the boat surged forward, slicing through the waves. After completing a circle, the vessel began to scour the islands within the vicinity, leaving only Saroshi Island unexplored. The young leader let out a slight sigh of relief, steering the boat toward the island. ever since Long Chui successfully intercepted that pirate ship. Both he and Robin had realized they had been overly complacent. Thus, they frequently ascended to higher ground, utilizing the binoculars seized from the pirate ship to scrutinize the surrounding waters. On this particular day, Long Chui was observing the sea as usual from a vantage point. One must admit, the protagonist's fortune is remarkable, fate's design is often peculiar, and he indeed spotted the speedboat. After confirming his sighting multiple times, Long Chui's excitement flushed his cheeks as he sprinted down the hill, exclaiming, "Wonderful! A ship has finally arrived." In a flurry, he sought out Robin to relay the news. After a brief discussion, they resolved to observe the vessel discreetly. Should the occupants harbor ill intentions, they would act decisively. As the speedboat docked, several crew members disembarked onto the shore. One curious young man asked, "Boss, was this island previously pillaged by pirates? Why is there not a soul in sight?" The boss, furrowing his brow, lit a cigar, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke, pondering for a moment before responding. "Enough of this idle speculation. This is the last island. Since there is no one here, we'll merely take a cursory look around and then head back." "Understood." The other crew members responded in unison. After the individuals dispersed in groups of 3 to 5 in various directions, two heads cautiously emerged from a corner. Long Chui wore a perplexed expression as he lowered his voice to inquire of Robin beside him. "Robin, who exactly are they?" Robin maintained an air of composure, crossing his arms and gently shaking his head to signify his own uncertainty. He then proceeded to walk directly towards the individual referred to as the elder brother. Long Chui hurriedly kept pace, walking while unable to suppress his disdainful remarks. "They certainly dress with an air of arrogance, each adorned in a tailored suit, resembling the leaders of a criminal syndicate." No sooner had he uttered these words than he suddenly froze, grasping Robin's arm with a look of astonishment on his face, exclaiming, "Robin, I believe I have discerned their identities." Robin turned back, his gaze fixed intently on Long Chui, awaiting his revelation. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Long pulled Robin into the woods and finally spoke. "They are most likely members of the Mafia." It was not a difficult conclusion to draw, for this was the West Sea, a territory dominated by Mafia and underground dark forces. Furthermore, their uniformity and dark suits made it abundantly clear from whom they hailed. Robin pondered for a moment, nodded, and then inquired, "What is it that they seek?" Long Chui released his grip on Robin's hand and, stroking his chin, speculated, "From what they imply, it seems they have been searching this maritime region for quite some time. Having found nothing at sea, they are now methodically exploring the nearby islands." Robin interjected, "This is the final island they intend to visit." A mischievous smile crept across Long Chui's face, and a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. "Then let us apprehend them and conduct a thorough interrogation. After all, none of these mobsters are virtuous. Their hands are surely stained with blood." Robin nodded in agreement, gesturing to the left and then to herself, indicating that she would take charge of that side. Long Chui, understanding the unspoken message, whispered softly, "Be cautious." After uttering these words, he swiftly turned and dashed to the right. As time ticked away, they finally converged, Long Chui and Robin, each grasping a group of individuals tightly bound. Long Chui singled out one of the individuals who appeared to be the leader, engaging him in a cordial and friendly dialogue. Before long, he returned, dragging back the bruised and battered leader, who resembled a swine. The onlooking henchmen, witnessing this scene, gulped in unison, their hearts filled with trepidation. How ruthless! This fellow has been beaten to such a degree that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Subsequently, Long Chui casually located a room, confining them within, and stepped outside to share the intelligence gleaned from the interrogation with Robin. "Robin, we may be facing a grave predicament," Long Chui remarked, his expression grave and his countenance reflecting deep concern. Observing his serious demeanor, Robin instinctively furrowed his brow. Long Chui continued, "The band of pirates I eliminated is no ordinary group. They belong to the formidable third squad of the Halota pirate crew, the most powerful faction in these waters. What complicates matters further is that they appear to have colluded with the Dryce Mafia." Robin furrowed her brows, inquiring with curiosity, "The Dryce Mafia?" Long Chui's expression was heavy as he nodded slightly and lowered his voice, stating, "To my knowledge, this organization wields immense power and employs exceedingly ruthless methods, maintaining connections with numerous pirate crews. Furthermore, I suspect they may possess the capability to unify the West Sea. Halota has already noticed the disappearance of his subordinates, which is why the Mafia has emerged to seek them out." Robin fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, It seems this island is about to attract the attention of various factions, and it is likely to soon descend into chaos. Long Chui helplessly spread his hands. A wry smile adorning his face as he remarked, "It is evident that this is directed at me. We should hastily make our escape, otherwise, when trouble arrives at our doorstep, it will be too late." The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently commencing the task of packing their belongings, preparing to leave this place that was on the brink of turmoil. Although a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts, they understood that, when confronted with such formidable adversaries, fleeing was the wisest course of action. After all, regardless of Long Chui's prowess, facing an entire pirate crew, alongside the potential machinations of a mafia seeking to unify the Western Sea, left him with little hope of victory. Long Chui and Robin chose not to board the grand vessel, but instead opted for the modest boat utilized by the mafia. This smaller craft, though less ostentatious, boasted greater speed, rendering it more suitable for their escape. They meticulously prepared ample provisions of food and water, ensuring a continuous supply for their journey. In the afternoon, the two departed from the island, embarking on a new adventure. As their vessel gradually receded into the distance, the island, soon to be fraught with peril and enigma, slowly vanished from their sight. Chapter 13. Declaring intentions within the opulent villa, adorned with extravagant decor. Crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the interior in resplendent gold. The man clad in a crimson suit lounged languidly in a lavish chair of considerable worth. His legs elegantly crossed, a playful smile gracing his lips as he toyed with a snail-shaped communicator. "Helota, my subordinate perished on Saraxi Island. And you must comprehend the implications of this, do you not?" He reveled inwardly. Having sacrificed only a few minions while the other party suffered the loss of an entire third squad, a satisfying retribution indeed. Yet, recollections of his previous encounter with Helota, seeking an explanation, darkened his expression. During that confrontation, Helota not only confiscated all the weapons and meticulously prepared gifts he had brought, but also detained his personal secretary. Those pirates had humiliated him without restraint, forcing him to retreat in disgrace, a bitter pill to swallow. The communicator crackled with Helota's sinister voice, his expression mimicked with unsettling precision. Laden with authoritative undertones, "He will pay dearly for this, Dryce. It would be wise for you to remain astute." With that, the connection was severed. Dryce's countenance darkened instantly. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, brimming with rage and resentment. He ground his teeth and bellowed, "I shall utterly rend them to shreds." Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure, aware that this was not the opportune moment for a complete fallout. After Long Chui and Robin dispatched a few members of the mafia, they swiftly boarded their vessel and set sail to flee the scene. At that moment, the vast ocean stretched infinitely before them, under a clear, cloudless sky, sunlight shimmering upon the surface of the water, creating a glistening spectacle. Long Chui languidly leaned against the side of the ship, listlessly gazing at the surface of the sea. After a while, he began to pace restlessly on the deck, ultimately resembling a sluggish kitten as he leaped into Robin's lap, who was reclining in a chair engrossed in a book. With a pout, he murmured, "Robin, I am truly bored." Robin gently set his book aside, letting out a resigned sigh, his eyes filled with tenderness. He reached out to softly stroke Chui's head, reassuring him. "Chui, we shall likely reach the next island in about a week." Such intimate physical contact had long since become second nature to both Robin and Long Chui. Robin harbored a unique fondness for Chui, though they both understood the unspoken bond between them. They had yet to shatter that thin veil of ambiguity. Nevertheless, Robin had never rebuffed Chui's affections. However, aside from the tender gestures typically reserved for lovers, Chui's relentless advances had thoroughly claimed every bit of Robin's attention. This had become yet another instance of Long Chui lamenting his tedium. In the initial days of their voyage, the experience felt fresh and exciting, but as time wore on, the daily routine consisted solely of meals and exercise, leaving them to endure the incessant rocking of the ship on the waves. The limited space aboard became stifling, rendering one uncomfortable. It was no wonder that pirates often held feasts. Life at sea could indeed drive one to the brink of madness with its overwhelming monotony. Long Chui buried his face deeply in Robin's abdomen, speaking in a muffled tone. "Robin, after a while, I wish to take the initiative to eliminate those two factions. When the time comes, you should leave first and wait for me to find you, all right?" Robin's hand, which had been caressing Long Chui's head, hesitated for a moment. A fleeting shadow of unnoticeable disappointment passing across his face, before he regained his composure and replied softly, Understood." Long Chui lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes upon Robin, speaking earnestly and resolutely. I shall not abandon you. I merely hope you can find refuge in a safe place. Once I have resolved my matters, I will come to seek you. In truth, Long Chui did not fully disclose the reality of the situation. He was acutely aware that facing those two formidable forces alone would render it impossible to guarantee Robin's absolute safety. More critically, these factions held considerable renown and influence in the West Sea. Should he and Robin triumph over them, the attention of other powers in the West Sea would inevitably be drawn to their actions, thereby exposing the child of the devil, Nico Robin. Once Robin's identity was revealed, various factions, including the Navy and the world government, would undoubtedly turn their scrutiny upon her, potentially attracting formidable adversaries of Vice Admiral caliber. And even the involvement of CP0 could not be ruled out. Dragon, known as Chui, does not fear the might of CP0, rather, he is apprehensive of the organization's omnipresence and its insidious nature. After all, even someone as formidable as Kaido has spies concealed among his principal officers. Despite his inner resentment, Chui ultimately recoils, retreating without reservation. He is acutely aware that he currently lacks the strength to confront the Navy and the world government, and at least for now, he does not possess the courage to do so. Moreover, as the narrative unfolds, it is destined that Robin will eventually join the crew of the protagonist, Luffy. And Chui has resolved to follow Luffy as well, ensuring their paths will cross again. However, during the interval between their parting and reunion, Robin must once again endure a life of evasion and betrayal, which fills Chui with profound guilt. As Robin gazes into Chui's steadfast and sincere eyes, a subtle smile graces her lips, and a glimmer of amusement dances in her eyes as she teases, Chi-kun, do you recall the moment when you threatened me? With your diminutive stature, hands in your pockets, and a mischievous grin, you looked at me with ill intent, boldly proclaiming, come with me. Upon hearing this, Long Chui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as memories of that moment resurfaced in his mind. He scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, hee. Of course I remember. I was indeed a bit mischievous back then. Recalling his first encounter with Robin, a warm current surged within him. At that time, his sole intention was to rescue her, to provide her warmth, and to forge a friendship with her. In truth, he harbored a small, selfish desire to win over this little girl. Now that he had accomplished these goals, he found himself pondering what lay ahead. He had once believed that simply being with Robin would suffice, but at this moment, he truly recognized the responsibilities that came with being the man behind her. Reflecting on the promises he had made to Robin, Long Chui found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all, as if those vows had turned into mere words. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Robin with unwavering determination and solemnly declared, Robin, I will devote my life to fulfilling my promises. Robin, gazing at Long Chui, felt the sincerity of his emotions and a radiant smile blossomed on her face, warm and beautiful like flowers in spring. She then gently bent down, cradled his head, and softly pressed her lips against his forehead. This kiss was imbued with trust in Long Chui and conveyed her heartfelt intentions. After withdrawing her lips from his forehead, she looked at him, still in a daze, and smiled, saying, Chi-kun, I look forward to your growth. Chapter 14. Lakoko. Ever since Robin expressed her feelings, Long Chui resembled a clingy puppy, unwilling to part from her side, constantly showering her with affection. His eyes sparkled with sweetness, and the corners of his mouth perpetually lifted in a smile, as if possessing Robin meant holding the entire world. Nurtured by this atmosphere of bliss, their relationship blossomed rapidly. Each exchanged glance and inadvertent touch deepened their appreciation for every moment spent together. However, this idyllic time did not last long. Nearly 3 days later, Long Chui abruptly returned to his rigorous training regimen. Before the first rays of morning sunlight fully graced the deck, he was already jogging around the small boat's deck. Step by step, lap after lap, he ran tirelessly, sweat cascading down his forehead and quickly soaking his clothes, yet he showed no signs of halting. As time passed, the once even deck had been unervingly pressed down by 3 centimeters under his relentless effort. The marks left by his shoes seemed to narrate tales of his perseverance and dedication. In the final 2 days, Long Chui exhibited astonishing resilience and stamina. He was tethered with a thick rope, the other end firmly secured to the bow of the boat. When Robin pointed in a direction, he leaped into the water without hesitation, sending up a great splash. His muscles were taut, each one seemingly imbued with boundless strength, as he vigorously pulled the rope, guiding the small vessel toward the distant isle. His movements resembled those of an agile dolphin, swiftly gliding across the water's surface, leaving behind a long trail of foam. As time passed, his speed increased, surpassing even that of the boat's original pace, the stern churning up a frothy white wake. Robin stood aboard the vessel, silently observing the determined figure swimming in the depths, a tumult of emotions swelling within her. Her gaze betrayed a mix of concern and hesitation. Her brow furrowed slightly as she grappled internally with the dilemma of whether to depart alone or to join him in this arduous endeavor. She feared that Long Chuyi might ultimately meet a fate as tragic as that of the kind woman who had once sheltered her, suffering a dire end. The haunting image lingered in her mind, an indelible shadow that caused her heart to constrict painfully each time it resurfaced. Yet, Long Chuyi's fervent dedication to training, his unwavering resilience, and the nascent sweetness of their romantic bond made her reluctant to part ways. In truth, Robin had surmised why Long Chuyi had urged her to find a safe haven first. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of an admiral, understanding well the consequences that would ensue should she be exposed after he vanquished those two formidable factions. Coupled with Long Chuyi's vague reflections on how an 8-year-old girl like herself had managed to survive the sudden decline of ships around the waters of Solosher Island, and the pirates who had once captured her, now inexplicably aware of her hiding place, it was all too clear. It could be said that as long as Robin refrained from provoking those factions alongside Long Chuyi and remained out of the public eye, she would continue to face the threat of pirate pursuit in their parting days, yet at least she would not be coveted by those high-ranking powers. Robin sighed softly, contemplating that the most prudent strategy would indeed be to part ways. Having bared their souls to one another, she resolved to trust Long Chuyi without reservation. Firmly believing in her heart about this boy who brought her warmth, she cupped her hands around her mouth and called out to Long Chuyi, who was in the sea. Chuyi-kun, I see the island. Her voice echoed across the waves, laced with excitement and anticipation. The boat slowed its pace, gliding steadily toward that direction. However, just 100 meters out, a sudden swell emerged before the vessel, and with a resounding splash, a massive octopus had breached the surface. The enormous head glimmered ominously in the sunlight, countless tentacles thrashing about in the water. Upon first encountering the creature, Long Chuyi exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, he raised his voice and bellowed, Robin, hold onto the ship's rail. His tone resonated with unwavering confidence, as if he were proclaiming his fearlessness to the octopus. In an instant, he accelerated, causing the vessel to tilt precariously. Robin, witnessing Long Chuyi's relentless advance toward the colossal octopus, widened his eyes in disbelief, gripping the railing tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. The enormous octopus gradually emerged from the depths, its immense tentacles raised high, resembling two towering mountains poised to collapse, ready to obliterate this audacious little ant that dared to challenge it. Meanwhile, the ship's speed surged, skimming the surface of the water, splashing droplets that dampened Robin's skirt. Suddenly, Long Chuyi unleashed a thunderous roar, a sound potent enough to pierce through the clouds. He came to an abrupt halt, gripping the rope at his waist with determination. With a powerful swing, the vessel launched into the air like a cannonball, propelling him upwards as well. At that moment, the ship passed perfectly between the two tentacles, aligning with the octopus's head before ceasing its ascent. With a swift and decisive motion, Long Chuyi deftly untied the ropes and lunged towards the octopus's head like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. His face bore an expression of unwavering determination as he unleashed a powerful punch upon the colossal cranium, notably devoid of any golden glow. In the next instant, a deep crater manifested upon the octopus's head, followed by a resounding crash as its massive head was violently thrown backward, sending an enormous splash of water skyward, akin to a cannonball plunging into the sea. Simultaneously, its eyes rolled back, and the two flailing tentacles fell limply to the ocean's surface, as if bereft of life. With two resounding thuds, both Long Chuyi and the ship descended back into the water. Moments later, he burst forth from the sea, drenched and with hair dripping. Yet his face radiated with an exuberant smile, his eyes sparkling with delight, seemingly brimming with satisfaction from the preceding battle. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wow, what an exhilarating experience." Ha. His laughter echoed across the water's surface, intertwining with the sound of the waves, crafting a unique melody. Meanwhile, Robin aboard the ship trembled, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Her lips quivered slightly, and her heartbeat raced as if it might leap from her throat. After a while, she slowly settled down, having already condemned Long Chuyi to a fate of death in her mind, unable to fathom the consequences of provoking such a formidable creature. Unbeknownst to them, a small shadow on the distant island lurked behind the rocks, observing Long Chuyi's actions with keen interest. This shadow, with eyes glistening with curiosity and awe, had never witnessed such strength in a person. Watching Long Chuyi laughing foolishly in the distance, thoughts swirled within. Soon after, Long Chuyi was called back onto the ship by Robin, where he was obliged to endure the combined massage from her 32 arms. Long Chuyi winced in pain, yet his face bore a hint of affectionate resignation. Once all was said and done, he approached the helm with a beaming expression, deftly taking command of the vessel. He secretly vowed that once they reached the island and settled in, he would find a way to tease them. Hmph. The reason Robin chose this particular isle was due to its sparse population, allowing them to evade unnecessary complications and disturbances. Moreover, they had disembarked on the island's rear side, where a dense jungle awaited, teeming with the unknown and perilous. For them, this jungle concealed many ferocious beasts, thus forming a natural barrier. After Long Chuyi and Robin securely concealed their vessel, they ventured into the mysterious jungle. They had not walked far when, suddenly, a towering bear, standing at 4 meters, appeared before them. It opened its cavernous mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and unleashed a deafening roar as it lunged towards them. In the face of this unexpected threat, Robin remained remarkably composed, her gaze steady upon the colossal bear, while Long Chuyi, standing beside her, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. A slight smile of confidence gracing his lips. Once they departed, Long Chuyi found himself in possession of several succulent pieces of meat, spoils acquired from the bear. He shook the meat in his hand, a look of pride illuminating his face. Meanwhile, not far away, a small shadow observed Long Chuyi from a distance, its eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Unbeknownst to her, every movement had already been detected by Robin. During her training, her observation hockey had developed to the extent that she could sense events occurring 100 meters away, granting her a significant advantage in both combat and exploration, allowing her to anticipate enemy movements and respond accordingly. Upon noticing the small shadow, Robin refrained from immediate action. Instead, she secretly activated her devil fruit ability. Suddenly, an arm sprouted from the tree where the shadow concealed itself, and in the palm, a beautiful eye emerged. The eye blinked, meticulously surveying the surroundings before vanishing quietly. Robin chose not to inform Long Chuyi, who was still forging ahead, opting instead to continue observing the little creature's subsequent actions, her gaze revealing a blend of caution and curiosity. After some time, Long Chuyi and his companions finally discovered a suitable cave and decided to rest there, commencing to kindle a fire for cooking. Soon, the cave filled with enticing aromas that tantalized the senses. Outside the cave, the small shadow caught a whiff of the delectable scents and could not help but swallow hard, its stomach audibly protesting. Robin noticed the shadow's reaction and couldn't suppress a light laugh, her laughter ringing clear and melodious. This laughter drew Long Chuyi's attention. He looked at Robin with curiosity and inquired, "Robin, what is happening? Why are you laughing?" His face was marked with confusion. Robin smiled and shook her head, opting not to directly answer Long Chuyi's question. She rose gracefully, seizing a piece of roasted meat, and glided towards the entrance, her steps light and airy. The small shadow, poised to flee, was abruptly ensnared by 2 pairs of arms that wrapped tightly around her legs and arms. In an instant, she lost her balance and tumbled to the ground, emitting a startled cry. The shadow responded with a low, wolf-like growl, eyes brimming with vigilance as it glared menacingly at Robin, warning her to keep her distance. Yet, at that moment, a gentle voice floated from behind. "If you run away, you will miss out on the delicious roast I have prepared." Her voice, akin to a soft spring breeze, carried a soothing quality. As her words faded, the moonlight illuminated the scene ahead, revealing a child sprawled on the ground. The child appeared human, yet sported blue and white wolf ears, sharp blue and white claws on her forearms, and wolf-like feet. She was grimy, with dirt smeared across her face, baring her teeth fiercely as she howled at the slowly approaching Robin. Long Chuyi stepped outside and immediately spotted the child, exclaiming in astonishment, "Shan Na." His voice was tinged with surprise and disbelief. However, upon seeing Long Chuyi, the child suddenly ceased his toothy grin, tilting his head and gazing at him with a foolish yet curious expression. Robin, witnessing this, felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that Long Chuyi recognized her? A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Long Chuyi approached the child, crouched down, and gently ruffled the child's hair, his face adorned with a tender smile as he softly inquired, "What is your name, little one?" The only response was a series of contented purrs. The child seemed to revel in Long Chuyi's caress, nuzzling his palm and displaying a look of sheer bliss. Gradually, all the wolf-like traits began to fade away, transforming back into an ordinary human child. Robin watched Long Chuyi intently, her brow slightly furrowed as she asked, "Chuyi-kun, do you know this child?" Long Chui smiled faintly and gently shook his head, saying he did not recognize her, but felt she resembled a friend of his who had already passed away. His late friend also possessed similar wolf-like traits as the child. A hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, the little one, with her round, sparkling eyes, gazed intently at Long Chui, then extended her small hand in a gesture of wanting to be embraced, stuttering as she uttered, "Lily. Lily. Coco." Long Chui gazed at the adorable child before him, a gentle smile gracing his face as he tenderly lifted her into his arms. He playfully rubbed his cheek against her grimy little face and softly inquired, "So, your name is Coco? But what brings you here?" Coco, delightfully amused by Long Chui's antics, erupted into a fit of giggles, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, utterly charming, yet she offered no response to his question, continuing to laugh heartily. Subsequently, Long Chui turned his gaze toward Robin, a beseeching smile illuminating his face. "Robin-chan, shall we take this child in?" His eyes reflected a deep sense of reliance and anticipation as he gently swayed the little Coco in his arms. Robin smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought out the roasted meat." It appeared she had already foreseen Long Chui's request, her eyes shimmering with a hint of affection. Yet, it was peculiar that two children, both under the age of 10, were contemplating the care of another child. Long Chui shrugged helplessly, conveying that there was little he could do. In his previous life, he stood at a height of merely 177 centimeters, and now, at the tender age of 6, he had already reached an impressive 170 centimeters. Coupled with the essence of an adult soul, it was undeniable that he appeared quite mature. Chapter 15. Danger approaches again. "Little Kiki, you mustn't indulge too much. Your stomach won't bear it," Long Chui said with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with affection as he softly coaxed her. In the serene depths of the cave, Kiki sat obediently between Long Chui's legs, resembling a well-behaved kitten. Her petite mouth moved rhythmically as she relished the morsels he offered. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction and joy, as if this moment encapsulated the warmest and most beautiful time of her heart. Robin sat quietly beside Long Chui, a faint smile adorning her face as she observed the scene. There was no trace of jealousy or discontent in her gaze. Rather, the warmth and care emanating from Long Chui enveloped her in a comforting embrace, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine, soothing her to the core. After a while, Long Chui raised his hand, tenderly stroking Kiki's hair, his voice as soft as a spring breeze, careful not to disturb the charming little girl before him. "Little Kiki, could you tell your brother about your origins? What brings you here?" Upon hearing Long Chui's question, Kiki paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Then, with a voice slightly hoarse, as if she had not spoken in ages, she began to share her tale in a hesitant manner. I don't know where I came from. I only remember waking up one day on this island." She then recounted her experiences with stammering words. Following her arrival on the island, the villagers, noticing her wolf-like traits, subjected her to relentless bullying and torment. Eventually, a greedy merchant set his sights on her, intending to purchase her. Fortunately, through her own cleverness, she managed to break free from her constraints and fled into the dense forest. It was precisely because of the myriad ferocious beasts lurking within the jungle that her pursuers dared not venture further, allowing her to survive. In this perilous wilderness, she often engaged in fierce battles with the wild animals, all in a desperate bid for sustenance. Countless life and death struggles transformed her from a fragile and helpless girl into a resilient and formidable being. Today, she bore witness to Long Chui's extraordinary prowess. With a single punch, he had sent a colossal octopus tumbling and effortlessly defeated a massive bear, which had long been her formidable adversary. Moreover, she sensed an inexplicable kinship with Long Chui, as if they shared an indescribable, special bond. Thus, driven by instinct, she found herself following him stealthily. Long Chui and Robin listened quietly, their hearts brimming with compassion as they gazed upon Liko. They were acutely aware that in this cruel and frigid world, survival was never an easy endeavor. Robin couldn't help but reminisce about her own days of fleeing, which, though fraught with hardship and trials, ultimately led her to Long Chui. But what of Liko? At such a tender age, she bore the weight of endless suffering alone. Fate had been exceedingly harsh with her. Robin gently tousled Liko's hair, her eyes filled with concern. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she inquired, "Liko, have you always been able to transform into a wolf?" Liko shook her head, confusion evident in her gaze, clearly. She herself was uncertain as to why she possessed such an extraordinary ability. Long Chui comprehended Robin's intention and then inquired, "Kiki, are you able to swim in the sea?" Riko Kiki initially nodded, but then shook her head, softly murmuring, Kiki does not enjoy swimming. Yet Kiki is capable of swimming. Long Chuyi and Robin exchanged a knowing glance, fully understanding that Coco was not a fruit user but rather belonged to a unique race. Consequently, it was highly probable that the merchant had also realized this fact and might have already informed the nobles with peculiar interests. It would not be long before they would arrive here. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, delicate rays of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow within the cave. Long Chuyi lay blissfully on a pile of hay, deeply immersed in slumber. Suddenly, he sensed a damp sensation on his face, accompanied by the gentle caress of something soft licking his cheek. In a daze, he reached up to wipe his face, mumbling, "Has it started to rain? Robin, it's time to take in the laundry." However, as he gradually opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he was cradling Lekoko in his arms. Upon noticing Long Chuyi had awakened, Lekoko sprang up with excitement. Then, like a joyful fawn, she bounded into Robin's embrace. Long Chuyi rubbed his sleepy eyes and smiled, saying, "Ah, it is you, little Kiki. Good morning." As he spoke, he sat up and stretched his arms in a grand yawn. It was then that he noticed Robin quietly seated nearby, a gentle smile gracing her face as she tenderly caressed the little Liko in her arms. A fleeting hint of reluctance crossed Long Chuyi's face as he slowly spoke. "Robin, perhaps this is the final farewell." Understanding the profound meaning behind Long Chuyi's words, Robin nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then lowered her head, gently caressing the little one nestled in her arms. Long Chuyi gazed silently at Robin for a moment before turning to walk towards the cave's entrance. Upon seeing Long Chuyi about to leave, Lekoko immediately began to struggle in Robin's embrace, yearning to rise and pursue him. Robin swiftly held her tightly, softly reassuring, "It's all right. Brother has merely gone to train. We shall patiently await his return here." Long Chuyi turned back, his face illuminating with a radiant smile. "Ha, little Kiki, I will never leave you. Make sure to stay close to Sister Robin." The sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, cascading over Long Chuyi's figure, accentuating his tall stature. Behind him seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, and coupled with that brilliant smile, it rendered Lekoko momentarily spellbound. Prompting an involuntary thought in her mind, could it be that a deity has descended? Subsequently, Long Chuyi took determined strides, gradually distancing himself until he arrived at a secluded corner. He halted, surveying his surroundings with vigilance, and upon confirming the absence of danger, exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. "I hope I do not encounter those fools this time," Long Chuyi murmured softly. He quickly assessed the environment to ensure his safety. Without hesitation, he removed his shirt, revealing a breathtakingly sculpted physique. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deep into his mind. There, he beheld the once diminutive golden figure, which had now astonishingly grown to an impressive height of 2 meters. The little golden figure radiated a resplendent golden light, its brilliance dazzling and illuminating a 20-kilometer radius. Long Chuyi harbored a lingering curiosity. Could it be that this small golden figure possessed merely the functions of health and mana restoration? If that were indeed the case, it would be rather trivial, wouldn't it? Thus, he embarked on a lengthy and relentless journey of exploration and experimentation. His perseverance was duly rewarded. As he ultimately uncovered the true purpose of this small golden figure, it resembled a comprehensive encyclopedia, brimming with knowledge. Through this golden figure, he could not only cultivate a variety of wondrous martial arts, but also delve into the enigmatic applications of its 2 mysterious beams of light. This monumental discovery exhilarated him as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. The process of mastering martial techniques proved to be rather straightforward. As he launched attacks at the golden figure, it would retaliate with an array of exquisite martial arts, allowing him to learn in the process. However, the mastery of the 2 beams of light demanded a greater level of insight. At present, Long Chuyi had only just begun to comprehend that the white light emanated from the natural world, yet its myriad of potential functions remained largely untapped. As Long Chuyi fixated on the small golden figure, a faint sensation of pain began to emerge within him. The torment inflicted by the martial techniques of the golden figure was simply unbearable. A discomfort that seemed to resonate not only within his corporeal form but also reverberated through his very soul. Each strike from the golden figure left him feeling as if he might crumble into fragments, the excruciating agony nearly overwhelming. Yet, an indomitable spirit coursed through his veins. Rather than succumbing to despair, he intensified his efforts in study and comprehension. With the passage of time, Long Chui gradually grasped the essence of certain martial techniques, wielding them with increasing finesse. Simultaneously, his understanding of the two beams of light deepened. Although he had yet to uncover their full potential, he remained steadfast in his belief that relentless exploration would eventually reveal their immense latent power. Throughout this arduous journey, his perseverance and determination underwent unprecedented refinement, fortifying his resolve and, in turn, purifying his very soul through repeated trials. Long Chui gritted his teeth, a resolute glimmer in his eyes, as he once again swung his fist towards the golden figure without a hint of hesitation. One might ponder why Long Chui insisted on training in a secluded area. The reason lies in his complete immersion in the training state, rendering him oblivious to the external world. Yet, another question arises. If that is the case, why not train in a cave? A glance at the dazzling golden aura emanating from Long Chui and the surrounding flora provides a clear answer. The sight before him was nothing short of breathtaking. The surrounding vegetation was obliterated under the onslaught of his formidable power. He vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt the first time he discovered he could spar with the golden figure, his eagerness propelling him to commence training without delay. However, an unexpected incident nearly proved fatal for Robin. Fortunately, Robin, with her keen instincts, sensed the impending danger. As she witnessed the golden light radiating from Long Chui and the grass beneath her feet vanishing in an instant, she immediately recognized the peril that loomed. Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted frantically away. Yet, merely a second later, a nearby tree where Robin had been standing with a resounding crack was severed as if by an invisible, immense force. Meanwhile, in a corner of the town, a rather unsavory-looking man, with a sycophantic demeanor, was kneeling before a phone book, saying, "My lord, I am certain that is a new species. She is currently hiding deep within the forest." His voice dripped with obsequiousness and flattery. On the other end of the line, a mysterious figure held the phone book. Clad in a white suit and obscured by a white mask, his true identity remained concealed. The individual referred to as my lord knelt reverently before a bizarre-looking person. This figure sported a transparent fishbowl atop his head, donned a spacesuit, and had a perpetual stream of mucus flowing from his nose, all while wearing a foolish grin. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, yet another new toy. Go. Bring her back to me. Ha ha." His laughter resonated with the exuberance of a child anticipating a new plaything, yet the so-called toy elicited a sense of dismay. Chapter 16. Undercurrents rising on the first day of the dragon's awakening. While he endured pain beyond the common man's capacity, the western sea began to stir restlessly. On the Isle of Sorrow, Helota sat perched upon a rocky outcrop, a cigar clasped between his fingers, gazing contemplatively into the distance. The sea breeze caressed his tousled hair, and with a hissing breath, he exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity that seemed capable of penetrating the boundless ocean. Within that gaze lay untold ambition and unwavering resolve. At that moment, a man clad in noble attire approached him quietly, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. "Captain," he intoned, "I have gathered some intelligence. It appears that Coriol is in search of something. His vessel was navigating the seas normally, yet for reasons unknown, it has veered towards this isle. Subsequently, he has inexplicably vanished. Days later, Richmond also made his way in this direction. But it seems their ships were ambushed upon the waters. From my observations, it does not appear to bear the marks of a fierce battle with other vessels. Rather, it seems that enemies boarded their ships directly, engaging in a brutal confrontation." As he spoke, a furrow of concern creased his brow. Helota's expression darkened as he turned, his gaze piercing the vast expanse of the sea. With a voice deep and authoritative, he queried, "What precisely have they uncovered?" A flicker of wariness glinted in his eyes. The man in noble garb replied respectfully, "Based on the speed of the small vessel and the results of our covert inquiries, we have deduced that the enemies may have fled to 3 potential islands." He cautiously raised his gaze, observing Helota's reaction. "Conduct a thorough search of these 3 islands. Should you locate the target, inform me immediately," Helota commanded, crushing the cigar in his grip and casting the remnants into the ocean. His decisive action resonated with an air of determination, as though proclaiming his unwavering intent regarding the matter. Within the spacious and illuminated confines of the Dre's villa, a striking woman donned in a pink-tailored suit bent slightly at the waist, one hand supporting herself on the table while the other held a notepad. The angle of her posture revealed a generous neckline, exposing her fair skin and an alluring décolletage, as if to lay bare her entire bosom. She bit her lip gently, her eyes sparkling with a hint of seduction, attempting to capture Dre's attention. Yet, Dre's averted his gaze from his flirtatious secretary, his eyelids lowered. revealing an expression bordering on madness, a fervor driven by an unwavering obsession for success. Dre's voice resonated low and resolute. Once they have scoured the 2 islands, we shall release information to guide them towards the island where we have laid our ambush. He spoke with a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a barely perceptible sneer. The secretary responded sweetly, "Hi," and then reached out to caress Dryce's hand, slowly gliding down his arm. However, when her hand grazed his abdomen, it was abruptly captured by his large hand. Despite the sharp pain coursing through her, the secretary displayed no discomfort, instead letting out a seductive hum once more. She lifted her gaze, expecting to meet Dryce's eyes filled with desire, only to be confronted by a visage twisted with rage and madness. With a resounding slap, Dryce unleashed all his strength upon the secretary's face, the force so immense that she toppled to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her cheek swelling rapidly from the blow. Dryce's face was a mask of disgust and fury, as though the secretary before him were an abominable creature. Coldly surveying the secretary sprawled on the floor, he elegantly produced a handkerchief to wipe his hands, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. With an expression devoid of emotion, he commanded, "Someone, dispose of this waste." His voice carried no warmth, suggesting that the fate of the secretary was of no concern to him. Recovering from her shock and pain, the secretary realized her destiny was about to be sealed. Her face paling to a ghostly white, she pleaded desperately for mercy, but it was far too late. 2 men clad in suits entered the room, cold-heartedly seizing her by the arms and dragging her away. Her cries gradually faded, leaving the room enveloped in silence once more. Dry stood quietly by the window, his gaze fixed upon the distant sea, whispering to himself, "It is time. Wait, Maya. I will fulfill my promise, without fail." At Marine headquarters, in the office of a high-ranking admiral, sunlight streamed through the window. A tall, yet gaunt man lounged lazily in a chair, his eyes shielded by an eye mask, his legs casually draped over the desk. His name was Kazan, known as Admiral Akiji of the Marine headquarters. At that moment, a look of languor adorned his face, as if the affairs of the world were of no concern to him. On the adjacent sofa sat another man, clad entirely in yellow, his face bearing an unmistakable lewdness, adorned with yellow sunglasses, meticulously tending to his fingernails. This individual was Borsellino, also one of the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters, known as Admiral Kizaru. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at thoughts that were elusive to decipher. Borsellino glanced at Kazan in the chair and casually inquired, Well, Kazan, what have you been busying yourself with in the West Blue?" Yet, the only response was a series of snores. Kazan was deep in slumber, utterly unresponsive to his question. Seemingly unfazed by Kazan's lack of reaction, Borsellino continued to speak to himself. "I've heard that a rare species has emerged in the West Blue, even stirring the celestial dragons. How terrifying." His tone was tinged with a hint of mockery and disdain, accompanied by an air of provocation, as if he were deliberately stirring the conversation to observe others' reactions. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was forcefully flung open, followed by a hearty burst of laughter. "Oh, ha, Kazan, my little rascal, I've come to claim some senbei." The audacious Sengoku had devoured all his senbei, which was utterly outrageous. At the entrance stood a tall, robust man clad in a white naval uniform, striding confidently into the room. He was none other than Vice Admiral Garp, his face adorned with a radiant smile, seemingly free from any worries. Shortly thereafter, a voice interrupted with urgency, "Vice Admiral Garp, we are here to summon Admiral Akiji." The one calling for Garp scratched his head and then burst into laughter. "Oh, is that so? I completely forgot. Well, let us get my senbei first." His laughter was boisterous and resonant, exuding infectious joy. Kazan, lifting his eye patch, sleepily regarded the doorway. Vice Admiral Garp, I have no senbei here, and 2 days ago, I already gave you the last of it." He yawned lazily as he spoke. A naval officer behind Garp stood at attention and declared loudly, "Reporting in, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Kizaru, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku request your presence at the meeting." Garp chuckled heartily, "Mahahaha, I forgot again." He then turned to exit, heading left. While the meeting was convened to the right, the 3 individuals in the room, accustomed to such antics, followed suit. Upon arrival at the conference room, they found a man with an ohm-like hairstyle and small spectacles seated at the center, his expression grave as he pondered deeply. His white naval uniform was unbuttoned at the chest, and behind him hung a plaque inscribed with the words "Ruling the World." This man was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the highest commander of the Navy, known as the strategic mind of the Navy. His visage was imbued with authority and solemnity, making one hesitant to meet his gaze. To his left sat a woman, though advanced in years, still retaining her charm. However, anyone who underestimated her due to her gender would surely pay a steep price. She was Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Navy's chief strategist. Her eyes radiated wisdom and calmness, as if she could see through everything. The seat to the right of the Fleet Admiral, which was meant for the Navy hero garb, remained unoccupied, as he had slipped away. Once the attendees were nearly assembled, Sengoku surveyed the room before speaking. Today, we received notification that Lord Kizaru has dispatched an admiral to the West Blue to collaborate with the CP0 organization in capturing a member of a special race. His voice was steady and powerful, echoing within the conference room. Upon hearing this, murmurs arose among the attendees. At that moment, Akainu, sitting nearby, snorted coldly and remarked, "Hmph. Navy admirals are not meant to engage in such trivial matters." He was clad in a striking red suit, adorned with a rose upon his chest, while a white naval uniform draped behind him. With one leg crossed over the other and his arms folded across his chest, he cast a disdainful gaze towards Sengoku. His countenance was rife with dissatisfaction and contempt, as though he were vehemently opposed to the matter at hand. However, as soon as Akainu's words fell, another voice resonated within the room. "Ah, so the esteemed Admiral Akainu believes the Navy is merely a slaughterer of innocent civilians." The speaker was none other than Kazan, who, with a similarly crossed leg, reclined languidly in his chair, his tone unassuming yet laced with provocation. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes, seemingly intent on inciting Akainu's ire. Instantly, Akainu's expression darkened, a flash of anger crossing his gaze, before he retorted coldly, "The Navy must spare no effort in eradicating the vile pirates." Before he could continue, Sengoku, seated at the center, rapped the table and cleared his throat, stating, "Enough. What we need to discuss now is the reassignment of the admirals and how to manage the void in naval strength in the New World." His voice rose, imbued with an undeniable authority. After a lengthy deliberation, Kazan was reluctantly assigned to the task. Yet, whether he accepted it in spirit was a matter only he could discern. As he departed, Kazara cast him a pointed glance, the implication unmistakable. Chapter 17. The great battle approaches in the West Sea, tumultuous undercurrents swirled, concealing countless untold secrets. The protagonist, Long Chuyi, sat cross-legged amidst a forest, ravaged as though by demonic forces. Shattered branches and fallen leaves lay scattered about, suggesting the area had recently endured a cataclysmic disaster, perhaps wrought by a colossal tornado. At this moment, Long Chuyi's eyes were tightly shut, radiating a resplendent white light, akin to a brilliant star descending from the heavens, illuminating the desolation surrounding him. He was immersed in his own realm, wholly absorbed in the peculiar world around him, fervently seeking the origin of that mysterious white light. Within the depths of his consciousness, all was eerily tranquil, as if time itself had been frozen, no longer in motion. Yet, as the sensation of the white light intensified, faint white lines began to materialize amidst the surrounding darkness. These lines danced like cunning serpents, winding through the shadows, eluding comprehension. Gradually, it seemed as if an unseen hand was guiding these lines, sketching the landscape of the forest with increasing clarity, as if it were unfolding right before his eyes. Towering trees, blades of grass, and the sun suspended high in the sky, all radiated a luminous aura, the brilliance pervading and saturating the entire world. Within the ethereal realm, Long Chuyi found himself enveloped in a radiant aura, akin to the undulating tentacles of an octopus, extending myriad tendrils that intricately intertwined with the enigmatic white mist, as if siphoning a mysterious force. Just as he began to immerse himself in this extraordinary and surreal sensation, an astonishing scene unfolded without warning. The once static external tableau abruptly accelerated, as if a fast-forward button had been engaged, transforming violently before his eyes. A group of individuals engaged in fierce combat, their forms reminiscent of stick figures, simple yet brimming with tension. The scene shifted, and Long Chuyi beheld himself locked in a fierce struggle with a towering, robust adversary. The resplendent white light radiating from him was so blinding that it rendered his identity unmistakable. Suddenly, the white line seemed to react to an unseen stimulus, twisting uncontrollably, and the vision morphed once more, revealing him facing another equally imposing figure. The atmosphere between the two was charged to the utmost degree, as if the very air were on the verge of igniting. Long Chuyi gazed at the kaleidoscopic scenes unfolding before him, and suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying uncontrollably as if struck by an invisible force. He extended his hand, trembling as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, inhaling deeply before murmuring to himself, Is this truly the legendary foresight of the future? Has my observation haki awakened? Or is it the work of that enigmatic white light? He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him akin to a tumultuous tide, an unprecedented confidence welling up in his heart. After enduring the arduous training with the little golden figure, he had transformed remarkably, now capable of holding his own against most formidable foes. In his battles with the little golden figure, he had genuinely experienced the specter of death, the haunting fear of imminent obliteration still vivid in his memory. Now, Long Chui's combat skills had reached a level of unparalleled mastery, each movement seemingly forged through relentless trials. He was convinced he was prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead. It should be about time. Long Chui whispered to himself, his voice tinged with determination. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as it swept across the chaotic surroundings, his eyes glimmering with resolute light. It was time to embark on his journey across this vast, boundless ocean teeming with uncertainty and peril. Upon returning to the familiar cave, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. There stood Robin by the pot, diligently preparing a delectable meat soup. The rich fragrance permeated the entire cave, provoking a mouth-watering response. Lickik squatted obediently by the pot, her eyes wide with anticipation. Fixated on the bubbling food, her little face brimming with longing, nearly drooling. Upon hearing familiar footsteps at the cave entrance, Lickik swiftly lifted her head. Joyfully, she discovered Long Chui standing there, her eyes instantly sparkling like a jubilant fawn. Without hesitation, she dashed towards him, leaping into his embrace. She affectionately nuzzled her adorable little face against Long Chui, continuously chattering, "Brother, you're finally back." Long Chu embraced Lakoko with a heart full of contentment. Gently caressing her little head, a brilliant smile illuminating his face as if all weariness had vanished in that fleeting moment. Robin, witnessing this tender scene, locked eyes with Long Chu. In that instant, she perceived the seriousness and determination reflected in his gaze, grasping the profound significance of the moment. The smile that had once graced her lips gradually faded, returning to her usual calm demeanor, yet soon it re-emerged with a subtle uplift, concealing within it both hopes and concerns for the future. "Dinner is ready. We can eat now," Robin softly announced, her voice melodious and soothing. Lakoko, nestled in Long Chu's embrace, heard these words and, filled with excitement, kicked her legs joyfully, exclaiming, "I want to eat. I want to eat." As Long Chui gently set her down, Liko could hardly contain her excitement, darting towards the pot like an arrow released from a bow. Seizing the bowl brimming with food from Robin's hands, she began to devour her meal with unabashed fervor, her face adorned with splatters of broth, creating an utterly endearing sight. Long Chui and Robin gazed at each other, her eyes filled with profound reluctance and concern. She parted her lips, as if to utter something, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Long Chui smiled gently, his lips subtly moving as he silently declared, "We shall surely meet again." He extended his pinky finger and gave it a reassuring shake, his eyes brimming with unwavering promise. The night descended like a vast expanse of black silk, enveloping the world in its embrace. Robin and Lakoko stood beside the prepared small boat, ready to flee from this perilous realm. Long Chui crouched halfway, gazing gently at the reluctant Lakoko before him. He softly reassured her, "Coco, your brother will come to find you and your sister. Shall we make a pinky promise?" Lakoko looked at Long Chui, then at the little pinky finger extended towards her. After a moment of hesitation, she instinctively reached out her own pinky finger and intertwined it with Long Chui's. Long Chui smiled and said, "Once a promise is made, it must be fulfilled. My brother will never forget his commitments." Lakiko nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with anticipation for the future and unwavering trust in her brother. Long Chui then cautioned, "Moreover, do not readily believe the words of strangers. Follow your sister closely and heed her advice. Remember to eat well, for that will help you grow plump and fair." However, before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was suddenly obstructed by something soft. He widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that it was none other than Lakoko's lips. Long Chui was taken aback by the sudden kiss, frozen in place with wide eyes fixed on the girl before him, his mind a blank slate. Robin, equally astonished, stared with her mouth slightly agape, wearing an expression of disbelief as if she had witnessed something utterly miraculous. After a considerable pause, Robin finally regained her composure. She embraced Lakoko tightly, playfully ruffling the girl's hair in a flurry of embarrassment and indignation, murmuring softly, "How could this be? I merely kissed her forehead, and yet..." That mischievous little Lakoko. Her actions and expressions revealed that, despite her outward demeanor of cool intelligence, Robin's heart was akin to that of an ordinary young girl, filled with her own petty emotions and thoughts. Meanwhile, Long Chui staggered back several paces, too astonished to utter a word. After all, Lakoko was merely 2 years his junior, and they had always referred to each other as siblings. This unexpected kiss left him rather flustered. Upon witnessing Long Chui's mortified reaction, Robin shot him a disdainful glance, teasingly remarking, "So, how does it feel to taste the essence of a 4-year-old? It must be quite sweet." Long Chui's face flushed a deep crimson, embarrassment causing him to scratch his head awkwardly as he stammered, Robin-chan, I didn't quite comprehend it either." Before he could finish, Robin, cradling Lakoko, turned away and prepared to board the ship. Long Chui could only watch helplessly as Robin embarked. Once the vessel had sailed a short distance, Robin approached the stern, turned to Long Chui, raised her pinky finger, and called out loudly, "You must honor our pact. And remember, you owe me one." Subsequently, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, and in the moonlight, that smile appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Long Chui gazed at Robin and broke into a smile, raising his pinky finger as he exuberantly replied, "Oh, certainly." Beside Robin, Lakoko also lifted her pinky and stammered, "Brother, I can do it too." Thus, Robin embarked once more on the same path of escape as in the original tale. However, this time, she was accompanied by a companion named Lakoko, and within her heart resided a singular individual, Long Chui. Meanwhile, Long Chui stood silently by the shore, his eyes intently following the small boat as it gradually receded into the distance, until it swiftly vanished into the enveloping darkness, as if consumed by the night. A complex array of emotions flickered in his gaze, embodying both anticipation for the future, akin to the excitement of embarking on a wondrous adventure, and nostalgia for the past. As cherished moments spent with Robin and Lakoko replayed like cinematic scenes in his mind. Ultimately, Long Chui took a deep breath, resolutely turned away, and walked toward the city. He understood that a life brimming with challenges and opportunities awaited him, one where he would confront innumerable adversities and foes alone, until he emerged as a true formidable warrior. As Long Chui departed, the night reclaimed its tranquility. The moonlight spilled across the sea, creating rippling patterns that seemed to whisper of the commencement of a new journey. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Halota was reporting to headquarters about their search and inspection of the island. With a serious demeanor and steady voice, he announced, "Report to headquarters. After our meticulous search and inspection, we have found no suspicious activity." Halota then issued a command, "Assemble." That individual stated that the target is located on the final island. His voice resonated with a low, commanding authority that brooked no dissent. Simultaneously, aboard another vessel, Admiral Akiji Kazan languidly reclined on a beach chair, donning an eye mask while soundly asleep. On the deck, several individuals adorned in white masks loomed mysteriously under the moonlight. One of them spoke with a tone of disdain, "Admiral, we are nearing the island. Leave the rest to us. You need not intervene." Upon hearing this, Kazan slowly lifted his eye mask and cast a glance at the speaker. That gaze seemed imbued with an unending chill, akin to a sharp blade of ice piercing directly into the man's heart. Suddenly, the individual felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice, the cold seeping into his bones, prompting an involuntary shiver. Subsequently, Kazan lethargically responded, well, understood," before pulling the eye mask back down to resume his slumber. Beads of sweat began to form on the man's forehead as he swallowed hard, secretly apprehensive. Is this the power of a high-ranking officer? Merely a glance made me feel as if I were facing a ferocious beast. Within the confines of the Dryce villa, Dryce sat upon the sofa, his gaze fixated upon the pocket watch cradled in his hands, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of longing and affection. Nestled within the watch was a photograph of a young woman, the most cherished presence in his heart, clad in a refreshing blue dress. The girl's smile radiated like blossoms in full bloom, captivating and enchanting as the flowers of spring. With her head slightly tilted, her lively eyes met the camera, her hand gently pressing down on a hat lifted by the sea breeze, evoking the joy and freedom she must have felt in that moment. "Maya, I will soon fulfill my promise," Dryce murmured softly, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. He inhaled deeply, then slowly closed the pocket watch, carefully placing it into his pocket. This motion seemed to bring him solace, as if the photograph within the watch bestowed upon him strength and courage. At that moment, the villa's grand door was abruptly thrust open, and a subordinate hurriedly entered. He bowed respectfully to Dryce and reported, "Boss, everything is prepared." Dryce nodded. Rising to his feet, his posture straightening to exude authority and confidence. "Let us depart," he commanded succinctly, his voice resonating with undeniable authority, as if heralding the imminent onset of a great battle. Chapter 18. The Final Serenity. Early on the second day of the Lunar New Year, Long Chui stepped into the quaint town of the island. The streets were abuzz with lively chatter as the joyous laughter of the townsfolk intertwined, painting a vibrant tableau of urban life. He wandered through the bustling avenues, quietly savoring the essence of human warmth. Fresh and sweet fruits, come and buy. A vendor bellowed with fervor, his face adorned with a beaming smile as he energetically beckoned customers. The resounding call instantly captured the attention of many passers-by. "Ha ha, you're playing too poorly." A group of children frolicked by the roadside, their cheeks flushed with excitement as they teased one another, their innocent laughter ringing out like melodious chimes. "Catch him! Don't let that thief escape!" An angry shout abruptly shattered the serene atmosphere, plunging the crowd into chaos. A figure darted through the alleyways, desperately fleeing, pursued by a throng of people whose faces were etched with fury and urgency. "Granny, I'm off to see the fish." A young fisherman, brimming with vitality, skillfully arranged his nets while turning to bid farewell to the elder at home, then strode purposefully towards the shore. Long Chui's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile. This seemingly ordinary scene of life enveloped him in a long-lost tranquility. However, he was acutely aware that this serenity was merely a fleeting calm before the impending storm. This land would soon be engulfed in the chaos of war. His first destination was the local tavern, a well-known hub of information where a myriad of individuals from various walks of life congregated. As he pushed the door open, the cacophony of lively chatter and laughter greeted him, for the tavern was already filled to capacity, the air thick with the aroma of alcohol and the sound of convivial banter. Hey, have you heard? That kid Tiana has set sail. He audaciously claims he will find the treasure of the Pirate King." A drunken man, his face flushed, bellowed with exuberance, punctuating his words with hiccups and a smirk of mockery. "Hmph, that young fool is simply daydreaming." Another man scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Yet, the slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth betrayed an inner pride and admiration for Tiana's audacity in embarking on such an adventure. Long Chui sat quietly in the corner, lifting his wine glass and taking a delicate sip, seemingly indifferent as he listened to the conversations of those around him. "Hey, Scar. Is that wealthy merchant still searching for that oddity? It has been several years, hasn't it?" A young man inquired eagerly, leaning forward with curiosity etched across his face. Upon hearing this, Long Chui's spirit instantly revitalized. He discreetly perked up his ears, and his gaze sharpened. "How would I know?" he retorted. "Just a few days prior, I chanced upon him nodding and bowing to the telephone bug, presumably reprimanded by his superior." The man referred to as Uncle Scar furrowed his brow, dismissively waving his hand with evident impatience. The young man, disheartened, slumped over the table, muttering, "Tisish, I thought something earth-shattering was happening." Upon hearing this, Uncle Scar shot him an exasperated glare. "You little rascal, idling about all day, hurry up and get lost. Your presence is irksome." The young man, upon hearing this, sat bolt upright, his eyes wide open in defiance, retorting, "Hey, old Scar, aren't you the one who spends his days either drinking or sneaking glances at Aunt Kissery next door? How dare you criticize me?" Uncle Scar's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, as he hastily waved his hands in protest. "You mischievous brat, don't speak such nonsense. I am not sneaking peeks." The other patrons in the tavern erupted in laughter at this exchange, some doubled over, while others thumped the table in merriment, unable to contain their amusement. Long Chui, unable to summon a smile, fixated on the wine glass in his hand, his gaze gradually becoming stern and grave. He and Robin had long anticipated that Lakoko would attract the attention of those individuals, although they had only witnessed a prominent businessman groveling on the phone. It was highly probable that he was a figure of immense power and wealth, someone not to be taken lightly. "I hope things do not unfold as grimly as I fear," he thought, taking a deep breath. Rising slowly, he settled the bill and exited the bar with quickened steps. Subsequently, he checked into a hotel. Meanwhile, aboard Dreyfus's grand ship, a cadre of subordinates clad in black suits stood in perfect formation, each face marred by seriousness. Their grips firm around their firearms, the atmosphere taut enough to wring water from it. "Pray tell, where are we headed?" One of the anxious subordinates swallowed hard and whispered to his companion, whose palms were also slick with sweat, clutching his weapon tightly and shaking his head in bewilderment. At the bow of the ship stood Dreyfus, his stature commanding as he gazed out over the distant sea. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a myriad of golden rays that cloaked the tranquil waters in a shimmering veil. He savored this fleeting moment of warmth and tranquility. The gentle visage of Maya surfacing in his mind. "Maya, wait for me," he murmured softly to himself before inhaling deeply and bellowing, "Set sail," with his command. The ship gradually embarked, its stern churning up cascading white waves akin to a galloping dragon. Following closely behind were vessels laden with formidable and fearsome individuals. On a loaded ship, sunlight filtered through thick clouds, bathing the vast sails in a radiant golden hue. A gentle sea breeze wafted through, carrying with it the ocean's unique, briny scent and the rhythmic sound of crashing waves. Helota reclined in his exclusive captain's chair, leaning slightly forward, his hands resting steadily on the armrests, his gaze cold and profound as he apathetically surveyed the horizon. Lost in thought, a sudden soft chuckle escaped his lips, laced with disdain and confidence. Redirecting his focus to the deck below, he observed a raucous group of pirates reveling in their merriment, their boisterous shouts, reckless gamblings, and hearty drinking immersing them in this transient freedom and indulgence, oblivious to the encroaching danger. Meanwhile, another grand vessel sped towards the island where Long Chui resided. "Moses, Moses, the great general of the warring states, what brings you to me?" Kazan languidly reclined on a deck chair, one hand lazily lifting his eye mask, his drowsy gaze directed at the communicator. "Kazan, upon your arrival, ensure the safety of the civilians and return promptly once your task is complete." The voice of the warring states general resonated through the communicator, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. "Understood, but General, my holiday is not yet over," Kazan replied with a hint of nonchalance. Kazan stifled a yawn and stretched languidly, responding with a sense of indolence. He slightly squinted his eyes, gazing into the boundless expanse of the sea, as memories of his time in O'Hara involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "Ahem, Kazan, the new world currently requires your strength." The tone of Fleet Admiral Sengoku carried a hint of earnestness. "Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I shall complete the task promptly." Kazan terminated the call with the din-din mushi and closed his eyes once more. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold began to emanate from his being, causing the figure nearby, clad in a white mask, to retreat in fear, distancing themselves significantly. Long Chui lay on his bed, his hands propped behind his head, his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, brows furrowed in contemplation. He was acutely aware that, according to the powerful premonition swirling in his mind, a fierce battle was imminent. Yet, despite this foreboding knowledge, a sense of inexplicable agitation filled his heart. He yearned for conflict, yet could not help but ponder, was there truly no alternative to avert this war? He understood that the villagers were innocent, undeserving of being ensnared in such a brutal strife. But how could he, a solitary individual, persuade them to abandon their homeland, which was on the brink of becoming a battleground? Must he merely await the inevitable? Or was there another way? Long Chui murmured to himself, his voice laced with frustration and helplessness, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Having grown under the radiant banner of a red star in his past life, he steadfastly adhered to a righteous value system deep within. He was acutely aware of the cruelty and mercilessness of war, harboring a profound aversion to it. Concurrently, he felt immense pity and compassion for those who were about to suffer the agonies of conflict. This sentiment stemmed not only from his intrinsic kindness, but also from his unwavering belief in the justice and fairness upheld by his former nation. Time slipped away, each second fading into the next, and the room remained enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of Long Chui's breath reverberating through the air. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and before long, they gently closed. In that moment, Long Chui succumbed to slumber, yet his brow remained tightly knit. Outside, the village continued its serene existence, blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to descend upon them. Chapter 19. Chaos 2 days later. Drelos and his cohort finally arrived at the island. As the vessel docked, a throng of people surged onto the pier, creating a scene of remarkable fervor. In stark contrast, the island's inhabitants appeared pale and terrified, hastily seeking refuge as they regarded these unwelcome guests with expressions rife with fear and suspicion. Drelos made no move, merely leading his men onto the island, striding directly into the forest while transporting an array of explosives and firearms. To any observer, it was evident that the atmosphere was charged with the anticipation of war, yet Drelos remained unnervingly calm, his demeanor chillingly composed. Once all his subordinates had departed, Drelos abruptly halted, standing still as he fixed his gaze upon the terrified residents hiding within their homes. Some could not help but peek cautiously from behind their windows, their curiosity mingling with anxiety as they scrutinized him. If you wish to survive, it would be wise to flee this place within half a day, Drelas intoned, his voice deep and tranquil, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. Who are you? Get out of here, a young man shouted, his face flushed with fury. Yes, leave our homeland at once. An elderly man with graying hair trembled with rage, brandishing his cane as he shouted. Drive them away. What is happening? Are we to engage in battle here? The residents clamored with increasing fervor, their emotions reaching a boiling point. In response to Dryce's warning, the reactions among the crowd varied widely. With only Dryce remaining, some of the bolder individuals, undeterred by fear, charged out of their homes and unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. Dryce, however, remained silent, and in that moment, the cacophony of insults and grievances erupted throughout the town, intensifying the already charged atmosphere into one of chaos. Concealed in the shadows, Long Chui found himself utterly astounded. Indeed, when one is rendered speechless to the utmost degree, laughter often ensues. Observing this spectacle, he couldn't help but find it somewhat absurd that the residents chose to berate Dryce. Even when he stood alone, they had been given the opportunity to flee, yet they opted to provoke him instead, a truly laughable contradiction. Although Long Chui was unaware that the man before him was Dryce, the impeccably tailored black suit afforded him a reasonable inference about the man's identity. The fact that the Mafia had deliberately left someone behind to inform the residents lent considerable credence to the warning, and escaping posed little risk, far better than losing one's life. Thus, Long Chui resolved to seize this opportunity. He feigned panic and dashed outside, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Flee for your lives." With so many of them, even if a battle does not ensue, we innocent residents could still be caught in the crossfire. I refuse to remain here and await death. His voice echoed through the streets, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding residents. Long Chui burst into a clothing store, hastily seizing a multitude of garments and snatching a considerable amount of cash from the counter. A glimmer of madness and desperation flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Since I must flee, I shall never return here." Taking these items should elicit no pursuit. He swiftly exited the store, continuing to run as if pursued by countless demons. His figure soon vanished within the crowd, leaving behind a scene of chaos and terror. With the first act of desperation, there would inevitably be a second and a third. The townsfolk, although ignorant of Long Chui's identity, found his words to resonate with undeniable truth. Consequently, the once tranquil and harmonious town gradually descended into turmoil. Get away. This is what I have painstakingly acquired. A burly man shouted with bloodshot eyes, glaring menacingly at those nearby. Where's my child? Has anyone seen my child? A woman cried, her face stained with tears, desperately scanning her surroundings, her voice laced with despair. Slow down, dear lady. Be careful not to injure yourself. We shall forego these items. Once we reach a new place, we can accumulate again. A young girl gently supported an elderly woman, offering soft reassurances. Ha ha ha, tyrants. You would do well to submit to me. A brutish man loomed threateningly over a woman, his face contorted with a lecherous grin. Please, I beg you, spare me. The woman pleaded, her complexion paling with terror, her voice trembling as she retreated. Just as the man seemed poised to succeed in his vile intent, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force constricting his throat, followed by the merciless snap of his neck. Long Chui revealed a benevolent smile, his gaze resting on the somewhat disheveled woman before him, softly urging, "You must flee at once." Startled by the harrowing scene she had witnessed, the woman let out a scream and immediately turned to flee. Meanwhile, Dreas had been lurking in the shadows, meticulously monitoring Long Chui's every move. Initially, his intention was to eliminate a few individuals to instill fear and compel the rest to vacate the premises. However, to his utter astonishment, Long Chui emerged unexpectedly. As moments passed, approximately 5 hours later, all the residents had fled, leaving only Long Chui and Dreas standing 20 meters apart, locked in a silent stare. As Long Chui glanced around the desolate surroundings, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. With the departure of the residents, the pressure in his mind gradually dissipated, and his thoughts became increasingly lucid. He turned his gaze toward Dryce across from him, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement before pivoting to leave. Seeking a secure refuge to conceal himself, quietly awaiting the onset of battle, Dryce squinted, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as he fixated on Long Chui's retreating figure, only turning away once it had entirely vanished from view. He then strode purposefully into the depths of the forest. How long until Helodo arrives? Dryce inquired into his communicator, his tone icy. Report, boss. An estimated 3 hours. Came the respectful reply from his subordinate. Dryce furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Inform him that the enemy possesses formidable strength, yet their numbers are few. They are currently encircled by us and at an impasse. Urge them to expedite their arrival. Understood. The crew member promptly acknowledged. Dryce ended the communication, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding woodland, a fierce determination evident in his eyes as he murmured, "This shall be your final resting place." Meanwhile, aboard Heloda's pirate ship, a crew member hurriedly entered the captain's quarters, breathless as he reported the situation to Heloda. "Captain, Dryce has located the enemy, but they are quite formidable and cannot be dealt with at the moment. However, they are encircled. We must proceed swiftly." A slight smirk graced Heloda's lips as he chuckled disdainfully, then rose to his feet, hands on his hips, and bellowed, "Then let us hasten our pace. Ha ha. Prepare for battle, my comrades." Oh, the pirates aboard the ship responded with excitement, their cheers echoing as they eagerly readied themselves for the impending confrontation. Long Chui casually entered a small house, seeking a place to sit down. He crossed his legs and placed his hands upon his knees, slowly closing his eyes as his consciousness delved deeper into his mind, feeling the golden light emanating from the small golden figure. At that moment, he felt as though he were immersed in a wondrous realm, where everything around him became strikingly clear. He could distinctly sense the essence of all things in the world, even perceiving the most minute details and changes. This sensation filled him with exhilaration, for he knew he had gained a formidable ability. Moreover, he could vaguely capture the emotions of others, which fluttered like faint signals, subtly conveying themselves to him. Yet, these emotions remained obscured, shrouded as if by a delicate veil, making them elusive and difficult to grasp. As time progressed, his perception sharpened, and his understanding of the surrounding environment deepened. He began to experiment with this newfound ability, eager to explore uncharted territories, though he was acutely aware that a long journey lay ahead. Chapter 20. The battle begins in the heart of the forest. Time seemed to flow with an enchanting stillness, both tranquil and eerie. The strong wind roared like an untamed beast, sweeping through, rustling the leaves and causing the branches to sway in an uncanny dance. The wind traversed the woods with reckless abandon, bringing a chilling breeze that stirred a sense of unease deep within. In the distance, the trees bent slightly under the force of the gale, resembling deadly weapons being wielded in a fierce display. The woodland creatures appeared to sense the abnormality, swiftly retreating into hiding, rendering the forest eerily silent save for the sound of the wind. The wind echoed through the trees, resembling a deep, rumbling growl from nature itself, heralding an imminent crisis. At the center of this forest, two groups stood poised for confrontation, the atmosphere charged with tension so palpable that the slightest spark could ignite a raging inferno. Hey, Dryce, what performance are you putting on?" Heloda remarked nonchalantly, a cigar clenched between his teeth, the curling smoke rising before his austere visage. His indifferent gaze swept across the opposing crowd, assessing them like lambs awaiting the slaughter as he inquired in a low, somewhat amused tone. Dryce forced a hollow smile, one that appeared frozen upon his face like a fragile mask, ready to shatter at any moment. "Mr. Heloda, I will lead you to the enemy's hideout without fail." As he spoke, he secretly calculated his next move. Heloda silently scrutinized Dryce, his gaze penetrating as if unraveling the fabric of his thoughts. After several minutes of intense observation, he suddenly burst into laughter, a sound reminiscent of an owl's eerie call, imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. "Ha ha ha, since you, Boss Dryce, are so sincere, I cannot be stingy. As for the previous gift, I have decided to return it to its rightful owner." His laughter betrayed a hint of derision and disdain, as if mocking Dryce's audacity. He then turned to glance at the noble-clad pirate behind him, who, like a loyal hound, instantly understood and respectfully nodded before striding away with measured, confident steps. "Mr. Heloda, since this is a gift for you, it would be quite unreasonable to return it." Dryce forced a smile, attempting to salvage the situation. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the pirate returned, dragging a young woman along with him. Upon seeing her, the insincere smile vanished from Dryce's face, replaced by a dark scowl and palpable fury, as if his expression could ooze his ink. The girl was clad in a tattered rag dress, appearing as if it had been torn to shreds countless times. Her gaze was hollow, her lips cracked like a parched riverbed, and her face was grimy. Yet, even in such a state, her inherent beauty was still faintly discernible. This was indeed the secretary Dryce had brought aboard Heloda's ship to plead his case. That day, he had been unceremoniously cast off the vessel like a stray dog, while the slaves, treasures, and the young woman he had brought were withheld, becoming trophies for Helota to flaunt his victory. Helota seemed utterly unfazed by the storm brewing on Dryce's face. Instead, he held his head high with a self-satisfied smirk. His nostrils flaring as if to the heavens, that little wretch dared to attempt an escape with a slave. How audacious! However, she was ultimately apprehended, and I bestowed her upon my crew, allowing them to entertain her. He spoke with a vile delight, his expression reflecting a lingering satisfaction. Then, a cunning smile crept across his face, reminiscent of a wily fox. But, dear Dryce, you have been so keen in seeking the murderer of my third crew, and I recall your previous regard for this wretch. Thus, I labored extensively to retrieve her from the greedy clutches of my men, just for you. No need for gratitude. He emphasized the phrases laboriously and retrieve with a heavy bite, making the sarcasm unmistakable. Upon his words, the pirates behind Helota erupted into raucous laughter, interspersed with crude remarks, their mirth and vulgarity intertwining like sharp blades, piercing Dryce's heart. Indeed, indeed, I shall miss her dearly. Ha ha ha. Do remember to express your gratitude to our illustrious captain. At this moment, concealed in a tree 10 miles away, Long Chui observed the unfolding events with clarity and discernment. Gripping the tree trunk tightly, his anger surged, causing the veins in his hand to protrude, and with an overwhelming strength, he crushed the trunk, sending wood shavings cascading down, mirroring his shattered emotions. The female secretary was, in fact, a homeless individual discovered by Dryce, who, recognizing her potential, had retained her by his side for many years, despite her sudden ascent into affluence. The secretary remained unchanged in character, often advising Dryce against his dealings in the slave trade, which earned her a modicum of goodwill from him, an invaluable rarity in this cold, cruel world. Dryce inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently, and then exhaled slowly, as if releasing years of humiliation and resentment with that breath. His gaze was resolute and frigid, akin to a sharp blade in the frigid night. Gradually, he drew a handgun from his waist, his movement steady and powerful, each action a declaration of his resolve to Herod. The cold, heavy metal of the firearm was firmly gripped in his hand, aimed squarely at Herod, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination, as if proclaiming, "Today, it is either your demise or mine. Here shall be your grave, your final resting place." Dryce's voice resonated deeply, penetrating the tense atmosphere, echoing far and wide like a death sentence. Upon hearing Dryce's words, a smirk of disdain crept across Herod's face. Filled with contempt, as if mocking Dryce's audacity, he erupted into a fit of laughter, his voice reverberating through the air, laced with derision and provocation. As if declaring to the world his invincibility, "Minions, tear them apart," he bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing pain to the ears of those nearby. At his command, the pirates behind him brandished their weapons, the glint of blades flashing as they prepared to launch an assault on Dryce and his companions. A fierce battle on the brink of eruption. Without a moment's hesitation, Dryce decisively pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, the bullet hurtling forth like lightning, aimed at Helota, infused with Dryce's wrath and hatred. Simultaneously, his subordinates charged forward with unwavering resolve, engaging in a tumultuous melee. The clashing of swords and the cries of battle filled the air, creating an extraordinary chaos as blood began to spill upon the land. Upon hearing the gunfire, Helota merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the incoming bullet, then sauntered forward with an air of nonchalance, his demeanor seemingly conveying to Dryce that his attack was but child's play. The reason Dryce meticulously orchestrated this confrontation and prepared for so long lay in the fact that Helota was universally recognized as the most formidable pirate in the West Sea, his strength far from mere reputation. Among Helota's 3 subordinates, aside from the captain of the 1st Division clad in noble attire, the other 2 captains possessed formidable defensive capabilities granted by their Zoan-type devil fruit powers. As for Helota himself, he undoubtedly was a powerful user of an animal-type devil fruit as well. It was precisely due to their unique abilities and the might of their pirate crew that they ascended rapidly as a formidable force, reigning unchecked in these waters. However, Dryce was no fool. During this time, he actively recruited numerous pirates with devil fruit abilities and amassed a substantial stockpile of firearms and ammunition. He even buried explosives throughout the island, akin to a patient leopard awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Thus, the question arises, why does Dryce harbor such animosity toward Helota? The answer lies within a photograph concealed in Dryce's pocket watch, a story hidden within that may very well be the true spark igniting this war. Now, let us return to the battlefield. At this moment, amidst the chaotic fray, a massive and corpulent porcupine man was rampaging through, sending the mafia members scattering like leaves in a tempest. Each of his charges resembled a small mountain in motion, utterly overwhelming the mafia's ranks. Yet, in the face of this ferocious porcupine man, the mafia members found themselves powerless. His defensive prowess was extraordinary. Ordinary bullets ricocheted off him as if striking impenetrable armor, producing only a hollow clang without inflicting any harm. Ha ha ha, you insignificant ants, perish. The porcupine man, in a frenzy of aggression, emitted a thunderous, maniacal laughter, brimming with disdain and contempt for his foes. This frenzied creature was none other than Charbinko, the captain of the 2nd Division under Helota. Just as Charbinko reveled in the ecstasy of wreaking havoc upon his enemies, a colossal stone plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon his head with a resounding thud. This unexpected blow sent him into a daze, as if a swarm of bees buzzed chaotically within his mind, compelling him to shake his head in an attempt to regain clarity. As he focused his gaze, he discerned the presence of 2 figures before him. Charbinko furrowed his brow in bewilderment, his expression akin to 2 small mountains. Pirates? His voice resonated with confusion and caution. One of the individuals responded with a chilling smirk that held a hint of playful malice. Charbinko, captain of Helota's 2nd Division. We have come specifically to take your life. With this, he defiantly lifted his chin in provocation. Suddenly, the white-haired man erupted into a sinister laughter that sent shivers down the spine. His body began to contort rapidly, muscles bulged, skin grew coarse, and his hair elongated and whitened. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic tapir man, his sharp claws glinting ominously in the sunlight. Concurrently, the other man underwent a transformation as well. His body elongated, limbs thickening with strength, and a layer of thick scales emerged upon his skin, shimmering coldly beneath the sun. His head flattened, eyes morphing into yellow slits, while a long forked tongue flickered from his mouth. This man had astonishingly become a colossal serpent man, his form coiled menacingly, exuding an aura of dread, as if poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. With a fierce roar, the 2 lunged towards Charbinko with the swiftness of a tempest. Charbinko did not falter. He took several steps back, and his massive form moved with surprising agility as he lunged forward at the 2 adversaries with great speed. In an instant, the 3 were embroiled in a fierce melee, their figures intertwining in a dazzling display of punches and kicks. The serpent man tightly coiled around Charbinko's body, binding him with a force that seemed capable of shattering his bones. Simultaneously, the T-pigman struck with his razor-sharp claws, each assault accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. However, Charbinko was not easily subdued. He defiantly resisted the constricting force, using his sharp fangs to thrust violently at the T-pigman, his fangs resembling 2 gleaming daggers. With one hand, he seized the serpent man and forcefully slammed him to the ground. Fortunately, the lower part of his body was still entwined, absorbing some of the impact, and his scales provided protection, sparing him significant injury. The serpent man rolled several times on the ground before quickly recoiling, preparing to attack once more. The T-pigman, being the smallest among them, nimbly evaded the lethal fangs aimed at him and delivered a powerful punch to Charbinko's large face, leaving a clear imprint of his fist. A dull thud resonated through the air as the T-pigman's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust, struck Charbinko's cheek. The sound reverberated, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Yet, astonishingly, Charbinko appeared unfazed, his head merely tilting slightly, and not a mark left on his face. Is that all you can do? Charbinko scoffed with a derisive smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Suddenly, he threw back his head and unleashed a deafening roar, his muscles tautening as a tremendous force surged forth from within him. With a powerful flick of his wrists, he hurled both the serpent man and the T-pigman away as if they were weightless dolls, sending them spiraling uncontrollably through the air before they crashed heavily to the ground. Curse it! The serpent man gritted his teeth, rising begrudgingly from the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He quickly regained his stance, his eyes ablaze with fury. This fellow is a bit troublesome. The T-pigman also stood, brushing off the dust from his body, his gaze locked intensely on Charbinko. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, their intent clear, and then, like 2 arrows released from a bow, they charged at Charbinko. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the situation for Helota's faction grew increasingly dire. The most formidable captain of the 2nd squad was ensnared by the enemy, his formidable skills rendered useless. Frustration etched on his face, veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted in rage, yet he remained unable to break free from the enemy's grasp. In contrast, the pirates recruited by Dryce thrived amidst the chaos, rampaging across the battlefield and establishing themselves as the dominant force. Moreover, the vast arsenal of firearms and ammunition meticulously prepared by Dryce plunged the entire battlefield into a cacophony of gunfire, overwhelming Herod's forces, rendering them unable to raise their heads. Hmph, you think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts? Herod stood amidst the chaos, surveying the enemy around him, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. Abruptly, his form began to swell, a layer of ebony scales emerging upon his body, glinting ominously under the sunlight. His arms transformed into razor-sharp claws adorned with jagged scales, his jaw elongating into a fearsome snout, resembling a terrifying giant lizard. Die! Herod bellowed, charging into the fray. His claws sweeping through the air, ushering in a storm of blood and carnage. The members of the Black Hand caught completely off guard, severed in half, blood splattering everywhere. Hey, don't get too arrogant. A newly recruited pirate, witnessing the carnage, widened his eyes, shouting in anger and defiance. His hands swiftly morphed into thick ropes, which slithered like agile serpents, darting towards Herod, ensnaring him tightly in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a towering giant, standing an imposing 5 meters tall, swung a massive iron ball. Charging forward with ferocity, the ball howling through the air as it descended upon Herod's head. Die! The giant roared. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Herod to be crushed under the weight of the blow, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The muscles in Herod's arms bulged dramatically, inflating like a balloon, and the ropes that bound him snapped apart with a resounding crack. Following this, he thrust his head upward, and the menacing iron ball came to a sudden halt above him, as if held by an invisible force. What? The giant and the rope-wielding pirate gaped, their faces etched with shock and terror. Before they could react, Herod grasped the iron chain with ferocious strength and swung it with all his might, sending the 5-meter giant hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing down upon the rope-wielding pirate. A desperate scream escaped the pirate's lips, but it was too late. With a thunderous impact, he was crushed into a bloody pulp, while the giant, overwhelmed by the force, collapsed heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Herod paid no heed to these insignificant foes, continuing his ruthless advance into the throng. "Ah, my hand, cried a member of the Black Hand, his arm mercilessly shattered by Herod, as he crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. "Ha ha ha, die!" Helota laughed maniacally, his face a mask of madness and ferocity. He swung his fists with unparalleled strength, sending enemy after enemy flying, their bodies soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings before crashing heavily to the ground. "Run! A monster! A monster!" The pirates were paralyzed with terror, their faces etched with fear as they scattered in all directions. "Help! I surrender!" Some members of the mafia had lost all courage to fight, their legs trembling as they knelt in supplication. Yet, Helota showed no signs of halting his onslaught, continuing his merciless slaughter among the crowd. The battlefield was a cacophony of the mafia's screams, wails, and pleas for mercy, intertwining in a haunting symphony of death that echoed through the air, sending chills down spines. Amidst Helota's frenzied rampage, a thunderous barrage of cannon fire erupted from behind, the sound reverberating like the whisper of the Grim Reaper, instilling dread. What? Helota's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could turn to assess the situation, the explosion of a shell detonated upon him. Boom, boom. The relentless cannon fire continued to resound across the battlefield, catching the pirates completely off guard. They fled in panic, some stumbling blindly into the chaos, their bodies shredded by the blasts. Others were overturned by the force of the shockwaves, sustaining grievous injuries, while some were buried beneath the rubble, their desperate cries piercing the air. Instantly, the battlefield transformed into a hell on earth, littered with dismembered limbs and drenched in blood, the scent of death permeating the atmosphere. Dreas stood amidst a line of cannons, his face devoid of expression, his gaze coldly surveying the pleading masses below. Yet his focus was entirely on the billowing black smoke ahead. After unleashing 10 rounds of cannon fire, the number of combatants on the battlefield had been reduced by more than half. The remaining survivors were either strong enough to barely withstand the onslaught or fortunate enough to have evaded the devastation. Undoubtedly, once this cannonade ceased, the final confrontation would ensue. From a distance, Long Chu bore witness to the gruesome scene of carnage and dismemberment, his entire being frozen in shock, his legs trembling involuntarily. How horrifying! He whispered, his face a canvas of disbelief and terror, a wave of indescribable fear surging within him. He had never imagined that war could be so brutal and merciless, that life could appear so fragile and helpless in this moment. Listening to the harrowing cries and inhaling the acrid stench of blood and gunpowder, Long Chu's heart was profoundly shaken. It took a considerable time for him to gradually regain his composure. He clenched his fists tightly, his once trembling body gradually calming, and his gaze growing increasingly resolute. In that moment, Long Chu seemed to undergo a transformation akin to rebirth, completely extricating himself from the ideals of his previous peaceful existence. In the distance, Dre's fixated on the swirling black smoke, which slowly dissipated to reveal the figure within. Emerging was a 5-meter-tall Helota, its scales darkened by the bombardment. Bloodied and fearsome in appearance, Dre's eyes widened in terror, his pupils instantly narrowing into slits. Long Chu, too, felt a surge of surprise. His mouth slightly agape as he murmured, "Is this animal-type fruit's ability truly so resilient?" Despite the blood-covering Helota, it was merely superficial damage. The 10 cannon blasts had aimed to take its life. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from a nearby location as Charbinko, riddled with bloody wounds, crawled out from a pile of corpses. One of his tusks had been broken, rendering him a pitiful sight, while beside him lay a grotesquely disfigured serpent man, gasping for breath. In the distance, another figure with a charred upper body could be seen, the very pirates who had previously restrained Charbinko. Dre's was taken aback by this scene. He had assumed Charbinko would perish under the cannon fire, yet here he was, still alive. Moreover, the pirates meant to contain him now lay defeated, clearly devoid of any combat capability. Though Charbinko's body bore severe injuries, he defiantly rose to his feet, his legs trembling slightly, his face etched with pain and fury. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Dre's, seemingly wishing to rend him to pieces. However, due to his grievous wounds, he could not launch an immediate attack, resorting instead to panting heavily as he bided his time. Simultaneously, Helota's figure became increasingly distinct. Although he too bore wounds, they were less severe than Charbinko's. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. Evidently, the recent bombardment had little effect on him. As an animal-type fruit user, his recovery abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary individual, and his wounds began to heal gradually. Observing the unfolding scene, both Dre's and Long Chu furrowed their brows. The complexity of this battle was escalating, and what would transpire next remained uncertain. Chapter 22. The battle begins. 3 Wahahaha. Helota laughed heartily, his laughter exuberant and unrestrained, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. The muscles in his face contorted with excessive excitement, revealing a sinister grin, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Dre's, is this your final act of defiance? You truly surprised me. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly patted his chest with his hand, feigning genuine fright. Charbin swiftly approached Helota, erupting into a boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Mere ants remain mere ants. No matter how they flail and threaten, they shall inevitably be trampled by the elephant. He doubled over in laughter, hands braced against his knees, eyes gleaming with derision and disdain as he fixed his gaze upon the mafia members below. Following suit, Helota's crew gradually gathered beside the two. Their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 30, each bearing scars and bloodstains, presenting a pitiful sight. Some clutched their wounds, blood seeping through their fingers, others limped, unsteady, yet still maintained a facade of triumph. Meanwhile, the mafia members below appeared disordered. Half of them were newly recruited pirates, their ranks numbering around 100. Yet they were also severely diminished. These individuals, once outlaws, now demoralized by the battle, wore expressions of fear and resentment. "Hey, you despicable Dreus. Do you wish to kill me?" One pirate shouted, his face contorted with rage, eyes wide as saucers, bellowing at Dreus. "Boss, I serve you loyally. Yet you disregard our safety and bomb us indiscriminately." A mafia member complained loudly, his brow furrowed in grievance and dissatisfaction. "Indeed, I'm done," another voice chimed in, throwing down his weapon in frustration and turning to leave. Dreus' remaining 100 followers were now seething with anger at his actions. Amidst the cacophony, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Some individuals did not hesitate to abandon the battlefield, no longer willing to serve Dreus. As time passed, the ranks of Dreus' men continued to dwindle, ultimately leaving just a sparse 20. This starkly illustrated the public outrage his actions had incited. However, those who remained were either unwavering zealots of Dreus, their eyes shining with determination and fervor, or reckless individuals, madly pursuing the thrill of battle. Their eyes alight with excitement as they eagerly rubbed their hands together, disregarding their own safety, yearning only to confront a formidable opponent. Subsequently, Heloda's crew descended upon the remaining mafia members like famished wolves, while Charbin and Ku stood quietly, regaining their strength. They bore smiles tinged with amusement, their eyes fixed intently on Dreas above, as if savoring a remarkable performance. Dreas, undeterred, showed no sign of retreat or fear, coldly observing the two below. His gaze was as cold as a deep pool on a frigid night, devoid of any ripples. The three of them disregarded everything around them, the scent of blood permeating the air, yet their eyes remained steadfastly locked onto one another. As night fell, around 8:30, the subordinates of both sides engaged in a desperate struggle to the death. Ultimately, only 5 of Heloda's men remained, while every member of the mafia had met their demise. Delis, you have lost. Heloda's face twisted into a grotesque grin, a smile that seemed capable of tearing through the very air, his eyes glinting with madness and triumph. Akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. Gazing down at the fallen Delis, he was overwhelmed with the elation of victory. A joy that surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. Do you understand why I am here? Do you know why I would allow you to bare your teeth? Heloda inquired, gradually crouching down closer to Delis. His voice was low and sinister, laced with mockery, as if emanating from the abyss of darkness. Because you are but an ant, an insignificant creature that can be crushed with ease. Heloda extended his finger, lightly prodding Delis' head, a derisive smile gracing his lips, as if to ridicule Delis' impotence and insignificance. With great effort, Delis raised his head, his eyes brimming with fury and defiance. His gaze was wide, as if ready to unleash flames, his teeth clenched tightly, the sound of grinding teeth echoing in the stillness. Attempting to rise, but his body was firmly restrained by the remaining pirates. Hmph, what is this? Are you dissatisfied? Alas, this is the reality, Heloda sneered. His cold smile akin to frost, sending shivers down one's spine. He stood tall, looking down upon Delis, and continued, Do you really believe you can change anything? You are merely a trivial insect, forever incapable of standing against me. With that, Heloda turned to leave. But Delis ceased his struggles and gazed at the retreating figure of Heloda, erupting into a wild laughter. That laughter was filled with boundless madness and resolve, sending chills through the air. Ha 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 ha, do you think you have one? Let me show you how this insignificant insect can bring down an elephant. At that moment, the 5 pirates suddenly felt that Dreis, whom they were restraining, began to swell like an inflating balloon, as his body continued to expand. The black suit he wore could no longer withstand the pressure, ultimately tearing apart into shreds. In the process, Dreis underwent a remarkable transformation, gradually morphing into a dinosaur-like creature with a colossal physique and a menacing visage. He abruptly raised one of his robust claws and, with a fierce swing, smashed the 5 pirates into a pulp, executing the movement with a swift precision devoid of hesitation. Heloda, hearing the commotion behind him, turned in astonishment to behold the transformed Dreis, his eyes sparkling with excitement, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. He then erupted into wild laughter. Yes, exactly. If it were to end like this, it would be far too mundane. As he laughed, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, his expression reminiscent of a child discovering a fascinating new toy. Without further ado, Heloda reverted to his lizard-man form and propelled himself towards Dreis with great force. Meanwhile, although Charbinko was injured, he gritted his teeth against the pain, closely trailing Heloda and occasionally launching distractions to aid him in his assault on Dreis. His brow furrowed, his face etched with agony, yet his gaze remained resolute as he thrust his weapon towards Dreis' vital points. Despite Dreis having consumed a devil fruit to gain his powers, he lacked combat experience, usually confined to his office as a boss. He could only rely on his tough exterior to withstand attacks while seeking opportunities for retaliation. However, when his fist struck Heloda, who was equally resilient, it barely registered as a mere annoyance. Thus, in this moment, Dreis had become nothing more than Heloda's human punching bag, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Observing his captain overpowering Dreis with ease, Charbinko felt reassured and retreated to rest against a tree, taking deep breaths and sporting a satisfied smile. Suddenly, Dreis bit down fiercely on Heloda's arm, yet Heloda remained unfazed, continuing to pummel Dreis' face. Just then, Dreis crushed a device resembling a remote control. Before Heloda could react, a violent explosion erupted around them, flames soaring into the sky as if to illuminate the night. The deafening roar of the explosion seemed capable of shattering the very world itself. In the distance, Long Chui was also caught in the shockwave, clinging tightly to a tree trunk, swaying like a plastic bag in the wind. He cursed inwardly at him, his face a mask of terror and helplessness. The explosion raged on for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving the once lush forest utterly transformed. Everywhere lay shattered branches and fallen trees. The ground pockmarked with craters resembling the surface of the moon. As the thick smoke began to clear, it revealed a gravely injured Helota, his body drenched in blood. His scales a gruesome sight, akin to a fish that had lost half its scales. Beside him lay a man, his lower half obliterated, who could only be Chab Ku. Dryas. Helota roared in fury, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, a palpable blade of vengeance that seemed capable of inflicting 1,000 tortures. He extended a hand, seizing Dryas's head, and with a fierce motion, he slammed it violently into the ground, producing a sound that resonated like the tolling of a death knell from the depths of hell. With a sputter, Dryas expelled another mouthful of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite his severe wounds, he clung to life, buoyed by the extraordinary powers bestowed by the devil fruit. Yet, that blow had nearly cost him his life. Before he could catch his breath, a relentless barrage of fists rained down upon his head, each strike infused with boundless strength and wrath, as if intent on obliterating him completely. For a solid 20 minutes, the assault continued until Dryas's dinosaur form began to fade, reverting to his original state. At that moment, he was battered and on the brink of death. Helota, breathing heavily, once more lifted Dryas, his gaze cold and resolute. "Since you failed to kill me, now it is your turn to perish." Upon finishing his statement, Helota slowly clenched his fist, while the weapon in his hand, Dryas, remained eerily silent, as if it had lost consciousness. Chapter 23. Dryas. In a remote town on the fringes of the West Sea, Dryas trudged along the narrow, cramped streets, his weary body dragging heavily behind him. Clad in tattered garments, the rags swayed with his steps, his countenance haggard, etched with the scars of a harsh existence. Yet, within his sunken eyes, a defiant glimmer shone brightly. Born into a destitute family, Dryas had endured the relentless trials and tribulations of life from a tender age. In this frigid world, where valor was measured by wealth and power, he, as a pauper, faced ceaseless derision and disdain from the affluent. Those bedecked in opulent attire would regard Dryas with haughty noses raised, their contemptuous gazes sizing him up as if he were nothing more than an insignificant ant, easily crushed beneath their feet. Their mockery pierced him like venomous thorns, repeatedly embedding themselves deep within his heart. Yet, rather than succumbing to their malicious taunts, Dryas's inner fury ignited, burning ever more fiercely. He silently vowed, his clenched fists whitening from the strain, to rise above, to become a person of significance, compelling those who once scorned him to reevaluate their judgments and regret their past actions. From that moment forth, Dryas embarked on a quest for opportunities to alter his fate. He toiled as a laborer on construction sites, his body aching from the strain. He became a street vendor, shouting hoarsely to attract customers. He even dared to venture into the tumultuous sea to fish, battling the raging waves. However, fate seemed to revel in tormenting him, as no matter how desperately he strove, he remained shackled by the chains of poverty. Just as despair threatened to engulf him entirely, a radiant woman appeared in his life like a beam of light. Her name was Maya, her stunning blue hair cascading like a silken waterfall, her eyes sparkling like precious gems. When she smiled, her lips curved gracefully, revealing a set of pearly whites, her smile akin to the warmest sunlight of spring, instantly dispelling the shadows that clouded Dryas's heart. When Dryas first laid eyes on Maya, he felt as though he had been enchanted, utterly captivated by her beauty and kindness. Maya, too, found herself drawn to this man with resolute eyes and an indomitable spirit. Their paths crossed serendipitously, and the threads of fate quietly intertwined their lives. Thus began a beautiful chapter of destiny. During their days together, they strolled along the seaside, sharing their joys and sorrows, gradually delving deeper into one another's lives, appreciating each other, their hearts drawing ever closer until love blossomed. Maya's presence illuminated Dryas's dark existence. She not only bestowed upon him the sweetness of love, but also offered boundless encouragement and support whenever he contemplated giving up, gently assuring him, "You can do it, Dryas. I believe in you." With Maya's unwavering support, Dryas found renewed vigor, the fire of determination rekindling in his gaze. He began to labor with increased fervor, departing at dawn each day, tirelessly seeking out business opportunities. Maya, utilizing her keen intellect, stayed up late with Dryas to analyze the market and devise strategies for him. Through their combined efforts, Dryas gradually achieved success in his ventures. After a prolonged period of struggle, he finally emerged as a wealthy man, possessing a lavish and grand estate adorned in opulence, clad in exquisite garments. Each piece worth a fortune, and surrounded by a cadre of loyal servants ready to attend to his every whim. However, Dreas did not forget his initial aspirations. He grasped Maya's hand tightly, promising her with deep affection, "Maya, I will unite the West Sea underworld and create a brighter future for us, ensuring you become the happiest woman in the world." Tears of emotion glistened in Maya's eyes as she placed her faith in Dreas, for she recognized him as a man of ambition and responsibility. Yet, just as Dreas endeavored to fulfill his promise, an unforeseen calamity descended without warning. One day, while Dreas was out on business, leaving Maya alone at home, the notorious pirate Helota, leading his ruthless band of marauders, launched an assault on the tranquil town. Helota was a pirate of unparalleled cruelty, his grotesque visage marred by a vicious scar that ran from the corner of his eye to the edge of his mouth. Wherever he roamed, destruction and chaos followed, plunging the entire town into flames and panic. Upon encountering the enchanting Maya, a surge of malevolent desire ignited in his murky gaze, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips. Without hesitation, he commanded his crew to seize Maya, dragging her roughly aboard his ship. Dreas returned home in a frenzy, his heart racing as he beheld the devastation of his yard, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. He dashed into the house, calling out Maya's name, but only the hollow echoes of his voice responded. Anxiety and fear enveloped him, his heart pounding violently, as visions of potential dangers raced through his mind. Cold sweat trickling down his brow, he began to search desperately for Maya, grasping each neighbor he encountered, imploring, "Have you seen Maya? Where is she?" But all he received were helpless shakes of the head and uncertain replies, devoid of any helpful clues. After considerable effort, Dreas finally gleaned some information about Maya from a passerby. It turned out that she had been captured by the pirate Helota. This revelation struck Dreas like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a state of profound shock and fury, his hands clenched tightly into fists, knuckles whitening from the strain as his nails nearly pierced his palms. He silently vowed, "Helota, I will rescue Maya and make you pay a terrible price." He resolved to rescue Maya at any cost. After arduous efforts and relentless inquiries, Dreas finally located the pirate ship of Helota. To successfully board the vessel and liberate Maya, he devised an elaborate plan. Disguised in merchant attire and bearing meticulously prepared gifts, he approached Helota with feigned composure, striving to ingratiate himself with them. Each day, he donned a beaming smile as he presented precious offerings, humbly expressing his desire to collaborate, which gradually lulled Helota and his crew into a false sense of security, believing him to be merely a timid merchant seeking profit. However, upon stepping aboard the pirate ship, the scene that greeted Dreas plunged him into an abyss of despair. He beheld Maya, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, her face ashen, as if her very soul had been extinguished, leaving behind only a lifeless shell. This heart-wrenching sight pierced Dreas's heart, each pang akin to 1,000 needles, rendering him nearly breathless with anguish. His eyes instantly reddened, fists clenched tightly. Aching with a fierce desire to confront and dismantle Helota, yet reason cautioned him that, with his current strength, he was ill-equipped to challenge such formidable foes. Thus, he bore the weight of his fury and sorrow, his nails digging into his palms, leaving trails of crimson, choosing to endure for the time being. In the ensuing days, Dreas toiled in silence, his gaze imbued with unwavering resolve and determination. He tirelessly expanded his influence, scouring for talent and discreetly amassing power. Engaging in relentless confrontations with rival mafia factions, he fought with all his might, his eyes glinting with ferocity, showing no mercy. Simultaneously, he began to harness his intellect, burning the midnight oil to study tactics, devising intricate strategies, and meticulously planning each move. Yet, this blood-soaked existence failed to satiate Dreas's yearning. The flames of vengeance within him blazed fiercely, an eternal fire reminding him to remain vigilant. He understood that only when he attained sufficient strength could he truly confront Helota to exact retribution. Until that moment arrived, he must continue to endure humiliation and bear the burden of his plight, waiting for the opportune moment. At long last, after countless days and nights of struggle and accumulation, his arsenal and influence reached the zenith of the West Sea. Just then, Helota's third squad was annihilated, prompting the higher-ups to instruct Helota to investigate the matter. Sensing an opportunity, Dreas meticulously orchestrated a plan to lure Helota to a certain island, where he had preemptively planted explosives, preparing for a fierce showdown. Now, as Helota extended his massive hand, poised to crush Dryce, a sudden, melodious voice resonated from behind. "Hello." The voice rang clear, imbued with the vigor characteristic of youth. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Helota, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end as he swiftly leapt back. His movements remarkably agile for a man of his considerable size. Turning around, he widened his eyes in astonishment, beholding a strikingly handsome youth standing serenely before him. The boy was clad in a crisp, well-fitted outfit, a smile gracing his lips, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He waved a hand, his gaze bright and clear, quietly fixated on Helota. A flicker of surprise and anger flashed in Helota's eyes, his face reddening with rage as he bellowed, "Hey, brat, do you wish to meet your demise?" Simultaneously, a wave of shock surged within him. Who was this boy? How had he remained unaware of his presence? What was his intention? Yet, the youth displayed no sign of fear in the face of Helota's threat. He merely tilted his head slightly, a faint smile lingering on his face as he softly spoke. "Uncle, that man is on the brink of death. Please allow me to take him." His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable conviction. In an instant, the boy vanished without warning, his speed so remarkable that it left no room for response. The next moment, a searing pain shot through Helota's hand, as if thousands of steel needles had pierced it simultaneously. His fingers involuntarily loosened, and Dryce vanished from sight. Helota hastily glanced at his arm, horrified to find it grotesquely twisted, bones protruding grotesquely, with blood cascading down. His eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched across his face. Looking ahead once more, he saw the boy gently placing the barely conscious Dryce upon the ground. Dryce's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale as parchment, breaths faint. Suppressing the agony coursing through him, Helota gritted his teeth and managed to utter, "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with tremors. The boy scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he gazed at Helota, chuckling, "Hee, I am Long Chui. I have come today solely for a duel with you, to either defeat you or meet my own end." As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if the impending battle were merely an intriguing game. Helota felt a chill creep up his spine at those words, swallowing hard, fear etched upon his face. He thought to himself, this child appears innocent, yet speaks such terrifying words. Who is he truly? Nevertheless, Helota did not falter. After all, he was a pirate who had roamed the seas for years, embodying an indomitable spirit. As if rallying himself, he shouted, "What nonsense! I, the great Helota, would never fear a mere child." His voice reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. With that, he charged towards Long Chui, his speed akin to a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by a furious rush of wind. Long Chui gazed at the approaching Helota, his face devoid of any trace of fear, his eyes as serene as the depths of an unfathomable lake. He merely raised one hand, a radiant white light emanating from his palm, as a powerful energy swiftly coalesced within it, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort. As Helota charged forth, Long Chui extended his palm without hesitation, striking with astonishing speed, his movement both succinct and forceful. The blow was akin to the might of thunder, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, directly impacting Helota's abdomen. With a sharp whoosh, Helota was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc through the air, akin to a projectile. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as he collided violently with a massive boulder, sending a cloud of dust swirling and debris scattering. As time elapsed, approximately a minute passed before the sound of tumbling stones filled the air. From the haze emerged a colossal claw, forcefully sweeping aside the dust, revealing an unscathed Helota. To everyone's astonishment, the injuries he had once sustained had nearly healed. A look of incredulity etched upon his face, accompanied by an incredulous smile. Chapter 24. The little rascal Helota's eyes widened in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly. Fixated on the arm that had once been severed, now miraculously restored as if it had never been harmed. "How is this possible?" he murmured, his voice laced with shock and confusion. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, the astonishment transforming into fury as he bellowed at Long Chui, "You pity me, don't you, brat?" His face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like serpents writhing beneath his skin. "Oh, do not misunderstand," Long Chui replied with a gentle smile, casually waving his hand. "I merely observed that you were gravely injured. If I were to easily defeat you in such a state, would it not render my victory unworthy?" His tone remained light and nonchalant, as if discussing the weather of the day. Helota's teeth ground together, his eyes ablaze with fury, glaring at Long Chui as if he wished to devour him whole. "Damn it! Then perish." No sooner had he uttered these words than he charged at Long Chui like a frenzied beast, his steps large and frantic, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Long Chui's body trembled uncontrollably, not out of fear, but from an exhilarating excitement. His teeth chattered incessantly, and his hands were clenched into tight fists, quivering slightly. Filled with anticipation and fervor, at last, he could engage in a genuine and exhilarating fight. He bent his body slightly, positioning his legs in a forward and backward stance, ready to sprint. Then, with a sudden forceful push against the ground, a resounding crash echoed as the once solid earth shattered like a spider's web, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed so swift that his figure became nearly indistinguishable. The collision of their fists resonated like a torrential downpour, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. Each punch carried immense power, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, making the atmosphere thrum with the intensity of their ferocious exchanges. Helota grew increasingly alarmed as Long Chui's every strike effortlessly shattered his prideful scales, the pain radiating through his hands causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down his forehead. How infuriating! How could this adversary be so formidable? He silently lamented, already exerting every ounce of his strength, yet unable to withstand Long Chui's relentless onslaught. Long Chui's fists were as hard as steel, each strike landing heavily upon Helota, producing a dull thud. Helota felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration, the pain almost unbearable. A look of agony contorted his face, and his steps began to falter. "Hey, old man, if this is all the strength you possess, you certainly won't be able to satisfy my desires," Long Chui remarked with a smile, a hint of mockery gracing his features, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. Helota glared at Long Chui through gritted teeth, his heart brimming with rage and resentment, his lips trembling with fury. "Do you have any idea who I am?" With a thunderous roar, a mysterious layer of black substance suddenly emerged around his fist. Long Chui's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise gracing his visage. "Ah, the color of armament? Hmph. Young one, you possess a modicum of insight. Yet, I never anticipated that you could force me into such a predicament." Helota seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. "TCH, were it not for this armament color, you would have surely perished in that previous explosion. To be cornered by a mere merchant into utilizing armament color, and still have the audacity to claim it was I who compelled you? Truly laughable." Long Chui derided mercilessly, a hint of disdain playing upon his lips as he gently shook his head. Upon hearing Long Chui's scornful taunts, Helota was immediately consumed by rage, his face turning a deep crimson, veins bulging upon his forehead as he summoned every ounce of strength to launch an attack at Long Chui. However, even with the armament color activated, he found himself utterly incapable of unsettling Long Chui in the slightest. "Damn it!" he roared in fury, his voice laced with despair and indignation. At that moment, Helota suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, his physique transformed, muscles becoming sharply defined as though infused with boundless power. His eyes sparkled with a fierce glint, and the intensity of his presence sharpened significantly. A sudden shock coursed through Long Chui as the smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. He hastily intensified his efforts, only to discover that he could no longer suppress his opponent. "Is this truly your real strength?" Long Chui inquired, his brow furrowing slightly in surprise. "Indeed, little brat. Prepare to meet your demise." Helota roared, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. With his right fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a formidable punch, imbued with an overwhelming force and rapid speed, generating a powerful gust of wind. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Long Chui dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency. His gaze sharpened instantaneously, and he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, even as he successfully avoided the blow, he could still feel a tremendous gust of wind whoosh past his ear, as if it sought to tear him apart. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, astonished in his heart. This fellow's strength is indeed formidable. Such overwhelming power. It seems I must not underestimate him. Long Chui remained vigilant, his eyes fixed intently on his adversary while he regulated his breath, preparing for the imminent clash. His feet parted slightly, and he lowered his stance, adopting a defensive posture that exuded determination and confidence. At that moment, Helota launched yet another assault, delivering a powerful, straight punch. Upon witnessing the situation, Long Chui swiftly moved like a bolt of black lightning, executing a technique from Tai Chi known as cloud hands. With remarkable finesse, he deftly redirected his opponent's fist, exposing Helota's abdomen entirely. In the blink of an eye, Long Chui struck with precision, his fingers swift as lightning, targeting 3 vital points on Helota's body: Yumin, Jiotai, and Taiyuan. Upon being struck, Helota felt an immediate numbness coursing through him. His previously steady breath became labored, and movement turned arduous, with even the flow of his blood appearing disrupted. A look of terror spread across his face as he realized the gravity of his predicament, prompting him to exert all his strength to distance himself from Long Chui. "What have you done?" he gasped, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, he felt as though he were stranded at a high altitude, struggling to breathe and utterly drained of energy. Meanwhile, Long Chui stood poised at the center, his hands adopting a distinctive posture, his gaze unwavering, radiating a powerful aura that exuded an air of dominance, embodying an enigmatic grace as he anchored himself firmly in the essence of Tai Chi. Long Chui pondered. Could it be that all animal-type ability users can unleash a sudden surge of power? Previously, he had encountered a rhinoceros man, and now another lizard man had appeared. A frown creased his brow as he instinctively remained on guard. After all, such abrupt manifestations of strength often introduce unforeseen variables. "Uncle, I'm coming for you." Long Chui's lips curled into a slight smile, a spark of excitement glinting in his eyes. He clenched his fists, bracing himself for the imminent battle. As his words faded, the two plunged once more into a fierce clash. Their figures flickered through the air, intertwining and darting as the winds of their punches howled, each impact resonating with a deep thud. Long Chui deftly evaded the attacks of the lizard men, all the while seeking an opportunity to counterstrike. The lizard men, leveraging their formidable strength and agile prowess, relentlessly launched fierce assaults against Long Chui. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, as the surrounding air seemed to become intensely heated due to the ferocity of this clash. Long Chui relied solely on his formidable physical strength to engage in battle, without even invoking the radiant golden light. As time progressed into the late hours of the night, Helota lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His bones had likely fractured in numerous places, his face reduced to a flattened visage, and each breath became a Herculean effort. His eyes were half open, filled with despair and terror, while his body twitched faintly. In contrast, Long Chui wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, revealing few serious injuries upon his form. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, he stood tall, coldly gazing down upon the prostrate Helota. "Little pest," he disdainfully uttered, a hint of a scornful smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, Long Chui turned on his heel and strode over to Draylis, gently nudging his body with the tip of his foot. "Hey, are you still alive?" At that moment, Draylis still possessed a faint breath. He had previously succumbed to a deep state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of death. Now, at Long Chui's call, he struggled to open his eyes, staring vacantly at the sky above, where the moon hung luminous against the inky night. In a daze, Draylis seemed to behold the gentle and beautiful figure of a woman, smiling as she slowly extended her hands toward him. His lips trembled slightly as he whispered, "Maya, I have succeeded," the words barely escaping his lips. Long Chui gazed quietly at Dryce, whose eyes had fully closed and whose breath had ceased, feeling little tumult within his heart. After all, as the leader of the Black Party, it was hardly a stretch of the imagination to conceive of the countless atrocities he had committed against others. Nevertheless, it was due to his prior warning to the residents to evacuate swiftly that Long Chui had chosen to save him, allowing him to linger a while longer in this world. Long Chui cast his gaze around, and the once lush forest now lay barren, with remnants of broken branches and fallen leaves strewn across the ground, creating a scene of desolation. He could not help but sigh. "Alas, this world is truly abominable. Though I know not the reasons behind your madness, one reaps what one sows, all actions bear consequences. May you engage in more virtuous deeds in your next life." With that, he turned to make his way towards the town. However, just as he set his foot forward, a bone-chilling gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. Long Chui's entire body tensed, his hair standing on end as goosebumps raced across his arms and back. He hastily came to a halt, his senses alert as he fixed his gaze ahead. The figure appeared suddenly like a specter, without any forewarning, as if emerging directly from the void. Long Chui widened his eyes, a profound sense of vigilance surging within him, coupled with an overwhelming shock. His body remained slightly coiled, prepared for combat at any moment, while his eyes reflected a mixture of tension and confusion, unwaveringly focused on the enigmatic intruder before him. Chapter 25, Seeking a General as a Coach? "Hey, kid, did you cause this mess?" The voice was deep, imbued with an undeniable authority. Long Chui abruptly raised his head, only to behold a figure before him, adorned with a frog-shaped eye mask. Cascading black hair flowed freely, and a tall, robust physique was enveloped in a pristine white naval admiral's uniform. With hands casually tucked into pockets, he exuded an unparalleled aura of strength, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had been instantaneously solidified. That deep voice, seemingly inquiring, instilled in Long Chui an overwhelming sense of despair. As if he had already been sentenced to death, Long Chui swallowed hard, his gaze locked with that of his formidable opponent, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably from sheer terror. He had never before experienced such an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. Was this the aura of the Navy's supreme power, the presence of an admiral? It felt akin to facing a ferocious and untamed beast. In his heart, Long Chui marveled at the profound respect he felt for the admiral standing before him, Admiral Kazan, who had arrived early to escort the island's residents to safety and to avoid the haughty CP-0 members. However, upon stepping onto the island that night, he found the situation to be beyond his expectations. The island's inhabitants were nowhere to be seen, and there were no signs of severe destruction. Puzzled, Kazan furrowed his brow, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. He had anticipated chaos and disaster, yet the prevailing tranquility left him bewildered, just as he was lost in thought. A cacophony of battle echoed from a distance. Following the sound, he noticed flickering lights amidst the dense forest, clearly indicating that a fierce conflict was unfolding there. Kazan quickened his pace towards the woods. Upon approaching, he was met with a gruesome scene. The ground was littered with corpses, those of pirates and members of the mafia. But thankfully, no residents. Blood stained the earth crimson, and the forest lay utterly devastated, a scene of utter disarray. Amidst the ruins, Helota was mercilessly torturing Dreyfus. Kazan's previously stern demeanor shifted as he sensed the presence of Conqueror's Haki, and he began to piece together the nature of the conflict. It was merely a dog-eat-dog scenario among scoundrels. Then, his gaze fell upon Long Chui, and a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed his face. This young lad might have been the one to disperse the residents. He examined his surroundings closely, and his expression grew serious once more. He had not spotted Robin. A surge of anger welled up within Kazan. He recalled that Robin had been with Long Chui, and now that she was missing, it was only natural for him to assume that she had been abandoned by the boy. Curse be it, Kazan muttered under his breath, his dissatisfaction with Long Chui intensifying, though he instinctively felt that Long Chui would not act so cruelly. It did not quell his desire to teach the insufferable boy a lesson. Ah, this little rascal has grown considerably stronger, yet abandoning companions is unforgivable. Let me impart a lesson upon you, Kazan thought, justifying his intentions before intercepting Long Chui. Adopting a stern expression, he lowered his voice, asking, "Hey, kid, I'm asking you a question." In truth, witnessing Long Chui's fearful demeanor filled him with a small sense of satisfaction as he secretly mused, "Hmph, insolent brat." 2 minutes passed, and at last, Long Chui made a move. His footsteps were slow and cautious as he approached Kazan, seemingly in search of the opportune moment to strike. Kazan observed Long Chui's actions, raising an eyebrow in surprise. How unexpected it was for this young lad to muster the audacity to throw a punch at a formidable opponent. Clearly, it warranted a measure of seriousness on his part. Thus, Kazan assumed a defensive stance, poised to confront Long Chui's impending assault, contemplating delivering a resounding blow to his crown as soon as he drew near. Yet, at that very moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Suddenly, Long Chui accelerated, darting towards Kazan like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a trailing afterimage in his wake. Kazan initially anticipated an all-out assault from Long Chui, but he was utterly taken aback when, merely 5 meters away, Long Chui abruptly collapsed to his knees, sliding swiftly to the feet of Kazan. Without hesitation, Long Chui clung tightly to Kazan's thigh, weeping uncontrollably, his cries echoing mournfully into the quiet night. "Oh, dear Navy uncle, you have finally arrived. Those wretched pirates are bullying us. You must stand up for us." The anguished wails carried far into the stillness, with Long Chui occasionally smearing his drool onto Kazan's trousers. As Kazan began to process the situation, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him upon noticing the moisture on his pants, his expression darkening considerably. "Hey," Kazan attempted to interject. "Wah, I am in such despair." Long Chui, undeterred, cried even louder. "Hey," Kazan called out again. "This is outrageous. The pirates have even targeted my dear friend, Xiaoqiang." As he lamented, Long Chui deftly squashed a cockroach scuttling by and, with muddy hands, smeared it onto Kazan's pristine navy trousers. I said, "You little rascal, enough is enough." Kazan finally snapped, unleashing a furious yell as he delivered a swift punch to Long Chui's head. The sound resonated like thunder, and a large bump instantly formed on Long Chui's scalp, emitting a wisp of smoke, before he peacefully collapsed to the ground. Kazan, breathing heavily, his eyes wide and teeth clenched, glared at Long Chui with an expression that suggested he could devour him whole. As dawn broke, the sea began to shimmer with the first light, while in the forest, the unconscious Long Chui lay silently on the ground. Aside from the sizable bump on his head, his face was marred with bruises and swelling, rendering him a pitiful sight. At that moment, Kazan retracted his haki, rubbed his forehead, and nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a contented smile gracing his features. Well, indeed, a good thrashing does lighten the mood considerably, he mused, stretching his shoulders and arms, seemingly relishing the invigorating sensation of having struck Long Chui. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Long Chui alone, moaning incoherently. As midday approached, the sun's rays grew increasingly intense. "Ah, it hurts." Suddenly, a pain scream shattered the tranquility. Long Chui had awakened from his stupor, yet the agony coursing through his body compelled him to roll on the ground in distress. "Well, you're awake? Would you like some grilled fish?" Kazan, leisurely roasting fish nearby, noticed Long Chui's plight and inquired cheerfully. As he spoke, he gently lifted a perfectly grilled fish with a twig and offered it to Long Chui. Long Chui lifted his head, gazing at the tantalizing roasted fish before him, a wave of resentment swelling within his heart. Yet, he suppressed his emotions, stubbornly resembling a turtle peeking out, as he abruptly opened his mouth and bit down forcefully on a large piece of the fish. Upon witnessing Long Chui's reaction, Kazan's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a faint, playful smile, though he paid little heed to Long Chui's minor display of discontent. Subsequently, he extended the remaining roasted fish into Long Chui's hands before turning back to the campfire to continue grilling fresh fish. After Long Chui received the grilled fish, he reclined on the grass, savoring the exquisite flavors with great delight. Was this a mere ruse to escape scrutiny? Was this truly the caliber of a top-tier powerhouse? The disparity was staggering. Long Chui mused to himself. In truth, he had two reasons for refraining from challenging Kazan. Firstly, he was intimidated by Kazan's formidable presence, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Essentially, he had backed down. Secondly, he sought to gauge Kazan's attitude towards him through this encounter. After all, on Sorrow's training island, Long Chui had always felt that this seasoned individual must have observed him and Robin from some concealed vantage point for a considerable time. Those in the know would understand. "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" Long Chui feigned ignorance and inquired. Kazan, lounging on a chair of uncertain origin, slowly lifted the eye mask from one eye, revealing a keen gaze, and languidly replied, "When inquiring about another's name, should one not first introduce oneself?" His tone was imbued with a nonchalant laziness. Long Chui stood with his hands in his pockets, slightly bowed, one leg straightened while the other was bent, leaning against a tree with arms crossed over his chest. Suddenly, he raised his head, tossed his hair back with flair, and displayed a self-satisfied expression, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he deliberately exuded an air of defiance. "As for me, I am Zero, Ultraman Zero." Upon hearing this name, Kazan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he thought to himself, "Hmph, I already known your name? I almost believed you. I would love to give this insufferable brat another thrashing. I'm merely an ordinary Navy officer." Kazan managed to suppress his anger and spoke as calmly as he could. "Just an ordinary Navy officer?" Long Chui scoffed dismissively, his expression radiating insolence. In an instant, Kazan vanished from the chair, and a resounding thud echoed. Long Chui's entire head was thrust into the ground as Kazan retracted his fist, which still emitted wisps of smoke. "Even an ordinary Navy officer bears honor. Remember that, kid." Kazan dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, strolling back to the chair with an air of indifference, as if the recent display of force had not originated from him at all. Long Chui struggled to rise from the ground, expelling the soil and blades of grass from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared menacingly at Kazan, grinding his teeth in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Detestable old man." Yet, Kazan paid no heed to Long Chui's wrath. Instead, he reclined once more on the lounge chair, closed his eyes, and feigned slumber. Dragon Chui, in a fit of rage, stamped his feet and brandished his fists, exclaiming, "I will send you flying." He then charged at Kazan with the fury reminiscent of an ordinary child provoked to anger. Kazan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his gaze as he observed Dragon Chuyi's antics, thinking to himself, this lad is rather amusing. While he was well aware of Dragon Chuyi's capabilities, he remained oblivious to the fact that Dragon Chuyi had recognized him and surmised that he had been observing Robin and her companion for quite some time. Seizing this opportunity, Dragon Chuyi feigned ignorance, hoping to entice Kazan into training him, all the while believing he had committed no wrongdoing. Who knows, he might just succeed. Chapter 26. Serving Kazan chicken soup, Long Chuyi swung his fist, charging towards Kazan with a fierce intensity, as if intending to shatter everything in his path. Just as his fist was about to make contact, a shadow of a punch streaked past like lightning, its speed leaving one barely able to react. In the next moment, Long Chuyi was sent flying, as though struck by a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Well, kid, how dare you assault the Navy? You've got some nerve, Kazan remarked, arms crossed, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, his relaxed demeanor suggesting that their earlier clash was merely a childish play. Ouch, that hurts. Long Chuyi gritted his teeth, clutching his head as he struggled to rise. Hey, old man, I admit you are strong, but I'm going to get serious now. He resumed his stance, legs slightly bent, body taut like a coiled leopard poised to pounce. In his mind, he grumbled, TCH, this guy spied on me and Robin earlier. I haven't settled that score yet. Plus, he's already an old man. Who knows if he'll try to spy on Robin again. I need to extract some interest from him first and wait for an opportunity to give him a thorough beating in the future. Kazan observed Long Chuyi's posture, shaking his head slightly, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Is this kid planning on making me his coach? He pondered. Moreover, being merely an ordinary civilian, he found himself at a loss as to how to deal with him. Yet, was there truly no way to handle him? The corners of Kazan's mouth began to curl into a mischievous grin as he looked at the poised Long Chuyi, a glimmer of barely perceptible anticipation flickering in his eyes. The island soon echoed with Long Chuyi's agonized screams, sharp and piercing, resonating throughout, startling the birds perched on nearby trees into flight. As night fell, Long Chuyi, battered and exhausted, lay on the beach, gasping for breath. His clothes were tattered, his body bruised and bloodied, presenting a pitiful sight. Meanwhile, Kazan sat cross-legged by the campfire, leisurely roasting fish in his hands. The fish sizzled over the flames, golden oil dripping into the fire, sparking tiny flames that emitted a tantalizing aroma. As he savored the delicious roasted fish, Kazan gazed contemplatively at Long Chuyi sprawled on the sand. So, kid, what do you want to do in the future? He casually inquired, his tone as if conversing with an old friend. Long Chuyi's heart tightened, instinctively alert, yet he maintained an impassive facade, inhaling deeply the fresh air, gazing up at the sky in silence. After a moment, he slowly replied, Me? I aspire to become a Navy officer. Oh, how surprising. Kazan paused momentarily, surprise evident on his face. He had anticipated that Long Chuyi's aspiration would be to become a pirate hunter. Yet he was taken aback to learn that it was to join the Navy. I chose to become a Navy officer primarily to protect innocent civilians and eradicate those vile pirates. Of course, being a pirate hunter has its allure too, as it allows one the freedom to pursue pirates. Long Chuyi beamed with a radiant smile. Regardless of the profession I undertake, I shall devote my life to safeguarding the innocent and punishing the wicked. He clenched his fists, his expression serious and earnest, his gaze revealing a maturity and resolve that belied his youth. How do you discern the wicked from the innocent? Kazan inquired curiously, intrigued by Long Chuyi's insights on morality. I am not entirely certain, Long Chuyi replied, brow furrowed in contemplation. Take someone like Herod, for instance. He is a quintessentially evil individual. Then there is Dreyfus, who, despite his past misdeeds, ultimately led the residents to safety. At that moment, if someone had killed him, could he not be considered innocent? After a moment of reflection, he continued, What is your perspective on pirates? Pirates? They are merely individuals who cannot control their own desires. Yet, who in this world is devoid of such desires? As long as these desires do not harm others and are fulfilled through one's own efforts, what is the harm in being a pirate? Long Chuyi stated earnestly, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. However, there are exceptions. I once encountered a pirate whose wife and daughter had been brutally harmed by noble youths. In a fit of rage, he killed every member of that noble family in the dead of night and subsequently turned to piracy. Such matters must be left to the Navy to address. Regardless of the circumstances, taking a life must face retribution and imprisonment would suffice. Long Chuyi added, his expression growing somber. Kazan stared at Long Chui, captivated by his articulate reasoning, each statement resonating with questions he had pondered himself. He found himself voicing a dilemma that had troubled him for some time. What if an individual possesses the power to annihilate the world, yet is reviled by all? Despite having committed no wrongdoing, is it possible for her to descend into extremism? Upon hearing this question, Long Chui revealed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This was merely his own interpretation. Had it not been for Kazan's momentary distraction, he would have surely noticed the triumphant smile that graced the corner of Long Chui's lips. Long Chui spoke solemnly, stating, "Indeed." Kazan's expression darkened, his brow furrowing deeply, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, just as he was about to take action. He heard Long Chui continue, "However, circumstances vary. There is a saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, regardless of innocence. The mere possession of a precious artifact implies guilt. Thus, in a certain sense, an individual's abilities and potential can also be regarded as a treasure." Long Chui elucidated with earnestness, his gaze reflecting profound contemplation. Upon hearing these words, Kazan's frown deepened further, yet he refrained from interrupting Long Chui, choosing instead to listen attentively. Regardless of the individual's innocence, possessing the power to obliterate the world renders one culpable. For the strength she wields transcends the limits of what an ordinary person can bear. Even in the absence of any overt actions, she would be regarded with apprehension and classified as a threat. Long Chui paused momentarily and then continued, "If, and I emphasize if, that individual truly intends to bring about the destruction of the world, should we not consider the possibility that it is this world itself that harbors significant issues? After all, what motive could she possibly have for such an act of annihilation? Unless provoked by some profound injustice or catastrophic blow dealt by the world itself, perhaps we ought to first scrutinize whether this world is rife with inequities, injustices, or other pressing concerns, rather than hastily attributing the blame solely to the one endowed with the power to obliterate it. Only through profound contemplation and comprehensive analysis can we uncover the fundamental solutions to these dilemmas." Kazan was momentarily taken aback, an expression of confusion and bewilderment flickering in his eyes. These thoughts had once quietly crossed his mind, yet out of loyalty and duty to the Navy, he had swiftly quelled them in their infancy. However, now that Long Chui had articulated them, those suppressed musings surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, impossible to contain. The reason Long Chui spoke at length was merely to provide himself with a plausible excuse for his future aspirations of becoming a pirate. After all, he would soon embark on the pirate's path alongside Luffy, allowing him to boldly declare in the face of Kazan, "I did not deliberately choose the life of a pirate. It is merely a consequence of the world's turmoil." In doing so, he could pursue his dreams with a clear conscience. At that moment, Long Chui seized the opportunity to impart a bowl of heartfelt wisdom to Kazan, attempting to plant a seed within him. Curious to see how it would blossom in the future and what transformation it might inspire in Kazan. Perhaps this nourishing broth could awaken Kazan's profound contemplation of justice, prompting him to reevaluate the beliefs he had steadfastly upheld. Kazan slowly rose to his feet, his gaze vacant and devoid of spirit, as he staggered deeper into the forest. Long Chui observed him, but chose not to intervene. Once Kazan had ventured far enough away, Long Chui suddenly sprang up with the agility of a fish leaping from water, deftly retrieving the fragrant roasted fish that had been cooking by the campfire, before reclining comfortably in the chair Kazan had previously occupied. As he savored the delectable morsel, he utilized the healing light to mend his more grievous wounds. While chewing on the fish, Long Chui inwardly lamented, "What a significant loss this has been. Not only did I fail to acquire any practical skills, but I was also left in such a wretched state. That rascal must have done so intentionally, striking with such ferocity. Hmph, even high concentrations of wisdom are hardly palatable. Ha ha ha, may I be plunged into endless confusion." With this thought, a mischievous smile crept across Long Chui's face, having fully grasped the art of the AQ victory. 3 days had passed since Kazan's departure. During this time, a vessel from the CP0 organization arrived, and the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The island was desolate, devoid of any human presence. Without a moment's hesitation, they presumptuously concluded that Kazan had evacuated everyone, while that mysterious entity had slipped away amid the crowd. The members of CP0 were incensed, erupting in fury as they reported to the Celestial Dragons, embellishing their account of Kazan's dereliction of duty, as though he had committed an unforgivable transgression. All of this was clearly observed by Long Chui, who remained hidden in the shadows. He could not help but inwardly exclaim, "Indeed, I have stirred these fools, fortunately." I managed to deal with that detestable merchant amidst the chaos. This way, I have alleviated some troubles. Yet he understood that hidden dangers still lurked. After all, there were other residents who knew Lakoko. Should they inadvertently let something slip, both Robin and Lakoko would find themselves in peril, undoubtedly becoming the targets of public ire. In the days that followed, Long Chuyi seemed transformed, exuding an air of leisure akin to a saltwater fish basking under the sun on a beach. Each day, he either ventured to the seaside with a fishing rod in hand, reveling in the gentle caress of the sea breeze, or engaged in lively banter with the island's indigenous people, sharing amusing anecdotes. Alternatively, he would comfortably recline on a lounge chair, soaking up the warm sunlight. A cup of juice, whose origin remained a mystery, gripped in his hand, savoring delightful sips that made his simple life exceedingly pleasant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, Kazan finally returned, yet his eyes betrayed a myriad of complex emotions, rendering him inscrutable. Upon stepping onto the island, he spied Long Chuyi languidly slumped in his lounge chair, sunbathing without a care in the world, a juice in hand, occasionally taking blissful sips. This scene infuriated Kazan, causing veins to bulge on his forehead as if a large word was about to surface. In an instant, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, materializing before Long Chuyi, and without hesitation, unleashed a furious punch that sent Long Chuyi's head plunging into the ground. Poor Long Chuyi, deprived of even a cry of pain, succumbed to darkness in a heartbeat. Kazan sighed in relief, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face as he muttered to himself, "Phew, clever boy, let's see just how formidable you truly are." With that, his expression shifted to one of seriousness, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on the unconscious Long Chuyi. "Little rascal, unleash your full potential and come at me." At that moment, Long Chuyi and Kazan stood face to face on the beach. Sunlight streamed down, casting a golden hue over the sand, as if it had been draped with a shimmering golden carpet. "Take it easy, old man, don't throw out your back," Long Chuyi exclaimed, a hint of a provocative smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No sooner had the words left his lips than Long Chuyi ceased to conceal his strength, liberating his power in an instant. With a powerful push against the ground, the sand erupted in a cloud, forming a small mist. His figure darted forward like a streak of golden lightning, fists enveloped in a radiant glow, propelled by a rushing wind as he struck fiercely towards Kazan's face. Kazan, taken aback by Long Chuyi's sudden surge of power, momentarily displayed surprise in his eyes, but soon regained his composure, his expression imbued with a sense of calm indifference. As if he regarded the impending punch with little concern, Long Chuyi's fist moved with the swiftness of a meteor, striking its target in the blink of an eye. Yet, at the very moment his fist made contact with Kazan's visage, it shattered like ice, exploding into countless tiny shards that scattered in all directions. Following this, his body collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, transforming into a headless figure. Nevertheless, Long Chuyi did not relent. With a nimble turn in midair, his legs lashed out like whips, slicing through the air with a whoosh as they forcefully struck Kazan's form. A crisp crack echoed as Kazan's body, resembling an ice sculpture, was cleaved in two by this fierce kick, shards of ice cascading to the ground. Long Chuyi landed steadily on the ground, and as soon as his feet touched the earth, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant gaze, filled with tension and wariness. In that moment, the pride he once held had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He was acutely aware that his once revered golden light seemed utterly ineffective against the natural-type devil fruit. This revelation filled him with astonishment, compelling him to reassess both his own abilities and the formidable strength of his opponent. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered in Long Chuyi's heart. He quietly mused that perhaps this outcome was merely a consequence of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Kazan. Long Chuyi remained vigilant, keenly attuned to the slightest stirrings around him, leaving no faint sound unheeded. Suddenly, a chilling wave of frost crept in from behind. Before he could react, Kazan materialized behind him like a specter, silent and swift. Kazan's fist, enveloped in the formidable aura of Haki, surged forward with the force of a cannonball, striking mercilessly towards Long Chuyi's head. Long Chuyi was utterly incapable of evasion, hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into countless towering trees along the way, the cacophony reverberating through the stillness of the forest. Infuriated, Long Chuyi roared, his golden figure emerging from the swirling dust like a wraith. His eyes blazed with fury. His teeth clenched audibly, fists tightly balled, he charged once more at Kazan, as if intent on devouring him whole. This time, Kazan opted against using his powers and chose to engage Long Chui in close combat. Thus, the two battled from noon into the afternoon, and from dusk until the depths of night. At this juncture, Long Chui had relinquished his power-enhanced state, reverting to his original form. He gasped for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. His body bore numerous gruesome wounds, blood flowing incessantly from them, pooling upon the sand. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fixed intently on Kazan, embodying an unwavering spirit of defiance. In contrast, Kazan appeared relatively unscathed, his clothing merely dusted with dirt, his hair slightly disheveled. He stood languidly, hands stuffed into his pockets, wearing a faint, disdainful smirk, his eyes filled with scorn, as if to mockingly inquire, "Is that all you've got? Can you manage, pup?" However, beneath his nonchalant exterior, Kazan was not devoid of discomfort. Had it not been for his timely use of armament hockey to counteract Long Chui's golden light, the consequences would have been dire. The agony of being struck felt akin to a multitude of steel needles piercing his body simultaneously, nearly compelling him to cry out in pain. He even fleetingly believed he might be on the brink of death. This illustrates that Long Chui's ability to force Kazan to employ armament hockey underscores a formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. After all, Kazan was the vice admiral to Garp. Effortlessly demolishing abandoned Navy vessels with his bare hands was merely routine for him. One can only imagine the excruciating pain Kazan would have endured had he not activated his hockey to defend against Long Chui's punch, which further highlights the astonishing power behind Long Chui's fists. As Long Chui met Kazan's disdainful gaze, a flame of fury ignited within him, consuming all rationality. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a few words through clenched jaws, the final blow. With that, he charged at Kazan like a frenzied bull. Seeing this, Kazan immediately assumed a stance, preparing to counter with a punch. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Long Chui was unexpectedly tripped by an unseen force, causing his body to lurch forward uncontrollably, nearly toppling him to the ground. The fist he had intended to strike with transformed into a grasping motion due to this sudden stumble. This unforeseen alteration caught Kazan completely off guard. His eyes widened in astonishment, his face etched with disbelief, clearly unprepared for such an eventuality. In a flash, Long Chui seized Kazan's belt with a swift motion, and then, with all his strength, he yanked it forcefully. A sharp ripping sound echoed as Kazan's trousers were abruptly torn away, revealing the brightly patterned boxers adorned with floral designs beneath. Long Chui, overwhelmed by his own strength, suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground. A look of bewilderment adorned his face, as if he were still attempting to comprehend the events that had just transpired. He muttered to himself in confusion, What just tripped me?" After a brief moment, he gradually lifted his head, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous grin as he remarked, My apologies, Admiral Kazan, but I assure you, this was no mere accident." His expression was as infuriating as it was playful. Upon hearing this, Kazan's face turned a shade of green with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging like irate serpents. Through gritted teeth, he roared, "You little brat. How dare you toy with me?" With that, he unleashed a furious punch that came crashing down upon Long Chui's head. Poor Long Chui found his head once again buried in the ground, leaving only his backside exposed, creating a rather comical scene. Question: Long Chui, my friend, was your act of pulling down Admiral Kazan's trousers an accident? Answer: of course not, it was entirely intentional. Kazan. Chapter 28, The Awakening of Observation Hockey. Thus, Kazan and Long Chui regarded each other with mutual disdain. Kazan unleashed his fist mercilessly, each blow carrying immense power, leaving Long Chui battered and bruised. On the first day of the lunar calendar, Long Chui found himself in a precarious situation, evading attacks while seeking opportunities to employ underhanded tactics, all the while taunting Kazan with a provocative demeanor. "Is that all you've got? If you have the ability, unleash more power." This infuriated Kazan, whose forehead bulged with veins, prompting him to strike even more fiercely as the two engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither willing to concede. 3 days swiftly passed, and once again Long Chui stood upon the sandy shore. His visage bore the marks of battle, with bruises of varying hues adorning his face, while his body suffered only minor abrasions and contusions. However, his eyes were swollen to mere slits, and his lips were puffed up, resembling two overripe sausages. Despite this, Long Chui remained ever vigilant, his brow furrowed and eyes scanning the surroundings, acutely attuned to the atmosphere, poised to confront any imminent danger. Suddenly, Long Chewy's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Behind you." Without hesitation, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch in that direction. However, Kazan did not materialize as anticipated. Instead, he appeared like a phantom at Long Chewy's left side. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Kazan's eyes as he swiftly raised a leg, delivering a ferocious kick to Long Chewy's face with a resounding thud. Long Chewy let out a pained cry as his body flew backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the beach and kicking up a cloud of sand. Writhing in agony, he curled up on the ground, hands pressed tightly against his face, internally cursing. That wretched fellow, why does he always target my handsome face? Although Kazan's strikes primarily landed on Long Chewy's visage, remarkably, within a mere half-day, or even the time it took to enjoy a hearty meal, his facial injuries began to heal significantly. Observing this, Kazan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "The recovery abilities of today's youth are truly astonishing." After their morning bout, Long Chewy successfully brought down a massive wild boar, his face flushed with excitement. He wiped the sweat from his brow and proclaimed loudly, "Tonight, we shall feast on roasted pig." Without delay, the two busied themselves preparing for this sumptuous banquet. As the fragrant roast pig was placed upon the table, they transformed into insatiable gluttons, competing with one another to devour as much of the delectable dish as possible. Long Chewy's appetite was astonishing. In no time, his belly swelled up as if inflated, round and plump like a ball. Yet, what was even more surprising was that after taking a deep breath, his stomach gradually returned to its original state. Kazan, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Life restored. This lad possesses an extraordinary talent." It is worth noting that this technique typically requires considerable time for ordinary individuals to cultivate and comprehend, yet Long Chewy, without any guidance, mastered it at such a young age, truly a sight to behold. As his physical condition improved, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over Long Chewy. Within mere seconds, he expelled a large mucus bubble from his nose and then, with a thud, collapsed onto the beach, falling into a deep slumber. Kazan sat quietly beside him, his gaze fixed upon the distant sea. On the surface, the ocean appeared calm, like a vast mirror. However, beneath its depths, turbulent currents stirred, chaotic and tumultuous. Several colossal sea beasts were engaged in fierce battles over food, the scent of blood pervading the waters. Kazan observed all of this, a complex emotion flickering in the depths of his eyes, as if he perceived not only the surface spectacle, but also something far more profound. Thus, Kazan spent the entire afternoon gazing at the sea, while Long Chewy remained asleep until evening, when he finally stirred awake. Again, as soon as Long Chewy opened his eyes, he was invigorated, shouting at the top of his lungs, and eagerly rushed towards Kazan. Bang! With a resounding crash, Long Chewy was once again sent flying, crashing into a pile of sand like a cannonball. "Feel it deeply, you fool." Again, this was the first time Kazan uttered words of guidance during their battle. His brow furrowed and his expression filled with a mix of frustration and determination. With a sudden force, Long Chewy propelled himself forward, akin to a fish leaping from the water, while rubbing his aching head and muttering defiantly, "Come again if you dare. Who's afraid?" Without hesitation, he charged once more at Kazan. Thus, Long Chewy resembled a remarkably resilient rubber ball, continuously struck away by Kazan's powerful blows, yet always returning at an astonishing speed. Each time he was sent flying, it was accompanied by Kazan's furious shouts, "Hey, hey, hey, stop this reckless charge. Damn it, can you think for once?" Kazan, exerting all his strength to send Long Chewy sprawling again, helplessly pressed his forehead in agony, exclaiming, "This kid is truly driving me to the brink." He could feel a dull ache beginning to throb in his head. Nevertheless, these successive assaults only ignited Long Chewy's fighting spirit further. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as he gritted his teeth, fixating intently on Kazan. Observing this, Kazan resolved to take the offensive, denying Long Chewy the opportunity to retaliate. Long Chewy could only remain vigilant in place, fully aware that, with his current strength, he would be unable to locate Kazan's figure through any offensive maneuvers. He stood still, slowly closing his eyes, and in his mind's eye, a simplistic black and white sketch emerged, a beach surrounded by an ethereal white aura. Yet, he felt no presence of Kazan. At that moment, Kazan's fist descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Instead of evading, he gritted his teeth, concentrating intently on the aura of Kazan's strikes. Just as the final punch was about to land, Long Chewy, with his keen intuition and reflexes, slightly sidestepped, narrowly escaping Kazan's assault. Kazan, clearly taken aback by Long Chewy's reaction, paused momentarily, a look of surprise crossing his face. After a brief hesitation, he swiftly followed up with a sidekick, the force of which sent Long Chui crashing to the ground, rendering his already unsteady form unconscious. Ah, has he mastered observation hockey already? Truly remarkable, Kazan mused, observing Long Chui on the ground with a hint of astonishment. He then languidly scratched his head and turned to venture into the forest in search of their amicable neighbor, Peggy. When Long Chui awoke, it was already deep into the night. He groaned in discomfort, rubbing his head as he slowly sat up. Catching sight of Peggy by the campfire, the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the air. Unable to suppress a swallow, his stomach began to grumble. Yet he restrained his appetite, scanning the surroundings for Kazan's figure. Upon discovering that Kazan was not nearby, he approached the roasted meat, sitting down with an empty stomach. As he settled cross-legged, his eyes fixated on the succulent dish, unblinking, and he repeatedly swallowed in anticipation, the tantalizing scent acting like an invisible hand, stirring his cravings. However, he refrained from immediately indulging, patiently awaiting Kazan's return. This habit stemmed from his past life as an orphan, having lived in solitude and self-doubt from a young age. He was always cautious in social settings, fearful of inconveniencing or offending others, whether dining at work or attending gatherings. He would wait until others had gathered before beginning his meal. This ingrained habit was etched deeply into his soul, and even in this new world, he maintained such principles. In the forest, he encountered his bewildered friend, Bear 2, whom Kazan kindly guided toward Bear's direction. As he reached the forest's edge, he happened to observe Long Chui's behavior, a slight smile of appreciation gracing his lips. Ah, it seems that preparing an extra portion was indeed the right choice, Kazan thought to himself, feeling a sense of delight as he led Bear 2 out. Upon the return of Kazan, Long Chui instantly transformed into a ravenous spirit of hunger. With a swift leap, he pounced upon the colossal roast, devouring it voraciously while exclaiming, "Delicious, absolutely delightful." His demeanor suggested he had forgotten everything else, with only the delectable feast before him occupying his thoughts. Kazan, observing Long Chui's gluttonous display, chuckled and shook his head, proceeding to methodically prepare the bear, dubbed Bear 2. With practiced ease, he skillfully skinned Bear 2, meticulously cleansing the interior of viscera and blood, before rinsing it with pure water. Subsequently, he conjured an ice blade to carve the bear meat into uniform chunks, seasoning them with salt, pepper, and various spices for a brief marination. Finally, he placed the prepared bear meat onto the grill, continually turning it to ensure even cooking, and soon, an alluring aroma wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Long Chui had already consumed half of the roasted pig, satisfied as he licked his lips, turning his gaze toward the enticing scent of Kazan's grilling bear meat. He couldn't help but display a gluttonous expression, hastening his consumption of the pig. The following morning, sunlight bathed the beach, as waves gently caressed the shore and a refreshing breeze kissed his face. "Can't catch me, can't catch me." Ah, Long Chui nimbly evaded Kazan's strikes, eyes tightly shut yet accurately predicting his opponent's movements, skillfully dodging with a confident smirk. He taunted, "You can't catch me. Your speed is far too slow." This ignited an uncontainable fire within Kazan. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Kazan's eyes widened in fury, his face contorted with rage as he unleashed a powerful punch, slicing through the air with a fierce wind towards Long Chui. Caught off guard, Long Chui's head once again plunged into the sand. "Now, open your eyes and try to evade my attack," Kazan gritted through clenched teeth, still seething with anger. Long Chui laboriously extracted his head from the sandy pit, massaging his smoldering crown, before swiftly regaining his composure and assuming a resolute stance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Kazan, bracing himself to confront the impending onslaught. Chapter 29 Departure. Observing Long Chui's readiness, Kazan refrained from further words, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, exuding a semblance of confidence. In an instant, he executed a swift maneuver, akin to a bolt of black lightning, appearing at Long Chui's left side. The inky hue of his armament hockey ignited like a blazing flame, enveloping his fist as he unhesitatingly launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Long Chui's face. As Long Chui stood there, he was suddenly beset by a chilling gust of wind, a force that seemed capable of rending the very air. His pupils constricted sharply, yet he failed to perceive Kazan's assault, leaving him momentarily frozen in astonishment and confusion. In the next instant, he felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his face, an acute pain radiating throughout his entire being. His body involuntarily began to spin, akin to a frantically whipped top, utterly beyond his control. A profound dizziness enveloped him, the world around him a blur, with only the howling wind and the relentless roar of the waves filling his ears. Ultimately, he crashed face first onto the beach, sending a cloud of sand into the air. Hey, 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 do not place too much faith in your own eyes. Haven't you already mastered observation hockey? Kazan sighed in exasperation, a wry smile creeping upon his lips as he gazed at Long Chuy's disheveled state, finding a measure of amusement within. He understood that for one who had only recently grasped observation hockey, accurately applying it in combat would require considerable time for adaptation and practice. Cough, cough. I vanished in an instant. I barely had time to react. Long Chui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face etched with resentment. His brows knitted tightly in a furrow. The current predicament confirmed Long Chui's initial suspicion. When he closed his eyes, he could perceive the external world, yet upon opening them, he could not. It was as though his sight had been entirely stripped away. Long Chui took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. He tightly closed his eyes, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he attentively sensed the surrounding atmosphere. He discovered that through the observation of Kinbunshika hockey, he could faintly perceive Kazan's trajectory, albeit still somewhat unrefined and vague. It had already proven effective to a degree. Ha! Once more, Long Chui bellowed, determination rekindling in his gaze as he charged once again towards Kazan. This time, he was notably more cautious than before, every movement executed with utmost care, perpetually vigilant of Kazan's actions. Nevertheless, Kazan's speed was exceedingly swift. Even with Long Chui's preparations, he found it arduous to withstand the onslaught. Ah, wow, pooh. The anguished cries of Long Chui echoed once more across the island. In the deep of night, the moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the beach where Long Chui and Kazan were situated. After enduring extensive training, Long Chui had honed his ability to observe Kazan's movements even with his eyes wide open. To his astonishment, he discovered that his body was gradually acclimating to the intensity of the training, even engendering a peculiar sense of foresight. Yet, Long Chui refrained from divulging this transformation to Kazan. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, for he understood that this was a precious advantage, one he resolved to keep as a trump card for future use. As Kazan launched another attack, Long Chui, utilizing his observation hockey, successfully anticipated his movements and reacted with alacrity. He crossed his arms, muscles taut, and blocked Kazan's punch, however. The formidable force still left two deep gouges on the sandy shore. Observing this, Kazan slowly retracted his fist and tucked it into his pocket. A faint smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, "Aha, well, the holiday comes to an end." With that, he stifled a lengthy yawn, stretched languidly, his face radiating an air of lethargy, and ambled towards a reclining chair. Upon settling down, he pulled down his eye mask, closed his eyes, and soon, the gentle sound of snoring filled the air. Long Chui rubbed his numb arm and cast a glance at Kazan, a flicker of helplessness passing through his eyes as he gently shook his head. The morning sun streamed through the window, tenderly illuminating Long Chui's face, enveloping him in a gentle warmth. The wisps of hair on his forehead danced lightly in the sea breeze as he gazed at the now vacant lounge chair. Long Chui lazily stretched his limbs and yawned, remarking, "Ah, I suppose it is time for me to take my leave." He had spent 5 days on this island, and during this period of rigorous training, he had become increasingly adept at mastering the observation hockey. At this moment, Long Chui stood by the seaside, warming up his body. His broad shoulders and well-defined deltoids, coupled with robust arms, showcased slightly bulging biceps and triceps, exuding a steel-like quality under the sun. His chest was solid and full, with abdominal muscles as hard as stone and a perfect V-line. The latissimus dorsi spread across his back, and the trapezius muscles subtly protruded, exuding an air of authority. As he moved, his muscles rhythmically undulated, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. His body grew increasingly heated as he excitedly stretched his limbs, inhaling deeply while closing his eyes to attune himself to the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, he plunged into the sea like a cannonball, moving with remarkable speed, akin to lightning streaking beneath the water, leaving a trail of bubbles and ripples in his wake. As he swam, the ocean surged forward, forming a watery pathway through which he navigated, fully displaying his strength. "Are you all right?" the merchant inquired with evident concern, his brow furrowing slightly. "Ahem, I'm fine, ahem," Long Chui replied, his complexion pale as parchment. Wrapped in a blanket, he coughed intermittently, his body trembling slightly. The merchant observed him, his frown deepening. "You don't look well. Should we consult a doctor?" Long Chui smiled faintly, shaking his head, a hint of forced cheerfulness gracing his features. "No need," he replied. "I merely have a slight cold, A bit of rest will suffice. The merchant sighed. Very well, then. Please drink some hot water to warm yourself. It will be several days before we reach the next island. Do take care not to fall ill. Long Chui accepted the warm water, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate your trouble, he said. The merchant nodded and then departed from the room. After a moment of waiting to ensure the merchant had gone far enough, Long Chui set down the warm water, and his previously frail visage instantly returned to normal. He rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and felt no significant discomfort. Haha. What splendid fortune! Long Chui mused to himself, a proud smile illuminating his face. After drifting at sea for 4 days, he had fortuitously spotted the distant vessel. Seizing the moment, he pretended to be a refugee struggling in the water, successfully rescued by the merchant aboard the ship. Even more fortuitously, this vessel was en route to the North Sea for trade, which was precisely where Long Chui intended to go. This series of coincidences made him feel immensely fortunate, as if the deity of fate were smiling upon him. At that moment, Long Chui sat on the bed, his spirits soaring, gazing out at the vast ocean. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Overwhelmed with joy, he couldn't help but laugh, his laughter resonating through the cabin, creating an exceptionally cheerful atmosphere. Kazan, speak up. What prompted such a question? In the Marine headquarters, within the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the imposing figure of Sengoku sat with a stern expression, his brow furrowed. Before him sat Carp, who had just been retrieved, along with Kazan, who had been absent for a week. Kazan lazily scratched his head, a nonchalant expression on his face. Ah, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Carp burst into hearty laughter, a bag of senbei in hand, munching away as he spoke. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. If there is nothing pressing, I might just take a leave. I need to hurry back to see my precious grandchildren. His face radiated happiness. Sengoku frowned, glaring at Carp, and admonished him loudly. You rascal Carp. You just returned from wandering about, aimlessly roaming the seas, and now you're thinking of taking leave? His face flushed with indignation. Carp, unfazed by Sengoku's ire, continued to chuckle. Hee hee, Sengoku, don't be so stingy. It's important to take a break every now and then. Besides, I haven't neglected my duties, have I? As he spoke, he popped another piece of senbei into his mouth, savoring it with exaggerated delight. Sengoku, infuriated by Carp's carefree demeanor, gritted his teeth. Moreover, the senbei in your hand belongs to me. Return it at once. Carp glanced at Sengoku, and then, with a mischievous grin, emptied the remaining senbei into his mouth, chewing loudly to further provoke Sengoku's anger. With a resigned sigh, Sengoku turned towards Kazan and sternly commanded. Kazan, you must immediately proceed to the New World. The pirates have begun to stir once more. Kazan shrugged lazily and replied, Understood. I will attend to it as swiftly as I can. However, I must first take a brief respite, as my vacation is not yet over. Upon concluding his words, he closed his eyes, seemingly preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. Sengoku, witnessing this, was instantly engulfed in fury, bellowing at Kazan, Kazan, you rascal. Are you genuinely paying attention to what I am saying? This is not the time for idleness. Kazan, still with his eyes shut, leisurely replied, Commander Sengoku. I have indeed heard your instructions, but I am genuinely fatigued and require a moment to rest. Once I regain my energy, I will wholeheartedly commit to fulfilling the task. At that moment, Garp erupted into laughter, pointing at Sengoku. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, look at your grim face. You resemble an old crone. Worry not. We shall handle those pirates. Sengoku glared at Garp, his eyes wide with indignation, and let out a furious roar. Buddha's impact. As his words fell, an immensely powerful shockwave erupted from Sengoku, surging forth like a tumultuous torrent, overwhelming all in its path. The force was so tremendous that it instantly breached a massive hole in the walls of the Admiral's office. Sengoku gasped for breath, striving to calm the tempest within his heart. His chest heaved violently, eyes alight with anger and helplessness. However, the other naval officers appeared unfazed by such occurrences, continuing their tasks with stoic expressions, as if nothing had transpired. Only a few new recruits stood in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief at the chaos before them. Garp was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, landing heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, Kazan slowly rose to his feet, his movements appearing somewhat labored. As he approached the edge of the breach, he suddenly halted, turning to Sengoku, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty evident in his gaze. He softly inquired, Commander Sengoku, is the justice we uphold in the Navy truly righteous? Sengoku's expression gradually shifted back to one of seriousness. He straightened his posture and replied with unwavering resolve, "Kazan, regardless of what you may have heard, do not doubt our Navy's justice. Our mission has never wavered, to exterminate pirates and save innocent civilians." Kazan gazed silently at Sengoku, their eyes meeting in a wordless exchange. After a moment, Kazan nodded, signaling his understanding. He then turned to depart, leaving Sengoku alone, lost in contemplation. Sengoku watched Kazan's receding figure, brow furrowed, his mind racing with the question posed by Kazan. After a brief interval, he picked up the transponder snail, dialed a number, and spoke into the receiver, "Moses, please investigate the details of Kazan's recent journey to the West Sea." Having concluded the call, he hung up, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Chapter 30. Joy Street. "Ha, my little ones, go forth and slay." The pirate captain cackled maniacally, the flesh on his face quivering with laughter as he brandished his curved blade in the air, directing his band of marauders to pounce upon the merchants like ravenous wolves. "Quick, fire the cannons. Attack." The merchants and their hired guardians responded swiftly, their expressions tense yet imbued with a resolute determination akin to that of a do-or-die endeavor. They maneuvered the cannons, their blades glinting ominously as they valiantly fended off the pirates' frenzied onslaught. In an instant, the sea erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire, smoke billowing into the air, and the deafening cries of battle shattering the erstwhile tranquility. Long Chui stood resolutely at the bow of the ship, his steely gaze calmly surveying the fierce skirmish unfolding before him. He observed as the merchants and their bodyguards valiantly resisted, yet, faced with the overwhelming numbers and ferocious brutality of the pirates, their strength began to wane, and chaos ensued. Suddenly, a pirate seized an opportunity and breached the line of defense, charging menacingly towards Long Chui. As Long Chui beheld the situation, a subtle glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He promptly feigned a state of panic, his body trembling slightly, and a look of terror etched upon his face. The pirate, sensing an opportunity, was momentarily seized by greed, raising his curved blade high and viciously swinging it towards Long Chui. Just as the blade was about to descend, Long Chui suddenly sidestepped, his movements as swift as a cheetah. He effortlessly tripped the pirate with a deft maneuver, then decisively brought his foot down upon the pirate's form, eliciting a muffled groan before the pirate succumbed to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, another pirate seized the moment, fiercely wielding his knife towards a merchant. The merchant's eyes widened in sheer terror, his face paling, as his body instinctively sought to evade the impending threat, yet remained utterly immobilized. Long Chui's keen eyes and swift hands instantly sensed the impending danger. No longer concealing his prowess, he maneuvered through the vessels with a ghostly swiftness, his speed leaving onlookers in a daze. Each punch he unleashed carried a fierce gale, striking with unerring precision at the vital points of the pirates. The marauders howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Within moments, the pirates were left in disarray, sprawled haphazardly across the deck, defeated and in utter chaos. The merchants stood frozen in place, their eyes wide and mouths agape, faces etched with shock and disbelief, their hearts brimming with gratitude for Long Chu. One merchant wiped the beads of cold sweat from his brow, nervously swallowed, and with a quivering voice inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" Long Chui casually shrugged his shoulders, a faint smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Uncle, fret not. When you reach the next island, I shall naturally disembark. If you still harbor concerns, I can serve as your bodyguard, considering it a means to cover my fare." Upon hearing this, the other merchants nodded in agreement. After all, this young man had effortlessly vanquished an entire ship of pirates single-handedly, a display of such formidable prowess that it inspired awe. They understood all too well that antagonizing such a powerful figure would be unwise. Thus they voiced no objections to Long Chui's proposal. "Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me," the captain said, his expression tinged with slight apprehension as he inclined his head. "Ha, rest assured, I shall not impose upon you." Long Chui replied with a beaming smile, his cheerful demeanor instilling a sense of reassurance. Thus, Long Chui and his companions on the ship spent 3 weeks together. As he stood on the shore bidding farewell to the merchant vessel, he vigorously waved his arms, a large travel bag purchased specifically for him by the merchants, slung across his back. It must be said, being the protagonist truly has its privileges. In just a week's time, the ship's crew had gradually embraced him, considering him a friend. Ultimately, after escorting Long Chui to this bustling little island, they slowly sailed away. This island was the most vibrant city Long Chui had encountered since arriving in this world. Brimming with vitality and energy, a stark contrast to the islands he had previously experienced. Long Chui took a deep breath, savoring the essence of the city. A contented smile gracing his lips. With a light-hearted stride, he ventured into the small island, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. The island boasted numerous bustling shops and inns, adorned with an array of dazzling signs and decorations that left one in awe. Intrigued, Long Chui gazed at the architecture, silently marveling at the unique allure of this vibrant metropolis. Following the flow of people, he found himself on a street just as dusk began to settle. As night descended, the entire thoroughfare illuminated with resplendent, enchanting neon lights, their myriad colors intertwining, flickering and dancing, casting a mesmerizing glow that enveloped the street in a captivating ambience. Each storefront was graced by elegantly dressed women, their statuesque figures and exquisite features, with skin as fair as snow, captivating all who passed. They donned an assortment of outfits, some in alluring short skirts that accentuated their long, graceful legs under the shimmering lights, others in plunging necklines that showcased their voluptuous curves, while a few wore midriff-bearing tops that highlighted their slender waists. Each woman exuded charm, their enchanting gazes and playful smiles rendering onlookers utterly captivated. These beauties beckoned to passers-by with inviting gestures, their voices melodious and enticing. "Come here, handsome. Join us for some fun." These enchanting sounds were akin to celestial music, instantly intoxicating all who heard them. As Long Chui opened his eyes to behold the captivating scene before him, he felt an involuntary swallow ripple through his throat, producing a series of audible gulps. What is happening? Why are my feet moving on their own? Oh dear, why do my limbs refuse to heed my commands? With his face flushed and his ears burning red, Long Chui clumsily trudged toward the towering buildings ahead, an undeniably comical sight. Atop the very rooftop he was approaching, a mysterious figure happened to witness Long Chui's ridiculous predicament. The figure stifled a laugh, the sound enchanting enough to stir the hearts of even the most lascivious souls, rendering them utterly captivated. "Master, is there something amusing?" In close proximity to this figure stood a tall, alluring woman clad in revealing attire, who followed the figure's gaze and beheld Long Chui's awkward demeanor. With a melodious burst of laughter, she exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, master, shall we beckon him up?" The figure regarded Long Chui below, softly murmuring an acknowledgement, a glimmer of profound intent flashing in their eyes. The woman then bent slightly, offering a respectful bow before turning to depart. At this moment, Long Chui had already entered the building, and that figure continued to gaze downstairs, an array of complex emotions swirling in their eyes. "Oh, handsome young man, are you alone? Come play with your sister," called out a woman clad in a revealing miniskirt, her hips swaying enticingly, her face adorned with a seductive smile. "Away with you. You're just an old woman. Still calling yourself sister. What a delusion," retorted another woman in a low-cut outfit, arms crossed, her eyes glinting with defiance. Upon Long Chui's entrance, the women, captivated by his youthful charm and innocent demeanor, lit up as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. They swiftly encircled him like a swarm of bees, chattering incessantly, their voices rising and falling in a lively cacophony. As Long Chui found himself encircled by a group of enchanting women, he was instantly engulfed in a wave of embarrassment and anxiety, his face flushing a deep crimson as though it might bleed. And fine beads of sweat began to emerge on his forehead, with faint wisps of steam visibly rising from his crown. In a flustered manner, he clumsily responded to their inquiries, babbling incoherently, "Well, I am just one person, and you are two? What a coincidence. Ah, no, I mainly play as a mage. I came to eat. No, I came to drink." The more he spoke, the more muddled he became, utterly unaware of his ramblings, his mind a chaotic whirlwind akin to a swarm of buzzing flies. To make matters worse, he felt small hands occasionally brushing against him, with some even daring to pinch him. Such intimate gestures caused his body to tense instantaneously, and his heart began to race, pounding relentlessly. Other patrons, witnessing the attention lavished upon Long Chui by the women, felt a surge of discontent. They grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Hey, I paid to be here too. Why is no one attending to me?" Indeed, those wretched young scamps. They glared at Long Chui with resentment, their faces etched with indignation, their eyes brimming with jealousy and bitterness. Yet, the women paid no heed to these complaints. However, upon hearing any derogatory remarks directed at Long Chui, they transformed into fierce defenders. "Oh dear, what a useless man, unable to compete with a handsome lad, and now resorting to blaming the heavens." One girl scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain, her arms crossed defiantly, chin slightly elevated. Another girl, equally unyielding, shot back. Exactly. Don't you know what you're like? Just look at your greasy appearances. Do you really think we would be interested? She stood with her hands on her hips, her face a portrait of disdain. Her gaze filled with scorn. These young women, who usually bent over backwards with smiles to appease customers, suddenly transformed into fierce protectors, boldly and mercilessly retorting on Long Chuyi's behalf. They declared that while they might tolerate criticism, any disparagement towards the handsome lad would prompt a battle. Just as the tumult in the establishment threatened to spiral out of control, the sharp sound of high heels clacking resonated from the second floor. The previously raucous crowd fell silent at the sound, all eyes turning in unison towards the staircase. Descending gracefully was a tall, elegant woman, exuding an undeniable charm with each confident step. She was none other than Kasha, the proprietress of the establishment and one of its most esteemed figures. Everyone, please show me some courtesy and cease the bickering, would you? Today, all beverages and food are half price. Consider it my apology, Kasha said with a gentle smile. Her tone soft yet commanding. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the entire establishment. The patrons surrounding her swallowed hard, their faces betraying expressions of astonishment. They were taken aback by Miss Kasha's willingness to personally intervene in the dispute, and even more so by her generous demeanor. Soon, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Since Miss Kasha has spoken, we cannot continue to make a scene. A man chuckled, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Ha ha ha, Miss Kasha, you are far too gracious. How could we ever cause a ruckus in your establishment? Another man quickly chimed in. With Kasha's presence, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantaneously. The crowd dispersed, returning to their seats to relish the joys of delectable food and fine wine. The shop regained its former vibrancy and harmony, as if the earlier heated argument had never transpired. Kasha glided towards Long Chuyi with the grace of a blooming lotus. Her beautiful visage illuminated by an enchanting smile, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief and curiosity, observing Long Chuyi's flushed countenance and his apparent mental paralysis. She couldn't help but chuckle softly again, her laughter ringing like the chime of silver bells. Hello there, handsome. I am Kasha, and it is a pleasure to welcome you to our establishment, she said, her voice melodious and refreshing, instilling a sense of tranquility. She then elegantly extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand towards Long Chuyi, her fingers gently curling in a graceful manner. Long Chuyi stood motionless, as if enchanted, gazing vacantly at Kasha. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp her delicate hand, shaking it repeatedly while mechanically uttering, "Hello, hello." A crimson blush crept across his cheeks, his eyes reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and uncertainty. Kasha's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in her eyes. With a gentle tone, she responded, "Might I have the honor of your company?" Without hesitation, she took hold of Long Chuyi's hand, turning gracefully to ascend the stairs, her movements light and her figure elegant. Like a docile lamb, Long Chuyi obediently followed her up the staircase. Onlookers below gasped in astonishment at the sight. "What? Miss Kasha has taken that insufferable lad upstairs," a man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Why, who is that boy?" Another man inquired anxiously, his face etched with confusion and resentment. Kasha has snatched away the handsome young man," a woman remarked with jealousy, her eyes glimmering with envy. "Indeed, that young man's physique is quite admirable, and his touch is delightful," another woman added enviously. Chapter 31. Stussy. As they reached the third floor, the cacophony below gradually faded away, and Long Chuyi slowly regained his senses. He felt the softness of her hand and instinctively gave it a gentle squeeze. Just then, Kasha, walking ahead, turned her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Long Chuyi's. Long Chuyi blushed once more, resembling a ripe tomato, with even the roots of his ears flushed crimson. Long Chuyi is nearly 30 years old, yet he remains an innocent young virgin. Although he is engaged in affectionate embraces and tender gestures with Robin, he finds himself utterly flustered under Kasha's unabashed gaze. "Hee, handsome young man, please do enter," she coos softly, laced with a hint of seduction. As they pause before a door on the fourth floor, after speaking, she turns to leave, casting a lingering glance over her shoulder, her captivating eyes sending a playful wink in Long Chuyi's direction. Long Chuyi stared foolishly at Kasha's retreating figure until it vanished from sight, his mouth slightly agape, nearly drooling. After a considerable moment, Long Chuyi regained his senses, wiped the corner of his mouth, and raised his hand to knock on the door. "Come in." A gentle call, akin to a celestial melody, resonated in Long Chuyi's ears, causing him to shiver involuntarily, his entire body breaking out in goosebumps, and he found himself rendered weak and powerless. Long Chuyi took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within him, and slowly pushed open the door. A delicate and unique fragrance wafted through the room, evoking a sense of serenity and delight. Upon entering, he beheld a beautiful woman seated gracefully on the sofa. Clad in a pale blue gown, her demeanor was enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Her exquisite features were framed by delicate brows, and her eyes, as clear and bright as autumn waters, sparkled with an inviting light. Her skin, as fair as snow, resembled fine jade. A cascade of short, golden hair fell casually over her shoulders, exuding a captivating sheen that was both languid and alluring. She slightly lifted her gaze, her soft eyes resting upon Long Chuyi, a hint of a gentle smile flickering across her face, as if welcoming his presence. "Please, have a seat, handsome," she said, her voice melodious, flowing like a clear spring, effortlessly penetrating the depths of one's heart and invoking an irresistible enchantment. Long Chu's eyes widened in an instant, his body stiffening like a wooden post, his mind a blank slate as he gazed blankly at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. Observing Long Chu's astonished expression, the woman felt a surge of curiosity and softly inquired, surprised, "What could elicit such a look of astonishment upon seeing me?" Upon hearing these words, Long Chuyi abruptly regained his senses, inwardly lamenting his unfortunate fate. Stussy. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter her here. Indeed, the woman before him was none other than the clone of Stussy from the Rocks Pirates, the first successful product of the MADS cloning experiment, an intelligence officer of CP0, and one of the rulers of the underground world, known as the Queen of Pleasure Street. In reality, she was a member of Vegapunk's faction, having clandestinely infiltrated the Celestial Dragon's secret intelligence agency, CP0, for over 2 decades under mysterious circumstances. At this moment, Long Chuyi felt as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at his insides. He forced a semblance of calm, striving to regulate his breathing and restore his heartbeat to its normal pace. He then crossed his arms behind his head, reclining back on the plush sofa with an air of feigned nonchalance. "This beautiful lady, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" he asked, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes revealing both curiosity and a hint of wariness. Stussy, observing him, couldn't help but be amused. Her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, and she regarded Long Chuyi with a playful smirk, thinking, this little fellow, approached by a beauty, what else could it possibly entail? Just moments ago, he was bashful as a maiden, yet now he feigns an air of unshakable confidence. "Oh, dear handsome, do you truly believe that my intentions in seeking you could extend beyond those matters? Surely, you must have some thoughts on the subject?" Stussy's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze sparkling with mischief. As she spoke, she gracefully rose and glided toward the sofa, each step imbued with an alluring sway. Upon reaching the side of the sofa, she effortlessly turned and nestled into Long Chuyi's embrace, her movements fluid and natural, as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. A rich fragrance enveloped him, causing Long Chuyi to shiver involuntarily, his heart racing in disarray. He hastily shifted to the side, desperate to extricate himself from the awkward situation. Stammering, let me explain. I assure you, it was not my intention to intrude. My legs simply acted on their own accord. I had no control over them. And surely, you must have other reasons for seeking me, right? It doesn't have to be that kind of matter, does it? Perhaps you perceive my kind heart and wish to request a small favor instead? Long Chuyi's face flushed crimson as he spoke, gesturing animatedly as if to lend credence to his words. However, Stussy merely propped her chin on one hand, leaning languidly against the sofa. She raised her gaze to Long Chuyi, her eyes brimming with mockery and teasing, as if to say, "Continue your fabrication. I am curious to see what other tales you can weave." She blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly conveying to Long Chuyi that she had already seen through his deceit. As Long Chuyi beheld Stussy's expression, he inwardly lamented his predicament. He was acutely aware that he was not adept at cunning maneuvers, yet he steeled himself and continued earnestly. "I swear, I truly harbor no ulterior motives. You must believe me." Stussy's lips curled upward into a captivating smile, her body pressing closely against Long Chuyi's as she gracefully wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully murmuring, "Dear handsome, there is no need to be so tense." Long Chuyi felt the softness before him, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance that lingered at the tip of his nose, causing his heart to flutter. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, taking 3 large strides forward before turning to face Stussy. One hand formed a fist at his mouth as he pretended to cough, while the other discreetly tugged at his clothing behind him, attempting to dissipate the heat. By this time, his back was already drenched in sweat, had he been alone. He would have certainly sought an excuse to retreat to the restroom for a moment of composure. Beautiful lady, my name is Fahai, and I am 8 years old. What is your name? Long Chui blurted out a rather bewildering statement, his mind racing. Stussy was taken aback by this sudden display from Long Chui, but quickly regained her composure, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. She stepped closer to him, lightly poking his chest with her finger and laughing. Hey there, handsome, you seem quite shy. But that's all right. I like it. By the way, my name is Stussy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing her name, Long Chui feigned calmness, betraying no sign of unusual reaction, which piqued Stussy's curiosity. She wondered to herself, does he not know my identity, or is he intentionally pretending not to recognize me? How intriguing. Meanwhile, Long Chui's mind was in turmoil. Wait, did she just reveal her true name to me? Why would she disclose such personal information so easily? What could her intentions be? He soon found himself grappling with another dilemma. Should he reveal his true name to her? Would doing so lead to complications? Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, a sudden, mild pain shot through his ear, akin to something soft gently licking his earlobe. When he regained his senses, he discovered blood was flowing uncontrollably from his nose. Unbeknownst to him, Stussy had stealthily moved beside him, gently nibbling on his ear, even drawing his earlobe into her mouth. Her delicate tongue glided over his earlobe like a nimble serpent, eliciting an indescribable thrill. Moreover, the alluring sight before him made his breath quicken. In that moment, Long Chui's mind went blank, completely stunned by this unexpected intimacy. Beautiful lady, you are playing with fire, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with surprise and urgency. Stussy, with a hint of ambiguity in her words, replied, Oh, what do you suppose would happen if this fire were to ignite? As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly back, her gaze full of provocation and allure, locking eyes with Long Chui. Chapter 32. Release that child. Let me take over. The night descended, and moonlight filtered through the mottled window panes, casting its glow into every corner of the room. Long Chui's hands, as firm as iron pincers, tightly grasped Stussy's arms, and with a sudden pull, he drew her into his embrace. His eyes blazed with an intense fire, the gaze replete with unabashed desire, as if he yearned to merge Stussy completely into his very soul. Without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his head, and his lips descended directly upon hers. Stussy, taken aback by this unexpected advance, widened her eyes in shock. Yet soon, that fervent kiss, tinged with a hint of awkwardness, ignited a flame within her, awakening a passion that lay dormant deep within. As a clone, her heart, previously as tranquil as a still lake, now rippled with waves of emotion. Her eyes instinctively fluttered shut, surrendering completely to this unprecedented surge of feelings. Gently, her hands rose to encircle Long Chui's form. As the warmth emanating from him enveloped her, instilling an unparalleled sense of security, as though she were clutching the most vital essence of her existence. This sensation was ineffably profound yet undeniably real. How could this be? Why does this unfamiliar little man make my heart race so fiercely? Stussy mused silently within her heart. Their figures gradually leaned back, tumbling heavily onto the soft sofa behind them. Long Chui tightly clasped Stussy's 10 fingers, burying his face deep within her cascading golden locks, seemingly seeking refuge in this gentle haven. As the night wore on, the cold moonlight grew ever more luminous, streaming through the window and illuminating the sofa, cloaking the entwined couple in a silvery glow. Stussy resembled a languid and gentle kitten, curled upon Long Chui's broad chest, her eyes shut, lips slightly upturned, and her face radiating a blissful smile, as if lost in a sweet reverie. Her disheveled tresses fell gracefully on either side of her cheeks, exuding a faint yet captivating fragrance. Meanwhile, Long Chui's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the ceiling, his mind racing like a carousel, replaying the events that had just transpired. He lowered his gaze to the slumbering beauty in his embrace, inwardly muttering, What on earth is happening? Have I truly become a real man in such a muddled fashion? This feels so surreal, like a dream. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the poised, powerful, and thorny rose of a double agent, Stussy, and then to the docile lamb she appeared to be in his arms now. This stark transformation left him both astonished and bewildered. How could she have been so easily subdued? Was this truly the enigmatic double agent everyone spoke of? Long Chui shook his head in confusion, softly murmuring to himself. Yet, simultaneously, he couldn't help but critique, wondering how Stussy could target someone barely 10 years old, though such a sentiment carried a hint of irony. The author, lurking nearby, couldn't resist a playful jab. I wonder who kept tossing and turning until the wee hours. Long Chui's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and she hurriedly retorted, Clearly, She was the one who took the initiative first. A certain author scoffed disdainfully, curling their lip as they remarked, "Tch, loot." Long Chui rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "What business do you have barking like a dog when you've never even held a girl's hand? You're simply envious of me." The author was instantly furious. Yumi. The morning sunlight pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, forcing the night to retreat under the overwhelming assault of day, returning once more to the embrace of solitude. "What's your name, little man?" Stussy giggled, her voice melodious like a nightingale. She languidly reclined in Long Chuyi's embrace, her eyes fixed intently on his handsome, yet somewhat youthful face, filled with curiosity and inquiry. "Do you truly wish to know?" Long Chuyi's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Certainly." Stussy blinked her large, glistening eyes, which sparkled with anticipation, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She was brimming with curiosity about the young man who had so unexpectedly entered her world, eager to uncover more about him. "Well then, I am Long Chui," he said with a smile that carried a hint of nonchalance. "What a peculiar name." Stussy quirked an eyebrow, her face displaying a look of bewilderment that resembled a curious little fox. "Stussy, do you have any plans for the future?" Long Chui suddenly inquired, his gaze turning profoundly intense as he focused intently on her eyes, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of her soul. His tone grew unusually serious, as though contemplating a matter of life and death. Upon hearing Long Chuyi's question, a fleeting look of confusion washed over Stussy's face. However, as a seasoned and highly cultivated spy, she quickly adjusted her expression, her face once again blossoming into a gentle smile as she softly replied, "Of course. It is to follow you, Chuyi-kun." Although she appeared calm and composed on the surface, a tempest of complex emotions churned within her. Stussy silently pondered. She was merely a tool created to protect him. What future could she possibly claim? Yet, Long Chuyi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read her thoughts, sensing the turmoil deep within her. He tightened his embrace around Stussy, as if wishing to merge her into his very being, offering her boundless strength and security. Long Chuyi's voice was deep and resonant as he slowly proclaimed, "I aspire to overturn this world." Upon hearing these words, Stussy's body instantly stiffened, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock and incredulity. However, she quickly regained her composure, relaxed her posture, and wrapped her arms around Long Chuyi's neck, gently resting her delicate chin upon his chest, a hint of a smile dancing in her eyes as she softly replied, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe." Yet, beneath her words, a tempest raged within her, waves of anxiety and unease crashing upon her psyche. The madman who once sought to revolutionize the world had long since perished in the Valley of the Gods. Could it be that another equally deranged individual was emerging? Stussy pondered silently. I too harbor doubts, yet my current desire is to shatter the existing order," Long Chuyi asserted, his gaze imbued with determination and tenacity. "Oh? What order do you speak of?" Stussy inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge, her body leaning slightly forward to catch every word. "Commoners are deemed inferior, while nobles reign supreme." Long Chuyi suddenly clenched his fists, raising them high as he declared, "I intend to bring those at the top down from their pedestal." At this proclamation, Stussy's pupils dilated sharply, transforming into pinpricks, her expression one of utter astonishment. She mused inwardly, "Are these the words of a child not yet 10? He speaks of the celestial dragons. Furthermore, his ideology mirrors that of the revolutionary army that has emerged in recent years. How is this possible?" Stussy murmured in disbelief, shaking her head as if to dispel the thought, unable to fathom that an ordinary individual would dare to challenge the very fabric of the world's order. Nevertheless, Long Chuyi gazed at her with a confident and resolute smile. I know this is challenging, yet I shall devote my life to realizing this ambition." Then, addressing Stussy, he continued, "Even the smallest of beings can cast a long shadow in the desert. Even the most insignificant figures can evoke a heavy sigh from history. Though we may be but ordinary people, we are nonetheless a part of history, each possessing our own choices and dreams. As long as you understand who you are and why you live, I firmly believe you can accomplish great things." Long Chuyi's face radiated a brilliant smile, his eyes deep and resolute, seemingly capable of piercing through all darkness to glimpse a brighter future. Stussy gazed at his sunlit visage and suddenly entertained a thought. Could he be a deity? At this moment, Stussy's heart, once as cold and unyielding as solid ice, began to thaw gradually. A warm force, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes, slowly dispelled the chill that lingered deep within her soul. The emotionless clone, at this juncture, felt her heart begin to beat with fervor. Thus, Long Chui lingered here for a week, having tasted the forbidden fruit. He felt as though he were suspended between paradise and perdition, nearly succumbing to the embrace of death in his bed. Long Chui exclaimed with a sense of helplessness, Hey, hey, must it be so harsh? I am not reincarnated as a lecher. Is it truly necessary to meet my end in bed? With a hint of reluctance in his voice, he prepared to depart, his gaze fixed intently on Stussy. Stussy responded softly, her eyes unwaveringly locked onto Long Chui. Do take care of yourself in the future, and if possible, avoid confrontation. Allow those with greater strength and the expendables to take the lead. Strike only when you are most assured, and do not indulge in folly. Long Chui earnestly conveyed his concerns, his eyes brimming with care and worry for Stussy. Stussy gazed tenderly at Long Chui, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she listened attentively to every word he uttered. Lastly, I promise, when we meet again, I will have grown 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad of times stronger. I will pull you out of the mire. Long Chui declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing his words, warmth surged within Stussy, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears of emotion. Yet, she did not respond immediately. Instead, she quietly scrutinized Long Chui, as if to convey through her gaze that she believed in him, always had. Yes, I believe in you, Stussy softly affirmed, her voice gentle yet imbued with strength. Long Chui was momentarily taken aback, but soon a radiant smile illuminated his face, warm as the sun. He sensed Stussy's trust and expectations, which further solidified his resolve. I will not disappoint your hopes. I will strive to enhance my abilities. I will return to find you, Long Chui declared with unwavering determination. Stussy nodded, a glimmer of barely perceptible tears shimmering in her eyes. She understood that the future was rife with uncertainty and change. Yet she was willing to believe in Long Chui and await the day of their reunion. Stussy's heart raced with increasing intensity as she gazed deeply into Long Chui's eyes, filled with profound affection. She spoke little, gently placing her hand over his, grasping it tightly, as if to convey all her emotions through that single clasp. The two shared a silent gaze, attuning themselves to each other's warmth and breath. In that moment, words were unnecessary. They comprehended each other's sentiments. 1,000 unspoken words transformed into this heartfelt exchange. Stussy smiled softly, her eyes aglow with happiness. She delicately rose onto her toes and pressed a gentle kiss to Long Chui's lips before turning away. Though her silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn, it radiated an unwavering strength. Long Chui gazed at the receding figure of Stussy, his heart a tumult of emotions, a complex tapestry of sentiments intertwining within him. Perhaps, by that time, I shall surpass even the protagonist in prowess? Alas, I could not restrain myself, though not yet 10 years old. My physical constitution is truly beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Having spoken, Long Chui scratched his head, revealing a hint of bashfulness in his smile. Subsequently, he turned and made his way towards the small speedboat that Stussy had prepared for him. Upon stepping aboard the vessel, Long Chui discovered an ample supply of provisions and water, alongside some rudimentary weaponry. A smile of contentment graced his face as the ship gently departed from the harbor. He stood at the bow, gazing into the boundless expanse of the sea. Drawing in a deep breath, he savored the caress of the sea breeze, invigorated by the fresh aroma of the ocean, which filled him with unparalleled delight. He then shouted toward the heavens, Yahoo, how refreshing. Chapter 33, Jerma, how exceedingly dull. After 5 days of sailing, Long Chui languidly leaned against the side of the ship, one hand dangling over the edge, occasionally dipping his fingers into the water. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar shattered the tranquility. Boom, splash. In an instant, Long Chui's small boat was violently tossed by the surging waves. What in the world? Startled, he scrambled to his feet, his expression one of alarm as he scanned his surroundings. Soon, he discerned an extraordinary sight. Approximately 500 meters away, 2 large ships were engaged in a fierce exchange of cannon fire, the shells crashing into the sea and generating colossal waves. Goodness! If I inadvertently drift into the midst of that chaos, I would be obliterated. Long Chui gasped in horror, his face a mask of fear. However, rather than retreating, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he resolutely steered his small vessel toward the fray. Finally, there was something to engage with. Fleeing was not in his nature. As he drew closer, within 300 meters, Long Chui finally discerned the individuals aboard the 2 ships. One vessel was manned by 3 children, one with blue hair, another with green, and the last with red. They enthusiastically fired their cannons while shouting with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, perish before me. The blue-haired boy snarled. His face contorted with a fierce expression, his eyes gleaming with madness as he diligently operated the cannon. Ha ha ha, I am the mightiest. The green-haired boy laughed boastfully, radiating an air of invincibility. Ants, feel despair, the red-haired boy exclaimed, head tilted back, his expression a blend of excitement and distortion. Behind these three stood a girl, quietly observing, with long pink hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying with the breeze. She concealed one eye beneath a long fringe while the other watched the chaotic scene. Notably, her eyebrows were furrowed tightly, revealing a hint of seriousness and discontent. Moreover, all four were clad in technologically advanced combat suits that hugged their bodies, showcasing their formidable strength and agility. Prominently displayed on the chests of their suits were striking numbers. Ah, so it is the Germa family. Heh, then I shall not hold back. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Long Chui exuded a mischievous charm, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Following this playful jest, a fierce battle erupted. Ultimately, however, it was the Germa family that emerged victorious. Upon vanquishing their foes, the victors erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces aglow with the elation of triumph, as they eagerly boarded the defeated vessels to seize the spoils of war. At that moment, a formidable figure clad in a yellow battle attire stepped forth from the Germa ship, with arms crossed over his chest and chin slightly raised. He stood there with an air of pride, regarding Long Chui with a condescending gaze. Who are you, little brat? What brings you to this place? The man inquired, his tone authoritative, brow furrowed, and a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chui's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence. He mimicked his counterpart's posture, crossing his arms over his chest, and steadfastly replied, Me? I am merely a passing mast rider. As for my reason for being here, I simply wish to discuss business with the Germa family. Gaji scoffed derisively, a look of disdain etched upon his face. And with a condescending tone, he retorted, Hmph, discuss business? Our Germa family has dominated the North Sea for years. We would hardly be interested in the trivial dealings of an inexperienced child like you. With that, he slowly raised a hand, and immediately, a line of soldiers armed with firearms emerged from behind him, their weapons trained on Long Chui, as an atmosphere of tension enveloped the air. Long Chui remained composed and unruffled, arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he said, Is this truly your so-called method of conducting business with partners? Jiaji, expressionless and with a gaze as frigid as ice, merely uttered two words, eliminate him. In an instant, gunfire erupted, a barrage of bullets directed toward Long Chui, enveloping the scene in a thick cloud of smoke. However, adhering to the principle of being unharmed amidst the smoke, as the haze gradually dissipated, onlookers were astonished to find Long Chui utterly unscathed. He stood firmly on a fragment of a small boat, his demeanor relaxed, as if the preceding hail of gunfire had no effect on him whatsoever. As Long Chui casually flicked his hair back, he erupted into laughter, declaring, Ha ha ha. It seems there is nothing further for us to discuss. No sooner had his words echoed than his figure abruptly vanished from sight. A cacophony of anguished cries and the sound of heavy objects plunging into the water ensued, revealing that the soldiers lined up had been sent flying into the sea. Like a phantom, Long Chui darted across the deck of the Germa ship, moving with a swiftness that rendered him nearly undetectable. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gaji's face. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, standing firmly in place. To him, these soldiers were mere expendable resources, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, he could scarcely fathom that someone so young possessed such formidable power. Capturing Long Chui and subjecting him to research within a laboratory could potentially propel his plans to unprecedented heights. In less than 5 minutes, Long Chui effortlessly dispatched all the lackeys aboard the ship. With a provocative gaze directed at Gaji and a slight smirk gracing his lips, he taunted, Hey, old man. Shall we converse now? Gaji let out a disdainful snort and, without hesitation, transformed. His battle attire was donned in an instant, and a surge of powerful gas erupted from his boots, propelling him towards Long Chui like an arrow loosed from its bow, his eyes ablaze with seething fury. Long Chui smiled with great satisfaction, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes, as if mocking Jiaji's audacity. He too charged at Jiaji without hesitation. The speed of both was astonishing, akin to two bolts of lightning intertwining in midair. Only the fleeting shadows they left behind were visible, while the resounding clash of their fists reverberated around the vessel, causing one's eardrums to throb painfully. Jiaji was once again sent flying, yet he did not yield. Instead, he immediately retaliated with a punch, his face a portrait of defiance. However, This blow was effortlessly evaded by Long Chui, who then unleashed a flurry of punches upon Jiaji like a tempest. Neither combatant had unleashed their full potential, and on the surface, it appeared as though they were evenly matched. Yet, only Jiaji understood the truth. How could I possibly be outmatched by a mere child? His expression was one of utter shock, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. As time passed, Jiaji's astonishment deepened. He realized that no matter how he attacked, he could not strike at his opponent's vital points, while Long Chui effortlessly dodged and countered, each assault inflicting unprecedented pressure upon him. He recognized a vast chasm between himself and Long Chui, not merely in terms of physical prowess and strength, but in combat awareness and fighting technique as well. How is this possible? What manner of monster is this? Jiaji's eyes widened, his face a canvas of terror and confusion, his voice trembling involuntarily. Observing Jiaji's disheveled state, Long Chui's lips curled into a slight, smug smile. So, shall we engage in conversation now? Long Chui curled his lip in a display of self-satisfaction, internally asserting, "Ha! Can my combat instincts be anything less than formidable? Just wait until you experience being struck. The pain penetrates flesh and reaches the very depths of the soul. Furthermore, let's not overlook my martial prowess, Chinese kung fu, if you will." At that moment, Gaji had shed his previous arrogance, gritting his teeth and preparing to unleash his full potential. A radiant blue light shimmered around him as a formidable current gathered in his hand, coalescing into a dazzling sphere of lightning. "Behold my electromagnetic cannon," Gaji roared. His face contorted with a fierce intensity as he unleashed the electromagnetic projectile toward Long Chui, his eyes ablaze with reckless determination. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chui's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, and the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. In a swift motion, he evaded the attack of the electromagnetic cannon. Subsequently, he charged towards Jiajia with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful side kick that struck Jiajia's abdomen with great force. Jiajia let out a piercing scream as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. He struggled to rise, but no sooner had he begun to stand than he was forcefully pressed down again by a foot. Long Chui looked down at Jiaji with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Well, uncle, shall we converse now?" Jiaji glared at Long Chui, his teeth clenched as he seethed. "How dare you treat me this way?" However, before he could finish his words, Long Chui applied more pressure with his foot, as if intent on crushing him. "Ah!" Jiaji let out a piercing scream, his body trembling violently, his face contorted with agony. Long Chui let out a cold laugh, expressing his disdain as he remarked, "Huh? Why should I be afraid? You, who rely on technology to augment your strength, dare to harbor delusions of unifying the North Sea? How utterly laughable." Upon hearing this, Jiaji's face displayed shock as he incredulously inquired, "How could you possibly know of our plans?" Long Chui slowly withdrew his foot from Jiaji's body, then reached out to help him up. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he softly remarked, "Well, the reason I sought you out this time is to discuss a business opportunity. This venture has the potential to significantly enhance the strength of your entire family." Long Chui gently brushed the dust off Jiaji's shoulders, then leisurely approached the ship's railing, leaning against it while casting a tranquil gaze upon the dazed Jiaji. "So, would you care to engage in a conversation with me?" Long Chui's lips curled into a subtle smile, barely perceptible. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the little girl hiding in the corner, her vacant expression causing him to stifle a chuckle within. In truth, Long Chui had no business to discuss. He merely sought an excuse to draw closer to her daughter. "Author, Pa Beast," Long Chui protested indignantly, "I will accuse you of defamation." Defamation? Chapter 34, The Power of Camouflage Green. In the Kingdom of Germa, if you genuinely aspire to enhance your military prowess, it is insufficient to merely arm your soldiers with weapons. One must also diligently refine strategic command. A relaxed smile graced Long Chui's face, his eyes crescent-shaped as he cheerfully regarded the figure seated opposite him, Garji. In an instant, Garji's expression darkened, his once keen gaze now seemingly veiled in frost. His hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles turning white from the strain. His voice, low and laden with an ominous undertone, resonated as if it were accompanied by a brewing storm. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Long Chui seemed oblivious to Jiaji's hostility as he leisurely reclined on the opulent sofa, comfortably crossing his legs. He lifted a cup of steaming tea, gently dispersing the rising vapor before taking a delicate sip, his movements unhurried and graceful. After a brief pause, he spoke in a calm and measured tone. "I can assist you in training a cadre of elite warriors, but this endeavor will require both time and resources. Naturally, should you be willing to pay a substantial price, I can also offer some specialized training methods to elevate their prowess to new heights. Jia Ji's eyes narrowed into a menacing sliver as he coldly inquired, "What are your terms?" Long Chuyi's lips curled into a confident smile as he raised 3 fingers, gesturing in the air. "First, I require a substantial reward. Second, I seek some unique materials and technical support. Finally, I need a secure training environment, free from external disturbances." Jia Ji fell silent, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his gaze. After a brief pause, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept your terms. However, if your training results do not meet expectations, I shall not let you off easily." Long Chuyi casually shrugged his shoulders, a smile still gracing his face. "Rest assured, I have always upheld the principle of integrity in my business dealings. As long as you follow my guidance, I assure you that your army will grow stronger." With that, he elegantly produced a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Jia Ji. "This is the training plan I have devised. Feel free to examine it." Upon receiving the document, Jia Ji furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze becoming intensely focused as he scrutinized the details. After a moment, he lifted his head, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chuyi chuckled with a sense of triumph, his smile growing ever more radiant. "What do you think? Isn't it impressive? In truth, these are the fruits of my years of research. If you follow my methods, I assure you, your army will soon rank among the mightiest in the world." Gaji gazed deeply at Long Chuyi, his penetrating look seemingly capable of seeing through him. He then rose and strode purposefully towards the door. As he reached the threshold, he paused, turned back, and with a frigid glare, warned Long Chuyi, "Remember, should you dare to deceive me, I will make you regret your very existence." That sounds oddly familiar, Long Chuyi murmured to himself. He then waved his hand dismissively, a brilliant smile illuminating his face like the sun, and said, "Rest assured, I have no desire to stir up trouble. Good luck to you, Mr. Gaji." With a cold snort, Gaji departed. Inside the room, Long Chuyi reclined leisurely on the soft sofa, secretly reveling in his progress toward his goal. Engaging with Gaji not only granted him access to the technologically advanced battle suit, which, while not comparable to what Gaji and his associates wore, was sufficient to fulfill his transformation desires from his previous life. More importantly, this connection would link him to Sanji of the protagonist group. However, the most significant aspect was the vision of the stunning Reiju, adorned with earmuffs, a blue scarf, and a pink battle suit complemented by butterfly wing-shaped cape. Her legs bearing 6 tattoos, and her feet clad in white and pink thigh-high boots. She possessed an elegant figure, long legs, fair skin, and a beauty that radiated maturity. With this thought, Long Chuyi's heart swelled with joy, his lips curling into an uncontrollable grin. It was clear, he was indeed drawn to Reiju. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride, even losing himself in the moment. Suddenly, he hastily covered his mouth. "Ah, my lips are cramping. Goodness." Long Chuyi first conducted a comprehensive assessment of the artificial soldiers, encompassing their physical attributes, combat skills, and psychological states. Through careful observation, he discerned that while these artificial soldiers possessed formidable strength and endurance, they exhibited significant deficiencies in tactical coordination and adaptability. In the realm of combat training, Long Chuyi imparted the essence of traditional Chinese martial arts. He demonstrated each technique with palpable vigor, elucidating, "Observe closely. This movement must harness the artificial soldier's reaction speed and strength, paired with agility to unleash its fullest potential." Through the study of martial arts, the artificial soldiers could more adeptly exploit their advantages in reaction speed, strength, and flexibility. He vaguely recalled the various military strategy tomes he had perused in his former life, including offensive tactics, defensive strategies, and guerrilla warfare. On the training grounds, wielding a long staff, he gestured towards the soldiers, emphasizing, "In the throes of offense, one must be mindful of timing and rhythm. In defense, the integrity of formation is paramount." After a period of rigorous training, the artificial soldiers exhibited a marked enhancement in their capabilities. Their physical prowess became more pronounced, their combat techniques more refined, and their tactical coordination more harmonious. 2 months later, prior to the commencement of war, he understood the necessity of thoroughly assessing the enemy's strength, tactics, and vulnerabilities to formulate a targeted operational plan. Clad in a flamboyant beach attire, adorned with a straw hat, and sporting flip-flops with a straw in his mouth, he took a moment to sip his juice under the sun, casting a languid shadow. It is imperative to leverage our technological advantages to develop more advanced weaponry and equipment, thereby augmenting our combat efficacy. Grant me 2 months, and you will witness soldiers of a different caliber, Long Chuyi declared to Jiaji. Throughout these 2 months, he enjoyed a life of ease. Despite facing a cadre of soldiers daily on the training ground, he maintained high standards for himself. On the contrary, through stringent training and guidance, he facilitated the gradual evolution of these soldiers. It's taking shape, Long Chuyi observed with satisfaction, nodding at the soldiers arrayed before him. A contented smile gracing his face. They stood tall and proud, their postures erect, aligned in formation, subtly echoing the striking camouflage green of his previous life. Long Chuyi, having led the soldiers through training until the afternoon, prepared for what was to come. Gaji, arms crossed and standing atop a high platform, wore a stern expression as he addressed Long Chuyi. Below him stood 2 ranks of soldiers. One side appeared disciplined and solemn, exuding an aura of lethal determination, while the opposing line, though equally organized, could not help but swallow nervously in response to the formidable presence before them. Their hearts brimmed with tension and unease. Uncertain of what would transpire next, Long Chuyi nodded at Jiaji with a steady demeanor before turning to face the soldiers. His gaze swept over each individual with unwavering resolve, radiating encouragement and trust. Today, we shall engage in a live combat drill, Long Chuyi proclaimed, his voice resonating with strength. This is not merely a test of your training achievements, but also an opportunity to enhance your combat capabilities. Remember to give your utmost effort and demonstrate your finest abilities. The soldiers, trained by Long Chuyi, stood tall, their expression solemn, their eyes sparkling with fighting spirit, resembling a battalion of warriors ready to charge into battle. Now, both sides are prepared, Long Chuyi called out. Let the battle commence. At his command, the 2 teams of soldiers sprang into action like fierce tigers descending from the mountains. To everyone's astonishment, Long Chuyi's trained soldiers displayed overwhelming superiority, swiftly overpowering the opposing team. Their movements were swift and powerful, each maneuver infused with lethal force, leaving their adversaries utterly defenseless. Subsequently, the 2 sides engaged in various forms of combat exercises. Jiaji stood atop a platform, intently observing the drill, his eyes wide with disbelief. The scene before him was both shocking and awe-inspiring. He had never witnessed such orderly formations and such rapid actions. The soldiers operated as a finely tuned machine, each member in perfect harmony, maximizing their combat potential. Ultimately, Long Chuyi's team achieved victory with absolute dominance. Jiaji, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but erupt into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Young lad, quite impressive. His laughter echoed throughout the arena. Meanwhile, Lecherous, hidden at the edge of the training ground, found herself momentarily stunned. Her brow furrowed with concern. If this continues, my father will become even more madly aggressive and wage war. As midnight approached, Long Chuyi sauntered back to his quarters when suddenly he glanced toward a particular spot, raising an eyebrow as a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes. He made his way toward the corner. Your Highness, why are you still awake at this hour? What brings you here? Long Chuyi observed the astonished Lecherous, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What exactly are you up to? Lecherous, regaining her composure from the surprise, asked with a serious expression and a hint of interrogation in her tone. How serious? Long Chuyi raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, a teasing glint in his demeanor. He then produced 2 cups of juice from seemingly nowhere, offering one to Lecherous. Care for a stroll? Lecherous gazed at the juice before her, pausing in thought before accepting the offering and turning to walk ahead, her hair gently swaying with her movements. Long Chuyi took a sip of juice and followed at a leisurely pace. One cannot help but exclaim, is she not truly Lecherous? A physique akin to a machine, yet possessing a heart that is tender and soft. Long Chuyi had long anticipated Lecherous' visit, which was why he exuded such confidence. Chapter 35, The Turbulence of the Soul. What a remarkable fellow, Long Chuyi mused, his gaze firmly fixed on Lecherous' room. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and strode in with purpose. Lecherous followed closely behind, bewildered. Wait, did he just walk in like that? Isn't this my room? Why does it feel as if he has entered his own space? Oh, come now, don't be so serious. Have a seat. Standing around like this isn't conducive. Is it? Long Chuyi languidly collapsed onto the sofa, patting the empty space beside him, inviting her to sit. However, Lecherous paid him no mind, remaining upright as she silently observed him. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chuyi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Well, I shall be forthright. My purpose for being here is, as previously mentioned, to seek Jiaji's assistance in crafting a battle suit. Do not utter words about my formidable strength rendering such attire unnecessary. It is, after all, a dream cherished by every man. Ah, do not just stand there. Come, take a seat. You are making me feel as though I am the one being interrogated. Long Chuyi chuckled amiably. Leggio maintained her gaze on Long Chuyi, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Consequently, he rose and grasped her arm, guiding her to sit beside him on the sofa. Leggio offered no resistance, allowing Long Chuyi to direct her, and thus they sat side by side. Are you concerned that after I help your father train such formidable soldiers, he may escalate his efforts to wage war on a larger scale? Long Chuyi slightly leaned to one side, resting against the arm of the sofa, a playful glint sparkling in his eyes as he regarded Leggio. Upon hearing his words, Leggio's expression shifted to one of gravity, though it quickly reverted to her usual icy demeanor. After a moment of silence, she slowly replied, I merely wish to ascertain whether you pose a threat to the kingdom of Gyerma. With that, she attempted to rise and depart, for while it was her chamber, this was a castle replete with many vacant rooms. Long Chuyi addressed Leggio, stating, If you wish to liberate yourself from Jiaji's grasp, I can assist you. Naturally, this also includes your sniveling brother. Leggio gripped the doorknob tightly, her hand trembling slightly as she endeavored to restrain her emotions. However, upon hearing Long Chuyi mention her brother, she could no longer contain her fury and despair. With a fierce squeeze, she shattered the doorknob. Turning around, her eyes ablaze with anger, she spoke in a low voice. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Long Chuyi replied leisurely. Oh, is that so? What a pity. That little yellow-haired brat even secretly gifted me some of his homemade desserts. If he were to transform into one of those red-haired or blue-haired rascals, I fear I would never savor such delectable treats again. Leggio stood solemnly by the door, her brow furrowed in seriousness, her body trembling slightly, and her breath becoming increasingly labored. Meanwhile, Long Chuyi lounged comfortably on the sofa, a glass of juice in hand, one that had seemingly appeared there without his notice, savoring it at a leisurely pace. The entire room was suffused with a palpable tension, as if a fierce confrontation could erupt at any moment. Long Chuyi glanced at the time and deemed it nearly appropriate. He picked up his cup and drained the remaining juice in one swift motion before rising to approach Leggio. Upon reaching her side, he gently lifted his hand and placed it atop her head, affectionately ruffling her hair. He then moved his hand to her forehead, slightly curling his fingers to give it a delicate flick. Come now, dear girl, do not perpetually furrow your brow. Such a habit might mar your beauty. Long Chuyi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Leggio's face illuminated with a hint of surprise and heartfelt emotion. Long Chuyi continued, You must understand that many seeds, though unaccepted by others, will steadfastly take root and sprout in the hidden corners of the world. Therefore, regardless of the challenges you encounter, always believe in yourself and have faith in the future. Long Chuyi then spoke, If you wish to safeguard the birds confined within their cage, perhaps you should consider allowing them to escape from the bonds that restrain them. It is outside that the birds truly find their freedom. Finally, Long Chuyi gently ruffled Leggio's hair once more before turning towards the door. He extended his right index finger, and a small flame-like golden light appeared at its tip. He placed this golden glow upon the damaged doorknob, and, with a delicate twist, the lock was disengaged. By the way, remember to meet me at the training ground tomorrow. I shall assist you in enhancing your abilities. Do not fret about Gaji, I will speak with him. With that, Long Chuyi departed from the room. Leggio stood there, gazing blankly at Long Chuyi's receding figure, his enchanting words echoing in her mind. Escape the cage, escape the cage. She felt as if she were under a spell, unable to move. Time passed slowly, and before she realized how long it had been, a gentle knock sounded from outside, accompanied by a cautious inquiry from a maid. Your Highness, is something the matter, Princess? At that moment, Leggio awakened from her reverie, slowly turning to face the maid. Her eyes held a hint of confusion, but tranquility quickly returned as she smiled at the maid, saying, It's nothing, the doorknob simply got stuck. I exerted too much force and accidentally broke it. Just have someone come to replace the door tomorrow, and you should rest early. The maid, taken aback, hurriedly bowed in gratitude, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, I will notify the servants first thing in the morning. With that, she bowed deeply once more to Leggio before turning to leave, her hands covering her face as she softly murmured, Ah, the princess is so polite. In Gaji's laboratory, he glared at Long Chuyi with gritted teeth, fury flickering in his eyes. At that moment, his emotions were beyond description, bordering on madness. He had been engrossed in his research when Long Chuyi hastily summoned him. However, Upon discovering that Long Chuyi merely wished to inform him about the training session for Lei Jiu the following day, he was filled with immense indignation. Long Chuyi helplessly shrugged. Please do not speak in such a manner. This is merely to enhance your child's abilities, hence the early notification to you, the king. However, Gaji did not accept Long Chuyi's explanation. He bellowed furiously, "Get out." His voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the room. Dragon Chuyi was mercilessly expelled from the room by Jiaji. He dusted off his trousers, a hint of disdain gracing his face. He muttered to himself, "TCH. If you weren't destined to become my father-in-law, would I even bother coming here to seek discomfort? Oh, you arrived quite early." Dragon Chuyi remarked with a smile as he turned his gaze towards Lei Jiu, a look of satisfaction brightening his features. He raised his hand and waved at Lei Jiu. "Very well, let us begin with a warm-up." Dragon Chuyi stretched his limbs and, with arms crossed, regarded Lei Jiu. "Attack me. Let me gauge your skill." Lei Jiu nodded, took a deep breath, and, adjusting her stance, charged directly at Dragon Chuyi. Long Chuyi slightly turned his body, effortlessly evading Lei Jiu's attack. With a smile, he urged her. "Once more, but this time, increase your speed." Lei Jiu launched another assault, her movements more agile this time, her fist striking like a tempest towards Long Chuyi. Yet, he continued to respond with ease, nimbly dodging each of her strikes. Lei Jiu persistently adjusted her tactics, seeking to uncover a chink in Long Chuyi's armor. But against absolute prowess, no amount of trickery could prevail. After a fierce exchange, Lei Jiu began to feel the weight of fatigue, yet her fighting spirit remained undiminished. Noticing her weariness, Long Chuyi chuckled. "All right, let us conclude the warm-up here. Today, I shall impart some new techniques and strategies to you." Thus, they trained throughout the day. Walking together under the twilight, the setting sun casting elongated shadows, resembling two slender black lines. "Lei Jiu, when you release the shackles of your heart and embrace your true self, you will find ease," Long Chuyi spoke to her, his voice calm and gentle. Lei Jiu remained silent, quietly absorbing his words. Deep within her, this sentiment seemed to resonate. Furthermore, "I truly can free you from the chains your father has placed upon you, but your three brothers will not have such an opportunity," Long Chuyi continued, his gaze resolute and confident. Lei Jiu lifted her head, meeting his eyes, and a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her. Long Chuyi grasped Lei Jiu's shoulder, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "I anticipate that I shall remain here for several years. Time is abundant. Contemplate this. Return to your true self." Lei Jiu felt a flicker of emotion. At the very least, she desired to see Sanji escape from this place. Yet, what would become of Sanji after his escape? Once she liberated herself from her father's grasp, what path should she pursue? Lei Jiu's heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles. She found herself at a crossroads, torn between upholding her familial responsibilities and pursuing freedom and her authentic self. Long Chuyi gazed at the slightly furrowed brow of Lei Jiu and embraced her tenderly. The figure in his arms trembled slightly as he spoke softly. "If returning to your true self cannot extricate you from your current plight, then let us first strive to empower ourselves. I shall support you until the very end." As Lei Jiu felt the aura emanating from Long Chuyi and the warmth enveloping her, a surge of human emotion blossomed within her, stirring ripples in her heart. Chapter 36. Notes. Under the moonlight, the morning air was suffused with moisture, and under the gentle illumination of the rising sun, it appeared almost fairy tale-like in its splendor. "Gaji, is my battle attire not yet complete? Are you unable to manage it? I have heard whispers of a scientist within the world government, revered as the man with the world's greatest intellect, who is said to be 5 centuries ahead of contemporary technology, possessing capabilities that transcend modern advancements by 500 years. Long Chuyi once again entered Jiaji's laboratory, tauntingly suggesting, "Perhaps we should just call it quits. I shall seek others." This remark was solely intended to provoke Jiaji, causing him discomfort. As usual, Jiaji was infuriated to the point of fury, and seizing the laser cannon he had prepared earlier, he aimed it at Long Chuyi and decisively pressed the launch button. A dazzling beam of laser shot towards Long Chuyi in an instant as Jiaji roared, "Get the hell out of here." Boom. After Long Chuyi was expelled, he spotted Lu Jiu waiting for him ahead and instinctively quickened his pace. "Lu Jiu, have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me for a bite?" Long Chuyi grinned at her. "Of course," Lu Jiu replied softly. Perhaps it was the sight of Long Chuyi's charred hair from the explosion, or perhaps it was simply the joy of seeing him, but Lu Jiu couldn't help but chuckle, gently covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Long Chuyi had spent a full year in the kingdom of Germa. Since completing the training of the initial batch of soldiers, he ceased assisting Jiaji in training the troops and dedicated most of his time to the solitary training of Lei Jiao. Once, Jiaji had contemplated allowing other children to join Long Chu-yi in his training sessions, but Long Chu-yi unequivocally declared, "If you dare to bring them here, I shall dismantle their limbs." When confronted with Jiaji's bewilderment, Long Chu-yi shrugged and explained, "Once I have taught Lei Jiao, she can train those fellows herself. It is far more efficient for me to instruct her alone. If I were to teach too many, I wouldn't be able to manage." He chuckled, considering it a splendid opportunity to deepen his bond with Lei Jiao, and wondered how anyone else could be allowed to intrude upon that. Jiaji, visibly exasperated, questioned how he had managed to train so many soldiers in the past. Consequently, Jiaji acquiesced to Long Chu-yi's wishes. Meanwhile, Lei Jiao, following closely behind Long Chu-yi, couldn't help but smile at the sight of her father's discomposure. It became evident that when one remains in the presence of someone they cherish for an extended period, even the most innocent of friendships inevitably gives rise to some ambiguous feelings. Moreover, with a person as exceptional as Long Chu-yi, the relationship between him and Lei Jiao had transcended the bounds of mere friendship. Over the past year, the bond between Long Chu-yi and Lei Jiao had seen a subtle yet significant evolution. Their trust and reliance on each other grew ever deeper, as if they had become indispensable to one another's lives. Long Chu-yi naturally walked side by side with Lei Jiao, their hands intertwined as they made their way to the dining hall. Lei Jiao did not resist Long Chu-yi's affectionate gestures. Rather, she allowed his playful hand to gently caress her delicate, fair hand. Long Chu-yi, hey, I can sense your overwhelming jealousy from here. Author, why don't you just shut up? Lei Jiao, I suspect it is time for me to depart. It appears that the combat suit at your father's place is nearing completion, and I yearn to explore this world. As Long Chu-yi spoke these words, his eyes brimmed with anticipation and longing. Upon hearing this, Lei Jiao's fork came to a standstill midair. She slowly lifted her gaze to meet Long Chu-yi's eyes. However, she remained silent, merely shifting her attention back to her plate, continuing to consume her meal. Throughout this year, under the influence of Long Chu-yi's enigmatic white glow, Lei Jiao's humanity had fully manifested. She was no longer the indifferent being of yore. Instead, she had grown increasingly gentle and kind-hearted. After all, Lei Jiao was a cyborg who retained her emotions. Even Stussy, a spy android, succumbed the moment she encountered Long Chu-yi. In just a week, Stussy had developed feelings, albeit solely for Long Chu-yi. At this moment, Lei Jiao was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. She understood that Long Chu-yi would eventually leave, but when that moment truly arrived, she realized the depth of her reluctance and sorrow. She reminisced about the time spent with Long Chu-yi, the encouragement during training sessions, the companionship in daily life, and his assistance in successfully facilitating her brother Sanji's escape from this place. These memories weighed heavily on her heart, as if a massive stone pressed upon her chest. Lei Jiao's eyes gradually welled with tears, her head lowered, her hair veiling her cheeks. She did not wish for Long Chu-yi to witness her vulnerability. She aspired to remain strong and composed. Yet, the anguish within her surged like a relentless tide, eroding her spirit and rendering her nearly unbearable. In the tranquil dining hall, only Long Chu-yi and Lei Jiao occupied the space. At that moment, the entire atmosphere seemed shrouded by an invisible weight, suffocating in its intensity. The only sound that broke the silence was the mechanical rhythm of Lei Jiao methodically slicing her food. Creak. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed as Long Chu-yi slowly rose, approaching Lei Jiao. He gently brushed aside her cascading locks, revealing her reddened eyes. Long Chu-yi gently inquired, "Why are you crying?" Lei Jiao shook her head and stubbornly replied, "I am not." Long Chu-yi gently caressed Lei Jiao's cheek and softly remarked, "You are quite charming, Lei Jiao." Feeling a touch of shyness, Lei Jiao turned her face aside, her hand brushing delicately against the corner of her eye. Long Chu-yi smiled gently, reaching out to grasp Lei Jiao's chin, turning her face back towards him. His gaze was filled with mirth. "Do you find it hard to part with me?" After uttering these words, Long Chu-yi slowly knelt before Lei Jiao, resting on one knee as he lifted his eyes to meet hers. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the two of them in existence. Upon hearing his words, the sorrow and pain that had long been suppressed within Lei Jiao finally found an outlet, surging forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Her tears could no longer be contained, spilling forth uncontrollably. Long Chu-yi gazed tenderly at the weeping Lei Jiao in his arms, gently enveloping her in an embrace. His voice soft and soothing as he reassured her, "Do not cry, everything will be all right." After the passage of 20 minutes, Long Chuyi sat quietly in the chair. While Lu Jiu curled up in his embrace like an injured kitten, her eyes were red, yet her emotions gradually calmed. The two held each other closely, sharing the warmth and strength that emanated between them. Long Chuyi spoke softly. Lu Jiu, believe me, we will meet again. By then, I will have grown immeasurably powerful, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times stronger than I am now. And then, I shall rescue you from this place and deliver a severe lesson to Jiaji, making him pay for his deeds. The two nestled closely together, savoring this moment of tranquility and warmth. As time passed, they finally released each other, preparing to resume their training. Although it was referred to as training, it was, in fact, Long Chuyi's subtle desire to engage in flirtation with Lu Jiu. She had long discerned his intentions, yet she remained unperturbed. She understood that Long Chuyi was a person of restraint who would not push her too far. Occasionally, she allowed him to have his way, most of the time cleverly evading his advances. However, today, Lu Jiu exhibited an unusual boldness, inching closer to him. An affectionate gesture that filled Long Chuyi with both surprise and nervousness, nearly causing him to lose control and bleed from his nose. Thus, they trained until nightfall. After dinner, on a secluded mountaintop, they lay on the grass beneath the moonlight. Long Chuyi and Lu Jiu quietly gazed at the luminous moon in the sky. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing sensation. Lu Jiu reclined peacefully on Long Chuyi's chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. Her ear pressed against his heart. She listened to the strong and steady rhythm, as if their souls were intertwined. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and warmth, as if the entire world contained only the two of them. Long Chuyi gently caressed Lu Jiu's hair, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. He softly murmured, Lu Jiu, may I sing for you? Lu Jiu slightly nodded, her eyes alight with anticipation. Long Chuyi cleared his throat and began to sing a melodious tune. The notes resonated through the night sky, imbued with profound emotion and gentleness. Lu Jiu closed her eyes, lost in the enchanting melody, her heart brimming with joy and sentiment. Chapter 37, The Emperor's Armor. Fusion. Hey, uncle, why summon me so early? Don't you know that young people need their sleep? I cannot compare to your age. Long Chuyi yawned widely, tears streaming down his cheeks as he rubbed his eyes. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, he spoke to Garcia with an effortless eloquence that belied his exhaustion. Garcia, with a sullen expression, glared at the incessantly complaining youth before him, struggling to suppress the urge to blast him away with his laser cannon. Instead, he tossed a golden bracelet to Long Chuyi and gritted his teeth as he declared, the combat suit you requested has been developed. Take it and promptly vacate the kingdom of Germa. Long Chuyi, momentarily bewildered, caught the bracelet tossed his way. Upon hearing the announcement of the successful development of the combat suit, his previously dazed eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if two beams of light had burst forth from within. As for the subsequent remarks by Jiaji, he chose to disregard them entirely. Eagerly, he began to fiddle with the bracelet in his hand, while simultaneously expressing his thoughts. Oh, really? It's been developed? I must say, uncle, you have been rather slow. I felt like I was wilting while waiting. However, this bracelet looks incredibly cool. It seems far more advanced than the previous version. Did you secretly add some new features? Listening to Long Chuyi's incessant chatter, akin to a perpetual motion machine, Jiaji's brow furrowed tighter, and his expression grew increasingly grim. At last, unable to contain himself, he bellowed, you, get out. Boom. Long Chuyi was once again blasted away by Jiaji wielding a laser cannon. But I shall return. As Long Chu rose to his feet, he shook his head and, while walking, continued to fiddle with the bracelet on his wrist, murmuring incessantly, armor, oh ho ho, let me give it a try. He arrived at the training ground. Long Chuyi, filled with excitement, pressed the fingerprint lock on his wristband. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light, radiant as the stars, burst forth with the swiftness of lightning, instantly illuminating the entire mysterious area, accompanied by an exhilarating and resounding sound. Akin to the mighty strains of a war song, the golden light began to swirl gracefully around Long Chuyi, resembling ethereal ribbons of divinity. The components of the armor emerged one by one in splendid fashion, the breastplate gleaming with a brilliant radiance, as dazzling as the fervent sun. The shoulder armor, adorned with sharp and commanding lines, seemed capable of severing any obstacle in its path. The intricate patterns on the gauntlets and knee guards were exquisite and enigmatic, exuding an aura of immense power. Finally, the helmet descended with an air of authority, concealing Long Chuyi's visage, leaving only his formidable and awe-inspiring eyes visible. accompanied by the mechanical proclamation of imperial armor. Merge. The golden brilliance radiated in all directions. Strikingly handsome and exuding an imposing presence, he stood on the training grounds. In that moment, Long Chui appeared as an invincible warrior, evoking both fear and admiration. Yet, this sacred atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden call of a monkey, exclaiming, "Wow, how cool." As Long Chui donned the helmet, an overwhelming sense of advanced technology enveloped him. The helmet seamlessly conformed to his visage, instantly projecting a myriad of crucial data and target information before his eyes. The internal intelligence systems swiftly analyzed the surrounding environment, accurately pinpointing potential threats. Meanwhile, the air circulation system activated quietly, ensuring that the wearer could breathe effortlessly. Long Chuyu gazed towards the distant dwellings, able to discern the colors of the garments hanging out to dry, which filled him with immense excitement. Subsequently, as he attuned himself to the moment, a considerable rush of air erupted from beneath his feet, gradually propelling him skyward. Oh, was he about to take flight? Yet, predictably, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After ascending 3 meters into the air, Long Chuyi plummeted downward, skimming along the ground. To his astonishment, he had equipped his feet with a jet propulsion device, but neglected to do so for his hands, rendering the situation rather awkward. Long Chuyi gazed at the reflection of the armor upon the lake's surface, and once again, he was overtaken by a fit of exuberant energy, leaping about with unrestrained delight. Although this suit of armor was undeniably striking, its enhancement to Long Chuyi's prowess was negligible, and it bore no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Long Chuyi's journey was merely a pursuit of dreams from a past life, with a hint of charm for the future. Time flew swiftly, and 3 months vanished in an instant. On this day, Long Chuyi stood on a small boat with Lei Jiu, gently linking their pinky fingers. With a radiant smile, he earnestly declared, "I will fulfill our pact. Await my return." Lei Jiu nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she did not allow her emotions to surface too overtly. Soon, they parted ways. As Long Chuyi set the boat in motion, he waved farewell to Lei Jiu. As the vessel drifted further away, she kept her gaze fixed on his receding figure until he faded from view. Later that night, in their chamber, Jiaji inquired whether Lei Jiu had gained Long Chuyi's trust. She replied truthfully, "Yes, father. He has entrusted me with all military strategies and the results of his personal training." Pleased, Jiaji smiled and instructed Lei Jiu to train her brothers. Watching her departure, his expression darkened, as if deep in contemplation. However, Long Chuyi had anticipated Jiaji's inquiries regarding training matters after his departure. Thus, he had provided Lei Jiu with training materials, half-truthfully, urging her to secretly cultivate her own elite unit. These individuals were formidable warriors, destined to be the backbone in future conflicts. Meanwhile, Long Chuyi reclined leisurely on the boat, inwardly marveling, this period has been truly delightful. Not only did I successfully abscond with Lei Jiu, but I also indulged in the exquisite cuisine and comfortable living in the kingdom of Jirma, a true epitome of enjoying life." Recalling the splendid time spent in Jirma, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The culinary delights lingered in his memory, and the days spent with Lei Jiu were undeniably sweet. Next stop, the birthplace of our protagonists, these sea. Long Chuyi exclaimed with excitement, eager to explore the land steeped in legendary tales. Yet, boredom soon engulfed him. Lying languidly on the boat, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, he stared vacantly at the sky, seemingly devoid of life's joy. His once vibrant and expectant gaze had dulled, and he appeared as if his soul had been siphoned away. As he idly counted the stars, he silently lamented, "When will this monotony come to an end?" Days turned into weeks, and Long Chuyi's life settled into a repetitive cycle of eating and sleeping, occasionally swimming in the sea or catching fish to grill. Though this existence was leisurely, the constant swaying of the boat became wearisome over time. Finally, after a week of drifting aimlessly, Long Chuyi encountered a turning point. One morning, he suddenly spotted a small island on the horizon. Excitement surged within him, and his eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Wonderful! Land at last! With exhilaration, Long Chuyi leapt to his feet, swiftly adjusting the vessel's course towards the small island. As the distance diminished, he beheld the lush greenery and picturesque scenery of the isle, a wave of intense curiosity surging within him. Upon the boat's approach to the shore, Long Chuyi could hardly contain his eagerness as he disembarked, stepping onto this unfamiliar terrain. He inhaled deeply, savoring the sensation of solid ground beneath his feet. Strolling along the beach, He reveled in the breathtaking ocean vistas, venturing into the dense forest. He embraced the tranquility and beauty of nature. Ascending the steep peaks, he gazed upon the magnificent panorama of the entire island. During his exploration, Long Chui stumbled upon several intriguing discoveries. For instance, atop the mountain, he encountered a peculiar fruit that was delectable and left a lasting impression on his palate. Within the forest, he met a delightful group of small creatures who greeted him with remarkable friendliness, even presenting him with offerings of food as gifts. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began its descent, and twilight enveloped the landscape. Long Chui selected a flat area, ignited a campfire, and prepared to enjoy a splendid evening. As he sat beside the flickering flames, he reflected on the day's adventures, his heart brimming with emotion. Chapter 38. The dessert-making competition. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, and Long Chui leisurely made his way to the quaint town. The streets of the town bustled with life and vitality, filled with a lively throng. People busily navigated between the various shops, the sounds of commerce and laughter rising and falling in a delightful symphony of merriment. As Long Chui caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a nearby dessert shop, seemingly captivated by some intriguing event. Driven by curiosity, he could not resist squeezing into the throng to uncover the spectacle. It turned out that the establishment, named Sweetheart Bakery, was hosting a most unconventional dessert-making competition. At the entrance, 5 tables were set, each laden with an array of ingredients and tools. Contestants were tasked with crafting delectable desserts within a stipulated time frame, subject to the scrutiny of judges. 5 children stood at their respective tables, adorned with chef hats and encircled by white aprons, diligently engaged in their dessert creations. Their expressions were intensely focused. 2 of them exhibited remarkable skill, clearly the product of extensive training, while the other 3 appeared somewhat clumsy. Little Lena seems to have practiced quite a bit. She wasn't this adept last year, someone in the crowd remarked. Indeed, and there's little Joanne. It looks like she's destined for first place again. Another chimed in. Haha, yes. Joanne is truly a prodigy in the realm of dessert making. A third person laughed in agreement. Upon hearing these comments, Long Chui curiously nudged the man beside him and inquired, "Oh, a dessert competition? Sir, are there judges for this event?" The man cast an exasperated glance at Long Chui and replied curtly, "What kind of gaze is that? I'm barely in my 20s. Of course, there are judges, and they are randomly selected from the audience to taste the creations. And how can one be chosen?" Long Chui pressed further, to which the young man, slightly irritated, waved his hand dismissively. "How would I know? It's all supposed to be random." Long Chui smiled sheepishly, then squeezed his way to the front. Once he reached the forefront, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Come on, let's go." His enthusiastic call instantly silenced the lively crowd. Everyone stared at Long Chui with a look of bewilderment, as if he were a fool. However, Long Chui paid no heed to their gazes, continuing to cheer animatedly. One of the participating young girls, momentarily taken aback, responded with a sweet smile, "Hee hee, thank you for your encouragement." Upon hearing her words, Long Chui's face illuminated with a radiant smile, and he exuberantly shouted, "Keep it up. You all can do it." The onlookers observed Long Chui's antics, shaking their heads with amused smiles. Although they found his behavior peculiar, his enthusiasm was infectious, igniting a fervent atmosphere among the crowd. Meanwhile, the 4 children engaged in the competition were also swept up by this lively ambience, intensifying their efforts in preparation. Their youthful faces flushed with a hint of color. However, one particularly handsome and aloof boy displayed signs of impatience, his gaze fixated on the boisterous Long Chui. What a fool, acting like a child at such an age. He snorted disdainfully, hastening his movements. He yearned to conclude the competition swiftly and escape the clamor of this place, for the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. At last, the bell signaling the end of the competition rang out. Everyone set aside their tasks and turned towards the source of the sound. A beautiful woman emerged from backstage, her face adorned with a gentle smile, delicately holding a finely crafted little bell. She gently struck the bell, its clear tones resonating throughout the venue, as if announcing the conclusion of the competition. Upon hearing the bell, the 5 children promptly ceased their activities, standing up swiftly and arranging themselves neatly to await the judges who would taste their meticulously crafted desserts. After surveying the room, the woman first pointed to Long Chui and softly inquired, "This handsome young man, may I request you to act as a judge?" Long Chui was momentarily taken aback. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and strode decisively into the competition area, a serious expression adorning his face as he replied, "Of course, it is my honor." With that, He made his way directly to the table upon which 5 exquisite desserts were displayed. Subsequently, the lady selected another 5 judges, and Long Chuyi stood alongside them at the table, poised to commence the tasting of the children's creations. Long Chuyi began to savor each dessert one by one, his expression remarkably focused, as if he were appreciating a precious work of art. He first delicately scooped a small mouthful with a spoon, placing it in his mouth to chew thoughtfully, then closed his eyes to truly immerse himself in the fusion and transformation of every flavor. Occasionally, he would pause for a moment of reflection, furrowing his brow, seemingly in search of the most fitting adjectives to articulate the uniqueness of the dessert. Observing Long Chuyi's earnest demeanor, the other 5 judges could not help but feel a tinge of uncertainty and tension. Initially, after a single taste, they had formed a rough assessment of the desserts, but now, influenced by Long Chuyi's earnestness, their confidence wavered. Consequently, they all picked up their spoons once more, retried the desserts, and paid closer attention to their textures, aromas, and consistencies. However, in reality, Long Chuyi was not there to offer evaluations. He was merely there to indulge. Rising early that morning, he had not even had time for breakfast, so seeking a sweet treat to tide him over before the meal hardly seemed unreasonable. Moreover, how could he be expected to assess these exquisite desserts? His only ability lay in discerning what was edible and what was not. Long Chuyi exclaimed with dissatisfaction, "Hey, why do I feel there's a hidden meaning in your words?" The author shrugged nonchalantly, as the others began to assign their scores to the 4 children. Long Chuyi remained, pretentiously savoring the dessert in his hand, showing no signs of concluding his indulgence. Meanwhile, the 4 children watched him with anxious expressions, as if every movement and utterance of his could sway their ultimate scores. Finally, the child who had been maintaining an air of coolness could no longer contain himself. With a sullen face, he shouted at Long Chuyi, "Hey, you've already enjoyed the desserts from the shop. Are you even taking this seriously?" Long Chuyi, while diligently swallowing the morsels of food in his mouth, replied in a muffled tone, "Oh, I am merely doing this for the sake of comparison. Only by savoring superior desserts can I truly discern your shortcomings." With that, he promptly seized another piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. After consuming 2 more slices, Long Chuyi wiggled his fingers and, with a cheerful grin, proclaimed, "Do not be so serious. I declare that little Lena has achieved the highest score here." Upon glancing at the visibly perturbed Ming Qiaoan, Long Chuyi shrugged slightly and, with a cheerful demeanor, gave Lena a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, the cake crafted by Lena is exquisite in flavor and beautifully adorned, thus I bestow upon you a high score." Instantly, Ming Qiaoan's expression darkened, for he had anticipated receiving the highest accolade himself. Meanwhile, Lena appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that she had earned Long Chuyi's utmost praise. Subsequently, joy surged within her, and she leaped in delight, exclaiming, "Yay, thank you, big brother." This highest score awarded by Long Chuyi catapulted her to a tie for first place with Ming Qiaoan. As Long Chuyi beheld Lena's exuberance, he too broke into laughter, exclaiming, "Hiki, the other 3 little chefs each earned 2 points. Immediately thereafter, Long Chuyi bashfully rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having been observed indulging in the dessert for such an extended duration. The other 3 children joined in the merriment, pleasantly surprised by their scores, especially considering they had hastily completed their dishes just before the end. Achieving 2 points was already commendable. One chubby child, puzzled, scratched his head and blinked his large eyes at the young man, inquiring, "Hey, big brother, your points are all given out, but that means John has none." The others paused in astonishment, turning to Long Chuyi and John, and then suddenly comprehending the situation. Indeed, John has never received 0 points before. What happened? Everyone else awarded little John the highest scores. The audience, awakened by the chubby boy's remark, began to murmur among themselves, some expressing confusion, others lamenting, while a few curiously scrutinized John, eager to discern if there was a flaw in his dessert. At that moment, John kept his head bowed, his hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable, yet his body trembled slightly, as if he were striving to suppress his inner turmoil. The chatter grew louder, and some began to mock John. Given that this was his first experience of receiving no points, an overwhelming sense of humiliation ignited a fierce rage and frustration within him. Meanwhile, Long Chuyi's foolish demeanor only seemed to stoke the flames of John's ire. Finally, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, John abruptly raised his head, glaring at the crowd with wide, furious eyes, and shouted, "Enough. What do you know? And this fool who just takes advantage of others, why does Lena?" However, Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly turned and sprinted towards the exit, head down. The entire scene fell silent, everyone stunned by John's actions. Momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, the chubby boy was the first to react, calling out, "Hey, John, wait for me," and promptly dashed after him. Lena glanced at the woman beside her, seemingly seeking her counsel. The woman nodded gently, indicating that it was all right for her to check on the situation. Without hesitation, Lena followed suit. Soon after, the other two children also joined in pursuit, leaving the remaining crowd in bewildered silence, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 39. Friends. The innocence of childhood. Perhaps it is time for a little guidance. As soon as the speaker uttered these words, a chill coursed through him, causing an involuntary shiver. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the woman smiling at him with an expression that was both kind and ominous. "Oh, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," the man stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he stumbled towards the outskirts of the crowd, observing the situation. The others, realizing that no further events were unfolding, gradually dispersed, leaving only Long Chui and the woman behind. "Thank you, young gentleman," the woman said, her smile returning to its gentle warmth as she gazed at Long Chui. Long Chui waved his hand, responding with a smile, "It's a trivial matter. As long as you don't ask me for dessert money, it's all good, haha." He then added, "Well, I shall go take a look. I hope these children do not encounter any ill-intentioned individuals." Long Chui cautiously pointed in the direction where Lena and the others had dashed off. "Thank you for your trouble." The woman nodded, expressing her gratitude. Long Chui darted out the door with the swiftness of a rabbit, his heart racing violently as if it were about to leap from his throat. When the woman's icy gaze fixed upon the speaker, an overwhelming aura of impending doom enveloped Long Chui, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Furthermore, he bore an additional burden. Not only had he indulgently consumed an abundance of delectable desserts, but he had also caused the child to weep. If he did not flee promptly, would he not be left to face the consequences? Long Chui ran breathlessly, yet he dared not halt his steps until he reached a secure corner. He paused, gasping for air, and cast a wary glance behind him, silently grateful for his timely escape. However, the woman touched her face, perplexed, and inquired, "Oh, am I truly that frightening?" Long Chui patted his chest, and then leisurely made his way towards a group of children. He had indeed overheard pirates conversing on the island. On this side of the forest, the chubby boy who had rushed out first was soon caught up by Lena and the others, and together they began their search. "John, where are you? We haven't had dessert yet." "Hey, this isn't the time to talk about dessert." However, in a concealed area of the woods, Ming John found himself bound hand and foot, his mouth gagged. Hearing the calls of Lena and her friends, he could only emit muffled sounds. Surrounding him were at least 100 pirates, who watched his struggles with mocking amusement. "What should we do?" One of the rotund figures sporting a handlebar mustache, clad in a white captain's uniform, inquired. "Let's take a breather here and wait until nightfall to seize this island. For now." Hee. Hearing those innocent voices of young girls outside, "Let us capture a few for some entertainment. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Ming John struggled even more fervently, his muffled sounds growing incessant. "Ha ha ha. Does this little brat care so much for them? Don't worry. I shall savor the moment right in front of you." Long Chui stood at the edge of the forest, employing his extraordinary observation haki to scrutinize the pirates gathered nearby, eavesdropping on their conversations. Rubbing his head, he mused to himself, "Indeed, they are nothing but scum." With a solemn expression, he then strode into their midst. What peculiarities does Long Chui's perception of color possess? For instance, at this moment, Long Chui stands at the edge of the forest, gazing towards the pirates as if observing an image, yet it is rendered in monochrome, and moreover, it foretells the future, persistently, unlike the fleeting glimpses afforded by playing with rice cakes, which only reveal a few seconds ahead. However, this gift comes at a cost, the nature of which shall be disclosed later. The scene shifts to Lena's location. She is utterly exhausted, struggling to catch her breath. Yet she perseveres in her search for John. The plump little fellow beside her is also panting, pondering where John could have possibly gone. "I'm so tired," she exclaims. The slender girl nearby offers words of comfort, "Just a little longer." Lena continues her quest ahead, her chef's attire becoming increasingly soiled. The quartet ventures deeper into the woods when they suddenly hear rustling from the nearby bushes. Lena, brimming with excitement, rushes over and joyfully parts the foliage, calling out, "John." However, when the four open their eyes once more, they find themselves in an unfamiliar environment. surrounded by faces twisted with lewd expressions, all staring intently at them. To make matters worse, their hands and feet are tightly bound. Sitting nearby is John, beaten and bruised. Lena anxiously gazes at him and inquires with concern, "John, are you all right? Fools, why did you come looking for me? I was so arrogant and uttered such harsh words. How could you possibly like someone as detestable as me?" Lena gently reassures him, "That is not true. John, you are our friend. How could we ever dislike you?" The other three chime in, "Yes, John. We are the best of friends. How could we let you go? Ha ha ha. What touching sentiments from these little brats. Brothers, what should we do now?" One pirate cackles. "Of course, we shall savor the three girls in front of those two boys. Yes, yes. And then torment those two brats in front of the girls until they're utterly broken. Ah ha ha." The pirates encircle them, their mouths rife with vile language. Meanwhile, John and his companions come to realize their dire predicament and instinctively huddle together in fear. "Hey, if you dare to touch Lena and the others, I will not let you off so easily." The captain strides over to Lena, hoisting her up. The others shout in alarm, "Lena." The captain brings Lena before John, mockingly stating, "Oh, how do you plan to spare us?" He then ruthlessly yanks down Lena's chef's apron. "No." They all cry out in horror. Lena desperately pounds the captain's hand, but her strength is insufficient. Just as the captain's hand approaches the final remnants of Lena's attire, a deep voice resounds from above, "Hey, wanna play with me?" With boundless fury, Long Chewy's voice resonated with an icy undertone. The entire assembly turned their gaze toward the tree where Long Chewy, clutching the trunk with one hand, squinted and smiled down at them. At that moment, the pirates felt as though a guillotine hung ominously above their heads, poised to descend. "Danger!" Several children cried out upon seeing Long Chewy. "Big brother, help! Save Lena! Hey, you fool! Hurry and inform the villagers. Pirates have invaded the island." The pirates, taken aback by Long Chewy's sudden appearance, swiftly turned to face him. The captain of the pirate ship halted his actions, glaring fiercely at Long Chewy. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, the pirates instinctively took several steps back. Yet, the pirate captain, unwilling to concede, bellowed, "You insolent brat, are you seeking death?" Long Chewy did not pay him any heed. He merely turned his gaze towards the voice that had called him an idiot and beheld Meng Chowan's face. A subtle smile graced his lips. Perhaps he could leave some more marks on that visage. Indeed, let him endure further scars. With that thought, he swiftly vanished, reappearing instantaneously before the captain of the pirate ship. Before the captain could comprehend the situation, Long Chewy casually swiped, severing the arm that held Lena. In the next moment, he embraced Lena and, with a swift motion, returned to the side of the children. He gently set her down, deftly untied the ropes binding her, and tenderly caressed her hair, whispering softly, "Lena, are you all right? Please free your friends." Lena lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Long Chewy's handsome face. Coupled with her recent experience of being rescued and his disarming gentleness, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lowering her head, she shyly replied, "Hmph," before darting away to untie the other children. Once Lena had departed, Long Chewy turned around, and the smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of chilling severity that seemed to emanate an endless frost. He coldly regarded the pirates before him, uttering a simple yet resolute, "Come." Meanwhile, the captain of the pirate ship clutched his severed arm in agony, blood gushing from the wound. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Long Chewy, roaring in rage, "Damn it! You scoundrels! Attack! Kill them all!" Chapter 40. Sweet Strikes. They surged towards Long Chewy like a chaotic swarm of shrimp in turbulent waves. Yet, in the face of the impending onslaught, Long Chewy remained remarkably composed. He extended his arms gracefully, allowing them to descend slightly before elegantly sweeping them outward. His movements flowed like water, seamlessly guiding the force of his adversaries to either side. Experienced the enigmatic power of the East, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than he took a decisive step forward. At that moment, an invisible current of energy radiated from him, swiftly expanding outward. The once tumultuous air fell into an eerie stillness, as if time itself had momentarily frozen in the gentle breeze. The pirates charging at him were sent sprawling like rubber balls, carelessly flung in all directions. Those struck were either rendered unconscious or met their demise on the spot. Long Chewy moved with remarkable agility among the pirates, each action flowing seamlessly like a river, as if he were the protagonist of a grand performance. His strikes were not only visually captivating but also possessed lethal precision, leaving onlookers in awe. Long Chui effortlessly confronted the relentless onslaught of foes, leaving the 5 children behind him utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such formidable prowess, their hearts swelling with admiration and envy. The chubby boy's eyes widened in awe as he gazed at Long Chui battling valiantly, exclaiming in admiration, "Wow, he is truly incredible." The slender girl, brimming with excitement, shook her companion and blushed shyly, softly affirming, "Indeed, not only is he powerful, but he is also quite handsome." Lena recalled the warmth of the embrace she had just received from Long Chui and the gentle caress, a wave of shyness washing over her as she lowered her head, the flush on her cheeks deepening. Meanwhile, only Ming Qian stood to the side, gazing at Long Chui with incredulity. "Hey, don't just gawk at him. The priority now is to promptly alert the townsfolk, so they know the pirates have arrived," Ming Qian snapped, her irritation palpable. "Ah, yes. We must hurry to inform the adults." But Lena expressed her concern, glancing anxiously at Long Chui, while the 3 children shared her apprehension, reluctant to leave him alone to face so many pirates. Meng Qian, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, "Are you all fools? Can't you see how formidable he is? Leaving him behind is only temporary. As long as we swiftly inform the adults to summon the Navy, he will be saved." The 4 children snapped back to reality and quickly dashed towards the edge of the forest. As Long Chui sensed the distance between himself and the 5 individuals growing, a faint smile played on his lips. Was that not foolish? Yet that little rascal dared to call him an idiot. He would remember this. "Author, are you not one as well? Long Chui, climb, will you? Focus on your writing, please. You're everywhere." Back to the topic at hand. All right. The warm-up is over. What follows is the true battle. After Long Chui sent a pirate flying, a blinding golden light illuminated the forest. "Oh no. Pirates have invaded the island. Uncle, please save the big brother." Mom, the big brother is fighting the pirates all alone. We must help him." 5 children, their faces etched with panic, rushed from afar, panting heavily and calling out in distress. "What? Pirates have come?" Upon hearing the children's cries, the villagers emerged from their homes, their faces reflecting fear and unease. Everyone, remain calm and take a deep breath. At that moment, a tall, robust man stepped forward from the crowd. Ming Qian saw this man and hurried over, exclaiming, "Uncle, there are pirates." The man gently ruffled Ming Qian's hair, reassuring her, "Do not fret, child. First tell me what has transpired." Ming Qian recounted the events in the forest in detail. As he listened, the man's expression grew grave. He took a deep breath and addressed the surrounding villagers. "Quick, call the Navy. The men should arm themselves and follow me to assess the situation." With that, he turned and entered a house, emerging with a sturdy wooden stick, leading a dozen strong men towards the woods. Lena watched their retreating figures with mounting anxiety. She longed to follow and assist, but a nearby woman held her back. "Lena, I understand your concern for that young hero, but you would only hinder the adults. Let them handle this," the woman comforted her patiently. Yet, Lena, still agitated, replied, But there are so many pirates, and the big brother is alone." She gazed in the direction the men had departed, her heart heavy with worry. The woman gently stroked Lena's head and softly said, "Do not worry. If that young man is as formidable as you say, he surely possesses the skills to survive." Lena nodded but could not dispel the concern in her eyes. The other 3 companions also cast anxious looks toward the forest. In her heart, Lena silently prayed, "Big brother, please return safely." In the dense forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In this tranquil setting, Long Chui reclined lazily upon a gnarled tree branch, swinging his leg nonchalantly and occasionally whistling a cheerful tune. Below him, a group of pirates lay sprawled in disarray, some groaning in pain, others gasping for breath, and a few unconscious. Approximately 10 minutes later, the men arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the spectacle before them, they were left speechless in astonishment. One of them could not help but exclaim, "Is it possible that he defeated all these pirates single-handedly?" The robust man at the forefront pondered silently within himself. At that moment, Long Chui leaped down from the tree, stretching lazily and then letting out a tremendous yawn. He glanced at the men and nonchalantly remarked, "You all move rather slowly. By the way, have you informed the Navy to come? These pirates should fetch quite a bounty." The man swallowed hard, responding to Long Chui's inquiry, yet still, with a hint of apprehension, he asked, "May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir?" With a gentle smile, Long Chui waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to relax. "Oh, do not be anxious. I merely chanced upon this place and shall soon take my leave." He then turned to depart, but not without offering a final reminder. "Now, You should hasten to bind these pirates and await the arrival of the navy. I need to return to rest. Farewell." With that, he strode away, leaving the group of men exchanging glances. One of the men hastily called out, "Where shall we send your bounty upon your return?" Long Chuyi declined, stating, "No need. Money is of no use to me. You may freely distribute the bounty." He then vanished into the forest. A few men exchanged bewildered glances, still grappling with how Long Chuyi had accomplished such a feat, however. They needed to focus on binding these pirates. "Ah, gentlemen, are you all present?" As Long Chuyi emerged from the forest, he immediately spotted the 5 children and the woman standing at the edge of the woods, awaiting his arrival. "Big brother," the 4 little ones exclaimed in unison, rushing towards him and clinging tightly to his legs. Long Chuyi promptly crouched down and embraced the rushing Lena, gently stroking her hair while soothingly saying, There, do not cry." Simultaneously, he affectionately ruffled the heads of the other 3 children, hands on his hips, and with a hearty laugh declared, "Ha ha, I am quite formidable. So there is no need for anyone to worry." Meanwhile, Meng Qiaoan stood with a tilted head, exuding an air of self-importance. The woman stood quietly by, a gentle smile gracing her face as she tenderly observed the heartwarming scene before her. As the children's emotions gradually settled, the woman slowly approached Long Chuyi and sincerely remarked, "Thank you for saving us, young handsome. If it would not be too much trouble, might you honor us with your presence for dinner at my home? I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving deed." Upon hearing her mother invite Long Chuyi to their home for a meal, Lena excitedly shook his hand, exclaiming, big brother, please come. My mother's cooking is truly delicious, and there will be dessert as well." Long Chuyi gazed at the beautiful and gentle woman before him, unable to suppress a gulp. "How delightful. Just at this moment, I find myself quite hungry as well." "Long Chuyi, be quiet. Author, comma." Upon hearing Long Chuyi's agreement, Lena joyfully leaped into the air and then dashed towards her home. Meng Qiaoan, witnessing Lena's elation at inviting Long Chuyi over for dinner, let out a displeased snort. Long's eyes were filled with reluctance as he slowly shifted his gaze away from the woman, turning instead to the haughty-looking Meng Qiaoan. A slight smile, imbued with an air of danger, played at the corners of his lips. He then stepped closer to Meng Qiaoan, whispering, "Hey there, young lad. Do you perceive a rather peculiar scent? It seems to have a hint of sourness, does it not?" The chubby child nearby eagerly chimed in, "Oh, big brother. What is that sourness? I can't smell anything." Infuriated, Meng Qiaoan nearly spat blood in frustration, losing his composure as he shouted, "What do you mean?" With that, he stormed off in a huff. Long Chuyi gazed at Meng Qiaoan's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, and continued, "Hey, little one. If you genuinely cherish the art of dessert making, you ought to regard it as a privilege, rather than basking in self-satisfaction and boasting after achieving a modicum of success. The reason Lena attained the highest score is that when I savored her confections, I was enveloped by the joy they conveyed. In contrast, your creations exude an air of arrogance, tasting as devoid of emotion as if crafted by a machine." As Long Chuyi spoke, a smile graced his face as he gazed at the indignant figure of Meng Qiaoan. Upon hearing Long Chuyi's words, Meng Qiaoan abruptly halted his steps, yet stubbornly retorted, "Hmph. I do not require a fool like you to lecture me." Meanwhile, Long Chuyi wore a triumphant expression, secretly reveling in his success. At last. I have found my opportunity. Just wait and see how I handle this little rascal." The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. And with a swift motion, he instantly appeared behind Meng Qiaoan. Long Chuyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he panted heavily, his tongue lolling out. Clenching his fists with immense force, he struck down fiercely upon Meng Qiaoan's head. With a furious roar, Long Chuyi's fist descended like a meteor, imbued with unparalleled power and speed, crashing brutally onto Meng Qiaoan's crown. The latter barely had time to react, letting out a pained scream as his body involuntarily lurched forward. "You little rascal, who are you calling an idiot? Allow me to bestow upon you a taste of sweet retribution." "Ha ha ha ha." Long Chuyi laughed heartily, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Meng Qiaoan, dazed and suffering from the sudden blow, clutched his head while exclaiming, "Ah, you fool, that hurts." His complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clearly indicating he had sustained considerable injury. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but erupt into laughter. At that moment, as Meng Qiaoan heard the laughter behind him, his face turned green with embarrassment, wishing he could sink into the ground. He thought to himself, "How could I be so unfortunate to encounter such an imbecile?" Meanwhile, Long Chuyi, upon hearing the laughter, struck a victorious pose, laughing even harder. Chapter 41. Current abilities that encapsulates the entire situation. You all proceed to escort them onto the ship. I have other matters to attend to. Hello. May I ask where the person who defeated the pirates is? Inquired Tina, a striking figure with stylish light pink hair parted down the middle. Adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses and a cigarette dangling from her lips, exuding maturity and charm. Dressed in a rose-red professional outfit complemented by a Navy Justice cape. Her deep purple gloves accentuated her competence and charisma. Now a rear admiral stationed in the North Sea, Tina had arrived upon hearing reports of pirate activity. Only to find a few civilians standing amidst a group of half-dead pirates, all of whom were securely bound. After instructing her soldiers to inquire further, she learned that one individual had single-handedly subdued them. This piqued her curiosity, while she could manage a group of pirates on her own. It would not be an easy feat given their numbers. Observing the pirates' injuries, it was evident they had been incapacitated without any broken limbs. This was beyond her capabilities. She could only knock them down while their fate would rest on chance. That naval officer, we're not sure. He told us he had a bounty for us and that we need not deliver it to him, so we didn't know where he was. However, he mentioned he would be leaving shortly, probably within a few days. If you wish to meet him, you might want to wait. Is that so? Thank you for your trouble. Tina instructed the Navy to escort the pirates to the naval base while she decided to remain behind for the time being. Lying on the bed, Long Chui gazed at the ceiling in a trance. Is this an entirely new skill? On the floor of the modest abode, a mystical array composed of the Bagua and Taiji patterns manifested. At the center of this array lay a Taiji diagram, encircled by the symbols of the 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui, each representing a cardinal direction. These symbols rotated languidly. His observation ability, which enabled him to glimpse the future, was derived from this very source. This extraordinary power possessed 8 formidable abilities, yet due to Long Chui's current prowess, he could only access its superficial aspects. Presently, he could foresee the future, yet misusing this gift could jeopardize his fortune, rendering his future perilously uncertain. However, the array held the potential to alter one's fate, though it remained undeveloped for now. Additionally, akin to a binding technique, it could immobilize foes for several seconds based on the size of the diagram beneath his feet. There was also a form of mental assimilation. He could be regarded as the favored child of the world, unless one was exceedingly malevolent. Prolonged interaction with Long Chui would unconsciously foster trust in him, particularly among animals. Moreover, he had the ability to sense the chi of the world. Through this chi, he could perceive human emotions and discern good from evil, which extended to animals as well. It truly seemed as though he was destined for greatness. Henceforth, let this be named Dao Qian Kuan. Long Chui extended his hand, clenched his fist, and spoke with a smile. This ability is something I just conceived. It may appear somewhat disordered now, but perhaps I will refine it later. For the time being, let it be as it is. The morning sunlight cast its golden rays upon the beach, illuminating the golden sands and the azure sea. Standing by the shore, Long Chui scanned the surroundings in search of his small boat, his heart laden with confusion and frustration. Where's my boat? The one that has accompanied me for so long? Has it sprouted legs and fled on its own? He muttered to himself as he continued to search. Suddenly, a gentle voice floated in from the side. Is that one yours? Following the direction of Tina's finger, he indeed spotted his small boat. For some inexplicable reason, it had drifted near the distant rocks, nearly out of sight. He replied, yes, that is my boat. Thank you for the reminder. Long Chui smiled gratefully at Tina, then began to walk in her direction. Halfway there, he suddenly realized something, paused in his steps, and turned back to look at Tina, saying with a smile, Beautiful lady, good morning. Thank you so much for earlier. It was at that moment he acknowledged the presence of another individual. Tina was still adorned in a fuchsia professional outfit, the fitted top accentuating her slender waist, while the flowing lines exhibited her professionalism and elegance. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her long neck. Her pink hair cascaded loosely behind her, gently swaying in the morning sea breeze, and a cigarette perched delicately between her rosy lips. She wore a pair of black leather boots, which not only elevated her stature, but also enhanced her overall appearance, rendering her both stylish and striking. In an instant, Long Chui was captivated by her beauty, yet he quickly regained his composure. This visage seems familiar. No. It must be a character from the original work that evokes such a sense of recognition in this realm. Observing further, He noted her cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers and her rose-red professional attire. Hey, Tina's gaze towards you is quite disdainful. Watch out, for Tina will not hold back. Tina. You are indeed Tina. Upon hearing this, Long Chui exclaimed in astonishment, as he had never anticipated encountering a character from the original work's Navy in this place. Tina. In a state of confusion, inquired, Do you know Tina? Long Chui waved his hand and remarked, I have only heard of Tina. A distinguished member of the young generation of the Navy. Oh, Tina inquired, did you single-handedly defeat that group of pirates yesterday? Tina paid little heed to Long Chui's words, as she considered herself a leading figure among the younger generation of the Navy. Hiki. Well, it was merely a small tactic, just a small tactic, he replied modestly. Long Chui shyly scratched his head. Oh, it seems you possess some skills after all. Are you planning to become a pirate by boarding that ship? Tina remarked with an expression of realization, her demeanor then shifting to seriousness as she inquired. Long Chui quickly waved his hand in denial, saying, No. I merely wish to explore other seas and broaden my horizons. After all, this world is vast. Really? Tina replied, her face lighting up with joy upon hearing that he did not aspire to become a pirate. With your formidable strength, should you choose to join the Navy, you would undoubtedly make a significant impact. Tina smiled warmly and expressed her willingness to act as his recommender. Long Chui shook his head and replied, I apologize, but I have no intention of joining the Navy at this time. However, I hold the utmost admiration for them. Simultaneously, I harbor a profound disdain for those malevolent pirates. Thus I shall wield my strength to safeguard the innocent civilians. Is that so? What is your name? I am called Abeo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings. Abeo. Your name is rather peculiar, but that is of no consequence. By the way, your prowess is impressive. Would you care to engage in a sparring session with Tina? Perhaps not. In fact, I was hoping to depart from here this morning. Oh, is that so? Yet Tina is quite eager to challenge you. How about Tina accompanies you, and once we reach the next island, you can duel with her then. Wait, have you considered what you were saying? Long Chui's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. Internally, he lamented, is she truly this oblivious? Knowing full well that I am stronger than her, she still dares to follow me alone. Does she not fear for her safety? Nevertheless, he assured himself he would never act against her. With that thought, a bemused expression crossed Long Chui's face, and he could not help but inquire, Miss Tina, do you not fear that I might harm you? Tina blinked in confusion and looked at him. Huh? Why should I be afraid? Long Chui was at a loss for words and continued to inquire. Do you trust me this much? Tina chuckled and earnestly explained. Well, after some contemplation, I believe it will take merely 3 days to reach the next island, which is rather swift. Therefore, I have already informed the naval base of my whereabouts and requested a leave of absence for 4 days. Moreover, the commander has asked that I report my location daily. As Long Chui listened, his expression darkened progressively, a sinister line appearing upon his forehead. He stared incredulously at Tina, who, oblivious to the shift in his demeanor, continued to enthusiastically elaborate on her plans. Should she find herself in peril, Tina could summon help at any moment, and furthermore, she possessed a naval positioning device that would enable the Navy to ascertain her location. Long Chui stared in astonishment as Tina rattled off a series of contingency plans. Internally, he scoffed at the severity of her caution. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? The location had already been established. If she was this uneasy, perhaps she should refrain from accompanying him. Unbeknownst to Long Chui, the naval personnel at the base were seething at the thought of their goddess spending 4 days alone with a complete stranger. They would have gladly mobilized the entire fleet to eliminate the audacious scoundrel who dared to disrespect her. For Tina, however, even with those she was familiar with, she would never exhibit such behavior, at least not towards Long Chui. The base commander, exasperated by the commotion, found himself compelled to address all the assembled naval officers in his office, issuing instructions to Tina through a communicator, one sentence at a time. Chapter 42. The Magic Performance. Are you ready, Abeo? Tina took a deep breath, adjusting her demeanor before fixing a serious gaze upon Long Chui. I am prepared at any moment. Long Chui smiled in response. At this moment, they had arrived at the next island. As soon as they set foot on land, Tina could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly wished to engage Long Chui in a fierce contest. Be careful, Tina cautioned before swiftly dashing towards him. Although Tina's speed seemed slow to Long Chui, he deliberately adopted a serious demeanor to avoid undermining her confidence. With a fierce punch that carried a gust of wind, Tina aimed directly for Long Chuyi's cheek. Long Chuyi took a slight step back, deftly evading the punch, and skillfully seized Tina's leg as she kicked, gently pushing her forward, causing her to involuntarily stumble back several steps. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of blows for nearly 20 minutes, with Long Chuyi effortlessly neutralizing each of Tina's assaults. "Obeyo, you are quite formidable, but I have consumed the barrier fruit." Upon uttering these words, Tina's arms underwent a remarkable transformation, instantly sprouting sturdy railings. She then swung her arms, sending these railings hurtling towards Long Chuyi like arrows. Faced with the oncoming barrage, Long Chuyi chose not to continue the confrontation. Instead, he swiftly evaded the attack with a graceful movement. In an instant, he appeared behind Tina and delivered a precise chop, rendering her unconscious. Long Chuyi gently cradled the unconscious Tina in his arms, silently reflecting, "This is hardly my fault. I had intended to explore this island thoroughly, and I hope you can comprehend my dilemma." Thus, Long Chuyi carried Tina into a quaint hotel nestled within the town. As he approached the front desk to secure a room, the proprietor greeted him with a rather lecherous grin, subtly nodding at Long Chuyi, as if he understood something unspoken. Long Chuyi's expression darkened instantly, and he lamented helplessly, "While I may possess a slight inclination towards lechery, I am not so depraved as to stoop to such depths." "Ouch! How painful!" Tina murmured as she slowly regained consciousness, rubbing her sore neck. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by the sight of a pristine white ceiling, lying upon a sumptuous red bed. "Ah, Miss Tina, you are finally awake. Are you hungry? I have just prepared some dinner." Long Chuyi's voice chimed in from nearby. As Tina turned her head, she beheld Long Chuyi holding a plate of food, a faint smile adorning his face as he gazed at her. At that moment, the events leading up to her predicament flooded back to her mind, and she furrowed her brow, asking with a hint of distress, "Is Tina truly so feeble as to be unable to withstand even your single strike?" Long Chuyi shrugged and replied, "It's all right. Miss Tina is quite formidable herself. Oh, so there is no need to be overly anxious." He then added, "Oh, by the way, I find myself without money to cover the lodging fees, so I must rummage through your pockets to see if you have any." With that, he jingled a few coins from his pocket. Tina, with a frown adorning her delicate features, finished her dinner. Observing her demeanor, Long Chuyi recognized that she was still disheartened by the events of the day. Thus, he proposed, "Miss Tina, would you care for a stroll?" However, Tina seemed disinterested, her mind consumed with thoughts of hastily returning to the naval base to engage in rigorous training. Striving to enhance her strength, Long Chuyi gently grasped Tina's hand, leading her outside. "All right, Miss Tina, before enhancing your abilities, it is essential to relax your nerves. This way, you will have more energy for your training. Let's take a stroll. Allow me to show you around this charming little town." Tina, momentarily taken aback by Long Chuyi's warm grip enveloping her hand, felt an odd sensation within her heart, yet she did not find this feeling unpleasant. Upon their arrival at the hotel lobby, the proprietor cast a scrutinizing glance at the two of them. Long Chuyi could no longer endure that piercing gaze, so he grasped Tina's hand and fled. After they had covered some distance, Tina, slightly out of breath, inquired, "Why are we running?" Long Chuyi released the hand he had been holding, touched his nose, and thought about that shopkeeper. Yes, that shopkeeper was certainly not a good person. He had even swindled me out of my meal money. I must hurry away, for who knows how he might deceive me next. All right, enough about him. Let us first explore what lies ahead. It seems quite lively." Tina observed as Long Chuyi let go of her hand, feeling a twinge of reluctance. No one had ever dared to hold her hand before. Just that brief touch from Long Chuyi stirred unfamiliar emotions within her. Was it something about Tina? Or was it simply Long Chuyi's charm? Tina followed Long Chuyi toward the long queue ahead. "Brother, what is this place? Why are there so many people?" Long Chuyi patted a man clad in an elegant black suit, his physique reminiscent of a bear. "Who are you calling brother?" she queried. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed his rugged features, a broad forehead, pronounced dark eyebrows, and a closely cropped yellowish haircut, all contorted into an expression of displeasure as he glared at Long Chuyi. Beside him stood a girl with skin as delicate as snow, seemingly fragile to the touch, her petite nose straight and refined, and her brows gracefully arching like distant mountains. Cascading down her shoulders were soft strands of blue hair. A boy dressed in a pale blue attire tenderly grasped her hand, affectionately inquiring, "What's wrong, my love?" Instantly, the girl's furrowed brow relaxed, and she gazed down at him with warmth, replying, "It's nothing, darling." Long Chuyi's lips twitched slightly, bewildered by the bizarre pairing before him. A man bore the delicate features of a woman, exuding an air of such affected elegance that it sent shivers down one's spine. Conversely, a woman possessed the robust visage of a man, her physique undeniably formidable. As the two exchanged lingering glances, Long Chui once more grasped Tina's hand, hastily leading her away, his mind screaming in shock. Goodness! My eyes, oh no! Observing Long Chui's expression akin to one who had savored something unexpectedly delightful. Tina couldn't help but let a subtle smile curve her lips, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Long Chui composed himself before turning to engage with others. After inquiring with several individuals, he discovered that an extravagant magic show was about to take place, featuring the most renowned magician in the town. This performance would mark the grand finale of his illustrious career, and he had specially invited numerous nobles to witness the spectacle. Long Chui's gaze lingered at the entrance, his eyes slightly narrowing. At that moment, he suddenly inquired of Tina beside him. "Well, Miss Tina, would you like to take a look?" Tina gazed at Long Chui's profile, a flicker of anticipation blooming within her. She was indeed eager to see. However, if the naval officers at the base were to witness Tina's actions today, they would likely be heartbroken, shattered into countless pieces. First, she was led by a stranger, and then she consented to accompany another gentleman to enjoy a performance, even allowing him to touch her, though this was merely Long Chui's ploy to secure funds. Long Chui slowly turned his face from the shadows, once again revealing his visage under the bright lights. A faint smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, "It appears we may not have sufficient funds." Tina, covering her mouth, chuckled lightly. "It's all right. I still possess plenty of Bailey." Her voice was imbued with joy. Long Chui couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. He shyly scratched the back of his head, inwardly murmuring to himself, "Why does this sensation resemble living off someone else's generosity?" However, before long, the two of them smoothly entered the venue. Upon stepping into the hall, Long Chui was utterly captivated by the spectacle before him. It was indeed a performance space meticulously crafted for the nobility, with opulent decorations that exuded grandeur. In the enveloping darkness, countless stars twinkled overhead, as if one were immersed in an infinite celestial expanse. The shimmering starlight contrasted starkly with the surrounding shadows, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and enchanting. A subtle fragrance wafted through the entire space, lifting one's spirits and allowing them to momentarily forget all worldly troubles. Long Chui's gaze was drawn to the center stage, which was surrounded by exquisite seating. The audience gradually took their places, each adorned in splendid attire that reflected their noble status. They whispered among themselves, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming spectacular performance. This time, Tina took the initiative to grasp Long Chui's hand, guiding him to an empty seat where they sat side by side, her face radiant with a smile. As Long Chu observed their still clasped hands, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Just as he was in this reverie, the lights abruptly dimmed to an impenetrable darkness, evoking a sense of tension in the atmosphere. The murmurs of the crowd began to crescendo. At that moment, a melody rose from a soft whisper to a powerful crescendo, seemingly heralding the onset of something momentous. Suddenly, 3 beams of light began to dance erratically, as if searching for something, before finally converging upon the center of the stage. To everyone's astonishment, a golden cabinet emerged in the previously vacant space, atop which rested a lavish basket brimming with vibrant flowers. Just as the audience attempted to comprehend the sight, the 3 beams extinguished once more. Subsequently, a kaleidoscope of colorful smoke enveloped the audience, shrouding the venue in an air of mystery. Then, all the lights flickered back to life, this time in a chaotic display that dazzled the eyes. Concurrently, a rousing piece of music surged forth, elevating the entire scene to a fever pitch. At last, a man dressed in a lavish magician's garb appeared on stage, his presence strikingly captivating under the illumination. As he emerged, the audience erupted in a chorus of awe, eager to witness the miracles that would unfold. In the darkness, Long Chu and Tina held tightly to each other's hands, both acutely aware of the warmth and strength emanating from their grasp. Their heartbeats quickened in response to this intimate contact, as though they had found solace in the enveloping darkness. However, when the lights fully illuminated the stage, Tina unexpectedly released his hand, a hint of shyness coloring her demeanor. Should anyone part her beautiful long hair at that moment, they would discover her fair earlobes tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of ripe apples. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the night of enchanted magic. I am the great magician Jack. Today, you shall witness the birth of the greatest miracle. Are you ready? Let us begin. As the magician's voice trailed off into a somber tone, the stage lights dimmed once more, enveloping him in darkness, with an upbeat melody resonating throughout the venue. The lights abruptly brightened, revealing a delightful array of charming little creatures, nimbly performing an assortment of circus tricks. The noble ladies present displayed their affection for these adorable animals, eagerly expressing their desire to take them home following the performance. In this moment, Tina wore a radiant smile, completely immersed in the breathtaking display of animal artistry. However, in contrast to her, Long Chui did not focus solely on the performance. Instead, he scanned the entire arena with his observation hockey, murmuring to himself, "Only one." Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted from the audience, causing even Tina to shake with mirth. It turned out that a small bear had stealthily approached two puppies, attempting to pilfer their food. At that moment, Jack appeared just in time to thwart the bear's antics. Yet, unexpectedly, the bear lunged and sent Jack sprawling backward. Left with no choice, Jack waved his magic wand, and with a puff of smoke, all the animals vanished without a trace. In his hand, a vibrant bouquet of flowers materialized. He gently tossed the bouquet into the air, where it burst forth in a splendid display, showering the stage with a cascade of colorful petals, akin to a magnificent floral rain. Following this, Jack extended his right hand, counting down from 5. "Let us count together." 5, 4. The audience echoed his words in unison. As he reached 1, the petals that had scattered across the stage miraculously blossomed into exquisite flowers, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance that captivated all. Wow! The audience gasped in awe. Jack then produced a transparent crystal ball, cradling it in his hand. A gentle shake revealed a breathtaking seascape within the orb, where tumultuous waves surged and boats bravely navigated the waters, covering the crystal ball with a black cloth. Jack circled it 3 times with his wand. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he ripped away the cloth, revealing the scene before the audience, who marveled at the fish seemingly floating in midair. As time ticked away, the performance seamlessly progressed to 9 o'clock in the evening. On stage, Jack bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all for taking the time this evening to witness my performance and for your warm support. Now, we shall embark on the final act of this evening's spectacle. Please enjoy." Upon finishing his words, Jack straightened his posture, and unbeknownst to him, a bouquet of resplendent pink roses had mysteriously appeared upon his chest, seemingly heralding an omen. Meanwhile, Long Chui, seated in the audience, perceptibly sensed the anomaly. Without hesitation, he seized the eagerly expectant Tina beside him and, in a swift motion, teleported outside the performance hall. Almost instantly, he reappeared 100 meters away from the venue. Tina was taken aback and perplexed by this abrupt turn of events. Just as she was about to inquire about what had transpired, a deafening roar erupted from behind them. Turning around, she beheld the once pristine performance hall now engulfed in raging flames, shortly followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. The tremendous shockwaves from the blast were so potent that even from their considerable distance, they could distinctly feel the overwhelming impact. With wide eyes, Tina gazed in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, her mind a blank slate. Mere moments ago, she had been entranced by an extraordinary performance. Yet in the blink of an eye, the entire venue had been reduced to rubble. Sighing in resignation, Long Chui crossed his arms and shook his head. He then extended his right hand and gently patted the still-dazed Tina on the head, saying, "All right, enough of this stupor. Quickly, call for naval support." Tina snapped back to reality upon hearing Long Chui's words. With a fierce expression, she grabbed her communicator and swiftly dialed the naval commander, her thoughts racing with indignation. Who could be so malevolent as to commit such an atrocity? However, only Long Chui was privy to the true identity of the perpetrator. To understand why, one must reflect on the nature of the performance itself. Under normal circumstances, who would extend an invitation to such esteemed nobles to witness a show? Ordinary people would typically avoid these aristocrats at all costs. Moreover, the pink roses adorning Jack's chest spoke volumes of their significance. Coupled with Long Chui's ability to sense the emotional currents in the room, it became evident that only Jack radiated a dark aura, black, symbolizing profound hatred. Thus, Long Chui speculated that this was undoubtedly the act of a jilted lover, whose beloved had suffered indignities at the hands of the nobles and ultimately perished. Consequently, this individual had chosen to exact revenge in their own manner, seeking to bring ruin upon those loathsome aristocrats. Ultimately, Long Chui's conjecture proved accurate. Following an investigation with the Navy, Tina reached conclusions that mirrored Long Chui's earlier deductions. Long Chui greeted Tina before I took my leave for the hotel. At the pace of the Navy, I would arrive shortly, so I would not impede your work. Simultaneously, I thought to myself that I had no desire to make an appearance before the Navy. Tina wished to accompany Long Chuyi to the scene, but seeing that Long Chuyi intended to depart, she reluctantly relinquished her plan, expressing that she would wait for her return. Long Chuyi waved his hand and proceeded towards the hotel. In just 30 minutes, the Navy's vessel arrived, initiating an investigation and the rescue of the injured. After a night passed, the incident began to unfold. Jer, I shall take you to witness the grandest fireworks in the world. At that moment, amidst the shadows of the magic backstage, Jack caressed the pink rose resting against his chest, murmuring softly. His figure was completely enveloped in darkness, as if he had melded with the night itself. Rewinding to a month prior, he and the florist girl, whose smile radiated purity akin to that of an angel, were tragically separated by fate. The chaotic scene he witnessed in the shop, along with the haunting image of the girl's untimely demise, ignited an uncontrollable fury that began to consume his mind. His eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly, even blood seeping from the crevices between them. Since that day, for an entire month, he was immersed in schemes of vengeance. Each day, he would awaken abruptly from nightmares about the torment and bullying the girl endured before her death. And each night, he succumbed to sleep laden with unending rage and sorrow. These interminable days ultimately led him to fulfill his vengeful pursuits. Tina was truly heartbroken. At this moment, she and Long Chuyi sat in a restaurant, where she furrowed her brow, absent-mindedly slicing her food while softly speaking. Long Chuyi remained silent, quietly pushing his neatly cut meal towards Tina before taking her plate and starting to eat on his own. It's all right, Miss Tina. The wretched have met their end, and those deserving of punishment have been duly punished, he reassured her. Seated at the table, Tina's gaze did not rest on the exquisite food before her but was fixed intently on Long Chuyi. Her eyes reflected confusion and contemplation, as if seeking answers within his expression. Bao, did you notice something earlier? Tina could no longer restrain her curiosity. Bao paused momentarily, then offered a faint smile. What if I did? What if I didn't? Knowing would merely allow the nobles to be saved. Can the Navy truly hold them accountable? Not knowing would simply result in 2 more corpses at the scene. Tina frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this response. She attempted to pursue her questioning further. Yet before she could finish, Bao interrupted. Miss Tina, please, let us eat. If you delay any longer, your colleagues outside may devour me first. He gestured towards the window, where a group of Navy personnel stood, glaring at Long Chuyi with clenched jaws. With a resigned sigh, Tina replied, after we finish, let us find a quiet place to talk. Long Chuyi nodded with a smile. Chapter 44. Upholding inner justice amidst the piercing gazes of a group of Navy death eyes. Long Chuyi was tightly grasped by Tina's hand as they swiftly fled the scene. They ran with fervor until they reached a tranquil forest, where they finally paused. Tina, panting heavily, exhibited a blend of tension and shyness on her face. She pushed Long Chuyi against a tree, her body pressed closely to the trunk, creating a quintessential wall slam pose. All right, Bao, Tina's voice was low and serious, her gaze fixed intently on Long Chuyi, seemingly oblivious to the intimate nature of their current position. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Long Chuyi gently scratched his cheek, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Miss Tina, perhaps we should sit down and have a proper conversation? Long Chuyi suggested, finding the standing posture rather awkward, especially as it was his first experience being wall-slammed by a girl. At that moment, Tina seemed to awaken from her reverie. Realizing the intimacy of their stance, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her heartbeat quickened. In a fluster, she stepped back a few paces, attempting to create distance between herself and Long Chuyi. However, in her haste, she inadvertently stepped on a stone, losing her balance and teetering on the brink of falling. Be careful, Long Chuyi exclaimed without hesitation, extending his arms to catch her slender waist. With genuine concern, he asked, Are you all right? Tina found herself enveloped in Long Chuyi's embrace, her heart racing in a flurry of confusion. Her face burned like a ripe apple, and her breath quickened as she struggled to break free from his hold. Long Chuyi and Tina stood together, the atmosphere laden with awkwardness as they unconsciously tilted their heads to one side. After a brief moment, Long Chuyi broke the silence, saying, Miss Tina, shall we take a stroll forward? Upon hearing this, Tina's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly, Thus, they began to walk ahead. Yet neither spoke a word during their journey, occasionally stealing glances at one another before hastily averting their eyes, the ambience thick with shyness and discomfort. Eventually, they arrived at an open meadow where a bright moon hung gracefully in the sky. Long Chuyi sat down on the grass, propping himself up with his hands while gazing up at the heavens. Observing this, Tina slowly settled down beside him, her gaze directed toward the horizon. After a moment of silence, Long Chui suddenly inquired, "Miss Tina, what prompted you to become a naval officer?" Tina turned to him, her eyes reflecting a resolute spirit as she earnestly responded, "I wish to protect the innocent civilians and eradicate those vile pirates." Long Chui exhibited no particular emotion in response to Tina's words. He continued to gaze silently at the sky, the cool moonlight cascading upon his face, as if he had anticipated her sentiments all along. He then inquired once more, "Pray tell, Miss Tina, what leads you to feel such pity for those commoners?" Tina furrowed her brow, contemplating deeply before she replied, "I have witnessed those innocent civilians slaughtered by pirates, left homeless and destitute. There are countless beggars, and the majority of these common folk struggle to find sufficient sustenance and adequate warmth." Her voice resonated with compassion and a profound sense of helplessness. Long Chui's lips curled into a faint smile as he inquired, "Miss Tina, is it solely the pirates who have brought suffering upon the common folk?" Tina was taken aback, her mind racing as she pondered the question. Tentatively, she asked, "Could there be other reasons? The nobility, perhaps?" Long Chui couldn't help but laugh, nodding as he remarked, "Miss Tina is quite astute." He then proceeded to elaborate on why he chose not to intervene tonight. Tina gazed at Long Chui with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his further explanation. Long Chui took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "In truth, there are myriad factors in this world that lead to the suffering of the common people. For instance, the exploitation by the nobility, the inaction of the navy, and the corruption of the government, among others. These are all contributory elements to the hardships endured by the populace." Tina's eyes widened, seemingly astonished by Long Chui's words. Long Chui continued, "Allow me to present a few examples. Do you understand why the young woman from the flower shop met such a tragic fate at the hands of the aristocrats, yet no one sought to hold them accountable? It is because the nobles wield considerable power and influence, easily manipulating the laws and authority to their advantage. As for our navy, we are also bound by numerous restrictions and constraints, rendering us incapable of genuinely safeguarding the common folk." Tina paused in silence for a moment before inquiring, "Then why is the navy unable to take more decisive action?" Long Chui let out a bitter laugh and replied, "The navy is also an integral part of this system, bound by excessive constraints and limitations. Currently, you can only combat pirates, those who perpetrate acts of violence and plunder. Yet you remain powerless against the puppet masters orchestrating it all. This is the harsh reality, a truth that evokes both helplessness and sorrow. Furthermore, after assuming command of the navy, do you not feel a sense of restraint, unable to assist the innocent civilians in distress whom you witness? Beyond this, have you ever taken action? For instance, consider a king who commits heinous acts yet consistently pays tribute to the heavens, thereby receiving protection from the world government. Are you able to impose sanctions upon him?" As Long Chui spoke, his gaze sharpened, as if he sought to penetrate Tina's eyes and discern her innermost thoughts. Tina listened quietly, yet her heart was already tumultuous with conflicting emotions. Her brows knitted together, and her eyes flickered uncertainly, as if pondering the profound implications of Long Chui's words. Just as Tina was engulfed in a swirl of anger and confusion, she suddenly felt a warm hand gently caress her head. This unexpected gesture momentarily startled her, prompting her to look up and meet Long Chui's tender gaze. "In truth, we are alike. We share the same noble goal of protecting the innocent and eradicating pirates. It is merely that I have chosen a different path, one that does not lead me to become a naval officer. Yet, Miss Tina, you are indeed a member of the Navy." Long Chui's voice resonated with a deep, powerful timbre, imbued with a resolute conviction. Tina momentarily hesitated, a flicker of perplexity and confusion crossing her gaze. The Navy was established with the paramount duty of safeguarding civilians. The moment one assumes the mantle of a naval officer, their mission is irrevocably defined. Do not concern yourself with the so-called justice of the Navy, to me. It is merely a shackle that binds the soul. Is the responsibility of protecting civilians and upholding peace not a form of justice in its own right? You need only to adhere steadfastly to your own sense of justice, resisting the temptations and pressures of the external world. In doing so, regardless of the difficulties and challenges you may encounter, you shall discover the answers that belong to you." Long Chui's words were akin to a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing Tina's restless heart. His tender yet resolute voice seemed to possess a magical power, gradually soothing her inner turmoil and anxiety. Tina stood quietly, feeling the tranquility within her slowly returning. She slowly lifted her gaze, resting it upon Long Chui. At that moment, he was bathed in the luminous moonlight, his figure appearing exceptionally tall and upright, exuding an aura of elegance and sanctity. The moonlight draped over him like a silken veil, rendering him even more enigmatic. Tina gazed at this charming man before her, and a flicker of curiosity arose within her. Could he be a deity? In that instant, her fascination with Long Chui's identity deepened. His presence was like a brilliant ray of light illuminating her darkened world. Chapter 45, An Unexpected Turn? Miss Tina, I must take my leave now. I believe you will become an exceptional naval officer in the future. Until we meet again, said Abeo. The gentle morning breeze softly tousled Tina's flowing hair. Clutching a note tightly in her hand, she allowed the cool wind to play with it. Yet she steadfastly prevented it from flying away. She tenderly caressed her red lips, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward, revealing a faint smile. On the calm sea, a small vessel gently bobbed with the waves. Long Chui sat cross-legged at the bow, his eyes closed as if he were intently attuning himself to his surroundings. Suddenly, Long Chui's brow furrowed slightly, as if he sensed something amiss. In the next moment, right before him, the sea began to churn violently, surging upwards to form a colossal wave. With a thunderous splash, a massive and peculiar sea creature leapt from the depths. Its upper body resembled that of a majestic lion, while its lower half was adorned with a swift and agile fishtail. Let's call it the sea lion. Long Chui slowly opened his eyes, and then, with a gaze as piercing as a torch, he fixed his stare upon the sea lion. Gagaga. Long Chui and the sea lion locked eyes. An atmosphere of palpable awkwardness enveloping them, even as a row of crows flew overhead. Suddenly, the sea lion let out a tremendous roar, its mouth agape as it lunged toward Long Chui with fierce intent. Long Chui awkwardly scratched his head, murmuring to himself, "Isn't this conqueror's haki merely a fierce glare? I feel that my aura of approachability is quite similar. And where has my charm vanished to? Why is it ineffective?" Shortly thereafter, he leapt into the air, and the small boat beneath him shattered instantaneously. In midair, he skillfully twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick, producing a resounding thud. Astonishingly, he knocked the sea lion unconscious with a single strike. After Long Chui fell into the sea, he patiently waited for 30 minutes, then unleashed a fierce beating upon the sea lion. Thus, under his noble intent to enlighten the beast with virtue, the sea lion, sporting a pair of panda eyes and a prominent bump on its head, proudly transformed into a free steed. Long Chui lay comfortably atop the head of the sea lion, gently patting its large cranium as he remarked, "Hey, you big oaf, just swim straight ahead." Meanwhile, he silently mused, "How astonishing. This creature, though a denizen of the sea, possesses fur that remains remarkably dry." The sea lion let out a hearty bark and swiftly propelled itself forward. 5 days later, Long Chui shielded his eyes with his palm, gazing into the distance. Before him stretched a tranquil expanse of sea, bathed in brilliant sunlight, prompting him to exclaim, "What a beautifully harmonious scene." Just then, 3 colossal sea beasts emerged ahead, each one twice the size of the sea lion he rode upon. "Dear little lion, you've done well. You may take your leave now." Long Chui gently stepped on the head of the sea lion beneath him, then leaped gracefully towards the 3 sea king beasts ahead. The sea lion cast a glance at the soaring Long Chui, then swiftly vanished into the depths of the ocean. "Farewell." Long Chui smiled warmly, vigorously waving goodbye to the sea king beast, whose head was adorned with a multitude of bumps. At that moment, he stood upon a desolate island, encircled by lush, dense foliage, as if he were immersed in a primordial world, isolated from civilization. Alas, it was time to seek out his companions for a delightful chat. Rubbing his grumbling stomach, Long Chui resolutely ventured deeper into the jungle, hoping to find his dear friend, Peichi. "Dear friends, I am on my way." Long Chui hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits exceptionally high. At last, he stumbled upon a massive wild boar. No, it was our dear friend Peppa. Elated, Long Chui rushed over to engage in conversation with her. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, marked by an extraordinary camaraderie. Just as Long Chui was relishing the delectable wild boar meat, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence encroaching upon him. In an instant, an arrow was towards him at breakneck speed. Long Chui reacted with remarkable swiftness, tilting his head slightly as the arrow grazed past his ear. Almost immediately, 3 more arrows were unleashed in his direction. Long Chui let out a sigh, expressing his helplessness as he remarked, "Alas, with such delectable food available, why must we resort to fighting?" In a remarkable display of agility, he executed a Thomas spin with one hand, astonishingly propelling 3 arrows into the air within the blink of an eye. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from above him, followed by the swift sound of slicing air. Long Chui was taken aback, promptly rolling backwards several times. The spot where he had previously stood was violently struck, creating a large crater and raising a cloud of dust. As Long Chui came to a halt, he narrowed his eyes, observing the shadowy figure amidst the swirling dust. Feeling a sense of caution within. In his perception, a girl stood there. His mind raced, endeavoring to recall where he had heard the technique she had just shouted. But the memory eluded him for the moment. As the dust began to settle, the silhouette of a woman gradually emerged. Her upper garment was a charming off-shoulder top, artfully accentuating her slender neck and alluring collarbone, leaving onlookers utterly captivated. Below, she wore a flowing long skirt that swayed gently in the breeze, as if narrating tales of her grace and freedom. On her back, she carried a bow and quiver, perfectly showcasing her spirited demeanor. A colorful belt cinched her waist, not only adding vibrant hues to her ensemble, but also accentuating her delicate waist, highlighting the beauty of femininity. Delicate adornments embellished her wrists and ankles. Her skin, as flawless and pale as snow, seemed almost fragile to the touch. Her exquisite features resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece. Beneath a high-bridged nose lay lips as enticing as cherries, with each detail exuding an irresistible charm. Cascading like a waterfall, her jet-black hair fell loosely over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze. Reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Her eyes, sparkling like brilliant gemstones, were deep and luminous, currently narrowed in concentration as she cautiously lifted one foot, keeping a vigilant gaze fixed on Long Chui before her. Long Chui was utterly taken aback, murmuring to himself, this appearance, this technique, this attire, this locale, could it be mere coincidence? Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out from ahead, interrupting Long Chui's reverie. There stood a young girl, her finger delicately brushing against her lips. And before him materialized a colossal heart-shaped object in a vibrant shade of pink, resembling a gigantic bow and arrow. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew back this extraordinary bow. And in an instant, a multitude of pink arrows shot forth like raindrops, striking the surroundings. Any tree trunk or patch of grass that fell victim to these arrows was instantaneously transformed into solid stone. Long Chui was taken aback, swiftly sidestepping to evade the onslaught. As he nimbly navigated through the rain of arrows, he called out, "I say, fair maiden, could there be some misunderstanding? I merely stumbled upon this island by accident. And if my presence is unwelcome, I can depart at once." However, the young woman paid no heed to his words. Her gaze remained indifferent, her silence unyielding, as she launched herself directly at him with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Long Chui, lifting her long, elegant leg, imbued with an aura of formidable power, resembling a sharp battle axe, and aimed a fierce strike at his head. Faced with such a relentless assault, Long Chui dared not delay further. He promptly halted, crossing his arms to shield himself. In that fleeting moment of impact, a tremendous force erupted, shattering the ground beneath him into countless fragments. Long Chui marveled inwardly, goodness, what immense strength. My arm feels numb. It is worth noting that, without the utilization of golden light, Long Chui's physique remains largely impervious to the assault of ordinary bullets and the slashes of knives and swords. However, this resilience is confined solely to conventional means of attack. Long Chui seized the girl's ankle with a firm grip, yanking downwards with force, while simultaneously wrapping his right arm around her waist. In this manner, he ensnared her tightly within his embrace. "You scoundrel! Release me." The girl's countenance transformed into one of sheer terror as she found herself confined by Long Chui's hold, memories of past torment flooding her mind in an instant. "I beg you, let me go." She struggled desperately for a few moments, only to realize the futility of her efforts against Long Chui's unyielding grasp, prompting her to plead in a state of panic. Long Chui was momentarily at a loss, pondering to himself, what is happening? It was merely an embrace. How has it transformed into this situation? Without dwelling too much on the matter, he swiftly released his hold on the girl and cautiously assisted her in rising, ensuring she was seated against the trunk of a tree to rest. At that moment, the girl remained engulfed in her fright, unable to regain her composure. Chapter 46. The Tsundere girl. The girl clutched her arms tightly, her body trembling slightly as she sat on the cold ground. A visage of sheer terror etched upon her face. Her gaze was vacant, and she incessantly murmured incomprehensible words, resembling a person on the brink of madness. Long Chui stood quietly to the side, a wave of indescribable sorrow and helplessness surging within him. He gradually lowered his head, his gaze fixated on the pitiable girl before him. Alas, 1,000 words ultimately coalesced into a long, deep sigh. He gently crouched down, tenderly enveloping the young girl in his embrace, his hands emanating a soft, milky glow. He cautiously placed them on her back, caressing her gently while his deep, magnetic voice began to hum a soothing melody. Look into the darkness as a ray of warm light breaks through. Do not fear, for I am here beside you. Do not hide in the corner. Let me behold your visage. Do not fear, for there is someone who will love you. Each lyric brimmed with boundless tenderness and solace, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring cascading upon the fragments of the girl's heart. Do not fear, for there is someone who will care for you. Do not fear, for there is someone upon whom you can rely, even if the world offers no embrace. I am here. The song flowed through the air like a babbling brook, imbued with warmth and healing. The girl seemed to sense the comforting warmth radiating from Long Chu-yi's embrace, or perhaps she was deeply captivated by the resonance of his sonorous yet enchanting voice. Gradually, her once rigid and tensed form began to relax, a solitary tear slipping from the corner of her eye, and she slowly drifted into a profound slumber within his arms. Long Chu-yi gently extended his finger, cautiously brushing over the young girl's tightly furrowed brow, endeavoring to smooth the worry etched between her brows. Subsequently, he tenderly adjusted his embrace, ensuring the girl was more comfortable, and seated himself beside the tree trunk in a cross-legged position. Long Chu-yi gazed up at the distant sky, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes as his thoughts transcended time and space, transporting him back to the flourishing land of Huaxia. As night fell, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth, resembling a delicate veil of silk. Fireflies danced in the air, casting faint glimmers of light as they flitted joyfully around Long Chu-yi, as if whispering secrets to him. Beside him lay a massive tiger and a gigantic black bear, both resting quietly on the ground. However, each of these colossal beasts bore a comical lump atop their heads, lending an air of absurdity to the scene. Suddenly, a soft hum shattered the tranquility. A young girl rubbed her eyes, stirring from sleep, stretching languidly as she murmured, "Ah, I slept so well." Since returning to her hometown, she had not experienced such restful slumber. It was warm and deeply reassuring. Blinking her large, expressive eyes, she surveyed her surroundings, her face a portrait of bewilderment as she inquired, Where is this place?" Tilting her head, she gently tapped her lips with a slender finger, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Long Chu-yi rose slowly from beside the campfire and approached the girl, his tone gentle as he asked, "You're awake? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" As he spoke, he extended a fragrant skewer of grilled meat towards her. The girl blinked her lively eyes, captivated by the tempting skewer before her, momentarily taken aback as she politely responded, "Thank you." She accepted the skewer, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, and delicately took a small bite. However, in the next instant, the expression on her face froze, her brow furrowing tightly. With a sudden leap, she jumped back 2 large steps, swiftly creating a safe distance between herself and Long Chu-yi. Gripping the skewer tightly in her right hand, her gaze filled with wariness and suspicion, she fixed her eyes on Long Chu-yi and demanded loudly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Long Chu-yi let out a resigned sigh, shrugged his shoulders, and nonchalantly spread his hands, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "My dear lady, I assure you, I am merely an ordinary passerby in this place. Might I kindly ask you to relax a little? There is no need to make it seem as though I intend to perpetrate any wrongdoing against you." Nevertheless, the young woman did not lower her guard in response to Long Chu-yi's explanation, continuing to regard him with a piercing gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chu-yi had no choice but to resume his place beside the campfire, continuing to eat the roasted meat in a seemingly nonchalant manner. He mumbled, "Ah, my dear lady, perhaps we should first enjoy our meal in peace. Any matters at hand can certainly wait until we are fully satisfied." He gestured towards the meat, exclaiming how fragrant and spicy it was. With a cheerful hum, Long Chu-yi savored the aroma of the roasted delicacy before taking a generous bite. The young girl observed him relishing the meat so delightfully that she could not help but swallow hard, her gaze fixated on the morsel in his hand. Subsequently, she glanced down at her own piece of roasted meat, a slight frown creasing her brow. Quietly, she moved to a nearby spot and began to consume her portion of the roasted fare. As Long Chu-yi observed her begin to indulge in the roasted meat, a subtle smile graced his lips. Once she had finished a roasted leg, he rose, gently brushing off the dust from his trousers. He then reached out to pull up the 2 clumsy companions beside him and, with a languid gait, strolled into the woods. Meanwhile, the girl was left with barely a morsel of her roasted feast, her gaze trailing after Long Chu-yi's departing figure, while a whole, tantalizing roast remained beside the campfire. After savoring the last bite, she awaited his return in silence. Seconds turned into minutes, and soon 30 minutes had elapsed, Yet Long Chuyi was still absent. Her eyes wandered back to the untouched roast as her stomach emitted a soft growl, unable to suppress the noise. She covered her belly and grumbled to herself. I only had that one skewer. It merely whetted my appetite. Now, I'm absolutely famished. Hmph. All men are truly untrustworthy. I shall never believe in any man again. With a sudden huff, she turned her head away, refusing to glance at the roast any longer. As time continued to pass, another 30 minutes slipped by. The once roaring campfire had dwindled to a mere flicker, nearly extinguished. Rising from her seat, the girl approached the fire and added some dry twigs, coaxing the flames back to life. She gazed down at the blaze, lost in thought. Then, turning her attention to the roast, she took a delicate bite, savoring the fragrant aroma and tender texture of the meat. While chewing, she silently justified her actions. Hmph. I'm merely saving food from waste. This delicious delicacy was hard-earned. How could I carelessly discard it? Indeed, men are all despicable, thoughtlessly wasting food. What a shame. In the distance, perched atop a massive tree, Long Chuyi sat cross-legged with his hands behind his head, gazing at the starry sky. His eyes fell upon the girl not far off, witnessing her ravenously devouring the roast, prompting a slight upward curve of his lips. He gradually shifted his gaze to the luminous moon hanging in the night sky, softly murmuring, "The dew is white tonight, the moon more radiant than at home." His voice tinged with a hint of melancholy and reflection. Long Chuyi chuckled helplessly, murmuring to himself, I am indeed quite foolish. In my previous life, I felt utterly indifferent to the world, even harboring a whatever happens attitude toward death. Yet now, having been reborn, I find myself nostalgically yearning for that very world again. What a ridiculous irony. Throughout the river of time, we often meander carelessly, only to suddenly awaken to the realization of how precious certain things were when they are lost to us. Perhaps this is the essence of life. We frequently fail to appreciate what we possess until it slips away, leaving us to lament our past negligence. Long Chuyi pondered quietly, gradually succumbing to a wave of drowsiness. Instead of resisting this weariness, he naturally closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the distance, the young maiden, having finished her roasted meat, curled up beside the warm campfire and entered a realm of sweet dreams. Chapter 47. Vanished? Drink. Accompanied by a delicate exclamation. A figure shot forth like lightning, followed by the sound of trees snapping. Upon closer inspection, it was the maiden, who stood on one leg while the other remained poised in a kicking stance, evidently having just executed a fierce attack. She gently brushed aside her wind-tousled hair and gazed into the distance. There, a sturdy tree had fallen in response, and the culprit responsible for the destruction was a massive wild boar. At this moment, the boar lay unconscious amidst the shattered wood, its eyes swirling in a daze. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the sky, as if it intended to shatter the very world. The surrounding grass swayed violently in the fierce wind that swept in from afar, and the earth began to tremble intensely. The maiden immediately fell into a heightened state of alert, swiftly retrieving her bow and arrows from her back, unleashing a volley of 4 arrows imbued with armed color towards the source of the sound. Subsequently, she returned the bow to her back, her feet adorned with armed color firmly planted on the ground, silently awaiting the imminent appearance of the beast. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, Long Chuyi sensed the approaching beast, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured to himself, "This could be troublesome." He then stealthily inched closer to the maiden's position, ready to assist at a critical moment. The beast drew nearer, its speed astonishing, mercilessly crashing through the trees in its path, producing the crisp sound of splintering wood. From afar, it resembled an immense entity rampaging through the forest. When the maiden finally discerned the true form of the beast, her heart sank. Before her stood a colossal tiger, its eyes glinting with ferocity. At that instant, the tiger leapt forward, baring its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and extending its enormous claws in a fierce lunge towards the maiden. Seeing this, the maiden's expression sharpened, and her body surged to the left with remarkable speed, evading the lethal strike. In the next moment, she agilely leaped onto the tiger's paw, racing upward along its leg. Upon reaching the tiger's head, she swiftly spun in midair, harnessing inertia to amplify the power of her kick, enveloping her foot in armed color, and then delivered a forceful strike. With a fierce cry, she declared, "Fragrant kick." With a thunderous crash, the girl's foot collided forcefully with the tiger's head. Yet, despite the impact's intensity, her brow furrowed in dismay. Her strike had inflicted no harm upon the beast, not even a scratch upon its fur. Enraged by the attack, the tiger roared and opened its massive jaws, lunging ferociously towards the girl. Swift as the wind, she deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the ferocious bite. However, just as she was about to land, the tiger's colossal paw descended with tremendous force, generating a gust of wind. Upon touching the ground, she quickly propelled herself forward, her body nearly grazing the earth, narrowly escaping the descending claws. After rolling several times upon the ground, she sprang to her feet without hesitation, rushing beneath the tiger in search of its vulnerabilities. Yet, this tiger was no fool. It would not passively await her approach. With a thunderous roar, it swung its paw fiercely towards the advancing girl. Caught off guard, she was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. The tiger let out another roar, menacingly pursuing the direction in which she had been flung. In the distance, Long Chewy furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the ferocious creature. A cough broke the tense silence, revealing the girl, who, after crashing through numerous trees, finally came to a halt against the last one. She lifted her hand to wipe away the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her clothing tattered and torn from the brutal friction with branches. Her once pristine hair was now matted with dirt, rendering her a picture of disarray. Drawing in deep breaths, she slowly raised her head, her eyes suddenly sharp and piercing, like lightning, ignited by an indomitable flame within, exuding an air of regal authority and determination. At that moment, the fierce tiger lunged towards her once more. Yet this time, she did not retreat or cower. Instead, she charged forward to meet the tiger, akin to a blade unsheathed, striking with resolute intent. In the distance, Long Chi's gaze sharpened, his brow arching slightly as a faint smile graced his lips, a testament to his admiration. Truly, she is a woman destined to wield the kingly aura of conqueror's haki. Despite her battered state, the girl gritted her teeth and persevered. She leapt high into the air, executing a fierce downward strike with one foot, embodying an indomitable spirit as she descended upon the tiger. In that fleeting moment, she transformed into a battle axe, infused with unparalleled strength and unwavering resolve. However, the tiger swiftly unleashed its enormous paw, sending the young girl sprawling through the air. Just then, the tiger prepared to leap again, intent on devouring this bothersome little creature once and for all. Yet, as it rose, it was startled to find a figure suddenly materialize before it. Upon closer inspection, it was Long Chui, cradling the unconscious girl in his arms. The tiger roared in rage, baring its sharp fangs as it charged towards Long Chui. However, as the beast approached, its fur bristled with an overwhelming sense of unease. Instinctively, it recognized that the seemingly frail human before it emanated an aura of extreme danger. Consequently, the tiger halted, eyes wide, teeth bared, and let out a furious roar directed at Long Chui. Unfazed, Long Chui remained expressionless, his gaze as frigid as ice, fearlessly locking eyes with the tiger. Thus, the two stood in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. Ultimately, the tiger succumbed, emitting a low, reluctant growl before it slowly turned away, retreating step by step from the scene. As Long Chui watched the tiger depart entirely, his gaze shifted to the young maiden in his arms. His eyes brimming with helplessness, and a sigh escaped his lips. Alas, even if you possess the qualities of a king, you must not act so recklessly. While you may not fear danger, you ought not to charge forward blindly like a fool. Sigh. Long Chui could not help but sigh once more, as his hands began to radiate a brilliant white light, gradually enveloping the young girl within its luminous embrace. As time passed, the wounds upon her body began to heal, and her once pallid complexion blossomed with a rosy hue. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its golden rays upon this pristine island. The girl furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself in bewilderment, "How peculiar! Why do my wounds heal so swiftly? And from whence does this warm and comforting sensation arise?" She summoned her observation haki once again, striving to sense the presence of others nearby. However, her efforts yielded disappointment, for there was no trace of another soul in the vicinity. Her gaze fell upon a neatly folded pile of garments, stirring something within her heart. These clothes evidently belonged to the mysterious man who had departed. She glanced down at her own tattered, blood-stained attire, a flicker of hesitation and inner conflict crossing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she gently caressed her back, her heart brimming with trepidation. Ultimately, she seemed to resolve her inner turmoil, grasping the clothes on the ground tightly and making her way briskly towards the riverbank. Upon reaching the river's edge, she paused, a hint of shyness illuminating her expression. She bit her lip and delicately shed the tattered clothing, casting it aside. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating her snow-white skin and accentuating her graceful curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like silk, the slightly tousled strands adding a touch of wild allure. The river flowed melodiously, producing a clear and pleasant sound, as if playing a gentle symphony for her. She cautiously extended one foot, gingerly stepping into the water. As her toes made contact with the surface, a refreshing coolness surged through her entire foot, eliciting a soft gasp. The chill seemed to penetrate her skin, reaching deep within her. Yet it also brought an indescribable sense of comfort. As time wore on, her feet gradually acclimated to the river's temperature. Thus, she stepped further in, allowing the water to rise over her ankles, feeling it tenderly caress her calves. She continued to advance, the water slowly enveloping her knees, thighs, and waist, until it reached just above her chest. Droplets sparkled upon her skin like dazzling jewels, cascading down her hair and splashing onto the river's surface, creating ripples that danced outward. She tilted her head back slightly, gazing at the drifting white clouds above, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against her cheeks. Closing her eyes, she reveled in the river's coolness and tranquility, surrendering herself to nature's embrace. In that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation and peace, as if she had become one with the natural world, transforming into a breathtakingly beautiful tableau. Meanwhile, Long Chui, having concluded a friendly exchange with a tiger, was hastening towards the scene, yet regrettably, he would not have the chance to behold this captivating vision. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Long Chui knelt on the ground, earnestly pleading, "Author BB, grant me a chance." Habitually, she turned her head to glance at her back, only to find herself frozen in disbelief. The very thing that should have been there had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 48. The Kneeling Maiden. The bewildered girl, her eyes wide with incredulity, felt her pupils tremble violently as if they might leap from their sockets. The steady rhythm of her breath was abruptly shattered, replaced by rapid gasps. Overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, she opened her mouth wide, drawing in breath after breath, as if trying to inhale all the air in the world. As time passed, her complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. She pressed her hand tightly against her chest, attempting to calm her wildly racing heart. Yet to no avail. Finally, she let out a piercing scream, her voice slicing through the air and echoing all around, as if to release all the emotions trapped within her. Then, her body began to sway, ultimately losing its balance and collapsing into the river. The water quickly engulfed her, leaving only ripples dancing upon the surface. When she next opened her eyes, still in a daze, she beheld a roaring bonfire and a boy clad only in shorts nearby. She blinked, striving to focus, but soon succumbed to the weight of sleep, drifting back into unconsciousness. At the corner of his eye, Long Chu caught sight of the sleeping maiden, but he directed his full attention to the food being grilled. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Long Chu gradually awakened, his gaze hazily landing on the young girl kneeling beside the grill, her full concentration fixated on the meat, which had unfortunately become charred. Puzzled, he scratched his head, silently contemplating the peculiar situation. Upon noticing Long Chu's awakening, the maiden promptly straightened, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. In a voice tinged with shyness, she inquired, "Are you finally awake? Would you care for some grilled meat?" As she spoke, her face flushed deeper, and she delicately traced her lips with a finger while her other hand glided slowly down her neck. "Or, perhaps you might prefer to taste me first." Cough. Cough. Long Chui was taken aback by the sudden proclamation from the young girl, causing him to cough violently. As he struggled to regain his composure, he anxiously exclaimed, "Cough. What are you saying? Also, please dispose of the meat on the grill. It's nearly charred to ashes." However, at that moment, the girl's mind was consumed by a single thought. Throw away the meat. Throw away the meat. He doesn't tea like me. With her spirits plummeting, she lowered her head, overwhelmed by sorrow, and slowly stood up, softly murmuring, "Very well, then I shall take my leave." Long Chui hastily grasped the girl's hand, pressing her with urgency. Wait, why are you leaving?" The girl, with a countenance full of grievance, replied, "Since you detest me, I shall not hinder your sight. Please allow me to depart." She appeared on the verge of tears, as if the next moment could unleash her sorrow. "No. Why do you resemble a heroine who has just been cast out by the male protagonist? You make me seem like a scoundrel," Long Chui explained with exasperation. The author interjected, "Are you not? With the number of girls connected to you, can you even count them on one hand? Long Chui, how dare you? How have you resurfaced again?" Author, alas, I do not know who allowed you to behold the maiden. Long Chui, author, I must apologize for my earlier loudness. Now, my dear, shall we dine first? We can discuss any matters afterward. if that is agreeable. Observing the girl's pitiable expression, as if she were perpetually abandoned, Long Chui hastily shifted the conversation. Is it true? Would you truly like to partake in the meal I have prepared? You do not harbor any dislike for me? The girl inquired, her eyes wide with anticipation. Long Chui looked at the young girl with a cheerful smile, his eyes brimming with warmth and tenderness. He gently remarked, Not unpleasant at all, of course not. How could I ever dislike you? I merely spoke up because I noticed the meat on the grill was nearly burnt. Since there's still ample time, why don't I teach you the art of grilling? As he spoke, Long Chui tenderly ruffled the girl's hair. The girl lifted her gaze to meet Long Chui's eyes, nodding vigorously in agreement, expressing her eagerness to learn the grilling technique. Thank you, she exclaimed. As she gazed at his earnest profile, she found herself lost in thought, unconsciously inching closer to him. In her heart, she mused, this feeling resembles the scenes from my dreams so closely, warm, comforting, and reassuring. I wish to draw even nearer. At that moment, Long Chui cheerfully announced, All right. The preliminary steps are complete. Now, we simply need to place it on the grill and cook it slowly over low heat. With that, he skillfully rotated the grill, evenly applying the homemade sauce while meticulously explaining each step. However, when he casually turned his head, he discovered the girl was gazing at him with an expression of daze. Their proximity merely a breath apart. He could also detect a faint floral fragrance. Suddenly, his face flushed, and after a couple of awkward coughs, he softly inquired, Ahem. Would you like to give it a try yourself? The girl snapped back to reality, realizing the impracticality of her earlier thoughts, her expression dimming momentarily. However, she quickly brightened, her eyes curving like a crescent moon as she smiled and responded, Sure. Long Chui then moved aside, sitting next to her, guiding her on how to rotate the meat while he diligently brushed on the seasoning, his movements both practiced and natural. They were close, the distance between them scarcely a breath. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared particularly warm and inviting, reminiscent of a newlywed couple savoring their sweet moments together. Let me feed you. The girl blushed, carefully slicing off a small piece of grilled meat and gently offering it to Long Chui's lips. Her gaze was filled with a misty softness, tenderly fixed on the man before her eyes sparkling with deep affection that captivated him. Yet, Long Chui found himself somewhat flustered, instinctively recoiling from her affectionate gesture. I think I'll handle this myself, he stammered, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. He quickly seized a grilled leg from the grill, taking 2 large bites. With his mouth full, he exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, This is delicious. You should try it too. He continued to devour the food ravenously, as if to mask his inner turmoil. Watching Long Chui's evasive demeanor, the girl couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. She forced a faint smile, gently nodded, and then silently picked up a piece of roasted meat to begin eating. Despite the enticing aroma wafting from the meat, its tender and juicy texture, she found it utterly flavorless at that moment, as if something profoundly significant was missing. Long Chui astutely perceived the melancholic aura enveloping the young girl. He was acutely aware of her attempts at flattery directed towards him. Yet, in the face of the present circumstances, he found himself at a loss as to the reasons behind it. Once they had finished their meal, they reclined together within the refuge constructed by Long Chui. Initially, there was a considerable distance between them. Long Chui feigned sleep with his back turned, while the girl silently wrestled with her emotions, her gaze fixed upon his back. As time drifted by, in the stillness of the night, Long Chui became aware of the subtle movements from the girl's side, sensing her gradual approach. Swiftly, he sat up, only to find her kneeling and inching closer to him in a crawling posture. At that moment, their eyes met, and an indescribable tension enveloped them both. Do you believe me if I say I need to step outside to relieve myself? Long Chui scratched his cheek, casting a bashful glance towards the girl. After all, her current demeanor was so demure, and it was unfortunate that he had caught her in such a vulnerable moment, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. However, the girl seemed resolute, quickening her pace until she was directly in front of Long Chui, her previously flushed cheeks suddenly regaining their composure. You saw it, didn't you? The question appeared to be an inquiry, yet it was imbued with an undeniable certainty. As Long Chui observed the young girl approaching him, he contemplated whether to flee. However, upon hearing her inquiry, he found himself momentarily paralyzed, his thoughts tangled. What am I witnessing? The girl rushed forward, gripping his shoulders tightly. Her head bowed so that her bangs cascaded down, obscuring her eyes. In a state of agitation, she cried out, You saw it, didn't you? That mark. That hideously grotesque mark. Are you not here waiting for someone to take me back? Long Chui found himself somewhat bewildered by her series of inexplicable actions. However, upon hearing the mention of the mark, a flicker of speculation ignited within him. Can we take a moment to compose ourselves? There is no need for such impulsiveness. If there is something to discuss, we can sit down and talk it over. The only reason I haven't left this place is that I simply wish to rest for a few days. As he spoke, he gently grasped the hands that rested on his shoulder, soothing her with a soft voice. Once the girl's emotions had calmed somewhat, Long Chui slowly began to speak again. In fact, I noticed the mark on your back after you collapsed during your battle with that tiger. Please, do not be agitated. As the girl opened her mouth to question him, Long Chui preempted her, calming her down. That mark on you is a slave mark, isn't it? Just hear me out. He playfully flicked her forehead, halting the anger that was about to surface. The girl winced slightly from the unexpected gesture, covering her head and continuing to listen to Long Chui. In this world, only those bold enough dare to use the emblem of the dragon hoof, right? He gestured towards the sky and sighed helplessly. Even if you do not seek to please me, I assure you, I will not disclose anything. I am merely passing through this island and will be gone in 3 days at most. Long Chui gazed at her sincerely, devoid of any deceit. I too am a child persecuted by the nobility. I know that feeling all too well. So there is truly no need for you to act this way. He gently ruffled her hair, his heart filled with empathy and lament. Once again, he reflected on the harshness of this world. The girl silently gazed at Long Chui, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Time seemed to freeze as her gaze remained fixed upon him, as if searching for answers within his expression and eyes. Ultimately, she said nothing, merely turning to walk ahead, leaving Long Chui standing in bewilderment. However, after taking a few steps, she paused and slowly began to unbutton her garment. Long Chui widened his eyes, unsure of her intentions. He hastily covered his eyes with his hands. Yet the gaps between his fingers were too large to conceal the scene before him. Hey, what are you doing? Long Chui exclaimed in surprise, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He quickly turned away, but curiosity compelled him to sneak a glance back. Moments later, he heard her shy voice from behind. Could you take a look at my back, please? Long Chui hesitated for a moment before abruptly turning his head. He was instantly captivated by the sight before him. The contours of the girl's back were smooth and elegant, her skin as delicate as porcelain, radiating a soft sheen under the moonlight. Her back rose and fell gently, exuding an effortless allure and grace. Long Chui gazed blankly, entirely oblivious to her surroundings. A gentle evening breeze swept by, causing the young girl to shiver slightly, shattering the silence. With a hint of shyness, she inquired, is there still a mark on my back? Long Chui's gaze gradually shifted away from the flawless, snow-white skin, as if awakening from a dream. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he replied, No, there is nothing above. Upon hearing these words, the young girl's body trembled violently once more. She hastily donned her clothing, then knelt with a sincere expression, pressing her forehead firmly against the cold ground. Her voice was filled with desperation as she pleaded, I beseech you, I implore you to remove the mark from my sisters as well. I am willing to do anything, no matter the cost, to eliminate the marks from my sisters. I beg of you. Long Chui gazed at the kneeling girl before him, who was pleading with palpable desperation, and inwardly marveled, truly, she possesses the qualities befitting a ruler. At such a tender age, she has already unveiled an extraordinary temperament and talent. What is your name? Long Chui inquired softly. I am Hancock, Boa Hancock, a valiant warrior from Amazon Lily. At that moment, Hancock's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes as she recounted her lineage in detail to Long Chui. She was filled with trepidation, fearing that even the slightest delay would prevent him from removing the marks afflicting her sisters. She relinquished all her pride and dignity, even going so far as to humble herself before Long Chui, all for this singular purpose. Are you truly willing to do anything? Yes. Hancock's voice was resolute and unwavering. Very well, Hancock, now lift your head. Chapter 49. The wind shall not delay now. Raise your head. An invisible pressure seemed to coalesce into a colossal hand, gripping Hancock's heart tightly, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Nevertheless, she gradually lifted her gaze, and in that instant, her heart skipped a beat as her eyes met Long Chui's. In his gaze, there resided a tenderness akin to the gentlest breeze of spring, while his smiling visage radiated the warmth of the sun on a winter's day. The luminous moonlight cascaded like countless shards of silver, reminiscent of mercilessly shattered mirrors, scattered upon Long Chui's form as he sat on the ground, enveloping him in an aura of enigmatic charm. There is no need for you to do anything extraneous. Simply be your truest self and live the life you genuinely desire, Long Chui murmured, his tone suffused with comfort. He gently assisted Hancock to her feet, placing his hand softly atop her head, lovingly ruffling her hair. Could he be a deity? This thought surged through Hancock's mind. Long Chui gazed at Hancock beside him. Her exquisite beauty appeared to be adorned with a silvery sheen under the moonlight, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. The two nestled together, savoring each other's warmth, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Due to Hancock's emotional outburst, sleep eluded them, compelling them to huddle by the campfire, admiring the moon while engaging in conversation. You are truly remarkable, Hancock, to have endured for so long on this perilous island all alone, Long Chui remarked earnestly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Hancock gently rested her head on his shoulder, a blissful smile gracing her face. For my sisters, for Amazon Lily, none of this matters. Long Chui hesitated before speaking. In truth, I may not be able to immediately eradicate the marks on your sisters. However, I assure you that in 5 or 6 years, I will certainly remove them. Hancock's smile seemed to be momentarily frozen in time. A brief pause akin to the fleeting ripples created by a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Yet, she swiftly composed herself, her smile soon returning to its enchanting form as she softly replied, "It's all right, Chui-kun. I trust you. So many years have already passed. Waiting a few more years is of no consequence." Long Chui gazed at Hancock's forced smile, and a profound sense of guilt welled up within him. He softly murmured once more, "I am sorry." Hancock did not respond. Instead, she gently closed her eyes, nestled closer into Long Chui's embrace, and whispered, "Chui-kun, could you sing me another song?" Long Chui lowered his gaze, his eyes resting upon Hancock's exquisite visage, glimmering with a myriad of complexities. He now felt a sense of trepidation, reluctant to reveal himself too soon to the prominent figures around him. For instance, the king of Amazon Lily, whose awareness of her existence had ensnared Hancock's heart, was not an ordinary individual. Could she truly let me off the hook? Upon realizing this, wouldn't the two on Sabati Archipelago also be informed? Long Chui perceived that his abilities were still lacking, both in terms of strength and status. He yearned to connect with these individuals through Luffy, the protagonist of this world. After a moment of silence, Long Chui softly began to hum. "Whenever I strolled with the moonlight, it invariably reminded me of your name. I am aware that the wind will not arrive tardily. Thus, we shall not remain strangers indefinitely. You inadvertently wandered into my narrative, and I knew that fate would not conclude here. I recognize that the wind will not arrive tardily, nor will tender affection remain forever unacknowledged. When I declare my love for you to the world, the most romantic affair on earth is nothing less than this." The bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the figures of the two who nestled closely together, their hearts drawing ever nearer. "Hancock, I believe it is time for me to depart." Long Chui stood there silently, his heart gnawed by a myriad of unseen tormentors, his gaze firmly fixed upon Hancock's delicate visage, filled with reluctance and guilt. Though he possessed the power to erase the mark of her suffering, he chose to endure an agonizing wait of 5 or 6 years, shackled by the cowardice lurking deep within. He understood all too well what this period would entail for Hancock, a relentless torment. Despite having perused the original narrative and grasped the depth of their anguish, he had never personally endured such torment. Thus, no matter how fervently he strove to empathize, his understanding remained but hollow words. "Do take care on your journey," Hancock murmured, gently releasing her grip. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she slowly lifted her head, her beautiful gaze brimming with profound affection and concern, fixated on Long Chui, as if imprinting his likeness upon her heart. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she suddenly leapt into his embrace, burying her head deeply against his chest, savoring the warmth and strength of his heartbeat. "Hancock, wait for me. I shall cast down those who have wronged you from their lofty pedestals." Long Chui's voice resonated, deep and resolute, each word seemingly imbued with boundless strength. "Though it may sound like mere bravado in this moment, believe me, time shall stand as the greatest witness, transforming my promises into reality." Hancock trembled slightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Long Chui tightly embraced Hancock's trembling form, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. He softly whispered in her ear, "We shall not cease here. Please believe me, I implore you." The azure sea, shimmering with gentle ripples, caressed the rugged, time-worn rocks along the shore in a mournful rhythm, as though it, too, sensed the imminent farewell and was silently grieving for this fleeting moment. The sound of the waves crashing against the stones resonated deeply and lingered, akin to an ancient ballad steeped in sentiments of parting, gradually enveloping the air around them. The two remained entwined in silence, their body warmth intertwining. Their reluctance to part resembling a poignant tableau frozen in time, each detail radiating the nascent stirrings of affection. At the heart of the forest, a woman languidly reclined upon a large stone, one long leg casually draped over the other, gently swaying. Her sun-kissed skin glowed with a unique allure, reminiscent of bronze. A cascade of long hair fell loosely over her shoulders, with a few strands dancing in the breeze, adding to her charm. Clad in light attire that accentuated her graceful form, one hand cradled her delicate chin, her slender fingers unconsciously tapping her cheek. Her eyes, partially closed, gazed into the distance. Bright and profound, as if harboring boundless wisdom. Beneath her mature demeanor lay a heart imbued with resilience and decisiveness, a beautiful visage concealing a keen intellect. Sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, sketching a serene and exquisite portrait. She was the reigning queen of Nine Snake Island. As monarch, her concern for Hancock was meticulous and profound. She recognized the immense potential within Hancock, destined to inherit her throne, yet aware of the dark trials Hancock had endured. She could not bear to leave her to struggle alone on the most perilous Isle of Nine Snake. Each day, she would discreetly visit this place to ensure Hancock's safety, readily dealing with any unwary colossal beast that crossed her path. Throughout the passage of time, she had silently safeguarded Hancock, her worry never waning in the slightest. Just 4 days prior, when she visited as usual, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. She witnessed the fierce initial clash between Hancock and Long Chui. At that moment, her heart constricted painfully as she observed Long Chui not only embracing Hancock tightly, but also evoking the deeply buried memories that Hancock yearned to forget. Initially, she had intended to eliminate Long Chui that very night to assuage her pent-up resentment. However, upon witnessing Long Chui's tender and affectionate demeanor towards Hancock, accompanied by the enigmatic white light, her vengeful thoughts were momentarily quelled. That white light seemed to possess a wondrous enchantment, despite the considerable distance. Her keen observation allowed her to distinctly feel the warmth emanating from afar, reaching deep into her heart. Thus, she had been watching from a distance in the ensuing days. During this time, she gradually discerned that Long Chui seemed to possess a unique ability to erase the marks that had once been imprinted upon Hancock. This revelation ensnared her heart in a web of turmoil. Deep within, an intense desire welled up within her to seize Long Chui and meticulously explore the mysterious white light that radiated from him, pondering what unfathomable power and secrets it might conceal. Yet, as she beheld Hancock willingly nestled in Long Chui's embrace, she understood that Hancock had found solace, a newfound source to mend the fears dwelling within her. A rare glimmer began to illuminate Hancock's previously dim eyes, a reflection of her innermost spirit. Observing this transformation in Hancock plunged her emotions into deeper conflict. On one hand, there was an unwavering quest to uncover the secrets surrounding Long Chui, while on the other, a growing concern and affection for Hancock's gradual restoration. These two emotions clashed violently within her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to choose. Ah, little Hancock, let me see just how capable your newfound support truly is. Chapter 50, The Unreasonable Woman. Long Chui gently lowered his head, his profound gaze shimmering with tenderness as he quietly regarded Hancock's tear-filled eyes. He delicately lifted his hand, using his exceptionally warm fingertips to carefully wipe away her tears, as if handling an exceedingly precious treasure. Ah, how unexpected it is. Upon our first encounter, I nearly met my end from a powerful kick. Who would have imagined that this seemingly formidable young woman is, in truth, a delightful creature akin to a charming little kitten? Long Chui's lips curled into a subtle smile, teasingly remarking. Upon hearing his words, Hancock, who had previously worn an expression of reluctance at parting, now bore a countenance rich with shyness. She lowered her head, unable to meet Long Chui's gaze, yet a torrent of inexplicable emotions surged within her heart. Upon catching a glimpse of Hancock in such a demeanor, Long Chui could not help but find her somewhat endearing. He burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating with infectious glee. All right, don't be shy. I must take my leave now. With that, he gradually stepped back 3 paces, the once light-hearted expression on his face shifting to one of solemnity and seriousness. He earnestly extended his pinky finger, his gaze resolutely fixed on Hancock. Hancock, I promise I will return. I shall honor the pact we have forged. And regardless of the challenges that may arise, I will never forget the vow made today. Hancock stared intently at the diminutive finger before her, which seemed to bear an immense weight in her eyes. After a brief moment, she slowly raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. and then extended her own pinky, gently intertwining it with Long Chuy's. Hee. Long Chuyi smiled once more, his thumb firmly pressing against Hancock's. She too smiled, pushing back with equal fervor. Perhaps I can indeed place my trust in you, Hancock murmured, her eyes fixed on Long Chuyi, who stood atop the head of a small sea king. After a half-day's journey, Long Chuyi now appeared grave, his focus unwavering on the enigmatic woman before him. It was safe to say that, aside from Kazan, she was the most formidable presence he had encountered thus far. The woman stood quietly, an aura of power radiating from her that made him feel as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. An invisible pressure caused every muscle in Long Chuyi's body to tense, every nerve seemingly stretched to its limit. Nevertheless, he endeavored to relax, clearing his throat as he attempted to adopt a casual tone. Good morning, beautiful. What brings you here today? The woman regarded him languidly, a flicker of barely perceptible amusement crossing her features, her lips curving slightly. Yet, in an instant, her expression transformed, her eyes sharpening with a fierce intensity. And like a gust of wind, she lunged toward Long Chuyi. So swift. Long Chuyi was taken aback, his mind struggling to catch up, but his body reacted instinctively. He raised his hand to block the incoming strike of her jade-like leg. A tremendous crash resounded, akin to two massive boulders colliding, erupting with a powerful shockwave and the sound of shattering. Long Chuyi cried out, propelled through the air by the sudden force, akin to an uncontrollable cannonball plunging into the tumultuous sea. Meanwhile, the woman maintained her position, slightly leaning back, her weight shifting to the other foot to sustain her balance. Her long, lustrous black hair billowed wildly in the air, dancing like gleaming satin. With a splash, Long Chuyi's head emerged from the water. He gasped for breath, coughing violently. Cough, cough. What on earth are you trying to do? The woman stood gracefully atop the head of the Sea King beast, her figure poised and elegant. In her expressive eyes flickered an elusive light as she gazed serenely at the dragon, Chu-yi, before her. Long Chuyi let out a silent sigh, and, guided by his instincts, he had already formed some vague conjectures. In the next moment, he sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, his movements lithe and agile. Instantly returning to the back of the Sea King beast, his eyes sharpened, and he proclaimed loudly, "Since you seek trouble, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he gently pressed his foot forward, and an overwhelming force erupted from his being like a volcano, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens apart. The Sea King beast beneath him trembled as if struck by a profound fear. Its once sturdy tail flicked nervously, and its entire body began to quiver, as if it were on the verge of losing its very soul. Filled with trepidation at the impending danger, it longed to flee at all costs. Yet, it found itself helpless against the two formidable figures above, who could effortlessly bring about its demise with a mere flick of their hands. Thus, it bore the surging tide of fear within and dutifully served as the landing point for the two, daring not to make a single move. At long last, the power is unleashed. Long Chuyi bellowed, and after many years, this strength manifested once more. Every muscle on his body seemed to contain boundless energy, and a torrent of life force surged around him like a rampant flood, as if it sought to consume the entire world. The woman, witnessing this, could not help but raise an eyebrow, marveling at the sheer vitality before her. What a magnificent and tumultuous life force, she mused. Such power, even among the strongest of the past, was exceedingly rare, especially in one so youthful. Yet, she was not intimidated by this overwhelming aura. Instead, an excited glimmer flickered in her gaze. Without hesitation, the woman launched her attack once more, her movements as fluid as flowing water, with each strike imbued with lethal threat. Long Chuyi, refusing to be outdone, roared like an enraged lion as he charged toward her. The very air between them seemed to compress to its utmost limits, heralding the commencement of an intensely fierce battle. Their figures intertwined in the air, each collision resonating like thunder, and the powerful impact of their fists and feet sent ripples outward, shaking the surroundings. An hour passed. A loud crash echoed, followed by the sound of shattering. Long Chuyi was once again thrust into the water. However, this time, he remained submerged for an unusually long duration without resurfacing. The woman, unperturbed, waited silently. As she patiently lingered, her thoughts wandered to other matters, completely unaware of the imminent surprise lurking beneath the depths. Meanwhile, Long Chuyi, concealed in the profound abyss, glided silently like a specter, gradually approaching her from behind. Despite his efforts to mask his presence, the woman sensed something amiss. In an instant, Long Chuyi erupted from the ocean's surface like an arrow loosed from its bow, exclaiming, Behold Milingbo Weibu coupled with mental interference. His voice reverberated through the air. The woman suddenly felt an inexplicable force, akin to creeping vines, ensnare her, rendering her body rigid and immobile. This binding, though it lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds, was sufficient to stir a wave of terror within her. In that ephemeral moment, Long Chui had already darted behind her with lightning speed. His form was lithe and agile, reminiscent of a swift leopard. He then leapt high, ensnaring her delicate waist with his powerful legs, their bodies pressed together with an impenetrable closeness. Much like a sloth clinging tenaciously to a tree trunk, his hands, akin to iron shackles, clasped tightly around her flawless neck, resembling exquisite jade. The muscles in his arms tensed, an unending strength emanating from him, binding her with unrelenting force. At that moment, Long Chui resembled a human shackle, firmly holding the woman in his embrace. The sensation was akin to a high-fidelity simulation of an indestructible lock. This sudden turn of events left the woman momentarily dazed. She stood there, her eyes flickering with disbelief, utterly unprepared for Long Chui's audacious actions, and a surge of intense indignation welled up within her. She clenched her pearly white teeth. Her eyes ignited with 2 blazing flames of fury, radiating sparks of unrestrained wrath. Her voice, sharp and commanding, seemed capable of piercing the heavens as she enunciated each word with utmost authority. Let go of me now. Each syllable carried an air of inexorable power and anger, causing the surrounding atmosphere to feel as though it had solidified. Ah, my dear lady, I must share some rather unfortunate news. To unlock this, one must wait a full 7 days. Long Chui's previously teasing tone now adopted a note of caution, fearful of inciting the wrath of the furious woman before him. Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed a tumultuous energy brewing within his restrained body, as if something were on the brink of explosion. This taut sensation made his heart race. In the next moment, his limbs were freed. With a sudden thud, Long Chui lost his support and plummeted downwards. As he fell, he looked up to see the woman's hair billowing upward like waves whipped by a tempest. The woman emanated an aura of chilling death, as if she could devour anyone at any moment. Long Chui involuntarily swallowed hard, a parched sensation gripping his throat, just as he uttered those few words. Before he could provide any explanation, he was immediately met with a torrential barrage of fists and kicks. The blows rained down upon him like a tempest, each strike infused with formidable strength, rendering him in excruciating pain, causing him to emit a pained cry. Ah! Simultaneously, he inwardly muttered, "Hmph, unreasonable woman. Weren't you the one who sought trouble first?" Chapter 51. Frost Moon Village. At this moment, Long Chui found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. His head adorned with a prominent swelling that resembled a small hill. Each word he uttered seemed to threaten to release a whisper of the torment he had just endured. The woman, however, appeared remarkably refreshed, her arms crossed before her, her graceful figure turned away from Long Chui, resembling a breathtakingly beautiful painting frozen in time. Her lustrous black hair cascaded freely, gently swaying in the breeze. "Hey, little brat, with such formidable power, what do you aspire to achieve in the future?" Her melodious voice resonated like celestial music in the air, reaching Long Chui's ears and causing his heart to tremble violently. It has begun. A sudden tightness gripped Long Chui's heart, his previously youthful visage instantly adopting a serious demeanor, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. To become the strongest in the world, to protect all that I hold dear, and to abolish the abhorrent system of slavery, ultimately overthrowing the arrogant celestial dragons. His words were imbued with confidence and strength. As time flowed slowly by, after a considerable while, the woman finally turned to face him. Her profound gaze locked onto Long Chui's eyes, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile that seemed to harbor boundless significance. Then, with graceful steps, she approached Long Chui, each stride feeling as though she were treading upon his very heart. Long Chui felt an increasing sense of trepidation within him, uncertain of what the woman would do next. However, to his utter astonishment, she bent down, her warm breath cascading over his forehead, shortly followed by a gentle kiss that landed softly upon it. This unexpected gesture rendered him momentarily speechless, leaving him rooted to the spot, his mind a blank slate. "Promise me, you will take good care of the little hero, Hancock, and safeguard the Isle of Nine Serpents." Her voice was tender yet resolute, imbued with a kind of enchantment that etched itself deeply into Long Chui's consciousness. By the time he regained his composure, the woman had vanished without a trace, leaving Long Chui kneeling in a sea of tumultuous thoughts. "Oh, hello there, grandmother. Do you know where we are?" The sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed ominously. Grandmother, what are you planning to do?" Long Chui had a gash on his arm. A robbery. Is it possible, dear grandmother, that at your venerable age, you still resort to such acts? Chuckles, spare me the chatter. Very well, all yours then. Perhaps you won't need the undergarments? Sighs, Hmph. Chuckles, farewell, and do take care. Long Chewy waved a white handkerchief, bidding farewell to the old woman. His arms bore 3 wounds, oozing blood. He had already given his borrowed clothes and all the berry he had acquired from the pirate ship to the old woman, leaving him with nothing but a pair of blue undergarments, barely salvaged from another knife's blow. As Long Chewy was about to tend to his wounds, a small child with green hair suddenly dashed out from the alley, shouting at him, "Are you an idiot? Why did you allow that old lady to rob you? Green algae head? You're the one with green algae hair. Do you want to fight?" Long Chewy pressed his lips together, and his thoughts escaped his mouth. Well, ahem. You little rascal, refrain from playing around for no reason, and do not obstruct my sight. Long Chewy was about to explain, but suddenly realized that this little brat was even younger than him, rendering any adult-like treatment unnecessary. Ah, how dare you underestimate me? No, no, no. I do not underestimate you. I simply cannot see you at all. Long Chewy stood tall, chest out and head held high, his gaze unwaveringly directed forward, avoiding any glance downward. Now standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.80 meters, it seemed he had almost ceased to grow. In stark contrast, the child before him measured only about 1.50 meters. Without a second thought, Long Chewy continued on, deliberately bumping into the child, causing him to stumble. Amusingly, Long Chewy was clad only in his undergarments, with 3 bloody puncture wounds adorning his arms. The child, flustered and indignant, picked himself up from the ground and muttered under his breath, "How infuriating. One day, I shall defeat you soundly." As he stormed through 3 narrow and dimly lit alleys, his attention was inadvertently drawn to the elderly woman who had just pilfered Long Chewy's possessions. Just as he contemplated rushing forward to reclaim the stolen goods, he halted his advance. Before him, an old, creaky door slowly swung open, revealing a gaggle of ragged children who seemed as if they had emerged from a refuse heap. Like a jubilant swarm of sprites, they rushed out from within. Their grimy faces, adorned with innocent smiles, radiated a charm reminiscent of daisies basking in the first light of dawn, captivatingly endearing. Surrounding the old woman, these little ones called out joyfully, their voices bright and resonant, echoing throughout the street and infusing the previously desolate alley with a rare vibrancy and warmth. The elderly woman gazed lovingly at the children, her eyes shimmering with a complex light, a blend of affection for them and remorse for her past actions. As Long Chewy perceived these scenes, the corners of his lips subtly lifted, revealing a smile. Ah, what a perversion! A woman's sharp cry seemed to pierce the serene atmosphere, instantly drawing the attention of those around. Subsequently, the entire street beheld Long Chewy's attire, prompting the girls to exclaim loudly. The boys, filled with indignation, surged forward, pursuing Long Chewy with fervor. Long Chewy's expression suddenly shifted to one of panic. He then engaged in a friendly race with the villagers, exclaiming as he ran, "Hey, wait a moment. I'm not a pervert." Just then, Long Chewy reached the shore and spotted a small merchant ship that had just sailed 50 meters away. With a burst of energy, he sprinted forward, leaping gracefully to land perfectly on the deck. Standing on the deck of the small ship, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, finally able to catch his breath. A bewildered vendor inquired, "What are the villagers on the shore shouting about? Calling someone a rogue pervert?" Long Chewy, with a face full of embarrassment, said, "Ah, yes, indeed. I happened to witness a despicable pervert peeping at the women's bathhouse as I was passing by. Later, I saw him frantically running into a restroom to hide." "Oh. By the way, sir, I was robbed by pirates and I wish to seek refuge in Frost Moon Village with my uncle. Might I be able to board your ship?" No problem. I happen to be heading that way as well. Oh, I am truly grateful to you. Farewell." With a wave of his hand, Long Chewy bid farewell to the merchant ship. Turning to gaze upon the small island, he exclaimed, "Ah, here I come. Author, Pooey, the despicable scoundrel. No pretense anymore. Long Chewy, I shall not heed your words, for they are mere drivel. Greetings, venerable elder. Might you kindly direct me to the most esteemed swordsmanship dojo in this vicinity?" An elderly man, his eyes clouded with age, cast a fleeting glance at Long Chewy. Do you wish to challenge the dojo?" A flicker of curiosity crossed his gaze. "Oh, no, I simply wish to observe." Long Chewy clarified with a gentle wave of his hand. "Ah," the elder elongated his tone, as if lost in contemplation, his brow furrowed slightly, and he fell into a brief silence. Eventually, he uttered, "I am afraid I do not know." Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chui executed a somersault and landed on the ground. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his head and let out a resigned sigh. Very well. You may rest for now. I shall not disturb you. With that, he turned to leave. The elder silently observed Long Chui's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly as if peering through the silhouette to uncover something profound. He murmured softly, such a robust aura, and yet so young. A hint of astonishment lacing his tone. Ah, old man, time for sleep. The elder shook his head, lamenting the passage of time. He then reclined slowly on a beach chair, closing his eyes to savor the tranquility and comfort. Excuse me, beautiful lady. May I ask how to reach the most renowned sword dojo in our village? Long Chui inquired with a smile as he approached a passing girl. The girl halted, turning to regard him, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. I apologize, but I'm not quite sure where the dojo is. However, we do have a famous Isen dojo nearby. Perhaps that is the place you seek? Her voice was melodious and charming, evoking an instant fondness. Oh, I see. Could you kindly direct me to Isen dojo? The young man's eyes momentarily reflected disappointment, yet he maintained his politeness in his query. The girl smiled, gesturing ahead. Just follow this road straight until you reach the end. Thank you. Long Chui expressed his gratitude with a nod, then set off in the direction she indicated. You're welcome, she replied with a smile before turning away. Chapter 52. The fortune-teller's sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the wooden floor as dust motes danced in the light. At the center of the dojo stood a purple-haired girl, her posture erect and poised like a sword ready to be drawn. Clad in a white kendo uniform, her long black hair was tied up high, with a few strands drifting across her forehead. Her eyes radiated determination and focus, as though the entire world had narrowed down to the opponent before her. Her lips pressed together slightly, her expression serious, embodying a fervent dedication to victory and reverence for the art of swordsmanship. Her adversary was a tall youth, gripping a bamboo sword with a mix of tension and exhilaration in his gaze. The girl subtly shifted her stance, her bamboo sword angled toward the ground, her movements graceful yet imbued with strength. Begin. At the command, the boy launched the first attack, shouting as he charged forward with his sword raised. The bamboo sword sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, aimed at Guyaina. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Guyaina swiftly moved her feet, sidestepping the strike. Her movements were as agile as a cat, effortlessly circling behind the boy. Too slow. Her voice rang out, crisp and resolute. Without hesitation, she swung her sword, the bamboo blade striking accurately against the boy's back. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Again, the boy exclaimed defiantly. He readjusted his stance and charged at Guyaina once more. Unfazed, she calmly observed his movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the young swordsman's blade was about to strike her, she suddenly crouched down, swiftly rising to thrust her bamboo sword upward, deftly deflecting the boy's weapon. You reveal too many flaws, she remarked calmly, her expression nonchalant, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. The onlookers in the dojo observed the duel in silence, their gazes filled with admiration and envy. The girl's prowess was evident to all. Each of her movements was crisp and precise, and every attack perfectly executed. She resumed her stance, poised for the next opponent to step forward. Her eyes shimmered with the flames of battle, seemingly inexhaustible. In this dedicated dojo, she embodied her passion and pursuit of the way of the sword, becoming a paragon in the hearts of all. A man of balanced stature, neither tall nor diminutive, sat quietly with a cup of tea in hand, squinting slightly as he watched the proceedings on the mat. The apprentices were fervently engaged in their practice. Suddenly, a small child dashed in like a gust of wind, exclaiming loudly, "Master Gungshirlang, someone is here for you." His voice, bright and resonant, shattered the previously bustling atmosphere. The apprentices paused their training, turning their attention to the commotion. Hearing the call, the man named Gungshirlang gently set down his teacup, the liquid within it rippling as if echoing the earlier clamor. With a warm smile and a gentle glint in his eyes, he beckoned the child. "You've worked hard. Please invite our guest in," he said kindly. However, the child shook his head and replied, "It's no trouble at all. I'll go fetch them right away." With that, he turned and sprinted out of the room. Before long, he returned, accompanied by a guest. Greetings to all. I'm new here and quite lost in this unfamiliar place," Long Chui announced cheerfully upon entering, his gaze immediately falling upon the child who had led him in. "Is there any water to drink?" The child, initially somewhat shy, became even more flustered at the question. At that moment, Gungshirlang's calm voice broke through. If it pleases you, we have tea from our own cultivation that you may sample. Oh dear, I wouldn't want to impose. It seems too much trouble. Long Chui quickly waved his hand, politely declining. Yet, he unabashedly grasped the ancient teapot, raising it high before pouring its contents into his mouth in one fluid motion, as if he had not tasted water in ages. Ah, how refreshing. After finishing, he contentedly set the teapot down, casually wiping his mouth with his hand. Is that enough for you? If not, I can brew another pot, Gung Shirlang offered with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's plenty truly. I feel quite embarrassed, Long Chui replied, chuckling heartily. Indeed, it is now midday. Are you all not going to eat? Enough. Our dojo is not a place for you to linger and indulge in food and drink. Before Yosuke could utter a word, the girl with the violet hair stepped forward and reprimanded sharply. The other children, noticing their older sister's authoritative demeanor, also began to accuse Long Chui. With a decisive thud, Yosuke tapped the table with the wooden sword he held, and the children instantly fell silent, returning to their places in line. With a smile, Yosuke remarked, "The guest is correct. It is indeed lunchtime. Everyone, please head home to eat." In unison, the children acknowledged and departed from the dojo, leaving only the violet-haired girl behind. Yosuke turned his gaze towards her, his brow furrowed slightly, and his tone grew stern. Quina apologized to her guest, though Quina felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She bent slightly to prepare her apology. At that moment, Long Chui unexpectedly grasped her hand, causing her to pause. Long Chui feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my, how remarkable." After uttering these words, he turned his attention to Gu Yaina's palm, his expression filled with intense focus reminiscent of something quite significant. He then shook his head and gazed at her face, his demeanor grave and earnest. Upon catching a glimpse of Guina's countenance, Long Chui abruptly turned to Gung Silang and exclaimed, "Uncle, this enchanting lady bears a striking resemblance to you. Could she be a member of your family?" Gung Silang remained silent, but Guina, realizing the implication, swiftly withdrew her hand from Long Chui's grasp and, in a flurry of indignation, shouted, "You scoundrel." She then delivered a swift kick to Long Chui's side, sending him hurtling into the courtyard, her movements so sudden that they took everyone by surprise. Just as Guina prepared to inflict further punishment, Long Chui hastily raised his hand to halt her, saying, "Wait, allow me to explain." Guina paused, her fists clenched tightly, glaring fiercely at Long Chui, as if to convey that unless he provided a satisfactory explanation, his life would be forfeit. As Long Chui rose, he brushed off the dust from his garments and feigned a sigh, shaking his head in a deliberate manner. Young birds must eventually take to the skies, alas. The trees obscure their brilliance. This sentiment, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil depths of Gung Silang's heart, reverberated profoundly. If you have no further business, you may take your leave. Wait, can we not discuss this amicably? If my words do not please you, I am more than willing to speak of other matters. Long Chui promptly donned a flattering demeanor. As he gazed at Long Chui, Gung Silang spoke in a calm voice. "What brings you here, esteemed guest? Pray, speak plainly." Long Chui chuckled and said, haha, I am merely a humble fortune teller, seeking to acquire some skills here for self-defense to ensure my safety upon the sea. Moreover, my predictions are quite accurate, you know." Long Chui gazed at Gung Silang with a smile that seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul. Then, he slightly parted his lips and silently uttered 3 words, which resonated in Gung Silang's mind like a sudden thunderclap. What had initially stirred but a few ripples within him was now engulfed by a tempest, unleashing a tumultuous wave of emotions. Gung Silang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Long Chui. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down on the table, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Long Chui. Chapter 53. Embarrassment? An illusion. The once squinted eyes of Gung Silang now appeared ready to ignite with rage. As if he sought to see through Long Chui's very essence, his fierce glare rendering him particularly fearsome. Guina stood nearby, utterly stunned. Since she could remember, her father had always embodied a mature and composed demeanor, wearing a smile and responding calmly to any situation. Never had she witnessed him so uncharacteristically lose his composure. Upon witnessing the scene, Long Chui merely waved his hand, an enigmatic smile lingering upon his visage. "Ah, dear sir, please do not be so irate. I merely wish to learn the swordsmanship you possess. Should you desire remuneration, we can certainly negotiate the price." Gung Silang inhaled deeply, striving to compose his turbulent emotions. He turned to Gu Yaina and instructed, "Yaina, it is noon. Please prepare the meal, and do set an extra pair of chopsticks, for our guest shall join us." Guyaina cast a silent glance at her father before shifting her gaze to the smiling Long Chui, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her eyes. Ultimately, she nodded and departed to the kitchen to commence the preparations. Within the dojo, only Long Chui and Gung Sailang remained, silently regarding each other. "Dear sir, do you believe I possess the gift of divination?" Long Chui inquired, his gaze fixed upon Gung Sailang's countenance. Gung Sailang narrowed his eyes slightly, restoring his former composure as if the emotional upheaval had never transpired. "Whether you can or cannot is of no concern to me. I simply wish for you to depart after your meal," he replied, his tone neither warm nor cold but imbued with an undeniable firmness. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to mention something regarding Miss Guyaina before I take my leave," Long Chui remarked, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If I cannot surprise you, then all those years I spent studying fortune-telling and geomancy would have been in vain." Gung Sailang's brow furrowed tightly, the teacup suspended in midair. He scrutinized Long Chui, his eyes betraying a mixture of confusion and caution. The threads of fate may seem entangled, akin to thorns in the dark of night. Yet, such entanglements do not signify despair. They may herald a turning point or even the dawn of a new beginning, much like the phoenix's rebirth. Severing the heavens with a sword, Long Chui's demeanor shifted, his smile dissipating, replaced by an unyielding seriousness as he articulated these enigmatic phrases with deliberate clarity. Gung Sailang fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of complexity flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he placed the teacup down, rose to his feet, and approached Long Chui. Locking eyes with him. "Who are you truly? Why do you utter such words?" Long Chui met Gung Sailang's gaze without a trace of fear in his eyes. Responding with unwavering determination, "I am merely a humble practitioner who earns a living by interpreting the 8 characters and analyzing facial features. The insights regarding Miss Guyaina are solely derived from her appearance. Should you wish to uncover more, it depends upon your choices, for in this world, opportunities and calamities often arise unexpectedly." Gung Sailang slightly furrowed his brow, a fleeting complexity flickering in his eyes, before he gently shook his head, as if lamenting the capriciousness of fate. His voice, tinged with gravity, declared, "No matter how much you say now, it cannot alter the facts that have already transpired. After your meal, you should take your leave." With that, he turned back to his seat, his posture erect, resuming his tea. "TCH, indeed. Those squinting eyes are not to be underestimated." In that moment, Long Chui's acute perception of observation sensed a faint aura of menace emanating from Gung Sailang. Yet, this hostility arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Long Chui remained unfazed, exuding an unwavering confidence in his ability to stay. Subsequently, he meandered leisurely around the courtyard, admiring the flowers, brandishing a wooden sword, until Guyaina called him for dinner. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly awkward, as if the very air had solidified. Both Gung Siro and Guyaina ate in silence. At this moment, Long Chui appeared somewhat out of place, yet he remained steadfast as a mountain, adhering to his principle that if there were to be any awkwardness, it should be borne solely by others. His unabashed demeanor seemed almost glued to his seat, showing no intention of rising to depart, resolutely finishing his meal. The majority of the dishes on the table had found their way into Long Chui's stomach. "Ah, Miss Guyaina's culinary skills are truly unparalleled." Burp, Long Chui contentedly belched. Although the food was somewhat unfamiliar to his palate, it at least served to satiate his hunger. Meanwhile, Guyaina was meticulously tidying up the utensils, the crisp clinking sound echoing as if to herald the conclusion of the meal. Gung Siro was leisurely sipping his tea, and the implication was unmistakably clear. He hoped Long Chui would take the hint and leave of his own accord. Long Chui naturally discerned their intentions, yet he feigned ignorance, remaining seated with a slight smile gracing his lips, secretly contemplating the events to unfold. "Farewell, Guyaina. Do come visit again for some merriment," he murmured, gently waving his hand. The only response was the resounding slam of a door. He cradled his head, tilting it back slightly as he whistled. Then, at a leisurely pace, he strolled away in another direction. In the dojo, Guyaina stood silently, her gaze complex as she observed Gung Sailang. "Father," she called softly. "Today, the dojo is closed for half the day," Gung Sailang replied, slowly rising to depart. Guyaina silently watched her father's retreating figure, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "Ah, what a delightful coincidence, uncle. I did not expect to encounter you here," she exclaimed. "Might you accompany me for a stroll?" "Certainly. Let us walk together," he replied. Long Chui chuckled merrily as he followed Gung Sailang. As the two ventured further, the crowd dwindled, and the surroundings gradually ascended into the mountains. "Uncle, Where are you headed? Long Chuyi feigned ignorance despite his understanding, inquiring with a puzzled expression. Gung Silang did not respond to Long Chuyi's question and continued until he halted before a grave. May I inquire how you are addressed? Long Chuyi, he replied. Gung Silang furrowed his brow slightly and asked, a person from the land of flowers? Long Chuyi shook his head and said, no, I chose my own name. So, young friend, are you prepared? With a sudden bend of his body, Gung Silang plunged his hands into the grave mound. Accompanied by a faint rustling sound, he withdrew a blade from within. As Gung Silang slowly turned around, the previously amiable expression on his face transformed into one of profound seriousness. The knife, long and straight, resembled a black serpent coiled upon it, emanating an aura of peril and lethality. Long Chuyi, still wearing a cheerful smile, waved his hand and casually remarked, Uncle, what are you doing? I am not skilled in fighting. Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling wave of white energy suddenly surged towards him. Goodness. Chapter 54. Did it become urgent? A crescent-shaped strike was aimed at Long Chuyi. What on earth? The dragon resembled a startled rabbit, darting sideways with a sudden leap, its posture utterly comical, as if it were on the verge of executing a mid-air triple somersault. A crescent-shaped sword aura swiftly sliced through the very spot where it had just stood, seemingly imbued with a hint of disdain, as if it were lamenting, Hmph, I failed to strike this fellow. As Long Chuyi rose, his thoughts were a cacophony of expletives, akin to the relentless barrage of a machine gun. What in the world, you banana-brained fool? You've already unleashed your aerial slash? Do you truly wish to end my life? You old cur. Hey, sir, this is utterly excessive. Before he could finish his retort, two more blades of energy shot forth, as if guided by an unseen compass, zipping towards Long Chuyi with alarming swiftness. The ferocity of their approach resembled that of a ravenous wolf, starved for 3 days and nights, pouncing upon a succulent morsel. Its eyes ablaze with hunger. Gung Silang, wielding his blade, surged forward with the speed of lightning, the gust generated by his passage whisking the surrounding leaves into a whirlwind. Long Chuyi resembled a playful monkey, leaping and bounding with fervor, evading in every direction. At one moment, he shot upwards like a sprout emerging from arid soil, his hair standing on end from the force of the gusts. At another, he resembled a wayward spring, bouncing chaotically upon the ground, a hapless figure seemingly pursued by the world. Internally, he lamented, I can certainly engage with this old man, yet he is destined to be my future father-in-law. How could I possibly strike with full force? Observing Gung Silang, it was evident he was holding back. But why? Long Chuyi ought to feel fortunate for the enchanting affinity of that miraculous white light, which spared him from being utterly lost in the fray. As Long Chuyi deftly evaded, he shouted, Uncle, let us converse amicably. Should you persist in this manner, I shall be compelled to call for help. Yet, Gung Silang remained unfazed, intensifying his assault. The blade whirled with a fierce momentum, resembling a frenzied dance. As Long Chuyi seized an opportune moment, he executed a swift roll, resembling a ball as he tumbled into the nearby flower bed, his body adorned with petals, transforming him into a vibrant little jester. Oh dear, uncle, I'm but a child, he exclaimed, just as Gung Silang's blade descended once more. Long Chuyi suddenly leaped to his feet, only to collide his head against a branch. Wincing in pain as he exclaimed, Oh, my head! Gung Silang abruptly halted his movements, his expression as grave as a stone statue. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, My esteemed opponent, cease your concealment. I implore you to unleash your full strength in our next battle. Long Chuyi's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance changing with astonishing rapidity. Adopting an air of utmost seriousness, he proclaimed in a booming voice, Uncle, heed my words. This predicament is of your own making. When I defeat you shortly, do not shed any tears. With his eyes wide open like brass bells, he fixated intently on Gung Silang, as though attempting to see through him. At that moment, Gung Silang let out a fierce cry and swung his blade once more. To everyone's astonishment, a surge of sword energy surged forth, transforming in an instant into an enormous bird of prey, ferociously swooping down upon Long Chuyi. The avian creature opened its gaping maw, seemingly intent on devouring Long Chuyi whole. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, although Long Chuyi maintained a serious expression on his face, his body swayed like a drunken man, awkwardly attempting to evade. As he dodged, he proclaimed in a somewhat juvenile manner, Uncle, I am genuinely trying to avoid this. Do not underestimate my unique evasion technique. In the blink of an eye, a knife, accompanied by a rush of wind, descended fiercely towards him, aiming from his left collar to his right side. Yet, at that moment, both individuals appeared as if they had been ensnared by a spell, their movements abruptly halted. Upon closer inspection, Long Chuyi emerged unscathed. The knife had merely sliced a long gash through his short sleeve, resembling a serpentine trail. His broad chest was unveiled, glistening in the sunlight. The defined muscle fibers subtly rising and falling with each breath, exuding strength, marked only by a faint white line. What was initially a perilous scene transformed into something rather comical, as if time itself had decided to play a jest. Gung Silang stood there, his glasses reflecting light. Resembling a young detective from a neighboring school, seemingly lost in contemplation. Long Chuyi felt a touch of embarrassment, primarily due to his awkwardness on behalf of Gung Silang. He raised his hand, scratching his head in uncertainty, and then, in a fit of bashfulness, touched his nose. After striking for so long, only a faint mark remained, rendering the scene reminiscent of a farce. It had been previously stated that ordinary blades and swords posed little threat to Long Chuyi, who could effortlessly withstand them with his physical prowess. At this moment, Long Chuyi dared not utter a word, merely waiting to see what actions Gung Silang would undertake next. Within mere seconds, Long Chuyi perceived a sudden shift in the aura emanating from Gung Silang. Subsequently, he witnessed the blade of Gung Silang's knife transform from white to black. Upon witnessing the transformation of Gung Silang's blade, Long Chuyi felt a jolt of apprehension coursing through him, his lips twitching involuntarily. A dismal realization struck him. This old fellow appeared resolute in his intent to engage him to the bitter end, even resorting to the use of armed color domineeringly. It seemed he was intent on subjecting him to utter annihilation. Just as Gung Silang's figure began to shift, Long Chuyi hastily raised his voice in desperation. "Uncle, could you possibly exercise a modicum of reason? If you intend to strike me down, at least grant me a weapon. I am utterly unarmed here." This is nothing short of blatant bullying. Upon hearing these words, Gung Silang momentarily halted, pausing his advance. However, this fleeting cessation felt akin to the calm that precedes a tempest, vanishing almost as swiftly as it appeared. In the next instant, Gung Silang surged forth like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkened sky, launching an even more ferocious assault upon Long Chuyi. The overwhelming force he wielded resembled a colossal wave, intent on utterly obliterating Long Chuyi. As Long Chuyi exhaled a sigh of relief, it was swiftly replaced by a surge of anxiety, his heart racing to his throat. His eyes widened in shock as he mentally berated Gung Silang, yet his body instinctively reacted. He dared not linger for a moment, desperately dodging to the side, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. As Long Chuyi sprinted ahead, he pondered that fleeing incessantly was not a viable solution. Just as Gung Silang's blade was about to strike him once more, he abruptly pivoted on his left foot, channeling all his strength into his fist. A golden radiance emanated from his knuckles, dazzling like the blazing sun. With a resonant clash, Long Chuyi's fist collided with Gung Silang's sword, which was enveloped in the fierce aura of armed color, sending forth a visible ripple of energy. Long Chuyi bellowed, "Enough!" With that, he exerted himself forcefully, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled Gung Silang several steps back. Gung Silang steadied himself, lowering his sword. His gaze fixed intently on Long Chuyi, as if flames of fervor were igniting in his eyes. Long Chuyi gritted his teeth and said, "Please, if you have questions, just ask. If you don't wish to inquire, then leave. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Do you really believe I cannot contend with you?" Gung Silang forcefully propelled himself off the ground, akin to a nimble leopard. He grasped the hilt of his blade firmly, positioning the blade at his right side, slightly inclined to form a sharp angle with the ground. As he surged forward, his garments fluttered wildly, creating a howling wind, akin to a bolt of black lightning rushing towards Long Chuyi, as if intent on tearing apart all obstacles in its path. As Long Chuyi encountered the approaching adversary, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes, dispelling any trace of restraint. He deftly slid his feet apart, moving with an elegance that belied the steadiness of his stance. His toes angled inward, firmly establishing a horse-riding posture that bore the weight of a mountain, solid and substantial, every muscle exerting its might, exuding an overwhelming vigor. His hands, seemingly cradled by a gentle breeze, rose slowly, their motion soft and unhurried, as if infused with an indescribable rhythm. In an instant, his hands clenched into fists, the palms facing inward, embodying a latent strength as they ascended to his chest. At that moment, a layer of golden radiance began to shimmer upon his fists. A soft yet resilient glow, akin to the gentle brilliance of a nascent sunrise, encapsulating boundless power. Long Chuyi let out a deep roar. "Then come." Chapter 55, The Father-in-Law's Approval? Then come. Gung Silang's eyes glinted like an eagle's, revealing a murderous intent. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, angling the blade towards the ground, his body slightly leaning forward, poised and ready for action. Long Chui assumed a defensive stance, prepared to await the attack. Gung Silang launched the first strike. His figure flickered like lightning as he charged towards Long Chui, the blade in his hand carving a fierce arc through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura as it descended upon Long Chui. Long Chui remained calm and composed. In the fleeting moment when the blade was about to strike him, he deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Gung Silang's assault. Noticing that his initial attempt had failed, Gung Silang promptly adjusted his strategy. He swung his sword with great velocity, the blade's shadows cascading down like autumn leaves falling from a tree, aiming to slash at Long Chui from all directions. The shimmering sword shadows sparkled with a chilling light in the air, moving with such swiftness that evasion seemed nearly impossible. Upon witnessing the situation, Long Chui swiftly maneuvered his hands, executing a technique known as Tai Chi scatter hands, deflecting the incoming assaults with remarkable finesse. After successfully parrying Gung Silang's strikes, Long Chui initiated his counterattack. With a powerful push of his foot, a shallow pit materialized beneath him, propelling his body like an arrow released from a bow towards Gung Silang, simultaneously unleashing a punch imbued with a formidable golden light. Gung Silang hastily raised his blade to block, yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly from the impact. Regaining his composure, Gung Silang charged once more at Long Chui, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, raising it high above his head, and conjuring a colossal shadow of a blade in the air, which descended upon Long Chui with tremendous force. This move bore immense power, and wherever the blade's shadow passed, the very air seemed to be cleaved asunder. Long Chui crossed his hands, channeling golden light to conjure an invisible shield before him, steadfastly withstanding the onslaught from Gung Silang. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, as Long Chui unleashed his power, he clenched his right fist tightly, and a golden dragon-shaped aura enveloped his form. With a fierce charge towards Gung Silang, the dragon figure lunged forward with ferocity. In response, Gung Silang wielded his blade to its utmost potential, the weapon radiating with formidable haki, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Long Chui's dragon. Ultimately, Gung Silang found himself slightly outmatched by Long Chui, as the latter continuously invoked the harmony of the universe. Positioning himself in the most advantageous stance, Long Chui lay sprawled on the ground in a shape resembling the character, his chest heaving violently as he greedily inhaled the air, each breath accompanied by a heavy rasp. The surroundings were in utter disarray, the ground pockmarked and uneven. Fragments of broken branches and scattered leaves lay haphazardly about. Not far from him, Gung Silang sat slumped on the ground, his condition appearing utterly dire. Bloodstains lingered at the corners of his mouth, the vivid crimson starkly contrasting with his pallid lips. His once immaculate Taoist robes now resembled a canvas marred by chaotic brushstrokes, splattered with patches of red and black. The red, a result of blood, and the black, the grime accumulated from battle. "Hey, uncle, are you reassured now?" Long Chui spoke weakly, his voice hoarse yet laced with a hint of mockery. "You cough, cough, cough." Ugh, Gung Silang attempted to respond, but felt as if something sharp had lodged in his throat, triggering a fit of violent coughing. Soon after, a mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from his lips, splattering onto the ground like a blooming flower of crimson. Long Chui cast a sidelong glance at Gung Silang, a flicker of helplessness passing through his eyes as he let out a soft sigh. He bared his teeth and propped himself up, gradually shifting his body towards Gung Silang. At last, he reached Gung Silang's side and extended his hand, which emanated a gentle white glow infused with healing power. He delicately placed his hand upon Gung Silang's back, and the radiance seemed to come alive, slowly permeating Gung Silang's body. The intense coughing that had plagued Gung Silang began to subside upon contact with the white light. The expression of agony on his face gradually eased, and the wounds on his body slowly healed, the bloodstains fading away, while beneath the tattered robe, his skin restored its former integrity. His breathing steadily became more even, and a spark of vitality reappeared in his eyes. As time elapsed, his injuries continued to mend. Gung Silang, astonished, reveled in the warmth encapsulated within the white light. This young friend possesses such extraordinary abilities. Why, then, does he come to my dojo to study the art of the sword? Ah, ha, so you finally deign to speak with me? Long Chui sneered twice, his tone laced with derision. Gung Silang remained unfazed by his demeanor, silently observing, awaiting a response. Long Chui curled his lip and remarked, "I aspire to become a great swordsman, though for now, I merely rely on my fists and feet." Internally, he scoffed, how amusing. Just a moment ago. You addressed me as Your Excellency, and now it's young friend. Truly laughable. Were it not for Kuina's sake, I would have unleashed a couple of electric blasts upon you. Kungshiro nodded, stating, altering one's attack habits midway is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. That is precisely why I am here to learn. Long Chui replied with an air of conviction, as he casually retracted the beam of white light and rose to stretch. I am utterly exhausted. Well then, I shall leave the remainder to restore itself. Farewell. With that, Long Chui strode away. Kungshiro gazed at his departing figure, hesitating for a moment before calling out to him, young friend. Regarding the remark you made about the young lady earlier, can you assure me of its veracity? Long Chui halted his steps, a slight smile gracing his lips as he mused inwardly. I had anticipated that you would not inquire about this matter for a few more days. Thus, I shall reluctantly indulge in a bit of persuasion once more. Clearing his throat, he added, yet, it is not mere persuasion, for there truly lies a peril ahead. With that, he withdrew his smile, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he turned to face Gung Sailang. Esteemed sir, you have witnessed my abilities. There is no need for deceit. Miss Guena's fate is entwined with a calamity that looms near, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, but it is undeniably imminent. However, fret not, for I possess the means to avert this disaster. Gung Sailang fixed his gaze intently upon Long Chui's eyes, seemingly attempting to decipher the veracity of his words from that penetrating gaze. As the adage wisely states, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Observing Long Chui's earnest and solemn demeanor, Gung Sailang felt a lingering doubt, yet as a father, it is impossible to remain unperturbed upon hearing of impending misfortune that may befall one's daughter. With a heavy sigh, he knelt before Long Chui, his forehead touching the ground, and implored earnestly, young friend, I beseech you, save my beloved daughter. Long Chui gazed at the kneeling Gung Sailang, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. The heart of a parent is a profound well of compassion. Though Gung Sailang resolutely opposed Gu Yaina's pursuit of the path of a swordsman, was he not also striving to safeguard his beloved daughter? Silently, he vowed, rest assured. Dear uncle, I shall protect Gu Yaina in the future and help her realize her dreams. Long Chui chuckled. Hee, uncle, there's no need for your pleading. He then playfully walked back, lifted Gung Sailang up, and wrapped an arm around his shoulder as they descended the mountain. With an exaggerated expression, he spoke of how Guina would achieve great heights after overcoming this ordeal, expressing his desire to befriend her. As the sun gradually sank in the west, its rays bathed the earth in a warm glow. Gung Sailang gazed at the lively youth beside him, whose shoulder he was embraced by, the crimson sunset illuminating his spirited face, casting a golden outline around his features. Gung Sailang mused, perhaps, in the future, Guina's dreams will be realized in your company. Chapter 56. Learning to believe in oneself. Father. Exhausted after her training, Guina returned to the entrance, where she encountered Long Chui and Gung Sailang, who had also just arrived. Upon seeing the two, bloodied and tattered, her eyes widened in shock. The dried bloodstains and the ragged fabric fluttering in the wind seemed to narrate tales of fierce battles. Guina gasped, her heart filled with worry. Miss Guina. It's only been half a day, yet here we are again, Long Chui said with a smile, releasing Gung Sailang's shoulder, his carefree tone suggesting he was oblivious to their disheveled state, his grin somewhat peculiar beneath the dirt and blood. However, Guina was solely preoccupied with her father's safety. She brushed past him, hurrying towards Gung Sailang. Father, what happened to you? Guina's voice trembled as her eyes scanned for signs of injury on Gung Sailang. He continued to smile reassuringly, waving his hand. Haha, it's nothing. Just sparred with a friend, a minor injury, no need to worry. Yet Guina remained unconvinced. Her brow furrowed as she circled around her father, scrutinizing every detail until she confirmed that only a few bruises were present and nothing serious. Allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, Long Chui slowly lowered his hand that had been raised in greeting, a subtle smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he quietly observed Gu Yaina's concern for Gung Sailang. A fleeting, enigmatic emotion flickered in his eyes. After a moment, he silently turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, he was called back by Gung Sailang's voice. Young friend, why not stay at my humble abode for a few days? Upon hearing her father's words, Gu Yaina's eyes widened with surprise, her brow furrowing slightly as she cast a puzzled glance at him. She could not comprehend why her father wished to keep someone who appeared shrouded in secrets and with whom they had little connection. In her understanding, her father would not make such a decision lightly. Gung Sailang then turned his gaze to Long Chui, before lowering his head and looking gently at Gu Yaina. softly saying, "Perhaps I could teach you some swordsmanship techniques, if you wouldn't mind." Long Chuyi paused in his tracks upon hearing a sound. At this moment, the evening breeze gently caressed him, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it felt as tender as a mother's hand, softly brushing against the cheeks of those it touched. The setting sun resembled a benevolent elder, bringing forth the tales of the day as it gracefully descended beyond the horizon. With the sun's departure, the night unfurled like a tranquil lake, gradually enveloping the sky in a delicate veil of deep blue, while the stars, akin to jewels embedded in that fabric, began to twinkle softly. Hee ha 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 ha. Long Chuyi burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. He then turned, raised his thumb high in a gesture of approval, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Of course. I look forward to your guidance." Guiana observed her father and the other man, sensing a profound bond between them. "Wow. This is absolutely delicious, Sigwati. Miss Guiana, your culinary skills are exceptional. When I have the time, I shall let you sample my cooking, and I assure you, you will crave more." Long Chuyi rubbed his round belly with one hand, while the other supported him from behind, his stuffed appearance quite comical. Guiana, seemingly oblivious, quietly began to tidy the dining table. Noticing this, Long Chuyi swiftly rose to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Gung Silang watched the two with a deep gaze, pondering something inscrutable. After they finished cleaning up, Gung Silang retreated indoors to rest. At that moment, Guiana changed into a white martial arts uniform, picked up a wooden sword, and made her way directly to the backyard, where a large tree stood, adorned with protective gear. On the first day of the dragon, a small figure trailed behind Guiana like a little tail, making his way into the backyard. The moonlight poured down like water, gently casting a dreamlike veil over the small courtyard. Guiana's expression was resolute, her eyes ablaze with fervent flames. Grasping a wooden sword, she gracefully practiced her swordsmanship against the great tree. The wooden blade sliced through the air with a whoosh, each strike against the tree accompanied by a swishing sound. The whisper of the blade cutting through the night. Her footsteps were swift, the soles of her shoes scraping against the ground, creating a unique melody that intertwined in the stillness of the deep night. Occasionally, the wooden sword would strike the protective gear on the tree, producing a dull thud that served as a rhythmic accompaniment to the melody. Fine beads of sweat gradually formed on her forehead, glimmering softly in the moonlight. Yet they did not in the slightest diminish her concentration. Long Chuyi sat quietly to the side, arms crossed, anxious not to disturb the sacred scene before him. His gaze remained fixed upon the small figure diligently practicing, his eyes filled with admiration and respect, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. On this tranquil night, the only sounds were the swish of Guiana's wooden sword slicing through the air, intertwined with the occasional chirping of insects, composing a symphony of perseverance. As the late hour drew near, the training session finally came to a close. Guiana, weary yet fulfilled, raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead when a pristine handkerchief gently descended upon her. Almost instantly, a pair of warm, strong hands began tenderly dabbing away her perspiration. The movements of those hands were gentle and meticulous, as if they were handling the most precious treasure in the world. As the handkerchief was removed, Long Chuyi's strikingly handsome face came into Guiana's view. His smile, subtle yet radiant, resembled the most brilliant star in the night sky, dazzling enough to capture one's gaze. Guiana felt her heart race suddenly, as if countless little deer were bounding within her chest. The overwhelming charm that enveloped her triggered an emotional upheaval, her heart score skyrocketing to an astonishing 999, rendering her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In truth, you need not exert yourself so fervently. You are already quite remarkable. While diligent training is commendable, it ought to be undertaken with reason, should it not? Long Chuyi furrowed his brow, concern evident in his eyes, as he withdrew his hand. I saw you, when you returned this evening. You had already completed a round of training, hadn't you? And now you are practicing relentlessly into the night. How can your body endure this? Sooner or later, you will break down. His voice resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, tinged with urgency. Guiana, as if struck at a vulnerable point, froze for a moment before erupting like a firecracker. She angrily snatched the handkerchief from her head and slammed it onto the ground, exclaiming loudly, "What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Or do you, like others, believe that I, as a girl, am inherently weaker than you boys? Hmph. You understand nothing at all." Her voice echoed in the night sky, startling the resting birds perched on the branches, sending them fluttering away in a flurry. Long Chuyi's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. He fixed his gaze intently on Guiana's eyes and spoke slowly. "No, You have completely misunderstood me. On the contrary, I hold you in high regard. You are truly remarkable, and I have never looked down upon women. I am merely concerned for your well-being and hope you take sufficient rest. Regardless, training should proceed only when your safety is assured. At that moment, a gust of night wind swept through, rustling the leaves, as if whispering secrets. Long Chuyi recalled the time he had challenged the waterfall, when Robin had similarly implored him with earnestness. Yet back then, he had been equally stubborn and unyielding. Guyina remained seething with anger, her chest heaving violently. She abruptly turned, intent on leaving. As she passed by Long Chuyi, he swiftly reached out and grasped her wrist. Let go. Guyina struggled fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury. Are you fighting so desperately because, deep down, you do not believe in yourself? Long Chuyi's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of disturbance. Guyina froze, as if caught in a spell, halting her struggle. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly lack faith in myself? Her voice trembled, as if she were desperately concealing something. Is that so? Long Chuyi interrupted, his gaze penetrating. If you truly believed in yourself, would you be so enraged by a mere statement that girls are inferior to boys? If you believed in yourself, would you train day and night with such intensity? The night was eerily silent, punctuated only by their slightly labored breaths. Long Chuyi let out a gentle sigh and said softly, Guyina, try to believe in yourself. Cast aside the idle chatter of the world. You will undoubtedly succeed in the future, of that I am certain. Guyina stared at Long Chuyi, her expression a tumult of emotions. Suddenly, with a fierce jerk, she wrenched her wrist free from his grasp and, without looking back, fled, leaving only the sound of her footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. Chapter 57. Training eh? How did he end up here? An apprentice exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Look, he is standing right next to Master Gung Sailang. What is going on? Another apprentice echoed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that Master Gung Sailang intends to take him in? A girl with twin ponytails speculated, tilting her head. Well, but he is truly handsome. One girl exclaimed, cupping her face with her hands, gazing dreamily at Long Chuyi, her eyes sparkling like stars. What on earth? Is this really the time to be discussing that? A tall apprentice furrowed his brow in rebuttal. In the dojo, the apprentices erupted in animated chatter upon the appearance of Long Chuyi. Guyina stood among the crowd, her brow slightly furrowed as she listened to the cacophony of discussions surrounding her. Upon hearing a girl laud Long Chuyi's handsomeness, she cast a sharp glance towards the source of the voice, her gaze piercing like an icy arrow. After confirming it was indeed a girl, her lips subtly curled downward, her eyes narrowing in disdain, followed by a cold snort as she averted her gaze. The girl who had caught Guyina's glare suddenly shivered, glancing around in confusion, murmuring, How strange, why do I suddenly feel a chill at my back? Guyina crossed her arms, internally muttering, Humph, just a boastful fool, and a glutton to boot. What is so handsome about him? Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently glanced at Long Chuyi. Gung Sailang, wearing a gentle smile, scanned the children in the arena with kind eyes before raising his voice to say, Everyone, please quiet down. Starting today, our friend Long Chuyi will be learning swordsmanship alongside you all. Let us look out for one another. Long Chuyi stepped forward, standing tall and straight, a broad smile revealing a set of perfectly white teeth as he erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Hello everyone. I am Long Chuyi, and my dream is to become the strongest in the world, to protect all that I hold dear. I cherish all the beautiful things in this world and detest the ugly ones. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. With that, Long Chuyi embarked on his journey of swordsmanship. In the dojo, he faced a boy of similar height. The two bowed to each other, speaking in unison. Please give me your guidance. Their voices resonated throughout the dojo, filled with mutual respect. Without delay, they quickly assumed their stances, akin to poised cheetahs, as the atmosphere intensified. Begin. At the command, Long Chuyi surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his sword slicing through the air with the force of a tempest. In the blink of an eye, with a resounding crack, he struck the boy in the abdomen, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. Wow! Incredible! Gasps of astonishment filled the air. His movements are astonishingly swift. I could hardly keep up. Long Chuyi gracefully withdrew his striking posture, showing no trace of arrogance upon his face. He approached the fallen boy and extended a friendly hand. The boy was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and firmly grasped Long Chuyi's hand, using it as leverage to rise. With a face full of admiration, he gave a thumbs up and praised. You are truly impressive. Long Chuyi, feeling a hint of bashfulness, scratched the back of his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he waved his hand and said, "Haha, it was merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps next time, fortune will not favor me as it did today." Subsequently, Long Chui, with the ease of slicing through vegetables, dispatched each opponent in a series of sparring matches, leaving none unscathed by his singular strike. Yet, he remained devoid of arrogance. His amiable demeanor and sporadic bursts of humor radiated warmth akin to the sun, effortlessly endearing him to all. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of lighthearted enjoyment. As the relationships among everyone grew decidedly less rigid. Before long, only Guina remained, yet to spar with Long Chui, igniting a wave of curiosity among the onlookers. And the dojo buzzed with lively chatter. "She must be formidable," exclaimed an exuberant girl with a ponytail. "Do not forget, she has previously defeated everyone here. Her prowess is undeniable." A boy with short hair countered, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "I believe Chui-kun may be even more impressive. Just look at his robust physique. He might unleash unexpected power." Finally, Guina and Long Chui stood at the center of the dojo, poised for their much-anticipated duel. Long Chui's lips curled into a smile, his gaze soft and warm as he looked at Guina. "I look forward to your guidance," he said. In stark contrast, Guina's demeanor was one of unwavering seriousness, resembling a formidable iceberg. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, her feet firmly planted like nails in the ground, her eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk. Intently fixed on Long Chui, silently awaiting the command to begin. Her focused expression suggested that everything around her had faded into oblivion. As Long Chui beheld Guina's earnest demeanor, he shrugged and swiftly assumed a stance of readiness. He crouched slightly, leaning forward like a poised cheetah, his grip on the wooden sword firm. An undercurrent of latent power coursing through it. With the command to commence, Long Chui and Guina surged towards one another like arrows released from a bow. In an instant, their wooden swords collided with a resounding crash, echoing through the air as if it had detonated. Without delay, Guina unleashed a flurry of strikes akin to a whirlwind, her sword slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yet, Long Chui remained composed, deftly maneuvering to parry her blows with ease. Each clash of weapons sent splinters flying, the sounds resonating throughout the training hall. To the onlookers, Guina's attacks appeared as swift as lightning, but to Long Chui, they resembled the antics of children at play, affording him the leisure to observe his surroundings. As he skillfully countered her assaults, Long Chui took the opportunity to point out Guina's missteps. Do not underestimate him. In his previous life, he had diligently studied the art of Chinese swordsmanship for 2.5 years. This encounter was merely a quest to explore the marvels of swordplay in this world, with a side intention of safeguarding the young lady's life, while adeptly deflecting Guina's strikes. He remarked, "Your force is excessive, causing your center of gravity to falter." His movements flowed like water, the wooden sword consistently positioned to intercept Guina's attacks. The spectators stood in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief and intrigue, pondering, is it truly possible? With such prowess and mastery of swordsmanship, why would he come here to learn? Guina, irked by Long Chui's instructive tone, felt a surge of indignation. Though they were contemporaries, his manner of speaking was reminiscent of an elder admonishing a younger counterpart, which only stoked the flames of her frustration. Determined to teach him a lesson, she charged at Long Chui, abandoning her prior composure. With her wooden sword raised high, she swung down with all her might, completely losing her sense of restraint. Long Chui remained unperturbed, keenly observing the opportune moment. With a sudden stamp of his foot and a slight tilt of his body, he effortlessly evaded the fierce strike. In a fluid motion, he twisted his wrist, and the wooden sword shot upward like a swift serpent emerging from its lair, coming to rest with a sharp sound against Guina's neck. The entire sequence executed with remarkable precision and grace. Long Chui calmly declared, "It is over." Sunlight streamed through the dojo's windows, casting a warm glow upon the ground, as dust danced in the air, seemingly stirred by the intensity of the recent contest. Gasping for breath, Guina's chest heaved violently, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat that sparkled like jewels in the sun's embrace, cascading down her cheeks. Her eyes burned with the fervor of two blazing torches, fixed unwaveringly on Long Chui, brimming with resentment and defiance, as if to convey that her defeat was merely a lapse in her vigilance. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to grow heated, charged by her indignation. Upon witnessing this, Long Chui gently set down his wooden sword, a hearty smile gracing his face as he scratched his head, and said, "Shall we train together this afternoon?" Outside the window, The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound akin to applause for Long Chuyi's suggestion, yet it also seemed to mock Guena's defeat. Guena let out a cold snort, turning on her heel without a word, her stubborn silhouette merging with the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a long shadow behind her. At that moment, the others glanced at the time, realizing it was already noon. The sun had grown increasingly intense, illuminating the dojo with a dazzling brightness. Consequently, everyone began to leave the dojo, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. Long Chuyi hurriedly caught up with Guyana, and the two arrived outside the dojo. The flowers in the courtyard drooped slightly under the scorching sun. As Long Chuyi trotted around Guyana, he chattered away like a machine gun, saying, "I can only do a little bit, really. If I were to encounter a true powerhouse, my little tricks would be utterly useless. Look, I may be slightly stronger than you now, but that doesn't signify much. Who can predict the future? Perhaps one day you will surpass me, right?" Gradually, under his persistent coaxing, Guyana slowed her pace, and eventually, Long Chuyi walked alongside her toward her usual training spot. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a touch of coolness, seemingly easing the tension between the two. Chapter 58. The story begins taking a deep breath, inhaling, exhaling. With his left hand tracing circles and his right hand pushing outward, Long Chuyi was leisurely practicing Tai Chi beside a grand tree, with Guyana imitating him closely. Finally, he concluded the session. Long Chuyi remarked. Long Chuyi chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the blue-haired girl's head and inquired, "Guyana, how do you feel? Is your body filled with a sense of ease?" Guyana took a moment to reflect, then clenched her fist. Indeed, ever since she began practicing Tai Chi with Long Chuyi, it felt as though her body had been unblocked. The previous tension had dissipated entirely. 3 years swiftly passed, and the bond between Long Chuyi and Guyana deepened remarkably, reaching a point where they were almost inseparable. This was largely due to Long Chuyi's relentless pursuit of Guyana. Although their relationship did not quite rival that of her bond with Robin, it was nonetheless substantial, being 2/3 as profound. "All right, it's time to head back," Long Chuyi announced, stretching lazily, his body cracking like firecrackers, a sound reminiscent of bones stretching. Guyana had now grown to a height of 1.7 meters, and as she gazed at Long Chuyi's profile, a gentle smile graced her lips. "No, my feet are tired," she said with a calm demeanor, though her words were laced with a playful tone. Upon hearing this, Long Chuyi felt his heart melt, finding her utterly adorable. Long Chuyi could hardly suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had a mischievous glint akin to wielding an AK. "Well then, I shall carry you," he exclaimed. Guyana replied softly, extending her arms in anticipation of Long Chuyi's crouch. She rested her face against his broad shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent that enveloped him, her eyes gently closing as her legs swung playfully, unabashedly displaying her youthful temper. Long Chuyi gently held the delicate thigh of Guyana, strolling leisurely towards home, immersed in the warmth of their shared moment. Upon arriving at the quaint town, Long Chuyi set Guyana down, after she tidied her attire. They continued their walk together towards their abode. As they opened the doors of the dojo, they were greeted by a gathering of apprentices, the air resonating with the sounds of spirited competition. Long Chuyi and Guyana exchanged a glance and stepped inside. "Senior sister Guyana, big brother Chuyi, you have finally returned. Someone has come to challenge us, and now only big brother Jiro is holding the fort. Everyone else has been defeated," exclaimed a young boy, hastily clearing a path for them. As the crowd witnessed the return of Long Chuyi and Guyana, they promptly parted to make way. Once the throng dispersed, a boy with green hair came into view, locked in a standoff with a burly man, the very same individual whom Long Chuyi had effortlessly vanquished earlier. Long Chuyi raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He mused to himself, has the plot begun to unfold? Our Esta is destined to lose." Guyana, observing the contest, swiftly rendered her judgment. As expected, within just 3 exchanges, the man succumbed to defeat. The green-haired boy, panting heavily, scanned the onlookers and boldly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me?" Long Chuyi glanced at Guyana and said casually, "Shall I go?" This fellow is merely a fool who relies solely on brute strength." Long Chuyi smiled lightly, then stepped confidently into the arena. "Oh, green algae head, you are quite formidable," he exclaimed. That voice sounds somewhat familiar." As he spoke, Zaro turned to look back, and upon seeing Long Chuyi, his face was filled with astonishment. He pointed at Long Chuyi and shouted, "It's you fool." In an instant, the smile that adorned Long Chuyi's face vanished. The next moment, he moved like lightning, swiftly approaching Zoro. He raised his arm and delivered a powerful punch, the sound of wind rushing through his fist as it struck Zoro's head with tremendous force. Bang! The immense impact caused Zoro's head to crash against the floor, which instantly cracked like a spider's web. Zoro now had a large bump on his head, emitting wisps of smoke. His eyes transformed into swirling circles, and he collapsed onto the floor, now marred by fractures, completely unconscious. As a small cloud of dust rose around him, the arena fell into a profound silence. Long Chui retracted his fist, a smile returning to his face as he surveyed the surroundings. Well, since everyone has been defeated, let us conclude for this morning. Let us all return for lunch. A chill swept through the gathered apprentices, who, akin to startled birds, hastily fled the scene. Each one internally echoed a single thought. We are surely in for trouble this afternoon. In merely 3 minutes, the once crowded dojo was left with only Long Chui, the father and daughter duo of Kuina, and the unconscious Zoro. Uncle, Kuina, I shall take care of this little rascal. Long Chui hoisted Zoro and turned to exit. Kuina, unfazed, made her way to the kitchen to prepare lunch. When Long Chui returned, he noticed that Gung Sailang and Gu Yaina were already seated at the dining table, awaiting his arrival. He smiled faintly and remarked, "There is no need to wait for me." With that, he took his place at the table, and the three of them began to eat. Gung Sailang casually inquired, "How is that child faring?" Long Chui replied with a smile, "It's fine. He is doing well. I've placed him in a small inn, provided him with food, and administered some treatment." After he finished eating, he was lively and full of vigor again. Yamato Shiro responded affirmatively, took a couple more bites of his meal, and then inquired, "What do you think of that child?" "Hey." Long Chui observed the scene before him. Pondering silently, it seems he might have taken a liking to that fellow Zoro. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied nonchalantly, That guy is quite remarkable. Not only does he possess unwavering determination, but he also exudes a formidable aura." At that moment, Guena interjected with a sudden remark, "Hmph. He's just a fool who relies solely on brute strength." Upon hearing this, Yamato Shiro burst into laughter, shaking his head as he remarked, "Sometimes, brute strength can indeed be a formidable weapon. When a person can resolutely commit to a cause and charge forward like a fool, disregarding all obstacles. Such tenacity and courage are undeniably admirable qualities." Chapter 59. The attribute of being directionally challenged. "Damn you, idiot. I challenge you to a duel." Zoro, resembling an enraged lion, stood in the center of the arena, wielding a wooden sword in each hand. His arms trembled slightly with fury, veins bulging, and his eyes, wide open, seemed to blaze with two fiery orbs, glaring fiercely at Long Chui. Long Chui, seemingly unfazed, let out a grand yawn that echoed through the tense atmosphere, rendering it all the more jarring. He spoke languidly, with an air of indifference, "Let us discuss this later. I have matters to attend to." With that, he turned his back and sauntered towards the door, followed closely by Guena, who mirrored his pace. "Are you afraid of me?" Zoro, resembling an enraged bull, brandished his sword, the wooden blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, as he bared his teeth and shouted emphatically, "Oh yes, indeed I am frightened. Let us meet again then." Long Chui retorted nonchalantly, dismissively waving his hand as if shooing away an annoying fly, before striding away with a sense of swagger. "Damn it!" Zoro exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. From the sidelines, Gung Sailang observed this dramatic tableau, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Perhaps you could follow them." Upon hearing this, Zoro glanced at Gung Sailang, his brow furrowing in contemplation, before he scoffed and dashed out. Yet, to his bewilderment, while Long Chui and the others had clearly turned right, he bolted left instead. If Long Chui had been present, he would surely have remarked on Zoro's notorious lack of direction, fitting for one of the trio of fools among the protagonists. The perspective shifts back to Long Chui. Guena, shedding her usual aloofness, walked briskly to Long Chui's side, affectionately linking her arm with his. With a slight furrow in her brow, she inquired, "Father seems inclined to take that fool as his disciple." Upon hearing this, Long Chui's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Guena would discern such subtle signs. A faint smile graced his lips as he extended his hand, interlocking his fingers with hers, relishing the warmth of her palm. He spoke softly, "Indeed, it is quite possible. Who knows, that fellow might carve out an extraordinary path in the future." Upon hearing this, Guena's beautifully arched brows knitted together, resembling ripples forming on a serene lake surface. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in her eyes as she murmured softly, "Does my father still not believe that I can become a great swordswoman?" Long Chui extended his right hand, gently pinching her face, which resembled soft, tender dough. A warm smile gracing his lips as he said, "Do not let your thoughts wander aimlessly. Such matters are inconsequential. Do you realize? Your current prowess should not be underestimated. You are now capable of contending with those pirates at sea who boast significant bounties. Therefore, focus on solidifying your foundation, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly prove yourself to all." With a firm nod, Guena swayed their intertwined hands, and together they made their way to the training ground. Each morning, without fail, they would journey to their training site, practicing diligently until noon before returning, only to continue their training in the dojo during the afternoon. This arrangement was, in fact, a thoughtful gesture from Long Chui, intended to alleviate Guena's training fatigue. Not only that, he imparted the sword techniques and martial arts skills from his previous life to her, fostering their bond in the process. After approximately 2.5 hours of practice, both felt somewhat weary and rested against a large tree. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed them, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Everything appeared serene and beautiful. They relished this rare moment of tranquility, as if the entire world had dwindled to just the two of them. However, a swaying figure appeared. It was that green-haired fellow. He looked utterly disheveled, covered in dust and leaves, as if he had just rolled in the mud. "Ah, I found you. Let us settle this one-on-one," Zoro bellowed, his voice piercing the serene atmosphere of their resting place. Long Chui's face was a canvas of astonishment. In truth, he had sensed something amiss the moment Zoro stepped out. He couldn't help but privately lament, "Goodness, it has been a full 3 hours since he left, and he has only just arrived here. Truly, he is directionally challenged." "Step aside. Did I not mention I have matters to attend to?" Long Chui remained lazily reclined beneath the tree, not even shifting his form. In contrast, Guena sprang to her feet, her delicate visage darkening, akin to the sky before a tempest. She loathed interruptions when she and Long Chui were in solitude. "Do you think you can best me?" Zoro cast a sidelong glance at Guena, his eyes brimming with disdain. "What I seek is him." With that, he raised his blade, pointing it menacingly at Long Chui. "Master Chui's prowess far surpasses mine. If you cannot even defeat me, do not harbor delusions of challenging him," Guena remarked, her brows furrowing. This marked the first occasion she had spoken so extensively to Zoro. "Just you?" Zoro's expression was one of skepticism, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. "Hmph." Guena let out a cold snort, striding to the side to seize a wooden stick. Deftly assuming a combat stance, her gaze radiating an undeniable intensity. Faced with this turn of events, Zoro had no choice but to accept the challenge, muttering under his breath, "Let it be known, I do not strike women." Yet, those very words ignited Guena's fury like a spark in a powder keg. Drawing a deep breath, Guena gracefully traced an elegant arc in the air with her stick, and in an instant, she vanished like a wraith. To Zoro's bewilderment, she appeared to have simply evaporated into thin air. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a searing pain erupted in his back, akin to a scorching iron branding him. Subsequently, he was propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string. "Ah, it hurts." Zoro lay on the ground, writhing as if scorched by flames, his cries of anguish echoing through the air. His hands clutched his back, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat cascading down like rain. Guena furrowed her brow, flinging the wooden stick to the ground before turning on her heel, her footsteps resonating with palpable anger. Long Chui hastily rose to his feet, swiftly catching up to Guena with several strides. In a moment unnoticed by Zoro, he subtly waved his hand, and a gentle orb of white light emanated from his palm, descending upon Zoro. Instantly, Zoro's pain was alleviated significantly, and his body ceased its earlier violent thrashing. Long Chui took a few quick steps, grasping Guyena's delicate hand. Her hand was soft, and he gently squeezed it. All right, do not be upset." Guyena's little face flushed, and she haughtily turned her head to the side, snorting, "I am not." Long Chui gazed upon her adorable visage, unable to suppress a hearty laugh, his mirth resonating with both clarity and affection. "Indeed, how could little Nana ever be upset? Just look at you. Your lips could easily cradle an oil bottle." As he spoke, he extended a finger, playfully poking at Guena's puffed cheeks, which resembled the delightful softness of jelly candies. Guena swiftly swatted his hand away, casting him a reproachful glare, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a subtle smile. Chapter 60. The promise beneath the moonlight. Time meandered quietly, life flowing like an ancient, unchanging stream, serene and tranquil. However, when a singular figure intruded upon this realm, Akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, everything began to undergo a delicate transformation as threads of fate were quietly rewoven. Zaro, filled with fervor and determination, stepped into the dojo of Kenshiro. Kenshiro scrutinized the youth before him, recognizing in his gaze an intense passion for the sword and extraordinary talent. Pledging the storied blade, a vessel of bygone fervor and glory, to enrich Zaro's journey towards his dreams, marking the commencement of his battles with Long Chui. Simultaneously, Guena was poised to embrace her own moment of grandeur on the stage of destiny. The seemingly predetermined trajectory of her fate veered unexpectedly the moment she fell from the second floor. Like a nimble swallow, she lightly touched the air, landing gracefully. Her life formed seemingly a gentle favor from fate itself. This leap liberated her from invisible shackles, transforming the vast world into her stage for pursuing dreams. Kenshiro, observing the resolute light flickering in his daughter's eyes, felt a swell of emotion. He slowly extended the hilt of the sword, and at that moment, the connection between handle and blade symbolized the transmission and fusion of dreams and beliefs across generations. The emotional bond between father and daughter ignited like a flame, growing ever brighter, exuding a rich and profound resonance. Though Zaro and Guena faced divergent paths, the flame of their dreams continued to blaze fiercely in their hearts, unwavering in their quest to become the world's greatest swordsman. As for Long Chui, he was destined to journey onward to the next chapter of his tale. Author, you pretender. Scoundrel. As the night deepened, the bright moon hung high, its silvery glow cascading gently like gossamer, weaving a diaphanous veil of dreams over the tranquil night. With a graceful flair, Long Chui donned his hat with one hand, and with a delicate touch of his toes, he leaped into the small boat. The vessel responded to the shift in weight, sending gentle ripples across the surface of the sea, swaying leisurely. Turning back, he beheld the enchanting silhouette of Guena. Standing elegantly under the moonlight, her delicate features imbued with a frosty demeanor that could scarcely conceal the affection and reluctance in her eyes. The corners of her eyes glimmered with a hint of red, reminiscent of a dew-kissed begonia. Beside her, Zaro stood with his arms crossed over his chest, a slight frown gracing his lips, exuding an air of proud defiance as he stubbornly turned his head to the side, avoiding Long Chui's gaze. Meanwhile, Gung Sailang silently stood before the two, his smile unwavering. Long Chu straightened his torso, lifting his hand to slightly raise the brim of his hat. In that fleeting moment, the moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury, illuminating his eyes, which sparkled like translucent crystals, clear and radiant. Hee, we made a pact, didn't we? I shall await your arrival upon the vast sea. His voice danced upon the night breeze, crisp and buoyant, as he extended his pinky finger skyward. His face aglow with a beaming smile, gazing earnestly at Guena and Zaro. Long Chui immediately turned around, his toes lightly tapping the bow of the boat, which, without the aid of wind, glided effortlessly across the water's surface, progressing slowly forward. Upon witnessing this, Guena's eyes brimmed with tears. She gently lowered her head, the fringe of her hair cascading like a curtain, concealing her sorrow and reluctance. Only the hand that gripped the long knife at her waist trembled slightly, betraying the tumultuous emotions within her heart. Zaro, too, wore a solemn expression, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Long Chui's receding figure. His gaze so intense it seemed to carve a hole into the very silhouette of his departure. At that moment, both hearts throbbed violently within their chests, resonating with a singular voice that echoed in their souls. It will surely happen. How exhausting this is. As Long Chui's figure vanished entirely into the boundless night, far from the gaze of Guena and the others, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength, collapsing directly onto the deck of the ship. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, his mind pondering. This ability to sail without wind is indeed a double-edged sword. Each use feels akin to depleting one's very life essence. It is impressive, yet it is a lifelong burden. Alas, I have ultimately failed to catch up with Nami. However, if I arrive now, perhaps I can spare her some suffering. Long Chui gazed up at the night sky, where the stars twinkled, yet their light seemed incapable of penetrating the gloom within his heart. Why does my heart feel so weary? This is undeniably a world brimming with the fervor of pirates. Yet I find myself unable to be as carefree and unrestrained as the other protagonists. What exactly is the problem? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. Sinking into profound self-doubt, is my ability insufficient? Why does it always feel as though something is binding me? Chapter 61. The encounter at Cocoa Village upon the azure horizon. A small boat bobbed like a solitary leaf amidst the surging waves, with Long Chui standing firmly at the bow. The sea breeze howled around him, causing his garments to flutter. His gaze was resolute and profound, fixed upon the distance, despite the uncertainties and dangers that lay ahead. The conviction within him surged like the tumultuous waves beneath the vessel, unwavering in its strength. In Cocoa Village, shrouded in shadows, a heavy atmosphere oppressed every inch of land. By the seaside, Nami, guarded by two mermen, took advantage of a rare moment of respite to stare blankly at the sea. Her orange hair appeared particularly frail in this dim environment, and the disgraceful mark on her arm was carefully concealed by her sleeves. Yet the sorrow and despair in her eyes were impossible to hide. The waves lethargically washed over the beach, their sounds resembling the village's resigned lament. Long Chui moved like a specter in the dark of night, approaching with an eerie silence. His form was as agile as that of a leopard. In an instant, he struck, the winds of his fists howling and his legs flickering like shadows. Within the blink of an eye, he effortlessly dispatched two fishmen, sending them crashing onto the sandy beach, raising a cloud of dust. Nami, witnessing this spectacle, froze in place, her eyes widening in terror as fear surged like a tidal wave within her gaze. In her understanding, Arlong was an invincible demon, his subordinates equally unmatched. Yet this unfamiliar youth had so easily vanquished the fishmen. Her complexion turned ashen, her lips trembled violently, and her body involuntarily staggered back a few steps, nearly toppling over. Who are you?" she stammered, her voice trembling with fear, each word seeming to be wrenched from the depths of her soul. The tumultuous sea breeze tousled her hair, dancing wildly across her terrified visage, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. But soon, the terror in Nami's eyes was replaced by a deep concern. She cast a frantic glance towards the direction of the village, her hands clenching tightly together. Her voice laced with an emotional tremor. "You've caused a grave disaster. Arlong will not spare us. He will harm the villagers in retaliation." Her body quivered slightly, her gaze filled with profound worry for the villagers' safety, as if she could already envision Arlong's cruel methods being inflicted upon the innocent. Long Chui gradually retracted his aura. Observing Nami's panicked demeanor, and a wave of compassion surged within him. He understood that her worries were not without reason. Yet, he was also aware that since he had arrived, retreat was not an option. He pondered silently, this foolish girl, with a gentle and confident smile adorning his face. He gazed sincerely at Nami and introduced himself. "I am Long Chui, aspiring to become the strongest in the world. I happened to pass by and noticed some pirates causing trouble. Might you, beautiful lady, share some information with me?" As he spoke softly, he approached Nami steadily, each step light yet resolute, as if he feared startling the frightened girl before him. Once close, he bent slightly to meet her gaze, his eyes filled with concern. He gently reached out, tucking a strand of her wind-tousled hair behind her ear. However, Nami could only shake her head anxiously, her eyes a mixture of wariness and fear. "You must leave quickly, before Arlong notices. Please, hurry and escape this island. I do not wish for you to be put in danger because of me. I still have some value. He will not harm me. Just go," she urged, pushing against Long Chui's shoulder, attempting to distance him from this perilous place. Even as her hands trembled violently from fear. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, resembling a heavy leaden slab, poised to fall at any moment. Long Chui did not waver in the slightest at her refusal. Instead, he extended his pinky finger towards Nami and said, "How about we make a pact? You tell me about the situation here, and I shall defeat the so-called Arlong you speak of. What do you say?" Nami gazed at Long Chui's gentle smile and the outstretched pinky before her, momentarily taken aback as a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Yet, she stubbornly turned her head away, asserting, "Even if you possess some skill, Arlong is not easily vanquished. His influence permeates the entire village. Should I show even the slightest resistance, he will harm the villagers." Her voice trembled slightly, and a flicker of anguish crossed her eyes, as the distant village appeared dilapidated under the somber sky, resembling a lifeless ruin. Long Chui let out a gentle sigh, taking a small step forward to reduce the distance between himself and Nami. His hand slowly rose, intending to rest upon her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Yet at the very moment of impending contact, it retracted, instead pointing towards a small boat by the sea. "Behold, that is my vessel. The very fact that I dare to venture forth alone upon the waves is a testament to my prowess, is it not?" Nami remained silent, ensnared in a tumultuous struggle of indecision within her heart. At that moment, a sharp, bracing sea breeze swept by, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Observing this, Long Chui swiftly removed his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. "Well then, let not your thoughts linger any longer. It has already descended to such dire depths. Why not take a chance?" Long Chui gently placed his hat upon Nami's head and gave it a tender rub. Nami slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Long Chui. as the icy facade in her eyes began to thaw. Why are you so persistently aiding me? What is it that you truly desire? Her expression was laden with confusion and bewilderment, her brow slightly furrowed. Long Chuyi revealed his pristine, orderly teeth, smiling as he said, "Is there truly a need for a reason to help others? If one must exist, then let it be simply this. I am willing." At that moment, a small boy, his face etched with terror and streaked with tears, stealthily approached, calling out, "Sister Nami." Nami enveloped him in her embrace, her voice laced with urgency as she inquired, "What is the matter? What has happened?" The boy, sniffling, spoke in fragmented phrases. Along's subordinates are wreaking havoc in the village, and everyone is utterly terrified. A resolute glimmer surged in Nami's eyes. She draped Long Chuyi's coat over the boy's shoulders, rising with a gaze as piercing as a hawk's. Her earnestness palpable. "I implore you, please help me. Regardless of the cost, if you can save the village, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life." He. Long Chuyi smiled as he resolutely extended his pinky finger towards Nami. "Let us make a pact," he declared. "Once a bond is formed, it must be honored." Nami gazed at the pinky finger before her, biting her lip delicately, and then slowly extended her own slender pinky to intertwine with Long Chuyi's. In that fleeting moment of their fingers entwining, the once impenetrable black clouds, resembling a dense curtain, seemed to be stirred by a force emanating from the depths of their souls. The clouds began to roil and surge vigorously. Suddenly, beams of bright and warm sunlight broke through the heavy shroud of darkness like messengers of hope, cascading down to the earth and enveloping Nami and Long Chuyi in a gentle embrace. The golden rays fell upon them, as if donning them in a splendid armor, each ray whispering promises of a hopeful future. Chapter 62. Dawn-leaden gray clouds hung heavily over the village, resembling a colossal slab of lead poised to fall at any moment. As Long Chuyi and Nami hastily arrived at the village, the sight before them ignited a blaze of fury within Nami's eyes. Arlong's subordinates rampaged through the village like ravenous wolves, the anguished cries of the villagers intertwining in a haunting chorus. Nami bit her lip, her complexion flushed, her eyes brimming with tears of anxiety and rage. Leaning forward, her hands instinctively clenched into fists, she seemed poised to charge forth. Long Chuyi swiftly extended his arm, positioning it in front of Nami to obstruct her. His expression was calm and composed, with deep-set eyes intently focused on the chaotic scene ahead. His brow furrowed slightly, and his thin lips pressed together as he spoke softly. "Nami, do not act recklessly. Rushing out now will only exacerbate the situation." Nami turned to face Long Chuyi, her gaze imbued with urgency and reluctance. "But they are harming the villagers. I cannot stand idly by." Long Chuyi gently shook his head, maintaining his composure. "We must devise a solution. Impulsiveness will not resolve our issues." He then turned to the young boy who was following closely beside Nami. Long Chuyi crouched down, locking eyes with the young boy, who trembled slightly, his gaze filled with palpable fear. Long Chuyi smiled gently and softly inquired, "Little one, could you do your brother a favor?" At that moment, Nami quickly realized the gravity of the situation and interjected, "No, absolutely not. I can go." Before she could finish her sentence, the young boy swallowed hard and replied, "I can." This left Nami momentarily speechless. Long Chuyi gently patted the little boy's shoulder and said, "Can you lure those evildoers away? Do not be afraid. I will be right behind you. All you need to do is run with all your might, and this will ensure the safety of your family." The little boy took a deep breath, nodded, and exclaimed, "Yes, I will save my family. I will save my sister." Upon hearing this, Nami rushed to embrace the little boy and began to weep. Once Nami composed herself, the two retreated to a safer distance. The little boy glanced back towards Long Chuyi's concealed location, summoned his courage, picked up a small stone, and ventured forth, hurling it forcefully towards the gathering of Along's subordinates. The stone struck one of the fishmen, producing a faint sound. The boy, suppressing his fear, shouted loudly, "You wicked scoundrels, come and catch me." Along's subordinates were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected provocation, their whips poised mid-air, before one of the fishmen bellowed menacingly, "You insolent brat, daring to challenge us. I shall tear you to shreds." Another chimed in, "Today, you shall be our meal. There is no escape for you." Ajien, witnessing this, was filled with disbelief and urgently shouted, "Run." Subsequently, the fishmen toppled him to the ground and charged after the boy. Seizing this opportunity, Nami swiftly emerged, helped Ajien to his feet, and anxiously urged, "Ajien, we must quickly organize the villagers to a safe place." Ajien looked at Nami in disbelief. However, Nami insisted, "First, we must gather the villagers. I will explain everything along the way. Aegean nodded and joined Nami in rallying the villagers. During the gathering, Aegean, with a hint of worry, asked Nami, Nami, can we truly rely on Long Chui? We are placing all our hopes on him. What if? Nami met Aegean's gaze with unwavering determination and replied, Aegean, I understand your concerns. But given how dire our situation is, it cannot possibly worsen. Aegean furrowed his brow and said, Yet Long is too powerful. We have rebelled before and failed each time. Can we truly succeed this time? Nami looked steadfastly into Aegean's eyes and declared, Trust me and trust him. This time, we will surely drive Long out of the village and save our home. After Long Chui safely reunited with the young boy and Nami, the villagers gathered around, their expressions filled with confusion and unease. Nami stepped forward and reassured them. Do not worry, Long Chui possesses the capability to save our village. He has faced countless adventures at sea and has battled formidable foes. He will surely defeat Long. The villagers murmured among themselves. One elderly woman furrowed her brow and remarked, This young man appears quite brave, but Long is so ruthless. Can he truly succeed? A young man expressed his doubts, saying, We have fought against Long for so long and have suffered defeat each time. Can an outsider really possess such prowess? At that moment, Aegean stood up, looking at Long Chui with unwavering resolve. I believe in Nami. She does not easily trust someone. Since she says Long Chui can do it, I will place my faith in him. Nami's sister, Nojiko, stepped forward as well, gazing at Long Chui with kindness. I sense that you are a trustworthy person. I hope you can save our village. Suddenly, the young boy shouted. He just protected me and showed no fear in front of those villains. He can definitely defeat Long. The boy's words silenced the villagers, for they recalled the fear that paralyzed them before Long's subordinates. As the saying goes, a back that has been bent for too long cannot straighten itself. The villagers began to reassess Long Chui, and from his calm eyes and steady demeanor, they gradually glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Nodding in agreement to place their trust in him, Long Chui gazed at Nami and suddenly remarked with a smile, Nami, your unwavering trust in me must be a result of my dashing and valiant demeanor, has it not? Once we resolve this matter, you owe me a proper reward. Let us explore this island together. Nami glanced at him with exasperation. Spare me your banter. Focus on dealing with Long first. At that moment, a distressed merman rushed into Long Park, exclaiming in alarm. Long and his subordinates halted their revelry, their attention piqued. One subordinate inquired, What could be so urgent? And what of your injuries? Long squinted at the merman, who then relayed the dire news. He had been deliberately sent back by Long Chui to deliver the message. Subsequently, Long, accompanied by his entire crew, marched towards the village with great fervor. His imposing figure appeared particularly menacing beneath the darkened skies, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So, you dare to play the hero here? He scoffed. At that moment, the village lay deserted, with only Long Chui standing there, quietly awaiting their arrival. Long Chui gazed coldly at Long and declared, Long, your malevolent deeds shall cease today. Long scoffed and burst into laughter. Is it really you? A mere human? Long Chui lightly leaped, akin to a celestial crane unfurling its wings, elevating his entire being into the air, his garments fluttering with a resonant sound. In midair, Long Chui's hands danced gracefully, resembling two dragons emerging from the depths of the sea, his palms exhaling torrents of golden energy, embodying the initial stance of Tai Chi beneath him. The harmonious convergence of heaven and earth gradually ascended, yet it went unnoticed by all. Long, sensing the momentum, widened his eyes in fury, swinging his arms, as robust as water barrels, infused with immense force, charging towards Long Chui like a cannonball. Long Chui, however, remained composed, his body twisting gracefully in midair, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, deftly sidestepping the formidable strike delivered by Long. Simultaneously, his hands moved like the agile tongues of serpents, lightly grazing along Long's onslaught, utilizing the force of the attack against itself. Long was suddenly beset by an overwhelming surge of power, causing his massive form to lurch uncontrollably forward. In the next moment, his figure became ethereal as if blending into the void. Long surveyed his surroundings, only to witness a myriad of flickering lights with Long Chui's true form eluding his sight. Abruptly, Long Chui materialized behind Long, executing a single-footed stance before spinning rapidly like a top, conjuring a whirlwind of golden energy. As he whirled, he unleashed a kick that resembled a golden battle axe, cleaving through the air with a piercing shriek, striking heavily against Long's back. Long let out a muffled grunt, staggering several steps. Yet, Long was no ordinary adversary. He steadied himself and swiftly pivoted, his tail sweeping out like a steel whip. Long Chuyi remained unhurried, his steps shifting with an extraordinary grace, akin to the swirling of a bagua dragon. Leaning forward, he thrust his palms outward, golden radiance converging in his palms, forcefully countering the tail attack of Long. He then advanced once more, his hands dancing before Long like fluttering butterflies, each motion evoking shimmering golden trails. At times, he transformed his fingers into swords, the tips glinting with a piercing golden light, rapidly targeting Long's vital points with the swiftness of a meteor chasing the moon. Long, eyes wide with alarm, desperately twisted his body to evade, yet the fierce wind from Chuyi's fingers still lacerated his skin, causing droplets of blood to surface. Occasionally, Long Chuyi would clench his fist into a hammer, his punch seemingly infused with immense power, crashing towards Long's joints with a howling gust. Each strike resonated like a heavy hammer striking a great bell, producing a muffled sound. Long felt excruciating pain radiating through his joints, his body swaying involuntarily. Under the relentless barrage from Long Chuyi, Long found himself beleaguered and exhausted, bearing numerous wounds. Finally, Long Chuyi let out a fierce shout, unleashing a powerful Taiji burst fist. Golden light surging like a tidal wave around his fist. He struck with a forceful punch directly to Long's chest. Long's massive form soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the distant ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, the battle did not cease there. Seeing their leader falter, Long's subordinates charged toward Long Chuyi with furious shouts. Xiao Ba wielded 6 long knives, sweeping him like a whirlwind, the blades flashing ominously as he shouted, "Dare to harm our boss? Pay with your life." With a swift movement, Long Chuyi evaded the dense net of blades, his steps resembling the intricate dance of the 8 trigrams. He deftly seized one of Xiao Ba's wrists, twisting it with precision, causing Xiao Ba to wince in pain, nearly losing grip on the long knife. Immediately thereafter, Krubi launched an assault from the side, employing the fishman karate. Each punch and kick sliced through the air with a formidable force, resonating with the sound of rushing wind. Long Chuyi remained unperturbed as he deftly sidestepped and absorbed a punch from Krubi with his arm. Though he staggered back a few steps from the impact, he quickly regained his balance. Utilizing the momentum of his retreat, he executed a swift turn and delivered a powerful whip kick aimed at Krubi. Caught off guard, Krubi was struck in the waist, letting out a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward. Not to be outdone, Gio unleashed a vigorous jet of water from his mouth, akin to a high-pressure water gun, directed fiercely at Long Chuyi. Long Chuyi effortlessly sidestepped the barrage of attacks. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he soared into the air, gliding past the curtain of water like a hawk descending upon its prey, and aimed a knife-like strike, aglow with golden light, at Gio's neck. Gio's eyes widened in terror as he desperately leaned back to evade the blow. Meanwhile, Jinsheng lurked at the side, seeking the perfect moment. He produced an array of handcrafted concealed weapons from his cloak and hurled them towards Long Chuyi. These projectiles glimmered ominously, tracing bizarre arcs through the air. Long Chuyi's gaze was as piercing as a torch, his form shifting gracefully through the air, evading each concealed weapon with a deft sidestep or a nimble flip. With a delicate tap of his toes against one of the thrown darts, he redirected his momentum and surged towards Jinsheng. Sensing the impending danger, Jinsheng attempted to flee, only to be seized by Long Chuyi, who grasped him firmly by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Bishaluo stood nearby, playing a haunting melody in an attempt to disrupt Long Chuyi's concentration. Long Chuyi furrowed his brow slightly. Yet his spirit had long been honed to an extraordinary degree by the little golden figure within him. He hurled Jinsheng directly towards Bishaluo, and the two collided, tumbling to the ground in a most disheveled manner. Long Chuyi faced numerous adversaries alone, deftly maneuvering through their attacks like a wraith. At times, his punches surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, while at others, his kicks struck with the swiftness of lightning, each move executed with precision and strength, showcasing the demeanor of an extraordinary master. Despite his subordinates' attempts to encircle him through coordinated efforts, Long Chuyi maintained an unwavering advantage in the battle, overpowering Long's henchmen, leaving them scattered and sprawled on the ground. Chapter 63. A clear day. At this moment, the remaining fishmen, witnessing their leaders being flung back, continued to charge at Long Chuyi with reckless abandon. The fishmen surged forth like a tidal wave, brandishing an array of weapons. Clubs, knives, and axes glinted menacingly under the sunlight, their voices raised in chaotic battle cries. Yet, Long Chuyi, with a calm and focused demeanor, slowly raised his hands, flowing into the graceful movements of Tai Chi. His posture was ethereal, movements fluid yet imbued with boundless strength, as if harmonizing with the very essence of nature. He stood firm, his stance reminiscent of ancient pines, unyielding and steadfast. As the first fishman charged forward with a club, Long Chui subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the strike. Simultaneously, his right hand darted forth like a serpent, gently guiding the trajectory of the club, sending an overwhelming force back to the assailant, who was propelled forward uncontrollably, crashing into the ground and inadvertently toppling several others behind him. In quick succession, more fishmen attacked from various angles. Long Chui's movements were agile, akin to a dragon weaving through the 8 trigrams, navigating seamlessly among the crowd. At times, he circled his hands as if cradling the moon, neutralizing each incoming strike with grace. The fishmen felt as though their assaults were ensnared in an endless whirlpool, diverted by a gentle yet resilient force, causing their bodies to spin and ultimately hurling them away like kites severed from their strings. As Long Chui gracefully thrusts forth with a single palm, what appears to be a gentle and feeble gesture conceals the overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave. Wherever the wind from his hand sweeps, adversaries collapse like a cascade of dominoes, their cries echoing in a haunting chorus. His figure flits through the throng, each movement and strike accompanied by swirling dust and the lamentations of his foes. Despite the multitude of fishmen, they cannot breach his proximity. Instead, they form a chaotic and futile encirclement, rendered mere puppets to his unparalleled mastery. In the midst of this fierce engagement between Long Chui and the fishmen, Arlong's gaze falls upon Nami, who has stealthily crept into a corner, her concern for Long Chui prompting her clandestine arrival. With a malicious grin, Arlong seizes her. Observing this, a triumphant smile spreads across his face. Nami, so this is the ally you have summoned. Nami, in a state of horror, strikes at Arlong in vain, her efforts proving futile. Arlong drags her into the open, bellowing, "Stop right there. Otherwise, I shall ensure her demise before your very eyes." Nami, struggling desperately, cries out, "Chui-kun, don't worry about me. Defeat them." Long Chui felt a tightening in his heart as he witnessed Nami being held captive, a fleeting glimpse of panic flashing across his eyes. Arlong let out a sinister laugh, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then tossed a small knife to Long Chui, menacingly commanding, "Pick up that knife and stab your own arm, or I shall not show any mercy." Long Chui's gaze was fixed intently on Nami as he slowly approached the knife that Arlong had discarded on the ground. His hand trembled slightly as he grasped the blade, taking a deep breath before resolutely plunging it into his own arm. Blood cascaded down his arm, dripping onto the ground. Nami cried out in alarm, "No." Yet Arlong erupted into laughter, urging him on, "Go on, stab your thigh next." Long Chui gritted his teeth, staring intently at Arlong. However, Arlong tightened his grip, and Nami instantly felt as though her neck were about to be severed. Long Chui gazed upon Nami's anguished expression, raising his blade once more. Nami looked at Long Chui, enduring her suffering, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please, Chui-kun, why must you be so foolish?" Long Chui gazed at Nami, the stern expression on his face fading away as he chuckled. "We made a pact, after all. A promise must be upheld." In a swift motion, he plunged a knife into his own thigh. As Arlong reveled in his triumph, Long Chui seemed to sense something, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. At that moment, the villagers, long oppressed by Arlong's gang, summoned their courage. The pent-up anger and humiliation they had endured transformed into a powerful force of resistance. The elderly village chief, trembling, raised his weathered hoe, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. He shouted, "Fellow villagers, we can no longer endure this. For our homeland, for freedom, let us fight." A Jin led the robust young men as they seized sickles and wooden sticks, their arms trembling with fury, veins bulging on their foreheads, charging fiercely at the remaining few of Arlong's subordinates. The women, too, showed no signs of weakness. Wielding spatulas and brooms, they closely followed behind, fervently cheering for the warriors. Even the children picked up stones from the ground, their small faces flushed with determination, hurling the stones at the foes with all their might, their eyes devoid of fear. In an instant, the entire village erupted into a vibrant uproar, shouts and curses intertwining in a cacophony. Arlong's attention was abruptly diverted by this unforeseen spectacle. He stared in disbelief at the villagers who had always submitted to his will. A flicker of panic and anger crossed his face as he roared, "You insignificant ants, dare to resist." In an instant, Long Chui seized the fleeting moment when Arlong was momentarily distracted, erupting forth with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, he hurled the blade in his grasp, which traced a breathtaking arc of chilling brilliance through the air, aimed at the fishman who was cornering the villagers into despair. The knife struck with uncanny precision, embedding itself into the fishman's skull before the creature could emit a single cry of anguish, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The three villagers, who had battled valiantly against the fishman for an extended period, were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, and sank to the earth, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged glances. One of them struggled to swallow, his voice trembling with both fear and reverence. Is he a monster? To have so effortlessly defeated such ferocious fishmen. As Long Chui swiftly advanced like a wraith, he seized Along's robust arm. In sudden pain, Along instinctively released his firm grip on Nami. Long Chui, seizing the opportunity, launched a merciless kick that struck heavily against Along's abdomen. Along's massive form soared backward like a kite severed from its string, while Long Chui pursued him relentlessly, akin to a shadow. Meanwhile, Nami, collapsed on the ground, appeared to awaken from a haunting nightmare, gasping for air with fervent desperation, her chest rising and falling violently. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at the silhouette of Long Chui, charging forward like a god of war, her expression a tapestry of intricate emotions. In Long Chui's eyes blazed a fierce fire of rage as he unleashed all his might to engage in the final confrontation with Long Chui bellowed with fury. It is over, Along. Along steadied himself, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that you, a mere child, can vanquish me? With a mighty punch, Long Chui struck forth, but Along swiftly evaded, declaring, in this eastern sea, I am the sovereign. All must bow before me. Long Chui launched an unrelenting offensive, retorting, you are nothing more than a wretched hound that resorts to humiliating the weak to flaunt your own power. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a howling wind swept in, sending the sand and stones swirling chaotically across the ground, as if the very elements were amplifying the tension of this life and death confrontation. Long Chui moved with the swiftness of lightning, instantly closing the distance, his right fist, accompanied by a howling wind, propelled forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Along's face. Along hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself, only to feel an overwhelming force crashing upon him, causing his body to stagger backward several steps. Long Chui, emboldened by his newfound power, unleashed a fierce high kick, akin to a battle axe, sweeping menacingly towards Along's waist. Along, with a swift motion, drew in his abdomen and sidestepped just in time to narrowly evade this formidable strike. However, Long Chui's onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest. His hands moved with remarkable agility, alternating between fists and palms, each strike reminiscent of a dragon surging through the sea, with the force of his palms howling like a tempestuous wind. Every maneuver emanated immense power and precision, leaving Along struggling to respond. In an attempt to retaliate, Along opened his gaping maw to reveal his sharp teeth, lunging fiercely at Long Chui while simultaneously swinging his robust arms like colossal tree trunks, generating a gusting wind in his wake, aiming to overpower Long Chui with sheer strength. Yet, Long Chui remained composed, his footwork nimble and fluid, weaving through the gaps in Along's assaults like a dragon navigating the 8 trigrams. At times, he employed softness to conquer hardness, deftly deflecting Along's force with a gentle sweep of his arm. At other moments, he would suddenly unleash his power, delivering fierce strikes aimed directly at Along's vulnerabilities. The battle intensified to a fever pitch, the very air around them seemingly vibrating with the force of their clash. Long Chui seized upon a flaw in Along's defense, inhaling deeply as he concentrated all his strength into his right fist. His body coiled like a top bow. And then, with a sudden and forceful release, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with immense force, striking Along's head like a meteor racing across the night sky. The formidable figure of Along collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. His subordinates, sensing disaster, rushed to aid their leader, only to be effortlessly knocked unconscious by Long Chui. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the villagers appeared as though still ensnared in a dream, their astonished gazes fixed upon the bound mermen, expressions etched with shock and disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the reality before them. An elderly man extended his frail, trembling finger towards the sprawled mermen on the ground, stuttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Have we truly succeeded? His wide eyes reflected a profound incredulity. A few young men, seemingly frozen in place, clutched their rudimentary farming tools with a vacant stare, until, after a moment, torrents of tears cascaded down their cheeks, breaking the dam of their emotions. They covered their faces with trembling hands, their bodies quaking from overwhelming excitement, those tears containing years of buried fear, humiliation, and a euphoric joy erupting like a volcano. Women huddled together, weeping openly, their cries echoing through the village, lamenting past sufferings while simultaneously celebrating this newfound dawn. Children darted through the gaps in the crowd like agile little loaches, their cheeks flushed with excitement as they shouted joyously, "Along has been defeated. We are victorious. We are free. We have triumphed over Along." Their exuberant cries resonated like thunder, shattering the momentary stillness. In an instant, the entire village ignited like a powder keg, erupting into a frenzy. The villagers raised their arms in exultation, their voices hoarse from cheering, a cacophony of applause and jubilation converging like surging ocean waves, each crest giving rise to another. They leaped and danced, their faces illuminated with radiant smiles born from survival, their eyes sparkling with fervent dreams of a brighter future. Long Chui, burdened by exhaustion, slowly made his way towards Nami. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky appeared to be gently drawn apart by an invisible hand, allowing a few radiant beams of sunlight to pierce through the gaps, cascading upon them like a golden veil. Their gazes met in the air, and in that instant, all words dissolved into the ether, while emotions intertwined and fused in a profound embrace. Nami, like a spirited bird, suddenly dove into Long Chui's arms, her hot tears instantly soaking his garments. She sobbed softly, reproaching him, "You foolish oaf. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault that you're hurt." Long Chui exerted a gentle force, enveloping her in a tender embrace, his chin resting softly upon the crown of her head. His soothing voice, akin to a spring breeze, whispered reassuringly, "It's all right, all is over." They held each other tightly, lost in this intimate moment of warmth. Meanwhile, the fervent villagers surged forward like a tide, encircling Long Chui and Nami. In a chorus of passionate cheers, they joined forces, lifting them high into the air. Long Chui and Nami were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture. However, upon witnessing the villagers' faces radiating with joy and gratitude, their lips soon blossomed into the most resplendent smiles. The villagers erupted into thunderous cheers as they joyfully lifted them high into the air. Long Chui and Nami soared through the sky like two liberated birds, tracing a graceful arc in the air. With each descent, they were steadfastly caught by the villagers' strong and warm arms. In this ocean of joy, the villagers' hearty laughter and fervent cheers intertwined with the bright, radiant sunlight, collectively painting a breathtaking canvas filled with hope and love. It seemed to declare to the world that the long and dark nightmare on this land had finally come to an end, and a splendid future, shimmering with brilliance, was striding boldly towards them. Chapter 64. Colonel Mouse. The sunlight resembled a golden veil, delicately draping every corner of Cocoa West Village, while the sky appeared as a piece of clear blue jade, untainted by any impurities. With Along's defeat at the hands of Long Chui, the village was infused with a surge of vibrant vitality, instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of exuberance. In the village square, rustic wooden tables were casually arranged, where villagers gathered around, their homemade wine glistening under the sunlight with an enchanting sheen. The rich aroma of the wine mingled harmoniously with the gentle sea breeze, creating a profound sense of joy that permeated the air. Long Chui found it impossible to resist the fervor of the villagers and quietly sought a secluded corner. He strolled leisurely to the shade of a grand tree, his gaze fixed upon the pitiful figure of Xiaba, tightly bound by ropes. His expression remained as tranquil as still water, yet his words struck with the force of a hammer, each one resounding. "Are you aware of the catastrophic calamity your band of miscreants has wrought upon this village? Have you ever fathomed the suffering and despair endured by that little girl? Can you truly grasp the anguish of witnessing your own mother being slain before your very eyes?" Under Long Chui's incisive inquiries, Xiaoba's once arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace, leaving him with his head bowed in silence. As Long Chui turned, he caught sight of Nami's slightly solitary figure behind a nearby house. Nami stood alone at the back of the dwelling, her shoulders trembling slightly, as the sorrow she desperately tried to suppress surged within her heart like a relentless tide. Long Chui approached slowly, his gaze filled with tender concern. He softly inquired, "Nami?" Upon hearing his voice, Nami shuddered slightly, turning her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Long Chui extended his hand, intending to wipe away her tears, but Nami abruptly threw herself into his embrace, her tears instantly soaking his garments. Through her sobs, she managed to utter, "Chui-kun, thank you, truly, I am immensely grateful." Long Chui held her tightly. He gently lifted Nami's chin, gazing at her tear-streaked face, and reassured her, "It is all behind us now." Nami raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes reflecting a blend of emotions, gratitude, trust, and a hint of shyness. Long Chui gently lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers, their breaths mingling in such proximity that time seemed to stand still in that moment. After a considerable interval, they gradually returned to the banquet, only to be met by a scene that had transformed from one of exuberance and laughter into a shroud of sorrow and despair. The villagers wore expressions of deep concern, and an elderly man, with a look of resignation, sighed heavily. The Navy has just visited, declaring their intent to confiscate all the wealth that Along has amassed. What are we to do? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each echoing their grievances, the chorus of complaints rising and falling like a turbulent tide. Long Chui furrowed his brows slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he had already devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. He raised his hands gently to soothe the agitated emotions of the crowd. "Do not panic, everyone. I have a solution. Give me a week." Having spoken, he took Nami's hand and resolutely set off towards the direction of Alone Paradise. Upon arriving at Alone Paradise, Long Chui raised his gaze and beheld the figure of the naval officer, Colonel Mouse, whose sharp features were reminiscent of a cunning primate. A nauseating slyness glimmered in his eyes, clearly indicating his malevolent nature. When Colonel Mouse noticed Long Chui's presence, he initially appeared taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of arrogance and disdain. "What are you doing here, you little brat? This is a matter of the Navy, and you have no place meddling in it." Long Chui fixed a cold gaze upon him. "When your Navy was committing atrocities in Along, you vanished without a trace. Now, you wish to reap the benefits. Is this what you call justice?" Colonel Mouse, incensed by these words, felt his face flush crimson. "Humph. The Navy has its own protocols for handling matters. What would a mere child like you understand? The wealth plundered by Along rightfully belongs to the Navy. Do not impede our duties here, or you shall be apprehended alongside them." Long Chui stepped forward, emanating a formidable aura. "How does your behavior differ from Along's plunder?" he questioned. Colonel Mouse, filled with indignation, waved his hand, signaling his naval subordinates to take action. "Subdue him." The Navy rushed forward in a throng, only to be effortlessly repelled by Long Chui. His movements were swift as lightning, and his punches struck like a tempest, each blow infused with strength and fury, sending the sailors sprawling in disarray. Nami, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in astonishment, "Chui, they are the Navy." Long Chui merely smiled, assuring, "It's nothing, trust me." Subsequently, he, along with Nami and the bound Navy officers, hastened towards the naval base. Upon entering the base, he moved with the grace of a phantom, effortlessly overcoming the station Navy personnel one by one. He then commenced a meticulous search for critical evidence within the base. Standing nearby, Nami watched, her fury igniting as undeniable proof of the Navy's collusion with Arlong was unearthed, her hands involuntarily clenching into furious fists. After an intense search, Long Chui finally located a soldier who had not succumbed to their corruption. He apprehended the avaricious Colonel Mouse and, alongside Nami and this soldier, boarded a small vessel, hoisting the sails and racing toward the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Chapter 65, directly reporting to headquarters after a prolonged journey of 5 days. Long Chui and his companions finally arrived at Marineford, the bastion of the Navy, heavily fortified and shrouded in a tense atmosphere. "Who goes there? Do not move." The soldiers responsible for coastal surveillance swiftly spotted their vessel, raising their weapons in readiness. The Navy officer accompanying Long Chui promptly stepped forward, declaring, "I am a Navy officer from Kokosai Village in the East Blue, with urgent matters to report. Please open the gates and allow us entry." Once ashore, the trio willingly submitted to inspection, detailing the heinous actions of Colonel Mouse. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed, and instructed them to wait while they reported to their superiors. During this interim, a grand ship adorned with a canine figurehead slowly docked. A procession of Navy officers disembarked, led by a peculiar figure donning a dog-headed hat, who was simultaneously indulging in a donut while laughing heartily with his companion. As he approached, his piercing gaze first settled on the bound Colonel Mouse, then scrutinized Long Chui and his 2 youthful companions with a blend of curiosity and authority as he strode towards them. "Who are you rascals? Why have you bound a Navy officer?" he inquired, his voice deep and commanding. Nami and the Navy officer exchanged bewildered glances, evidently unfamiliar with the imposing figure before them. But Long Chui was acutely aware. He pointed directly at Carp, loudly querying, "Who are you? What rank do you hold in the Navy? Are you in charge here?" A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all present stared at Long Chu-yi in astonishment. Karp, momentarily taken aback, then fixed his gaze intently upon Long Chu-yi. 2 minutes passed before Karp erupted into a hearty laugh, vigorously slapping his companion on the shoulder, laughter echoing as tears streamed down his face. "Ha ha ha, Bogart. This kid is utterly delightful." Just then, the Navy officer who had gone to report returned, saluting upon seeing Karp, exclaiming, "Vice Admiral Karp." Karp remained silent, while the one referred to as Bogart reluctantly spoke. Greetings. What brings you here?" "Report to Major General Bogart. They have detained the local Navy, alleging collusion with pirates to oppress the populace. This matter has been reported to Vice Admiral Crane, and we now request your assistance in addressing it." Upon hearing this, Karp's laughter abruptly ceased, and he cast a cold gaze towards the bound Colonel Mouse nearby. "Very well, you may attend to your duties. I shall lead them to Little Crane." With that, the soldier saluted and departed. Karp turned to Long Chu-yi, saying, "Come along, young one." Long Chu-yi felt a sudden pang of unease, swallowing hard. He glanced at Nami, took her hand, and hurried to catch up with Karp. The soldiers who had accompanied Long Chu-yi stood motionless, their expressions vacant. Yes, after saluting, the soldier departed. The soldiers remained in place, bewildered. Bogart sighed again, "Soldier, at attention." The soldier immediately straightened his posture and responded loudly, "Present. Bring the suspect and follow me." As Vice Admiral Tsuru and Sengoku were discussing the matter in the office, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the door was kicked open, followed by Garp's furious roar. Garp stormed into the room, his face flushed with anger, and took a seat beside Sengoku with a huff. Moments later, Long Chu-yi entered the office, gently pulling the timid Nami along and closing the door behind them. Vice Admiral Tsuru, upon seeing Long Chu-yi and Nami, broke into a warm smile and kindly said, "There's no need to be afraid. You have helped the Navy eliminate a significant threat, and on behalf of the Navy, I extend my gratitude and my apologies for the harm you have endured." Truly, the Chief of Staff of the Navy spoke with precision, addressing both the good and the bad, leaving Long Chu-yi unable to escalate the situation further. Long Chu-yi found himself at a loss, having never engaged with such an astute elder before. Clearing his throat, he inquired with a hint of timidity, "Greetings. May I ask if you are General Crane?" "Indeed, that is I. Young man, your prowess is remarkable. You single-handedly liberated the entire village and vanquished the infamous dragon pirate crew. A long-standing bounty of 20 million berries awaits you. Oh my, this situation leaves no room for opportunity." Resolving to cast aside his fears, he understood that the more one hesitates, the more likely one is to falter. Long Chu-yi pondered quietly for a moment before speaking. "General Crane, I come before you not to foster unnecessary misunderstandings with the Navy. The abduction of that naval officer was a desperate act born out of necessity. Furthermore, I have another request. The villagers of Kokijia are enduring great hardships, and I wish to advocate on their behalf for some treasures. The evidence of corruption I possess is but a mere fraction. There remains a substantial amount of plundered goods from the villagers stored within Ulung Paradise. Therefore, I earnestly beseech the Navy to show mercy and grant the villagers a chance for survival." As Long Chu-yi spoke with increasing fervor, his tone grew ever more impassioned. Beside him, Karp suddenly slammed his hand on the tea table, exclaiming loudly, "I approve." However, under the stern gaze of Admiral Crane, Karp immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, his head drooping in submission. Admiral Crane narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining a pleasant smile as he spoke with composure. "Safeguarding the welfare of civilians has always been the Navy's paramount mission. The Arlong pirates have committed numerous atrocities in Kokojia village, and the treasures they have pillaged will be meticulously accounted for and returned to the villagers without exception. In this tumultuous era of rampant piracy in the New World, the Navy faces considerable challenges in resource allocation, with personnel and supplies stretched thin. Nevertheless, we shall diligently plan to restore the homes that have been damaged in the village. Simultaneously, we will enhance our patrol forces in the surrounding waters to ensure the villagers can continue their livelihoods in peace." Long Chu-yi waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "As long as we can ensure the villagers live in peace, any excess wealth can be entrusted to the Navy, for their protection of U.S. common folk requires considerable effort." Sengoku then declared, "Rest assured, the Navy will provide the populace with a satisfactory response." At this moment, Long Chu-yi gently pulled Nami, who had been hiding behind him, to the front and solemnly stated, "I have one more request. This is Nami. Her mother was once a member of the Navy, but tragically, she was brutally killed before Nami's eyes while protecting her. I hope to seek justice for them. Nami was taken aback by Long Chui's unexpected decision to present her at such a critical moment and to mention her mother. Anxiously, she tugged at Long Chui's sleeve, wishing he would cease. Vice Admiral Tsuru furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes reflecting a grave concern as she looked at Nami and gently inquired, "Child, could you elaborate on the circumstances of that day?" Nami hesitated for a moment, but under Long Chui's encouraging gaze, she slowly began to recount the nightmarish past. Her voice trembled, yet she endeavored to remain composed as she recounted the atrocities committed by Arlong. After Tsuru listened in silence for a moment, she said, "We in the Navy will thoroughly investigate this matter. Arlong has committed numerous heinous acts, and his crimes must not go unpunished, though he has been subdued by you. We will ensure that justice is served for your mother and for Kokushiya village." Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, "We will promptly allocate personnel to commence an investigation. No matter who is involved, we will not let them escape accountability." Karp also straightened his posture, his fist cracking with determination as he said gravely, "Rest assured, I will take you back and teach those vile pirates a lesson." As Long Chui observed the expressions of the naval commanders, a sense of relief washed over him. He turned to Nami and said, "Nami, did you hear? Aunt Mare's soul shall find peace." With tears glistening in her eyes, Nami threw herself into Long Chui's embrace, releasing years of pent-up hatred and anguish in that singular moment. She understood that following Long Chui's final words, Koko Village would be better safeguarded by the Navy. Once Long Chui and Nami exited the room, Garp fulfilled his earlier promise and escorted them back to Koko Village. Within the confines of the office, Sengoku and Tsuru bore grave expressions, lost in contemplation. The silence was first pierced by Tsuru. "Sengoku, this matter cannot be underestimated. Its repercussions could be profound or minimal." "I am well aware, little Tsuru, but the dignity of the Navy must not be compromised," Sengoku replied. After another stretch of silence, Tsuru rose and approached the door, stating, "Sengoku, the underworld has been stirring of late. I shall investigate further." With that, she gently closed the door behind her. Inside the room, Sengoku's gaze shifted between the evidence in his hand and the dossier on Long Chui. Since the inquiry into Kazan had commenced, Sengoku had traced the clues to Long Chui, whose records detailed portions of his maritime trajectory, intersections with Kazan, encounters with Tina, and his recent unexpected appearance in Frost Moon Village, followed by his arrival at Koko Village. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku sighed in resignation, "I hope you do not become a burden to the Navy in the days to come." Though his words were speculative, a nagging feeling told him that Long Chui would inevitably bring about monumental changes within the Navy. Enough of this. It is time to retire. Time is relentless. Sengoku lamented once more. Habitually, his hand reached for the tea table, groping for some sunbae, but after a prolonged search, he found nothing. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the 3 bags of sunbae that had once occupied the table had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. His eyes widened. His jaw clenched, and veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, "Garp, you scoundrel! Have you stolen my sunbae again? And you just returned from your vacation in the East Sea." Chapter 66. Waiting for 2.5 years with the events surrounding Koko Village concluded. Long Chui and Nami spent nearly 6 months together before he chose to depart. Garp saw them off, and Long Chui spun a tale of woe, successfully procuring a wealth of nautical knowledge for Nami. During these 6 months, Nami dedicated herself to her studies, and the two forged a pact to embark on future adventures together. Long Chui, having settled into a state of complete leisure in the East China Sea, awaited the arrival of the imbecile who would descend from the heavens. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had elapsed. On a desolate, uninhabited island, Long Chui was indulging in grilled meat while humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, from the depths of the night, a wooden barrel hurtled towards him like a cannonball. Long Chui was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his lips. With a gentle lift of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, altering the trajectory of the wooden barrel, which crashed to the ground 3 meters away with a resounding thud. After a brief silence, the barrel suddenly exploded. "Wow, I survived. Huh? There's meat." With a loud shout, a boy donning a straw hat sprang from the remnants of the barrel, his hands raised high in exhilaration. His gaze quickly fixated on the roasted meat by the campfire, his eyes sparkling with delight as drool began to trickle down. His arms elongated like rubber, swiftly snatching a piece of the roast before retreating, and he began to feast voraciously, completely disregarding Long Chui beside him. Hey! Long Chui attempted to capture Luffy's attention, but the only response he received was the sound of Luffy's jubilant chewing and his muffled exclamations of delight. Mmm. This is so delicious. Hey! Long Chui's temple throbbed with irritation, his voice tinged with annoyance. Mmm, so wonderful. Luffy remained blissfully absorbed in his culinary delight, utterly oblivious to Long Chui's rising fury. Control yourself. Unable to endure any longer, Long Chui instantly appeared beside Luffy. His fist shimmered with golden light, accompanied by a rush of wind, as he delivered a powerful blow to Luffy's head. The impact drove Luffy's head deep into the sandy beach, leaving him in a comical seated position, his neck stretched like rubber, with his head buried in the sand while his body remained firmly planted. Moments later, Luffy's figure toppled over like a marionette deprived of its strings. Long Chui exhaled deeply, a contented expression gracing his face. Ah, what a delightful sensation it was. No wonder so many people enjoyed playfully tapping his head. As he spoke, he reached out and grasped Luffy's neck, giving it a gentle tug. With a pop, Luffy's head was pulled free from the sand. At that moment, Luffy's eyes were swirling with the remnants of confusion, a large bump swelling on his forehead, making him appear rather dazed. Long Chui casually tossed Luffy aside, returning to his seat to continue his indulgent feast. In the quiet of the night, a plaintive groan echoed across the serene beach. Ugh, ugh, ugh. What is happening? My head aches. Luffy slowly awakened, rubbing his temples, and gradually sat up, his gaze bleary as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a roast meat appeared before him, and the confusion in his eyes was instantly replaced by desire. Despite his still foggy mind, his hand instinctively reached for the enticing food. However, the roast meat retreated a short distance. Unwilling to relent, Luffy lunged forward eagerly like an anxious puppy, only for the meat to cleverly evade him once more. Do you want to eat? Long Chui teased. Luffy nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with longing. Then I shall let you have it. Arigato, Luffy exclaimed, seizing the roast meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Is it delicious? Long Chui inquired, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Delicious, Luffy mumbled, his words muffled. At that moment, Long Chui's smile morphed into something sinister as he firmly grasped Luffy's head. Do you know how many berries this roast meat costs? Luffy's body stiffened in an instant, the color draining from his face as cold sweat poured from his forehead. Oh, I have no money, he stammered, attempting to turn his head away. But Long Chui's grip was unyielding, leaving him to gaze helplessly at his captor, his lips involuntarily pouting. Then you shall work for me until your debt is repaid, Long Chui stated calmly. And how long will that take? Luffy blinked, his curiosity piqued. Well, 15 years? Long Chui deliberately elongated his words. What? 15 years? Impossible. I refuse. I still want to become the Pirate King. Upon hearing the duration, Luffy immediately sprang to his feet, struggling desperately to break free. Oh, the Pirate King? So you intend to set sail? Long Chui remained unfazed. Please, let go, Luffy shouted. Hey, listen when someone is speaking. Long Chui, feeling helpless, delivered another punch to Luffy's head. It was only then that Luffy obediently settled on the ground, cradling his head and murmuring, It hurts so much. Why does it hurt so badly when you hit me? Long Chui, with a furrowed brow, exhaled deeply before inquiring, Are you planning to set sail? At that moment, Luffy, filled with exuberance, exclaimed loudly, Yes. I have made plans with Shanks to venture out to sea and become the Pirate King, to be the freest person upon the ocean. Is that so? Then let it be thus. Take me with you. This way, you can pursue your ambition of becoming the Pirate King, while also allowing me to repay my debts through your service, Long Chui proposed. Hey, wow, you are quite clever. All right, then you shall be my first crew member. Luffy's eyes sparkled with joy as he burst into laughter. Long Chui gazed at Luffy with a smile, stating, Just to let you know, I have several companions awaiting my departure for adventure. I must bring them aboard as well. Luffy let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Of course. I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Long Chui, aspiring to be the strongest in the world. I look forward to our journey together. Subsequently, Long Chui and Luffy joyfully indulged in roasted meat. Hey, Luffy, did you say you wish to become the Pirate King? Long Chui inquired with a playful smile. Indeed, that is my dream, Luffy replied without hesitation. Oh, so do you aspire to be the Pirate King? Or do you wish to be a man who is the Pirate King? A glint of mischief sparkled in Long Chui's eyes. Luffy stared at Long Chui as if he were foolish, responding, "Of course, I want to be the man who becomes the pirate king." Long Chui suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, let it be this way, splendid. Also, I wish to become the vice captain." Although Luffy was somewhat perplexed, he joined in Chui's silly laughter, declaring, "Of course, you are my first companion." Chapter 67, Yalada Hey, Chui, when will we reach land? Luffy's boisterous voice abruptly shattered the tranquility of the sea, filled with impatience and urgency. "Be quiet. If you keep babbling, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish." Long Chui's brow furrowed, veins pulsing slightly at his temples, his face a portrait of displeasure. He had been focused on waiting for a fish to bite, and Luffy's incessant chatter ignited a flame of irritation within him. Upon the vast and boundless ocean, a small boat drifted like a solitary leaf. The sun poured down its rays unreservedly, casting shimmering reflections upon the surface of the water. Luffy, bored and restless, leaned over the side of the boat, his tongue hanging out. His hands splashed idly in the sea, sending up a cascade of sparkling droplets. As his gaze wandered vacantly into the distance, as if searching for something amidst the endless expanse of blue, with a furious roar, Long Chui closed his eyes heavily and lay back beneath the sail. The sail swayed gently in the sea breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. After a hiatus of 2.5 years, they set sail once more, yet the monotonous expanse of the ocean remained unchanged, and the little boat continued to rock unsteadily. The wooden planks of the vessel creaked as they rose and fell with the waves. However, this time, the atmosphere was livelier with Luffy's incessant chatter. "Oh, how dreadfully boring. And I'm so hungry." Luffy mumbled weakly, his stomach responding with a series of rumbling sounds. In response, Long Chui delivered a swift punch, the wind whooshing around it as it landed squarely on Luffy's head. "Still hungry? After a week's worth of provisions? You've devoured it all in half a day. Keep it up, and I'll tie you to a fishing rod as bait." Long Chui grasped Luffy by the collar, pulling his face closer in exasperation. Luffy's collar was distorted from the grip, yet he merely blinked, grinning apologetically. "Huh? Hee. Really? My apologies." Suddenly, as Long Chui was about to unleash a thorough beating on Luffy, the area around the ship erupted with a barrage of cannon fire. The shells whistled through the air, plunging into the sea and sending towering columns of water into the sky. They both turned their gaze toward the bow, where a ship, resembling a swan with a pink hue and adorned with heart decorations, aggressively fired cannonballs at them. The moment the shells erupted from the cannons, they were accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder and the deafening roar of explosions. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, neither Long Chui nor Luffy exhibited any fear. Instead, a singular thought surged within them. Food is on the way. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he flashed a broad grin, showcasing his gleaming white teeth. Long Chui released his grip on Luffy's collar, straightened his posture, and meticulously adjusted his collar. "Listen, Luffy, you have 20 minutes. Luffy leaped up, assuming a steady stance, placing his left hand on his right shoulder while stretching his right hand back. With a mischievous grin, he declared, 10 minutes will suffice." With that, his right hand reached its limit, and he suddenly lunged forward, grasping the rear of the ship, propelling himself towards the enemy vessel like a cannonball. The sea breeze whipped around him, his straw hat fluttering dramatically. Beneath its brim, his eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, akin to a raging fire. The pirates aboard the ship gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Luffy soaring towards them, all exclaiming in unison, "Hey, is this kid a monster?" With a resounding thud, Luffy's head collided directly with the ship's railing, accompanied by a pained exclamation. From a distance, Long Chui observed this spectacle, helplessly raising a hand to his forehead as he muttered to himself, "What a fool." Luffy gradually raised himself, adjusting the straw hat atop his head, and gazed upon the pirates encircling him. Each one brandished their weapons, their eyes rife with caution and hostility. As Luffy stood, the ship's deck beneath him creaked rhythmically. At that moment, the pirates parted, revealing a burly figure emerging from their midst, a man of considerable stature, his face adorned with freckles, exuding a palpable sense of menace. His skin was coarse, his demeanor haughty, and his attire ostentatious. His wild hair sprouted like unruly weeds, and slung over his shoulder was an enormous spiked club. "Hey, little ones, who is the mightiest pirate in the world?" "It is your Lita." "And who is the most beautiful pirate?" "It is your Lita." With a resounding thud, Yarlita drove his spiked club into the ground, glaring fiercely at Luffy. "Hey, brat, come and be my slave." "Waha, be a slave, be a slave." The pirates echoed in unison. "Absolutely not. The ship fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Yarlita slowly lifted his club, questioning with a booming voice, "What did you say?" Luffy removed his hat, lowered his gaze for a moment, then lifted his head. A playful smile gracing his face as he declared, "Not a chance." With a whoosh, the spiked club descended upon Luffy's head. Meanwhile, in the corner of the ship, a small figure with tear-streaked cheeks looked up at Luffy. Witnessing Luffy's bravery as he effortlessly defied Yarlita's threat, something within him began to shatter and reform. Courage sprouting like a tender shoot from the depths of his heart. With a quivering voice laden with emotion, he mustered all his strength to shout, "Stop it!" The pirates turned their attention to the corner, and Yarlita cast a malevolent glare in that direction, his eyes seemingly capable of devouring souls. The figure trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Kobe, are you calling me?" Yarlita asked coldly. This time, Kobe's courage waned, and he collapsed to the ground, consumed by fear and tears. As for Luffy, he simply tilted his head upward, pushing the spiked club aside, and grinned at them. "Oh, you're all so strong. I'm no match for you." In the end, Kobe received a thorough beating, and Luffy found himself bound. This entire sequence transpired in a mere span of 10 minutes. After Long Chuyi casually sensed his surroundings, he let out a helpless sigh. "I told you it would take 20 minutes. With a firm step onto the bow of the small vessel, it began to sail unaided across the water, its speed gradually increasing as it headed towards the grand ship of Yarlita. The pirates aboard erupted in unison, exclaiming, "The ship is sailing on its own." Meanwhile, the bound Luffy chuckled merrily, while his companion, Kabi, lay beside him, resembling a lifeless fish, battered and bruised. Upon recognizing the approaching Long Chuyi, Yarlita's demeanor shifted to that of an infatuated fool. "Quick, capture him, but be careful not to harm him." Chapter 68, The First Mate. "Hurry, seize him." Long Chuyi sensed the avaricious demeanor of Yarlita, resembling that of an infatuated fool, causing him to shudder involuntarily, mentally cursing. "What the heck?" He rubbed his arms and, when the small boat was a mere 10 meters from Yarlita's vessel, he leaped gracefully onto her ship, landing deftly upon the head of a pirate. Arms crossed as he surveyed the scene. Luffy, seated cross-legged, grinned at Long Chuyi with childlike delight. "Hee, Chuyi, I've been captured. Tonight's dinner will be halved." "What? No way," I said. "You brats, show me some respect." Yarlita, feeling utterly disregarded despite Long Chuyi's striking appearance, was seething with rage. Once more, she swung her spiked club in a wide arc, sending nearby pirates flying. Immediately thereafter, she summoned all her strength and hurled the club ferociously towards Long Chuyi. Long Chuyi remained composed, while the pirate beneath his foot was utterly terrified, shouting, "No." Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the plank was smashed, leaving a sizable crater and sending wooden splinters flying in all directions. Upon glancing at Long Chuyi, one could see he was now in a place of safety, holding the pirate he had stepped on, who, in a state of fright, had lost consciousness, his trousers soaked. Casually, he tossed the pirate aside and assumed the initial posture of Tai Chi, as the manifestation of the universe beneath his feet began to rotate slowly, an invisible aura radiating around him. Observing that her initial strike had missed, Yarlita became even more enraged. Her corpulent form surprisingly sprang into action, wielding her spiked club with ferocity, accompanied by a whooshing sound as she charged once more at Long Chuyi. Long Chuyi remained calm and unhurried, his footsteps light as he deftly sidestepped a fierce strike. Simultaneously, his palms moved like dancing dragons, gently pushing and guiding with the momentum of the wolf-toothed club. Yarlita felt an overwhelming force surge through her, propelling her body uncontrollably forward, resulting in a resounding crash against the ship's railing, which emitted a painful creak. At that moment, the surrounding pirates, witnessing their captain's misfortune, shouted and surged forward. A glint of icy determination flickered in Long Chuyi's eyes as he swiftly maneuvered through the throng, his form a blur of motion. Each strike of his palm or punch was executed with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the vital points of the pirates, yet sparing them from grievous injury. The pirates, disoriented by the fleeting shadow before them, succumbed one after another, groaning in agony. Suddenly, a towering figure, the muscular pirate captain, brandished a colossal scimitar and launched a surprise attack from behind Long Chuyi. Long Chuyi seemed to sense something amiss. Without turning his head, he abruptly leaned back, the curved blade narrowly grazing the tip of his nose. In the next instant, he executed a swift maneuver, rising to his feet and seizing the pirate captain's wrist with a deft grip. Using the captain's own momentum against him, he performed a powerful shoulder throw, slamming him into the ground with such force that the earth trembled beneath him. A fist crashed into the pirate's face, and a shriek abruptly ceased, leaving the pirate unconscious and utterly motionless. At that moment, Yarlita, akin to a frenzied beast, struggled to rise from the ground, gasping for breath as her ample chest heaved like tumultuous waves. Her eyes fixated intently on Long Chui, and she unleashed a series of distorted roars, fueled by her overwhelming fury. Then, as if possessed by madness, she bellowed, hoisting the heavy spiked club high above her head, charging toward Long Chui with an unstoppable force. Long Chui's expression was grave yet resolute as he firmly established his stance, adopting a formidable posture for his punch. He exclaimed loudly, "Luffy, if your strength is not yet sufficient to protect our future crewmates, remember, there is still a first mate standing by. Show me what you've got." As he spoke, a brilliant golden light erupted from his right fist, akin to the radiant sun at dawn. As he gradually clenched his fist, the luminosity intensified, growing ever more fierce and scorching, as if a golden sun was poised to emerge into the world. The mace, resembling a mountain pressing down, fell with a thunderous crash, while Long Chui's fist struck like a bolt of golden lightning slicing through the air. At that moment, Kobe slowly regained consciousness, struggling to open his eyelids. Managing only a narrow slit, he beheld a towering figure radiating resplendent golden light standing before him. As the blinding brilliance gradually subsided, he saw Yarlita collapse like a puddle of mud in the distance, her right hand twisted into a grotesque, irregular shape, bloodstains marring the corners of her mouth, and her eyes vacant and lifeless, clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness. Long Chui slightly turned his head, his profile resolute, with deep-set eyes beneath arched brows that sparkled with both cold and starry glimmers. A subtle arc graced the corners of his mouth, while the wisps of hair on his forehead danced in the breeze. Luffy, with a grave expression, gazed at Long Chui and proclaimed, "That day shall never come, even if it costs me my life." Meanwhile, Kobe stood in awe, a thought blooming in his mind. Could he be a deity? As night fell, Long Chui securely bound the members of the Yarlita pirate crew, intending to exchange them for a bounty on the island. At this moment, he and Luffy were indulging in a lavish feast in the kitchen, their eating habits nothing short of astonishing. Kobe watched in astonishment, as if witnessing two extraordinary beings. Yua. Yua. Long Chui mumbled amidst his chewing. "Luffy, we need to find a chef." "Why? Aren't you the chef?" Luffy queried, his cheeks puffed out with food. "Fool. I am now the first mate. How could I also serve as the chef?" Long Chui replied with an air of certainty. "Then we must find a chef who cooks as deliciously as you do," Luffy exclaimed. "Ah, surely, that's my meat." After swallowing a mouthful, he suddenly realized as he watched Long Chui spear a large chunk of meat, and he quickly reached out to snatch it, continuing to devour hungrily. Kobe, standing nearby, was utterly flabbergasted and couldn't help but ask, "How do you two understand each other?" Chapter 69, A Familiar Face, a Blade Drawn? On the first day of Long, Luffy and Kobe leisurely sailed to Shell's Town. Upon setting foot on the island, Luffy made a beeline for a restaurant, while Long and Kobe followed at a more relaxed pace. "Kobe, what are your plans for the future?" Long casually glanced at Kobe, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, Kobe's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he clenched his fists, asserting with unwavering conviction, "I aspire to become a great Navy officer." Long Chui paused for a moment, then, with a smile that was more ambiguous than genuine, murmured softly, "Oh, how impressive." He then raised his gaze towards the front, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he muttered to himself, "Hee. Well, don't blame me if I have to resort to heavy measures then." Brother Chui, what did you just say?" KB asked, blinking in confusion, his expression one of bewilderment. "Ah, it's nothing. I merely mentioned that we should hurry, otherwise that fool Luffy will have finished all the food." Long Chui waved his hand nonchalantly and strode forward with purpose. "Oh." KB scratched his head, still puzzled, but hastened his pace to keep up. "Chui, come quickly. The fried rice at this restaurant is absolutely delicious." As Long Chui pushed aside the curtain of the eatery, Luffy, with his mouth stuffed full, shouted indistinctly, "Idiot Luffy, swallow your food before you speak." Long Chui approached the table and playfully punched Luffy on the head. He then turned, a warm smile gracing his face, and politely addressed the proprietress, "Madam, I sincerely apologize for the trouble this fool has caused. Please bring us 2 more servings of fried rice." The restaurant was modest in size and simply decorated, resembling the countless small eateries found everywhere, managed single-handedly by the proprietress. Her face radiated a friendly smile as she replied, "Not a bother at all, not a bother." With that, She turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare the fried rice. As the trio relished their meal, a small girl rushed into the restaurant. Her voice tinged with urgency as she cried, "Mommy, the big brother hasn't eaten for several days." The proprietress embraced the little girl, gently stroking her hair, and asked, "What happened?" The girl then recounted her story. The proprietress comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, the big brother will return safely." "Really?" The little girl looked up at her mother with tear-filled eyes. Of course. Half an hour later, while the proprietress stepped out to buy groceries, the little girl sat at a small table sipping juice, her face etched with worry. At that moment, Long Chuyi approached her, holding 3 rice balls, and softly inquired, "Are you still worried about that big brother?" The little girl looked up at Long Chuyi with innocent eyes, as if he were her dearest companion, and revealed to him what she had not shared with her mother. The big brother was captured while trying to protect me, and the Navy has tied him to a post for so many days. They can't possibly let him go, can they?" Long Chuyi chuckled softly and gently inquired, "Shall we bring him some food?" The little girl paused for a moment, then, filled with delight, asked, "Is that true?" As Long Chuyi raised his hand to gently ruffle the little girl's hair, he cheerfully presented the plate before her. "Let us go," he urged. The little girl responded with a joyful hum and hurriedly scampered outside, cradling the plate with care. Witnessing this, Luffy broke into a broad smile and followed suit. Kobe hesitated for a moment, biting his lip, before deciding to join them. Upon arriving at the naval base, Long Chuyi effortlessly lifted the little girl in one arm and leaped over the towering wall with grace. Luffy seized Kobe by the collar, extending his right hand to grasp the wall, and with a swift motion, both boys found themselves sprawled atop the barrier. Inside the enclosure, a large wooden cross bore the weight of a man, tightly bound by coarse ropes. The sun blazed overhead, sweat trickling down his cheeks, yet his spirit remained unyielded. His signature green hair appeared somewhat disheveled under the sunlight, with a few strands clinging to his forehead. Upon noticing Long Chuyi and the others, his thick brows furrowed slightly, displaying a mix of surprise and irritation. The little girl, upon being set down and seeing Zoro in such a state, instinctively grasped Long Chuyi's trousers in fear. Long Chuyi gently nudged her, offering a smile of encouragement. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage and stepped forward. "Big brother, thank you for saving me. You must be hungry after all these days. Would you like to eat something?" "Go away," Zoro coldly replied to the little girl. He then turned his gaze towards Long Chuyi. Yet, Long Chuyi merely smiled softly at him. Despite this simple gesture, Zoro felt an overwhelming sense of mockery emanating from Long Chuyi. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Zoro thought that if given the choice, he would rather face death than allow Long Chuyi to witness his current disheveled state. The little girl trembled at Zoro's harsh tone, causing her to drop the plate, and the rice balls fell to the ground, becoming covered in sand. As Long Chuyi stepped forward, he gently patted the little girl's head. Startled, she rushed towards him and clung to his leg. Hey, I must say, this kind child brought you food, and you frightened her away," Zoro scoffed. "Mind your own business and leave." Long Chuyi replied, "All right, Luffy, I shall return the child home. You can converse with this gentleman." With that, he lifted the little girl and vanished in an instant. Luffy, perched atop the wall, leaped down to join Zoro. "Would you like to be my companion? I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. The one just now is my first mate, Long Chuyi. Come join my pirate crew." Zoro remained silent, his head bowed. After waiting for a moment without receiving a response, Luffy turned to leave when Zoro called out, "Hey, hand me that rice ball." "Huh, but it's already on the ground," Luffy replied. "Quit the chatter." Seeing this, Luffy picked up the rice ball from the ground and offered it to Zoro. He devoured it eagerly. However, after just one bite, he found himself struggling with the gritty rice, nearly spitting it out, his expression sour. Yet he persevered and continued to eat. Luffy chuckled heartily. Through this encounter, he had already decided on Zoro, resolved to make him his comrade. The plot unfolded further as the Navy arrived. Luffy shielded himself from bullets, retrieved 3 swords, and Zoro showcased his prowess, fighting alongside Luffy to defeat Monka. They decided to venture forth onto the sea together. Upon their return, they found Long Chuyi sharing laughter with the innkeeper and the little girl. "Oh, back already?" With a swift draw, the sound of clashing blades echoed as Long Chuyi caught Zoro's incoming strike. "What are you doing? It's quite impolite to treat the first mate this way," green-haired one, Zoro, seething with rage, shouted, "You bastard, I'll chop you to pieces." "Is this how friends greet each other? By swinging a sword?" Zoro then unleashed a series of fierce strikes, while Long Chui effortlessly dodged each blow, taunting him all the while. Seeing their lively skirmish, Luffy eagerly joined the fray, throwing punches and kicks indiscriminately. Long Chui sidestepped to evade the incoming kick. However, at that moment, with a resounding thud, Zoro was sent flying out of the shop by a punch from Luffy, sliding across the ground for some distance. Upon witnessing this, Luffy chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head and exclaiming, "Oops, my bad." Meanwhile, Zoro, gritting his teeth, muttered in frustration, "Damn it, I will chop you both down sooner or later." Chapter 70. The notorious pirate hunter Brother Luffy, Brother Chui, Brother Zoro. I will surely become an exceptional Navy officer. Kobe shouted tearfully at the small boat ahead. Beside him stood a Navy officer, watching Kobe with a sense of pride. In the distance, on the small boat, Luffy waved goodbye with his signature grin, bidding farewell to Kobe, as Long Chui and Zoro stood with their arms crossed, chuckling at Kobe on the vast ocean. A medium-sized vessel carried 3 pirates who gleefully surveyed their recently acquired treasure. What a bountiful day it was, with such a hoard of riches. Surely they would not incur the wrath of Captain Buggy. "Hey, look over there," one pirate exclaimed, spotting a small boat drifting nearby. What could be the story behind that vessel? As they approached, the pirates noticed a young girl languidly resting against the side of her boat. "Hee, what's wrong with you?" one of the pirates asked with a mischievous grin. "Am I dreaming? To encounter people in this vast ocean, although I don't know who you are. Could you spare me a cup of water? I can offer you money in return," the girl replied, gesturing toward the treasure chest aboard her boat. "Please, save me." Upon seeing the treasure chest, the 3 pirates erupted into laughter. "Very well, we shall rescue you," they declared, advancing toward her boat while eyeing the chest. However, when they attempted to open it, it would not budge. It won't open? Is that so? Suddenly, as they finally pried it open, a comical toy popped out, sticking out its tongue, startling the 3 pirates into exclamations of surprise. "Haha, if you like it, consider it a gift, along with my boat." The girl's laughter echoed as she turned and sailed away in their vessel, a triumphant glint in her eye. Our ship. You scoundrel, how dare you trick us?" The girl shielded her eyes from the sun and peered towards the south, noting, a cold wind accompanies the low clouds in the southern sky. A tempest is surely on the horizon. Be cautious, for your little boat may easily capsize. The pirates gazed skyward, and indeed, ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by the crackle of thunder and flashes of lightning. Soon, heavy rain fell, and the vessel was tossed by the tumultuous waves, sending the 3 pirates screaming into the sea. The girl, witnessing this, gave a thumbs up and joyously exclaimed, "Correct. Farewell, I shall claim your treasure." Meanwhile, on Long Chui's side, Luffy lay wearily against the side of the ship, mumbling about his hunger. Zoro sighed, looking skyward, "How much longer until we reach land?" "Who knows? We just go with the winds and waves," came the indifferent reply. "Have we arrived yet?" "Well, I suppose we will get there eventually." "It's only a matter of time," Zoro remarked, his brow furrowing. "I find it quite odd that you, aspiring to be the Pirate King, lack navigational skills. It is hardly surprising. I have always been adrift. Were it not for my encounter with Chui, I would still be floating within a wooden barrel. Moreover, are you not also a bounty hunter wandering the seas?" At this moment, Long Chui chuckled softly, for he was not merely a drifter. He was, in fact, a hapless wanderer, perpetually lost like a green algae-headed fool. Zoro, feeling a pang of embarrassment, retorted angrily, "You scoundrel, silence yourself. I shall eventually sever your head." He then turned to Luffy and added, "I do not recall ever claiming to be a bounty hunter." Raising his gaze to the heavens, he continued, "I am in search of a man. Ultimately, I set sail, only to find myself unable to return to my village. Thus, out of necessity, I resorted to capturing pirates to earn a meager living." Long Chui spoke once more after all this time. "Are you still unable to find your way back, due to your poor sense of direction?" At this moment, Luffy chimed in, "So, it turns out you really can't find your way home." Zoro, infuriated, struck the sides of the small boat, exclaiming, "You mustn't say that. And you, Long Chui, do you wish to fight?" The boat rocked perilously under the force of his blows, causing Luffy's straw hat to be sent flying. As he watched the hat soar away, Luffy murmured, "Shanks." In unison, Zoro and Luffy sprang to their feet to retrieve it. Just then, Long Chui raised his arm and caught the hat that was blown toward him. "Hey, I must say, it's quite dangerous to cause such commotion on this tiny vessel," he remarked, playfully toying with the hat in his hands. He then extended it toward Luffy, saying, "Here you go." What are you dawdling for? Do you wish for it to be blown away? Oh, thank you, Luffy replied, taking the hat and placing it atop his head, offering his gratitude. Seeing this, Zoro reclined back once more. After Long Chuyi settled down, he inquired, "Is this hat truly significant?" Luffy, pressing his hand upon his straw hat, chuckled, "Indeed. It is a pact with my friends." Zoro gazed at the sky, voicing his curiosity. "Is that a bird?" Luffy looked upwards and, with great delight, exclaimed, "Let us feast upon that bird." Zoro turned to Luffy, questioning, "How shall we consume it?" Luffy grinned mischievously, "Leave that to me." He then stretched his arm, grasped the sail, and, like a rubber band, propelled himself towards the large bird soaring above. Zoro, his expression shifting to one of understanding, observed him. Meanwhile, Long Chuyi let out a soft chuckle, and suddenly, a cry echoed from the heavens. Luffy found himself grasped by the bird's beak, his eyes wide with shock. Listening with tears in his mouth agape, the great bird then took flight. Luffy shouted desperately, "Help me!" Below, Long Chuyi and Zoro hurriedly paddled their boat. Zoro, brow furrowed and eyes narrowed, emanated a fierce glare, gritting his teeth and tensing his facial muscles, shouted at Luffy above, "You fool! What are you doing?" At that moment, 3 pirates, who had been tricked by a girl into losing their treasure to the sea, spotted Long Chuyi's vessel and called out eagerly, "Hey, stop! The ship over there, halt immediately." Zoro, noticing them, anxiously responded, "Of all times, are there victims now? We cannot stop the ship, so come aboard." The 3 pirates exclaimed in unison, "What?" Their small boat collided directly with theirs, prompting the trio to grab the ship's edge. Zoro remarked, "It's fortunate you managed to get on." The pirates shouted, "Do you intend to ram us to death?" Once aboard, they unsheathed their swords, pointing them at Zoro with arrogance, declaring, "Hey, bring the ship to a halt. We are part of the crew of the notorious Buggy the Clown, and this vessel belongs to us." Long Chuyi glanced at the blade pressed against his neck. Zoro furrowed his brows, casting a sharp gaze towards the trio, before his eyes fell upon Long Chuyi. He remained seated, swiftly continuing to row the boat. Subsequently, Long Chuyi delivered several powerful punches, causing the 3 pirates to substitute their positions with him and Zoro, hastily propelling the vessel forward. The trio, with bruised faces and forced smiles, exclaimed, "We had no idea you were the renowned pirate hunter, sir. We sincerely apologize." 3 Long Chuyi jested, "Oh, the reputation of the pirate hunters is quite grand, isn't it?" Zoro scoffed lightly, then turned his gaze towards the 3. "It's all your fault for causing us to lose track of our companion. In any case, hurry up and row forward." "Understood," they replied in unison. Long Chuyi leaned in the center, offering words of comfort. "Relax. Luffy is remarkably resilient. After all, he dares to brave the vast sea while hidden within a barrel." Zoro glanced into the distance, conceding, "Well, if he can find land, he should be able to fend for himself. But what shall we do, brother?" "Indeed. Our treasure and ship have been seized by a mere girl. If Captain Buggy learns of this..." The 3 of them shuddered in fear. Zoro inquired, "Who is that Buggy?" "Eh? Sir, you do not know who the clown Buggy is?" A pirate replied, apprehensively, "I do not. He is the captain of our ship, a man who has consumed a certain devil fruit. In short, he is an exceedingly terrifying individual." In a nearby town, a girl sprinted swiftly, clutching a treasure map in her hand, pursued by a throng of pirates. "Stop, you wretched woman. Thief, return the sea chart. That is the map to the Grand Line that we just pilfered." They lamented, "If we do not retrieve it quickly, we might lose our lives. I do not wish to perish beneath the captain's cannon fire." The scene shifted to a tent, where Captain Buggy remarked sternly, "There appears to be an unidentified object in the sky above the port." He then commanded with a grave expression, "Fire." A cannon shot rang out, striking a bird in the sky and startling those below. "Ugh!" Luffy shouted as he plummeted to the ground, landing with a thud that sent dust billowing. The girl raised her hand to shield herself from the debris. "What is happening?" The pirates behind her gaped at the fallen figure. As the dust settled, Luffy sat in a small crater, rubbing his head as he exclaimed, "Where did that cannonball come from? But I'm saved. What an amusing experience." Both sides stared at Luffy in astonishment. Is he a monster? Chapter 71. The clown Buggy. The girl, upon seeing Luffy fall, regained her composure and approached him with an expression of admiration. "Boss, you've come to save me." Luffy, puzzled, asked, "Huh? Who are you?" The girl turned and ran, calling out, "Sorry, but I'll leave the rest to you." The pursuing pirates questioned, "That woman has escaped. No need to chase her. After all, her boss is here." "True enough. Are you here to rescue your subordinate? Luffy, ignoring the comment, turned to ask, by the way, do you know where I can find something to eat? The pirate clenched his fists, cursing, stop joking around, you rascal. A powerful punch struck Luffy's face, sending his hat flying. As he watched his beloved hat soar through the air, Luffy retaliated with a swift blow, knocking the pirate to the ground. Steadily catching his hat and placing it back on his head, he declared with seriousness, do not touch my treasure, you scoundrel. The pirates, undeterred, raised their blades and charged at Luffy. Meanwhile, a young girl crawled towards the rooftop, pondering whether that scoundrel had been dealt with. Luffy assumed a solid stance. His arms drawn back, rubber, pistol. He extended his arm, delivering a fierce punch to the face of the nearest pirate, collapsing their nose and rendering them unconscious. At that moment, the girl atop the roof exclaimed in astonishment, incredible. You're quite strong. She then leaped down, defeating her knife-wielding opponent barehanded. Observing this, Luffy remarked, huh? Who were you just now? The girl joyfully responded, I am Nami, a treasure hunter who specifically targets pirates. Would you like to team up with me? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. A treasure hunter. That sounds so cool. Nami laughed heartily, is it? I think so too. This name was given to me by someone very important. She jumped down from the balcony, joining Luffy's side. Are you strong too? Where are you headed? Luffy's stomach growled audibly. I'm so hungry. Nami, noticing his plight, offered, shall I treat you to a meal? Luffy exclaimed in delight. Really? Inside the circus tent. The clown Buggy glared menacingly, inquiring, have you not caught the thief yet? A pirate trembled in response. Well, they should be in pursuit now. Buggy raised an eyebrow and pressed further. Then why was the sea chart stolen so easily? We were preparing to make our grand venture into the Grand Line. The pirate, sweating profusely, stammered, why yes, Captain. The door to the room where the sea chart was kept was never locked. Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? The pirate scratched his head. I meant it was never locked. Buggy shouted, who are you calling round-nosed? Suddenly, Buggy appeared right before the pirate, pressing his large, red nose against theirs. With a sinister grin, he taunted, do you find my nose amusing? Like a fool? You've completely misunderstood. The pirate, terrified, collapsed to the ground and quickly scrambled back. Help! The surrounding pirates stared wide-eyed, drenched in cold sweat, as they witnessed the manifestation of their captain's devil fruit powers. In the distance, another pirate's eyes bulged as they felt an unseen force constricting their neck, rendering them breathless. Who am I? Buggy declared, I am Captain Buggy. The pirate was hoisted into the air, flailing his legs helplessly. Gradually, he approached Buggy. What is the consequence of defying my orders? The pirate struggled to articulate. A magnificent demise awaited him. Please forgive me. I shall never speak out of turn again. Please forgive me. Buggy released his grip, and the pirate fell to the ground. This time, I shall excuse your momentary lapse. With a flourish of his orange cloak, he turned and strode into the tent. You must retrieve the sea chart for me. Should you fail, you know the consequences, do you not? Yes, Captain Buggy. The surrounding pirates responded in unison. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, he sat at a table, taking a bite of food. Delicious. Do you live in this house alone? Nami inquired. Actually, I am not from this town. The townsfolk fled in fear of Buggy. So you've broken in, then? Nami exclaimed. How rude. I am a treasure hunter who specifically targets pirates. Do not compare my actions to that of a mere burglar. But it still sounds like you're a thief. Nami turned her head away, huffing. I set sail to find my most important person. And we have already arranged to claim any treasures we encounter at sea. Moreover, I aspire to become the greatest navigator. Luffy stood up, brimming with excitement. Is that so? Then, would you be willing to join us as a navigator? Really? But when I encounter my friends, you must invite them aboard as well. Of course. No problem at all. Oh, by the way, what do you do? We are a pirate crew. I promised the one who gave me this straw hat that I would gather my companions to become a pirate. Nami slammed her hand on the table, speaking with seriousness. The thing I despise most in this world is pirates. Ah, but you can be our navigator, can't you? No. Unwilling, then? Luffy sat back down and resumed eating. Nami, glancing out at the pirates, contemplated how to deal with Buggy. By the way, if you agree to my conditions, I might consider it. Luffy turned to her. Really? I will agree to anything you ask. I hope you will accompany me to find the pirate Buggy, but... Luffy asked, puzzled. Why do you want to tie me up? It's just a rope. Is there a problem? Luffy chuckled. It doesn't matter. I want to meet pirates anyway. So let us go. What did you say? You let the thief escape. Buggy shouted, his eyes wide with fury. The pirates huddled together in fear. I am deeply sorry, Captain. What use are you three? Buggy growled, his eyes reddening with rage. Prepare for a spectacular demise. The three pirates were instantly struck with fear, their eyes wide with terror. At that moment, one of the pirates rushed over, exclaiming, Captain Buggy. The thief has delivered himself right to our doorstep. What did you say? Just then, Nami and Luffy approached. Nami shoved Luffy to the ground, sticking out her tongue as she turned to Buggy, saying, I've captured the thief, Captain Buggy the Clown. She then walked towards him, presenting the sea chart. Here is your chart back. Buggy, wearing a sullen expression, replied, I am glad you returned it. But what transformation have you undergone in your mindset? As Buggy accepted the chart, Nami stepped back, arms outstretched. I had a falling out with the captain. I've had enough. Please allow me to join your crew. Buggy narrowed his eyes, while the surrounding pirates broke into a cold sweat, fearfully murmuring, See, Captain Buggy is angry. The power of the devil is about to be unleashed. In this tense atmosphere, Buggy suddenly burst into laughter. Can't handle it anymore? You are quite amusing, woman. I like you. You may join us. Yahaha. Nami, recovering from her surprise, smiled, thinking success. Pirates are truly simple-minded. They are so easy to deceive. Just as a chick you said, haha. Bang. Luffy found himself locked in a large iron cage, perplexed as he asked, Why am I in this cage? Gahahaha. I'm in a good mood today. Buggy joyfully replied. What is your name, woman? Nami, she answered. Buggy spread his arms wide. All right, let us throw a welcome party for Nami. Let us make it a grand ruckus. Oh. The pirates began drinking, playing cards, and dancing. Inside the cage, Luffy squeezed against the bars, stretching his arm to grab some meat. I want to eat too. But his arm recoiled, having failed to reach it. Damn it. Ahahaha. I'm feeling generous today, lads. Prepare the special buggy ball. 3 pirates wheeled in a large cannon. One slowly loading a cannonball emblazoned with a jester skull. Nami, puzzled, asked, What are you planning to do? Buggy, embracing the cannon, said, Watch closely, and witness the power of the buggy ball. He then commanded, Light it. Flames erupted, and the cannonball surged forth, turning the nearby structures into ruins in an instant. On the shore, Zoro and Long Ichikyu gazed towards the explosion, that is Captain Buggy's signature move, the buggy ball. The 3 accompanying pirates swallowed hard in shock. Hey, Zoro, we need to pick up the pace. Nami stared in disbelief at the devastated town, while Buggy laughed heartily. It is simply splendid. With the power of Buggy's cannonballs and the devil fruit, I shall undoubtedly dominate the Grand Line. Right, Nami? Nami adjusted her demeanor, of course, Captain Buggy. At that moment, Luffy exclaimed, I will conquer the Grand Line. I will become the Pirate King. Buggy laughed heartily. Now I understand why you can't stand him, Nami. Indeed. He is merely an innocent soul who has yet to see the world. Thus, I feel utterly incapable of continuing to follow him. In that case, I shall reward you with a buggy ball. You can blow away your former captain, which also signifies your pledge of loyalty to me, Buggy said with a grim expression. The pirates gradually pushed the cannon towards Luffy, loading the cannonball and aiming it directly. They handed a match to Nami. Nami chuckled, Perhaps we should reconsider. Since we've finally convened this welcome party, let us enjoy ourselves wholeheartedly. Buggy gazed at Nami. Do it. This is our welcome party. Nami looked at the match in her hand as the surrounding pirates cheered. Fire. Fire. If the cannon is not fired, I shall be killed. But if it is fired, I will become akin to the pirates. Luffy calmly observed Nami. What's wrong? Your hand is trembling. Because you lack complete resolve, you wish to challenge pirates. Which is why you find yourself in this predicament. What is resolve? Is it the ease of taking another's life? Is that the resolve of a pirate? Beneath the shadow of Luffy's straw hat, his eyes were filled with determination. No, it is the resolve to wager one's life. A pirate rushed over, snatching the match from Nami's hand. Newcomer, don't keep us waiting. Lighting it is done like this. He struck a match. But just as he was about to ignite it, another pirate swiftly drew a metal rod from his leg, assembling it in an instant, and struck the first pirate on the head. Buggy gritted his teeth. Nami, what on earth are you doing? Nami bowed deeply. I'm sorry. Buggy, clenching his jaw, shouted. What? Is a mere apology sufficient? At that moment, Luffy exclaimed, What's the matter? Are you only now thinking of saving me? Nami angrily retorted, Stop talking nonsense. I acted impulsively. I do not wish to become a cruel pirate. Pirates took away the life of my most cherished person. Who would want to associate with them? So, before she could finish, Luffy inadvertently caught sight of the cannon and shouted, Ah, the fire is lit. Enough with the mockery, girl. Kill him splendidly. Buggy roared. The pirates charged towards Nami, but thanks to Long Chuyi's training, she managed to fend them off with great effort. As the cannon's fuse was about to extinguish, Nami gritted her teeth, discarded the iron rod, and raced towards the cannon. The pirates behind her leapt into the air, their sharp blades glinting menacingly as they aimed for Nami. Chapter 72. Zoro's kidney is stabbed. The cannon's fuse was nearing its end, and the pirates soared high, their gleaming weapons threatening Nami. Desperation surged within her as she dashed towards the cannon, reaching out with her hands, just moments away from grasping the perilous fuse. At that critical moment, she felt a warmth around her waist as a strong hand encircled her tightly, accompanied by a familiar scent. A soft chuckle reached her ears, warning her of the imminent danger. Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp metallic sounds echoed as the assailing blades were intercepted by a lone figure. Nami raised her gaze to behold an all-too-familiar face, and she couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "Chuyi-kun." The newcomers were none other than the hurriedly arriving Long Chuyi and Zoro. "Hey, Nami, long time no see." Long Chuyi beamed, effortlessly removing the treacherous fuse. "Chuyi, Zoro," Luffy exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in his voice. "Ugh, who are you?" Baji fumed, his forehead bulging with veins as he glared furiously. Unfortunately, his fury went unnoticed. Zoro unleashed a powerful strike, sending a pirate flying, then slowly rose, sheathing his sword while glaring at Luffy. "Luffy, you idiot. You let a bird carry you away." "Hey, my apologies." Luffy tilted his head, grinning foolishly. "Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Go die spectacularly." Baji screamed, his head nearly exploding with rage, and with a wave of his hand, the pirate surged forward like a relentless tide. Zoro tied his bandana, biting down on a blade, swiftly drawing two more swords, and poised himself like a fierce tiger ready to pounce on the enemy. Nami looked at Long Chuyi, her eyes filled with concern, and softly asked, "Chuyi-kun, do you know them? I heard that one with the straw hat say they are pirates." Long Chuyi smiled gently, tenderly ruffling her hair as he slowly spoke. "Indeed, however, Luffy is no ordinary pirate. If one were to describe him, he resembles more of an adventurer, though no one would dare to refer to a pirate in such a manner." Nami's gaze shifted towards the flustered buggy, the foolishly grinning Luffy trapped within a cage, and the valiant Zoro ready to confront the challenge. Yet, they are ultimately still pirates. The shadows lurking in Nami's heart are difficult to dispel, for the pain inflicted upon her by pirates remains deeply etched in her memory. Long Chuyi gently embraced Nami, soothing her with a soft voice. "I understand your concerns, but could you trust me once more? Let us observe them for now. If in the end you still feel repulsed, I will not hesitate to take you away." He added, "Moreover, that swordsman Zoro, who wields 3 blades, is like a half-disciple to me. Do you recall the tale of Kuina I shared with you? Zoro has also studied the way of the sword alongside us. I assure you, their characters are undeniably trustworthy." Nami nestled in Long Chuyi's embrace, clinging tightly to his garment. The scars left by pirates were not easily forgotten. Furthermore, without Arlong as a bond of friendship, it was challenging for her to resolutely join them based solely on Long Chuyi's words. After all, in the minds of many, pirates represented destruction and cruelty. "Very well. I shall refrain from confronting Buggy for the time being and observe how Luffy and Zoro fare against the Buggy pirates." Long Chuyi gently patted Nami's back, attempting to reassure her. Nami nodded softly in his arms, responding with a quiet affirmation. Meanwhile, on Buggy's side, Zoro had effortlessly dispatched a number of pirates, his sword aimed directly at Buggy. "Ha ha ha, Zoro? You pirate hunter, what is this? Do you seek to claim my head?" Buggy called out loudly, brandishing 6 small knives. "Hmph, pirate hunter? I've long since abandoned that title. If you wish to fight, come at me." Before Zoro could finish his words, both sides took their stances and charged at one another like arrows released from a bow. Zoro crouched slightly, his 3 sharp blades slicing through the air with a fierce wind, striking Buggy with force. Buggy fell to the ground, and as Zoro sheathed his sword, he gazed down at Buggy, whose hands and feet had been severed, muttering to himself, "What a weakling this guy is." Luffy, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Hey, this guy is too weak." Zoro, indifferent, glanced at the remaining pirates, who were surprisingly laughing. What is their deal? Nami was equally perplexed. How could they still laugh when their captain had been defeated? Suddenly, from behind Zoro, the fallen Buggy began to levitate slowly. In an instant, Zoro's expression changed dramatically as he knelt in pain, a blade piercing through his abdomen from behind. Luffy shouted anxiously, "Zoro." Nami's gaze fixated on the hand that had impaled Zoro. "The chop-chop fruit, that is the name of the devil fruit I consumed," Buggy proclaimed, reattaching his severed limbs and laughing heartily. I am the Chop Chop Man, immortal to any blade. Luffy was utterly astonished. Is he really a monster? Buggy laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, although that didn't hit a vital spot. It's enough to make you suffer. The outcome is clear. The surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. Oh, Captain Buggy is incredible. Buggy, Buggy, Buggy. Nami's heart sank. The tide of battle had turned. She seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Hastily turning her head to look at Long Chui. Chui, please, save them both. Long Chui jested with Zoro. Hey Zoro, how could you be so easily wounded? It's truly embarrassing. Zoro retorted angrily, shut up. Then he muttered under his breath, I'll chop you down one of these days. Chui, how can you be like this? Nami exclaimed, exasperated, as she stamped her feet. Long Chui's lips curled into a reassuring smile as he said, do not worry. With that, he turned to the caged Luffy and added, Hey, Luffy, that big red-nosed fool is your responsibility along with Zoro. I shall not intervene. The surrounding pirates were struck with disbelief. Such words should never be uttered. Luffy, with a cheeky grin, retorted, Of course. Hey, you big red nose. How dare you launch a sneak attack from behind? That is truly despicable. A profound silence enveloped the arena, followed by another wave of astonishment as he repeated his words. Buggy, fuming with rage, bellowed, You. Who are you calling? Hey, big red nose. With that, he hurled his knife toward Luffy. In a startling twist, Luffy bit down on the flying blade, exclaiming, Buggy, I will surely send you flying. With a fierce grip, he managed to snap the knife in two. Initially taken aback, Buggy soon burst into hearty laughter, declaring, Send me flying? Don't be ridiculous. Today all four of you shall meet your demise here. What can you possibly do to me? Come on, bring it on. Ah ha ha ha. Luffy joined in the laughter, then shouted to Zoro and Long Chui, Quick, escape. Chui, Zoro, who would let you get away, you fool? Buggy retorted, leaping into battle with Zoro. Zoro fought while retreating, seizing the moment to deliver a swift slash that cleaved Buggy in half. Utilizing the space created as Buggy's upper half floated in the air, he dashed towards the cannon. Buggy, still reveling in his arrogance, shouted, Fool. Your three-sword style is useless against me. Upon noticing Zoro behind the cannon, he scolded, Bastard, listen when people speak. Zoro, crouched behind the cannon, gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his waist, veins bulging in his arms as he strained to lift the cannon, aiming it directly at Buggy and his crew. Buggy, filled with terror, screamed, The cannon is aimed at us. Upon witnessing the situation, Long swiftly approached Luffy's cage and addressed Nami. Nami, ignite the fire. He then turned to Luffy. Luffy, are you ready for takeoff? Before Luffy could respond, Long delivered a powerful kick, propelling Luffy from his confines like a cannonball. In midair, Luffy exuberantly exclaimed, Wow! Nami, without a moment's hesitation, quickly ignited the fuse. The once short fuse was revived, and within a mere 3 seconds, the projectile surged forth with a deafening roar. Buggy, in a state of frantic desperation, shouted, Inside is a specially crafted Buggy bomb. It's dangerous. Stop it now. Flames erupted from the mouth of the cannon as the projectile was launched into the sky like a shooting star. Long Chui first approached Nami, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, then swiftly moved behind Zoro, seizing the nape of his collar. In a flash, they vanished from sight. Chapter 73. Preparing for the final battle against the Buggy pirates with a thud, Long Chui landed, bringing Zoro crashing down. The impact left Zoro gasping for breath. Kneeling on the ground, clutching his collar, and he did not hesitate to shout in frustration, Cough! Cough! Darn it, I will chop you down one day. At that moment, they found themselves right where Luffy was, with one corner of the cage embedded in the ground. Luffy lay slanted within the cage, while a small white dog sat faithfully in front of it. Wow, what an adorable little dog! Luffy exclaimed, leaning closer with a broad grin. Hello there. He reached out to poke the dog's face, only to be met with a sharp bite. Ah, ouch, that hurts, it hurts. Luffy cried out, You filthy mutt. Let go of me. He shook his head vigorously, but the dog refused to relent. Nami retrieved a key from her pocket and tossed it to Luffy, saying, Here. This is the key to the cage. However, the quick-witted little dog snatched the key and swallowed it whole. Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, and he clenched the dog's neck, shaking it in anger. Ah, you wretched little beast. Spit it out, that's not dog food. You idiot, you absolute fool. Long Chui laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Luffy, hurry. Pry open its mouth and reach inside to retrieve it. Ha ha ha. Zaro, weakened from excessive blood loss, sat on the ground in shock, gazing at the scene before him. "Stop, you brats, do not bully Choo-Choo," a loud voice exclaimed, revealing an elderly man with his hands on his hips, glaring angrily at Luffy. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Luffy paused his actions and inquired, "Huh? Old man, who are you?" "I am the mayor of this town." The mayor glanced at Zaro's waist and noted, "You are gravely injured. Are you also victims of buggy schemes?" With that, he assisted Zaro into a nearby house. Upon returning, the mayor stated that Zaro should not seek medical attention but rather rest for a while. Subsequently, the four engaged in conversation. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a series of roars echoed. "Ah, beast tamer Machi. Quick, flee." Long Chewy pulled Nami aside and said, "Mister, you should flee for now. Luffy, it's up to you to deal with him." Luffy glanced at Choo-Choo and remarked, "Ah, someone is coming. Quickly, hand me the key." At that moment, a man riding a large lion appeared behind Luffy. "Have you been abandoned by your companions? You barely managed to escape." Luffy looked up and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Machi, the beast tamer of the buggy pirates." "Huh? Then why are you covered in fur?" Machi, angered by the remark, pointed at his hair and retorted, "This is my hair, you rude fellow." "That makes it even stranger," Luffy muttered. "Hmph. Do you think hiding in a cage will keep you safe? It seems you are unaware of my prowess. There is no creature in this world that I cannot tame." As Machi spoke, he slowly reached out towards Choo-Choo. Unfazed, Choo-Choo bit Machi's hand. "Ah, that hurts." Machi yanked his hand away in pain. "How dare you bite me?" Immediately after, Choo-Choo and the lion began to tussle, but given the disparity in size, Choo-Choo soon lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Machi shouted at Luffy, "Quickly tell me where Zaro is." "Absolutely not," Luffy retorted firmly. "Then perish." Machi commanded the lion to smash the cage, sending Luffy flying. As Machi prepared to destroy the building behind him, Choo-Choo struggled to stand once more, only to be knocked unconscious by the lion's paw, while the structure was obliterated and set ablaze. When Luffy returned, he found Choo-Choo injured and barking at the charred ruins. The mayor's words echoed in his mind. This shop must be the most treasured possession for Choo-Choo, as it is a relic left by its beloved owner. I believe it intends to protect it. Luffy gazed at Choo-Choo howling at the burned house, its silhouette elongated by the flames. He then intercepted Machi, who attempted to flee. "Huh, I thought I had killed you," Machi exclaimed in astonishment. "That little attack won't be enough to take me down," Luffy replied. "Then I shall crush your head." The lion lunged at Luffy. "How could I possibly lose to a lion?" Luffy extended his arms in a spiral, grasped the lion, leaped behind it, and shouted, "Gum Gum, hammer." The lion was flung into the air, spinning, and its head smashed into the ground, rendering it unconscious. Machi, terrified, raised his hands in surrender. "I apologize." Luffy stood up, his expression grave. "You need not apologize. That dog's most precious possession is lost forever, and now I shall send you flying." As he spoke, Luffy stretched out his arm, grasping Machi by the neck and pulling him closer, delivering a powerful punch to his face, rendering Machi unconscious. Nami gazed at the charred remnants of the house and sighed, remarking that all pirates in the world are of the same ilk, effortlessly snatching away the precious belongings of others. Luffy, holding a dog treat before Choo-Choo, smiled and said, "I only retrieved this. The rest was devoured by that fellow. You are truly brave." Nami thought to herself, contemplating whether that guy had gone off to battle a lion. All for the sake of that dog. Choo-Choo picked up the dog treat and wandered away. Luffy called after him, "You must do your best too." In response, he was met only with Choo-Choo's barking. Long Chi gently ruffled Nami's hair and inquired in a gentle tone, "So what do you think? Is he not somewhat different?" His gaze drifted towards Luffy, who was grinning foolishly. Nami let out a soft huff through her nose, remarking, "He still has a long way to go." Meanwhile, on Buggy's side, he suddenly shouted, filled with disbelief, "You mean you were defeated?" Moji knelt on one knee, his face etched with guilt and anxiety, and said, "I am profoundly sorry, Captain Buggy." "Moji, you were actually bested by Zaro?" Buggy's eyes widened in confusion. Moji quickly looked up to clarify, "No, it wasn't he, Zaro. It was that Straw Hat Kid." Buggy's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? You were defeated by that Straw Hat Kid?" He then erupted in anger, shouting, "I've had enough. Prepare all the special Buggy bombs. I will blow this town to smithereens." Long Chewy tugged at Nami's arm as they made their way back, raising his voice to announce, "Hey, Luffy, it's time to wrap things up. We've lingered too long." Luffy tilted his head, gazing at the two with a look of bewilderment. "Huh? Do you two know each other?" Long Chewy replied with a smile, "Indeed. She is one of my companions I mentioned earlier. However, she cannot board the ship at the moment due to certain reasons. Now, it is time to head to Baji. Luffy, filled with excitement, jumped up and exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? That's wonderful. Then it's settled. Nami will join my ship as the navigator." Long Chewy vigorously shook Luffy's clothes, exclaiming loudly, "Did you not hear my second half?" Nami, observing the playful banter between the two, could not help but chuckle softly. At that moment, a voice filled with anger and resentment erupted from behind the trio, proclaiming, "This is utterly useless." The mayor clenched his fists tightly, shouting angrily. Even the little ones like Jujui dared to step up and fight. As the mayor, how can I stand idly by and watch our town be destroyed? Nami rushed over to comfort him, saying, "Mayor, please calm down." The mayor's voice trembled slightly, imbued with deep emotion and resolve. 40 years ago, this land was nothing but barren wasteland. Through our united efforts, we cultivated the land, planted fields, and established businesses, gradually forming a town. This town is a treasure for me and the townsfolk. He raised his voice, declaring, "We cannot allow those ruffians to wreak havoc here any longer." Baki's expression darkened as he solemnly commanded, "Fire the specially designed Baki bombs and reduce the town to rubble." The roar of cannon fire erupted, flames shooting skyward in an instant, and wherever the shells struck, buildings were reduced to mere fragments. In an instant, Long Chuyi vanished like a flash of lightning, reappearing before the projectile in the blink of an eye. With a gentle lift of his hand, the trajectory of the cannonball was altered in an instant, soaring skyward before plunging into the vast ocean behind, creating a tremendous splash. Immediately thereafter, he ghosted into Zoro's sleeping quarters, seizing the collar of Zoro's attire and swiftly re-emerging outside. With a tone of exasperation, he remarked, "How much longer do you intend to sleep?" Zoro, thrown to the ground, felt the tug on his wounds, causing him to bang his forehead against the earth in agony. His hands pressed tightly against his injuries as he bellowed, You wretched fiend! I shall surely chop you down one day." In a mere 10 seconds, Long Chuyi executed a series of actions. Luffy, Nami, and the mayor stood in bewilderment, staring at the suddenly appearing Zoro and the cannonball soaring into the sky. Nami was the first to regain her senses. She approached Long Chuyi, her eyes filled with concern, and asked, "Hey, Chuyi, is it truly possible to bring Zoro out? He has sustained such severe injuries." With a confident smile gracing his face, Long Chuyi reassured, "Haha, there is no need for concern. Just look at Zoro's expression. He certainly means no harm." The mayor gazed at Long Chuyi in astonishment before pivoting and shouting towards the direction of Buggy, "I am the mayor of this town, and it is my duty to protect it." With that declaration, he charged towards Buggy. Nami, anxious, hurried to catch up with him, hoping to restrain him. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Long Chuyi appeared behind the mayor, deftly striking the back of his neck with the sheath of his sword, causing the mayor to succumb to unconsciousness. Nami stared at Long Chuyi in disbelief, Chuyi-kun. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro exchanged subtle smirks. Long Chuyi firmly caught the mayor's words, "It's fine, Nami. His presence is more of a hindrance." He then turned to Luffy and Zoro. "Hurry up. We need to deal with Buggy." With a carefree demeanor, Luffy adjusted his straw hat, while Zoro slowly rose, carefully tying his bandana around his head. "Oh," they both replied in unison. Subsequently, the two strode purposefully toward Buggy. Nami, filled with concern, gazed at them. "Chuyi, how can you do this?" "Hiki, well then. Allow me to show you the resolve of a man." Long Chuyi secured the mayor and took Nami's hand, following closely behind. "The second buggy ball is ready for launch." As the command was given, the cannonball once again soared through the air, heading directly towards Luffy. Chapter 74 concludes, setting sail. In the instant the cannonball whistled towards them, Zoro's expression turned serious as he tightly gripped the sword at his waist while moving swiftly. Yet Luffy, with a wide grin, moved like lightning, swiftly surpassing Zoro and rushing ahead. Rubber balloon. Luffy inhaled deeply, his body expanding into a sphere. The cannonball struck him, embedding within, and with a resounding thud, it was forcefully rebounded. Buggy, witnessing the incoming cannonball, was paralyzed with fear, his body instantly disintegrating as he clutched his head and exclaimed, "Ah! The cannonball is coming back!" Amidst the explosive shockwave, Luffy firmly held onto his blown-away straw hat, muttering, "Well, that reduces our numbers." Zoro, exasperated, face-bombed. "You should have said that earlier." Nami, eyes wide with astonishment, tugged at Long Chuyi, questioning Chuyi. "Who exactly is he?" Long Chuyi released his grip on Nami and chuckled. "Haha, he is the rubber man who consumed the gum-gum fruit. His body can stretch like rubber at will." As the smoke gradually dissipated, members of the Buggy pirates lay sprawled unconscious on the ground. However, Buggy managed to hoist 2 unconscious pirates and stand upright. Observing this, Luffy frowned. What the heck? How ruthless. Using his subordinates as shields. At that moment, Machi staggered up from the rubble, gazing at the chaos around him with a bewildered expression. Upon spotting Luffy, he gasped in astonishment. BB Buggy Captain, that's the Straw Hat Kid. The rubber man who ate the gum-gum devil fruit. Buggy's gaze fixed on Luffy. Rubber man? No wonder he could bounce back my special Buggy Ball. Behind Machi, Kabaji was clutching Machi's large lion, evidently using it as a shield. This is the greatest disgrace since our establishment, Captain. Buggy turned to the back. Kabaji? I'm so furious I can't even speak. Machi suddenly leaped out, shouting angrily, Kabaji, what have you done to Richie? Kabaji sneered. This sickly cat? I was afraid of dirtying my clothes, so I used it as a shield. With that, he carelessly tossed the lion to the ground. Machi, frantic, rushed forward. Richie. Then he turned and glared at Kabaji, lunging at him. You pretentious bastard. But Kabaji kicked him toward Luffy. Luffy, taking the opportunity, kicked Machi against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Captain, Kabaji asked. What is it, Kabaji? Buggy replied. Leave this to me, Kabaji stated. Buggy nodded. All right, let them witness my juggling skills. Kabaji leaped high and, upon landing, rode a unicycle like a whirlwind toward Luffy, shouting, First Officer, acrobatic Kabaji is here. I shall quell Captain Buggy's wrath. He then thrust his sword toward Luffy, but Zoro firmly blocked it. If it's a sword fight, I shall take care of it, Zoro declared resolutely. What an honor. Rorinoa Zoro. Kabaji's eyes glinted with malice. As a swordsman, I might just have the chance to slay you. As he spoke, his gaze flicked to Zoro's wound. Luffy called out, Zoro, you should rest. I've got this. Zoro, with a steely gaze, fixed his eyes on Kabaji. Stay out of this. At that moment, Long Chewy shouted, Luffy, hurry up and deal with Buggy. What are you waiting for? Don't worry, trust Zoro, and I'm here too. I won't let him die, Luffy reassured. He glanced at Long Chewy, then at Zoro's back, adjusted his straw hat, and grinned. Oh. He then shot forward like an arrow. Rubber, pistol. His arm stretched instantly, striking Buggy with a fierce gust of wind. On Zoro's side, Kabaji, fixated on Zoro's wound, screeched. Acrobatics, fire-breathing old man. Flames erupted from his mouth, and Zoro, caught off guard, was engulfed in fire, hastily raising his hand to shield his face. Seizing the opportunity, Kabaji delivered a kick to Zoro's wounded spot. Zoro, gravely injured, collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he convulsed in agony, letting out anguished cries. Nami, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and screamed. She urgently pushed Dragon, calling out, Chewy-kun, please help Zoro. Luffy, momentarily distracted by Zoro, shouted, Zoro. Ahaha. What a perfect opportunity. With a low flight, he unleashed his 4-split cannon. Holding 4 knives, Buggy launched them at Luffy like projectiles. Luffy quickly crouched down, but the knives still managed to knock his straw hat off his head. Gazing at his flying hat, Luffy's expression turned blank. Memories of past moments with Shanks flooding his mind. The harrowing scene of Shanks losing his arm to save him, and the warm memory of Shanks placing the hat on his head, making a promise. How infuriating. You bastard. Luffy's anger surged, daring to damage my hat. This is my treasure, and I will not forgive anyone who dares to ruin it. Nami, observing Luffy's fury, remarked in surprise, I always thought he was indifferent to everything, but I never expected him to be this angry. Long Chewy said to Nami, Haha. After all, he is just human, albeit somewhat thick-skinned. Come, Nami. I shall take you to a splendid place. Huh? Nami, bewildered, was led away by Long Chewy. Buggy retracted his hand and examined the hat on his knife. Pondering its origins, Luffy shouted loudly, That's right, give it back to me. Buggy, observing the straw hat in his grasp, burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, What treasure is this? True treasures should glimmer like gold and jewels, showcasing their owner's grandeur. You dare call this filthy straw hat a treasure? Don't make me laugh. That hat symbolizes my vow with Shanks, Luffy retorted. Buggy was taken aback. What? So, this is Shanks's hat? He then angrily tossed the hat to the ground. Realizing why it looked so familiar, that guy always wore this hat beside me. Luffy was also stunned. Did you sail together with Shanks? Buggy gritted his teeth. Well, when I was still a pirate apprentice, we could be considered comrades. He then stomped heavily on the straw hat, cursing that detestable red-haired scoundrel. Seeing this, Luffy charged at Buggy like a mad tiger, roaring, Shanks is a great man. How dare you claim to be his comrade? Do not compare yourselves. Realizing the situation was dire, Buggy hastily activated his split fruit abilities. Luffy landed a kick on Buggy, sending him flying. Clutching his abdomen in pain as he lay on the ground, Luffy grasped his face, demanding, "Quick. You are never to say you are Shanks' comrade again. Speak." "I can say whatever I wish about Shanks. That is my freedom," Buggy retorted defiantly. "What exactly transpired between you and Shanks?" Luffy then released Buggy. Gazing sorrowfully at the Straw Hat, infuriated that his treasure had been treated so poorly, Buggy struggled to sit up, declaring, "So, you wish to know? He is the one person I can never forgive. I shall curse him for the rest of my life." On one side, Long Chui and Nami were present. "Hey, Chui-kun. Is it truly wise for us to leave while Luffy and Zoro are engaged in battle?" Nami expressed her concerns. "Haha, fret not," Long Chui replied with a mysterious smile. As he opened a door and stepped inside, upon following him, Nami's eyes sparkled with delight, her worries swiftly transforming into unbridled joy, her gaze instantly morphing into symbols of currency. "Wow, so much treasure," she exclaimed, diving headfirst into the pile of riches. At that moment, a drunken pirate groggily rose to his feet, but Long Chui, without hesitation, delivered a punch that knocked him out cold. "All right, Nami, all of this is ours now. Let us hasten to pack it up," Long Chui said affectionately, watching the exuberant Nami with a fond smile. "Yes," Nami replied, her heart brimming with happiness. Meanwhile, back with Buggy, the memories concluded, and his face was contorted with rage, his teeth clenched tight. Luffy, observing Buggy, burst into laughter. "Ah. So it was Shanks who saved you." Buggy erupted in fury, angrily pointing at Luffy. "That is not what I intended to convey. It is all because of him that my grand plans have been set back a decade. Subsequently, I resolved that if I could not succeed at sea, I would scour the land for all its treasures, relying solely on this fragmented power of mine. Therefore, anyone who dares to touch my treasure," as he spoke, his body began to levitate slowly into the air, "I shall not let them escape. You better relinquish my treasure at once." With that, Buggy charged directly toward Long Chui, who was clutching the treasure, and the exuberant Nami, who was lost in the joy of countless gold coins, not even glancing at Buggy. Long Chui, unfazed and composed, slowly lifted his right foot and deftly kicked Buggy back towards Luffy. "Hey, Luffy, haven't you dealt with him yet? If you don't hurry, I shall take matters into my own hands." Luffy retaliated with a swift kick, sending Buggy crashing against the wall. "Not a chance. I can handle him myself, especially after he damaged my precious belongings." With that, he charged once more towards Buggy. Long Chui let out a helpless sigh, expressing his frustration. At that moment, a loud shout pierced the air. "I shall claim the head of Roronoa Zoro." Nami turned her gaze towards Zoro, who was kneeling on one knee, clutching his wound, while Kabaji, brandishing his longsword, charged at Zoro on his unicycle like a ravenous wolf. "Chui-kun," Nami anxiously called out, concerned for Zoro's safety. Long Chui maintained a serene demeanor, his arms crossed over his chest as he calmly reassured, "Zoro will not be so easily vanquished." Zoro gradually lowered the hand that had been pressed against his wound, forcing himself to rise and uttering a low growl. "Annoying fellow." He stood his ground, his gaze cold and solemn, questioning, "Is it truly so amusing to strike at my injury?" Kabaji, relentless, thrust his long blade directly toward Zoro's waist with fierce intent. Nami, witnessing the scene, gasped in horror. "Ah, why don't you evade it?" Beads of cold sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead, yet he turned with poise, fixing his gaze on Kabaji and stating, "Haven't you tired of such despicable tactics? Allow me to illustrate the disparity in our strengths." As Kabaji observed Zoro's resolute stance, a flicker of trepidation stirred within him, but he steeled himself and retorted, "Is this Roronoa Zoro? How dare you underestimate me? I shall send you to your demise with my true swordsmanship. Die." Zoro swiftly assumed his stance, bellowing, "Oni!" Slash! In an instant, 3 sharp beams of sword light sliced through the air like lightning, and in a heartbeat, 3 deep gashes marred Kabaji's chest. How could our crew be defeated by a few petty thieves? Kabaji screamed in agony before collapsing into unconsciousness. Zoro, equally exhausted, fell to the ground, gasping, "We are not mere petty thieves, we are pirates." Long Chui ambled over to Zoro, jesting, "Oh, the pirate hunter is injured so gravely." "Ha. Zoro, with a feeble glare directed at Long Chui, weakly retorted, "Damn it, you were just wandering around the whole time. And yet you have the audacity to make sarcastic remarks here. Sooner or later, I shall take my revenge on you." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Long Chuyi remained composed as he rose to his feet, shrugging nonchalantly. A soft orb of white light materialized at his fingertips, which he flicked gently toward Zoro. To everyone's astonishment, the wounds on Zoro's body began to heal gradually. Nami, witnessing Long Chuyi's actions, felt her anxiety dissipate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Buggy seethed with rage. "You vile thief! Return my treasure!" he exclaimed, struggling to rise from the ground. His eyes wide with fury as he glared at Nami and lunged at her like a ravenous wolf. In response, Luffy swiftly stepped in front of him, his arm extending in an instant as he shouted, "Your opponent is me." Buggy's form twisted unpredictably, and just as he was within arm's reach of Luffy, his body suddenly fragmented into countless pieces, cleverly maneuvering around Luffy. As Long Chuyi caught sight of the approaching Baki, he remained unperturbed, crouching to gather his strength. With a sudden motion, he clenched his fist tightly and unleashed a punch that soared forth like a cannonball, striking Baki squarely in the face, causing his visage to contort and deform instantaneously. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Baki soared into the sky like a shooting star. "Ah, should he? You promised I would be the one to send him flying," Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment, waving his arms and stomping his feet in dissatisfaction. Long Chuyi shouted at the top of his lungs, "Idiot! It's been so long and you're still dawdling. He's charging at us. What if Nami gets hurt?" "Fool!" Nami, observing the ruckus between Long Chuyi and Luffy, let out a deep sigh of exasperation. "Ah, what a bunch of fools," she murmured, her gaze falling upon the straw hat on the ground as she bent down to retrieve it. Luffy also noticed this and immediately ceased his playful tussle with Long Chuyi. Upon seeing this, Long Chuyi gently patted Luffy's head, soothingly saying, "Ha ha, it's all right. I possess some sewing skills. Once aboard the ship, I shall mend it for you." "Really? I can't thank you enough." Luffy's spirits instantly brightened, and he gazed at Long Chuyi with joy. Nami approached Luffy, offering him the straw hat. "Luffy, although I harbor a disdain for pirates, it seems I could profit from joining you. I shall temporarily become a member of your crew. However, should you engage in any actions I find unacceptable, I will depart without hesitation." Luffy fixed his gaze upon Nami, accepted the straw hat, placed it upon his head, and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh ho, ha ha ha. This is wonderful. From now on, we shall be comrades. Who are you? You can't possibly be allies of pirates, can you?" In this tense atmosphere, Long Chuyi helped the slightly recovering Zoro to his feet. At this moment, Luffy grinned mischievously and took hold of Zoro. Long Chuyi inquired, "What shall we do, Captain?" Luffy hoisted Zoro onto his shoulder and shouted, "Let's make a swift escape." Long Chuyi hoisted several large bags of treasure and pulled Nami along as they fled, laughing heartily. "Let us escape quickly," Nami complained, somewhat vexed. How did it come to this? Yet Luffy chuckled joyfully. What a splendid town it is. Long Chuyi also laughed, exclaiming, "Indeed. The townsfolk would rally for the sake of Uncle Mayor." Luffy interjected, "In the end, no matter how one explains it, they will surely be enraged." As they turned a corner, they encountered Chio blocking their path. Upon their arrival, Chio began barking aggressively at the residents behind him. "Step aside, Chio," the residents shouted. "They are despicable pirates." Luffy gazed at Chio, a grin spreading across his face as he chuckled. "Ha ha ha, farewell, little dog." Chio, still barking, managed to smile back. "I apologize, everyone. I was compelled to combine the chapters due to unforeseen circumstances last night. To express my regret, I have merged 2 days' worth of chapters into one. And today I will write 3,000 words. Once again, I apologize." Chapter 75, Captain Usopp. On the sunlit shore, Luffy laughed heartily. "Haha. It was all thanks to Chio that we managed to escape." Nami looked at the small boat before her and inquired, "Is this your vessel?" Luffy responded with pride, "Indeed." However, Nami candidly remarked, "I find it rather unimpressive. It was stolen from a foolish pirate." "You really have the audacity to say that." At that moment, 3 pirates, previously deceived by Nami, emerged from the small boat, laughing triumphantly. "Who would have thought we would encounter you in this harbor?" "Ha ha ha." They remained oblivious to Long Chuyi and his distinctive green hair. Long Chuyi crossed his arms and spoke in a deep voice, "Tell me, will you choose to leave on your own, or shall I escort you?" The 3 of them looked at him in terror, covering their faces as they stepped back. "Big brother Long Chuyi. Haha, what a coincidence. Indeed, we have matters to attend to. We wouldn't want to disturb you, haha." They then shouted and fled. Nami, perplexed, inquired, "Chiyukun, do you know them as well?" Long Chuyi replied with a hearty laugh, "Haha, We encountered them halfway at sea. After boarding the ship, they attempted to seize me and Zoro, so I imparted a slight lesson. Following this, Luffy raised his hands high and exclaimed, "All right, everyone, let's set sail." Zoro stood up in response. "Oh." Long Chewie stepped forward, acknowledging the situation. Nami, rubbing her forehead, followed suit and remarked, "What a fool." Zoro, gazing at the sail, inquired, "Why does that sail bear Buggy's insignia?" With a resigned gesture, Nami replied, "Because it's their ship. We will remove it later." At that moment, Long Chewie glanced toward the shore, and Nami followed his gaze. "Hey, wait, you little brats." It was the mayor who had pursued them. Lowering his head, his glasses glinted, obscuring his eyes. I had cast aside my fears of life and death, prepared to confront despair with equanimity. Then he raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Yet smiling as he exclaimed, "I apologize. I am forever grateful." Long Chewie and others burst into laughter. Luffy grinned and said, "Don't worry, just relax." As the ship sailed further away, the town mayor muttered about those pesky little brats, but then he spotted a bag of treasure on the shore. On the ship of Dragon Day 1, Nami grasped the collar of Dragon Day 1 and shouted furiously, "You left a bag of treasure behind." Long Chewie raised his hand before his face in a plea for mercy, saying, "Nami, please don't be angry. I will seek out even more treasures next time." Nami, her fury intensified, retorted, "But that bag was worth 5 million berries." Long Chewie helplessly explained that the houses in the town of the residents had been destroyed, and they were in dire need of financial assistance, much like the situation in Kikishiya village. "All right, Nami, do not be upset," he said. Nami released her grip, lowering her head and murmuring, "But that was my treasure, boo-hoo." Long Chewie gently patted her back in consolation, saying, "Haha, Nami, do not worry. Next time, seize more treasures. How have you become so fond of wealth?" Nami crossed her arms and huffed, "What, do you look down upon me? Moreover, from now on, all the treasures aboard this ship shall be under my control." Long Chewie chuckled with delight. "No offense taken, none at all. In my capacity as the first mate, I hereby officially appoint you as the ship's navigator and financial administrator." "How does that sound?" "Now that's more like it," she replied. On the small vessel, Zoro observed the close bond between Nami and Long Chewie, reminiscent of his relationship with Kuina, and let out a cold snort, "You will fall from grace." Meanwhile, Luffy leaned over the side of the ship and shouted, "Chewie, I'm hungry." The scene then shifted to a quaint little island, where a peaceful town was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds. Suddenly, a boy with a long nose rushed in, panting, "Everyone, calamity has struck. The pirates are attacking. Pirates! Quick, everyone flee." On the first day of the dragon, Nami gazed at them and remarked, "To venture into the Grand Line like this is recklessly audacious." Luffy and Zoro looked back with tilted heads. "Indeed, we certainly need meat," Luffy exclaimed as he discarded the apple core. "Surviving solely on fruit is simply unacceptable," Zoro concurred. "And we must have some alcohol as well." Nami, exasperated, replied, "What on earth are you two talking about? That is not my point. The Grand Line we are heading to is the most perilous place in the world. Many formidable pirates are in pursuit of the One Piece. They possess powerful ships, and we will need allies as well. Our crew size and ship's equipment are woefully inadequate and cannot ensure our safety." Luffy picked up another apple and said, "Indeed, we cannot do without a cook. And a musician too." Nami looked at the two of them as if they were fools. Long Chewie gently massaged Nami's head with his hand, chuckling, "Ha ha, don't worry too much, Nami. Although the Grand Line is perilous, we have you, the world's most formidable navigator, with us. Other pirates may be powerful, and both Luffy and Zoro are strong as well. But we are merely at the beginning of our journey. We will encounter more companions in the future." Nami, along with Luffy and Zoro, felt bashful from the praise, scratching their heads in modesty. "Ahaha, I'm not nearly as impressive as you make me out to be." Nami glanced at the compass and added, "If we head a bit further south, there is an inhabited island. It would be wonderful if we could acquire a decent ship there." The scene shifted back to the small island, where a young man, panting heavily, came to a halt and raised his hands in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, pirates are deceiving you." Suddenly, a pot fell on his head with a thud. "Ouch!" he exclaimed. A resident shouted from a window, "You big liar. Today, we'll show you a lesson." Another resident emerged from a door, declaring, "Stop right there. Let's teach him a lesson." A multitude of residents emerged with various implements in hand. However, the young man, filled with excitement, shouted, "Oh, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming," and then sprinted away. The residents yelled, "Stop, you little rascal." As he ran, he turned back to taunt, "Come catch me if you can. Hurry up and catch me." In the jungle, the residents lamented, "Darn it, he got away again. That troublesome little brat. Where could he have run off to?" After a fruitless search, they departed. Meanwhile, the young man lay leisurely on a tree trunk, thinking, "Today, I've done a good deed by bringing a gust of excitement to this dull village." "Ah, found you," he exclaimed, opening his eyes to look down. "Oh, it's you guys. Good morning. Captain Usopp. The Usopp pirate crew has arrived." Two children brandished wooden swords towards the sky, calling out. Usopp jumped down from the tree. "Pepperhead, Radish Head, why are there only the two of you? Where's Onion Head?" Just then, a distant voice shouted, "Oh no. Oh no." Onion Head came running, looking flustered. "What is the matter with Onion Head?" Usopp wondered. Onion Head approached, breathless and anxious. "Pirates are coming. A ship with a skull emblem is approaching from the northern coast." Usopp, skeptical, replied, "You must be joking." Onion Head insisted earnestly, "It's true." Usopp broke into a cold sweat. "Really?" Onion Head urged, "Yes, yes. It's really bad." Yet Usopp shouted, "Oh no. It's time for snacks," and ran away. "Don't run away." The children cried out in unison. Usopp halted at a distance, turned back, and bowed to the three children, saying, "Actually, I have a condition where if I don't eat snacks, I'll perish." "Stop lying," Onion Head retorted. "Captain, don't you want to be a real pirate? How can a pirate be afraid of other pirates?" Onion Head exclaimed, "That must be Buggy the Clown's emblem." It was merely two ships, and faintly, for silhouettes could be discerned. Usopp slowly turned around, adopting a posture of retreat, but upon realizing there were only 4 individuals, he immediately spun back, exuberantly exclaiming, "Excellent, let us set forth. The Usopp pirate crew, in defense of the village's peace. Come along, follow me." The 3 children, utterly speechless at Usopp's antics, nonetheless decided to follow him. On the shore, Long Chuyi and Zoro pushed the boat onto the sandy beach, stretching lazily and remarking, "It has been quite a while since we last set foot on land." Luffy gazed excitedly ahead. "Is there a village here? I want to eat meat." Nami observed, "It appears to be a small village." Zoro, focusing intently on the trees ahead, unsheathed a small portion of his sword. "Be cautious. There is a presence." Luffy looked around eagerly. Where? Zoro shouted, "Danger." Long Chuyi yawned and casually swatted away the incoming marbles. Noticing this, Nami hurriedly embraced Long Chuyi, asking, "Chuyi-kun, what is happening?" "Ah, relax, they are merely a few small imps," he replied. On the cliff ahead, several somewhat comical pirate flags adorned with skulls fluttered in the breeze. Upon seeing this, Luffy excitedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Incredible." Usopp stepped forward, looking down from his elevated position, and boisterously declared, "I am Usopp, the captain of the illustrious pirate crew that reigns over this village. The townsfolk praise me, calling me our captain, Captain Usopp." Usopp continued with fervor, "If you intend to assault this village, I advise you to reconsider. For my 8 million subordinates will not show you mercy." Luffy exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, elongating his voice as he shouted, "So awesome." Nami leaned towards Long Chuyi and whispered, "Chuyi-kun, he must be lying, right?" Long Chuyi lowered his head to gaze at Nami, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Nami, you are quite remarkable, aren't you? Did you notice that?" Nami shyly stuck out her tongue, replying with a playful, "Hee." Long Chuyi exclaimed loudly, "You are deceiving me." Usopp immediately panicked, realizing he had been discovered. He then began to twist his body back and forth, covering his head in dismay, lamenting, "I accidentally revealed that I had been found out." Long Chuyi and Nami gazed at the whimsical Usopp, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and amusement. Luffy turned to Long Chuyi, astonished, and inquired, "What? Is this truly a deception?" Usopp exclaimed, "That wretched strategist. 800 million is indeed a bit exaggerated, but I still possess exceptional subordinates." Long Chuyi teased, "Oh, are there 3 of you?" The 3 children, upon hearing this, jumped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, we've been seen. Quick, escape." They abandoned their flag and fled. Usopp, in a state of panic, called out to them, "Don't run away." Luffy burst into hearty laughter. "You are truly amusing." Usopp shouted back, "Don't underestimate me. I am a man of immense pride." He retrieved a small iron ball from his bag, loaded his slingshot, and aimed it at Luffy. "Due to my strong sense of pride, people call me Proud Usopp. As you can see, my slingshot skills surpass those of an ordinary firearm." Luffy lowered his head slightly, pressed down his straw hat, and said solemnly, "If you draw your weapon, you must stake your life on it. This is not a mere toy for intimidation. Zoro chuckled as he observed Luffy, then unsheathed a section of his sword, pointing it at Usopp. What stands before you is a genuine pirate. Usopp, gazing at the serious expressions of Luffy and Zoro, felt beads of sweat trickling down, his hand trembling on the slingshot. With a whoosh, the marble fell, and he knelt on the ground. Indeed, the words and presence of true pirates are extraordinary. How impressive! Luffy and Zoro exchanged hearty laughter. Luffy looked up at Usopp and said, I learned this from the pirate I respect, Shanks. Usopp, astonished, inquired, You know Shanks? The red-haired pirate? Luffy replied, Yes. Your father is Yasopp, right? Usopp's eyes widened, and he tumbled down the hillside. Yasopp is indeed my father's name, but how do you know that? Chapter 76. Trespassing into private homes. What about you? Usopp's eyes widened again as he rolled down the hill. Yasopp is indeed my father's name. How could you possibly know? In a small tavern, Luffy took a big bite of meat and remarked, I met him when I was a child. Usopp responded, So my father was on Shanks' ship. Luffy nodded. You resemble him so much that when I saw you, I guessed immediately. Dragon teased, Isn't it as long as his nose? Luffy replied, Oh, not quite. However, Usopp's father's marksmanship is exceptionally accurate. Moreover, I have heard far too much about Usopp. My ears are nearly calloused from it. He is a remarkable pirate. Upon hearing this, Usopp exclaimed with delight, Exactly. I feel an immense pride for my father, who recklessly ventured into the sea, risking his life to survive. Nami smiled and said, Well then. I wonder if we could find a crewmate who knows how to sail and acquire a grand ship in your village. Usopp sighed, As you can see. This is merely a small village. I regret to say that I must disappoint you. Long Chewie smiled and said, Oh, I see a magnificent villa atop the hill. Nami inquired joyfully, Is it a friend of Usopp's? Could we possibly ask him for a bit of financial assistance? Usopp exclaimed hurriedly, That won't do. I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. I'm quite familiar with the owner here, so feel free to indulge in food and drink. He then grabbed his backpack and dashed outside. Nami, perplexed, asked, What's wrong? Why the sudden rush? Long Chewie smiled gently, serving Nami some dishes, and took a piece of meat to bite into, saying, Who knows, perhaps there is an urgent matter? Have some more vegetables, Nami, Luffy shouted. Should he? That's my meat. He then stretched out his arm in a rush to seize the meat from the table, but his elongated arm accidentally struck Zoro, who was drinking nearby, causing Zoro to spray his drink all over Long Chewie's face. Idiot Luffy, do you want to kill me? Zoro exclaimed in irritation. How disgusting, Zoro. My meat. Nami sighed as she watched the commotion. Sigh, what a trio of fools. Suddenly, the once quiet dining table erupted into noise. On a hillside, within a villa. In a room where a girl with